Hello, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next parts. Chapter 76. Kirigakure was ruined. This matter has a huge impact. But for Fengye, he just controlled one of the 5 ninja villages in advance and raised the progress bar. His ultimate goal is not to control the entire ninja world, but to deal with the Otsutsuki family in the future. Fengye will not talk about the pattern with those who only focus on his village because he is a traverser. He is familiar with the plot of Naruto world, and from his perspective, the front is transparent. The people in Naruto world themselves, they didn't know what happened. The living environment creates a person's vision. Even for people like Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Madara, the path that they think is right is actually a detour. Uchiha Itachi killed his parents because of righteousness. Is this really on the side of righteousness? What does he use to affirm that Konoha is righteous? The problem between Uchiha and Konoha has existed since the establishment of the village. Why does he decide the fate of the Uchiha clan? Since ancient times, people who use righteousness as a rhetoric have no good end. Fengye needs a little bit to change the world. There are 2 considerations for Kirigakure to submit to Senju. In that position, Obito will look at Kirigakure in the future. It has nothing to do with Fengye. He doesn't care who is controlling Kirigakure. But he cannot let go of the resources of the water country. And after an explosion combined with the power of nature, he found that it was not difficult for him to make that country surrender. In this way, he is even more unlikely to give up. As for what Obito will do in the future, whatever his business, it's good to be able to control the general plot trend. There is no need to follow the original text, otherwise, what is the meaning of his journey? Many of Kirigakure's ninjas and villagers have been wiped out, and the revenge of the Uzumaki clan has been avenged. The rest will be full of fear for him and dare not betray. As for the Ghost Lamp family, they cannot be ecstatic about Fengye's remarks once a week. Fengye's methods have gone too far, but it's not just a tsunami. So controlling Kirigakure is a foregone conclusion. Back at Senjusui Palace, Fengye checked the progress of Orochimaru's experiment and then left. Under the throne, Hatake has obviously been waiting for a long time. As Master Fengye guessed, the stalemate of the war ended earlier than expected. At least for other shinobu villages. After passing the information to Fengye, Hatake Shumao respectfully pushed aside. He is now in charge of the external intelligence collection of the Senju clan. This is not too much effort. After all, Mikoto and Kushina now control the former Konoha's intelligence network, combining Hatake Sakumo's detection ability, and it is basically impossible to hide what they want to investigate. So, at Yu Wooden Golem, who was not far behind, hooked her finger, and the little maid sensibly poured a glass of red wine for Fengye and handed it over. But obviously, Fengye didn't want this way of drinking. Turning red, Wooden Golem took a trembling sip, and then sat in Fengye's arms. The Hatake Sakumo below naturally lowered his head and didn't watch such a scene. Obviously, this method of feeding is not the first time. Perhaps others will think that Fengye has become corrupt after seeing this scene. But Hatake Shumao knows that Fengye's strength is worthy of this enjoyment. So, Onaki and Cho are not in the contract. Have they not compensated Senju for the supplies? Let go of Wooden Golem who has lost his strength, Fengye's eyes are clear. Not only that, Sand Shinobi Village and Iwagakure covet the geographic location of Rain Shinobi Village, and they have dispatched spies to investigate Konoha on many occasions. Preliminary guess, we will definitely do it in 7 days. Hatake said with a solemn expression. It really is like this. Fengye was not in a hurry, on the contrary, he seemed to see Konoha next door through the barrier of the Suya Palace. What did Jiraiya say? No, what did Konoha say? Now Senju has left Rain Shinobi Village and has also announced that he has left Konoha. However, Fengye said before leaving that the benefits of Rain Shinobi Village must be accounted for by Senju. Konoha is very smart. They said that in the future, all the resources of Rain Shinobi Village will be given to Senju, and they only hope that they will be given a certain degree of convenience when they enter and leave the country of Rain. It's very generous. Who thought of this strategy? Fengye raised his eyebrows. But to be reasonable, taking Rain Shinobi Village Senju is the main force, but only the Senju family will not be so easy, at least it will pay a lot of money. Konoha is now in power and plainly is his 2 future wives. Do you cooperate once? No, not cooperation. It is to protect what you deserve. Since Rain Shinobi Village has the surname Senju, then whoever moves will die. He hooked his finger at you wooden golem again, and before the little maid moved his steps, Fengye looked at Heitake Shumao. In my name, and in the name of Senju, go to Rain Shinobi Village and take over everything over there by the way. Find a few capable people in the clan, it doesn't matter how strong they are, let them take charge of Rain Shinobi Village. As for Konoha to be convenient, it doesn't matter, knowing that it's okay, if you break the rules, clean it up. Heitake nodded, but suddenly frowned when he wanted to leave. Master Fengye, can you just be shocked? He was a little puzzled, is it really that powerful if he is alone? It wasn't him. Heitake Sakumo was afraid of death. To be reasonable, his life was given by Fengye. This matter will definitely go all out. If anyone dares to do it, he will fight to die. It's really impossible to use negation to summon my king. But he was still a little confused. If Fengye wants to make a move, there is no need to let him go this time. There is no need to look like death. Fengye shook his head, his face holding the kitten with confidence. As long as you give information about their actions within 7 days, that's correct. You don't even need to make a move, those people will roll by themselves. This is equivalent to getting all the benefits of Rain Shinobi Village in vain. Don't you need to make a move? Heitake was even more dazed, but this time he had the doubt in his heart. Fengye didn't tell him that he had a reason, or that he was too lazy to say it. The subordinates with too many problems are not appreciated, Heitake understands this. Just do what Wang Rang does. I should learn more about Nawaki, it's over. Upon receiving the order, Heitake Shumo personally selected a few clever members of the Senju clan to go to Rain Shinobi Village. But after he came and found Jiraiya, he realized how far the situation had reached. You mean, those people even dare to do something around Rain Shinobi Village? More than that. Jiraiya grumbled. Originally, he was busy teaching Nagato and them these days, and it was quite easy, after all, there was no big problem in the stalemate. But everything was too sudden. In addition to Cloud Shinobi Village, Sand Shinobi Village and Iwagakuer continue to harass the Konoha Shinobi people around Rain Shinobi Village as they discussed. Even a few days ago, the passage between Rain Shinobi Village and Konoha was cut off. If it hadn't been for him to withstand the pressure and take it back, I am afraid the current situation would be even worse. It's more complicated than this, I'm afraid they will do it soon. Senior White Fang, what do we do? What did Fengye say? Jiraiya's scalp is numb. Wait. Heitake said a word faintly. Yes, just wait. He has memorized all the lines, and he will stand up when the right time is right. But by no means now. Wait. Jiraiya is dumbfounded, what kind of strategy is this? He couldn't figure it out. But looking at White Fang's appearance, he didn't mean to explain to himself. No way. Sighed, Jiraiya went down and continued to command the troops to strengthen their defenses. It's just that he didn't expect it at all. Heitake Sakumo waited for 7 days. The information was similar to that of Jiraiya Master. 7 days later, Sand Shinobi Village and Iwagakuer did indeed move. They cut into the two sides of the Rain Shinobi Village connecting the Fire Country at the fastest speed. Under the double-sided attack, Konoha's ninja could only be defeated, and finally huddled in Rain Shinobi Village, preparing for the final letting go. Burning eyebrows, Jiraiya couldn't sit still anymore and found White Fang. Senior White Fang, what should I do? Outside, information about Sand Shinobi Village and Iwagakuer's closeness was sent to him one by one, and the ninjas hoped that his commander-in-chief would do something at least. But he didn't know how to deal with it at all. Breakthrough? That will not only lose the strategic position of Rain Shinobi Village, it will also cause Konoha to suffer heavy casualties. He is not Fengye, and he doesn't have the ability to change the situation of a battle with just one person, even if he is in control of Xianshu. White Fang didn't say anything. He just scattered the exploration nerves only possessed by the king's sword, and felt the approaching Sand Shinobi Village and Iwagakuer ninjas. It's time, come with me. Taking a deep breath, White Fang took out the letter from Fengye he had with him, and then took Jiraiya and Konoha's ninja to open the door of Rain Shinobi Village. Everyone lined up in a row, and then waited quietly. Yes. Still wait. I understand. Jiraiya flipped through Byakugan. To be reasonable, the battle between ninjas is for people to fight with a long snake formation. But Heitake Sakumo didn't panic at all. He closed his eyes and waited for the enemy to approach. This time, the man he represents is the king of Hueco Mundo. It is also the power of Senju Palace. According to Fengye, everyone will remember this name in the past today. Will also reacquaint the Senju family. When Onaki and Cho rejoined, the two in the tacit understanding did not pour dirty water on each other because of the friction in the previous period. Instead, the ninjas who led the two villages step by step towards Rain Shinobi village. But what surprised them was, Konoha did not choose to stick to it. Instead, they opened up the battle and everyone walked out of the village and looked at them silently. What do they mean? Find flowers. Cho frowned and looked puzzled. And Onogi was also a little confused at this time, and after observing it, he planned to take a look and talk about it. But they wanted to observe, but Hatake didn't give any chance. I saw White Fang took a step forward, his face flushed. After scanning the letterhead in his hand, he finally spoke. The sound surrounds the entire sky in front of Rain Shinobi village. Obviously, this time he even used his own Ryutsu. Me, Hatake Sakumo. As one of the Senju Palace, Espada warns everyone. To fight, get out of the Senju clan and fight outside all the ninja world. As long as any Senju clan territory, there are people who violate the rules. The Senju clan will hold them accountable and bear the consequences. As my king, I warned you to wait only once, get out of Senju's field of vision. Immediately. Right away. When the sound travels everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Whether it is the ninja of Konoha, or Uegakuer, or Sand Shinobi village, they are all in a state of collective bewilderment. For a long time. Onaki smiled. The smile was full of sarcasm. No way. The kid Senju Fengye really thought he would be invincible after defeating Raikage. The last time Senju failed to encircle and suppress Senju, Onogi summed it up. Danzo is too wasteful. I really underestimated Fengye, and underestimated the combat effectiveness of the Senju clan, and even Hatake Shumao. But now, he and Cho are all elites in each village, and the number is several times more than before. For what reason? In this case, can he still warn them on behalf of the Senju family? 0. Even if Hatake Shumao uses that beam of light to bring Senju Fengye over, they are still not afraid. Didn't the Senju clan leave Konoha? Why do you want to be a dog for Konoha? Cho looked at White Fang coldly, and at that moment she wanted to rush forward. After all, it was the enemy who killed his son. But now, she wanted to taunt her before she started, otherwise she won't be happy for a while. A joke. I don't need others to point fingers when Senju does things. This Rain Shinobi village has been renamed Senju. If you want to attack Rain Shinobi village, it is a challenge to the Senju clan. I don't want to say it a second time, neither does Wang. Get out of Rain Shinobi village. Hatake Shumao's hand is already on White Fang. Although he doesn't know what Fengye's backing is, if he fights, he will never be afraid of death. Are you crazy? But Jiraiya next to him was completely sluggish. Wait. Just wait for a long time. Wait until they come and then scold them to let them get rid of them? My goodness. Is this the way to confront the enemy? Konoha's ninjas are desperate. But the ninjas of Sand Shinobi village in Uegakuer laughed. The two formed a strong contrast, but their smiles slowly disappeared with the arrival of a rushing army messenger. I'll talk about it later. Seeing the ninja who passed the order, Onogi frowned and was a little dissatisfied. Although they secretly formed an alliance again, the intelligence of their village naturally did not want to be shared with Sand Shinobi village. But at the same time, the ninja from Sand Shinobi village also eagerly appeared in front of Cho. Master Cho. Master Fengye gave an urgent order. Say. The order was nothing, Cho spoke immediately. Ninja World Notice. Kirigakuer's third Mizukage and all ninjas, and even the daimyo of Water Country issued an announcement. Since the announcement, Kirigakuer and the Nation of Water have unconditionally surrendered to the Senju clan, and from today they have become affiliates of the Senju clan. This news is true, and it was confirmed personally by 3rd Mizukage and the daimyo of Water Country. Master Fengye meant that in a short period of time, before the reason for the surrender of the Water Country is found, be sure not to have any conflict with the Senju clan. When Chuanling Ninja finished speaking, Cho was stupid. Onaki next to him also fell into a sluggishness after receiving the information sent by his subordinates. Kirigakuer. The Shinobu village who wants to accumulate strength and want to accumulate strength. They surrendered. And unconditionally surrender to the Senju clan. What happened? No one knows. But Heitake Sakumo in front of him smiled. It turns out that this is Master Fengye's successor. He knows. This time Senju succeeded. Senju Fengye's hand shocked, no one can beat it. As if he understood what to say next, Heitake screamed again. To fight, get out of Senju's sight and fight. Otherwise, it's like Kirigaku. It's that simple and rude. Go. At the same time, Konoha's ninjas were also in interest. He screamed at the rhythm of Heitake Sakumo. At this moment, Konoha. It's Senju's dog. They are quite satisfied with this new identity. Chapter 77. The ninja world is never peaceful. But a piece of news, like a comet smashed down, left everyone speechless in shock. It was a moment of silence that brought a whole new shock. The water country surrendered. I heard that daimyo didn't want this, but after seeing Kirigaku with his own eyes, he chose to surrender without hesitation. Like Kirigaku, the daimyo of the water country does not have any ability to resist. As the name suggests, most of the water country is seawater. It was originally a natural barrier, but if that person could use this power as a threat without restriction, they would have no temper at all. Unless, they find someone to fill up the sea in the land of water. But that is clearly unrealistic. So Kirigaku's surrender is justified. But the people in the water country understand what is going on, and it still takes a long time for the news to reach the outside world. The place is very closed, and it takes a lot of time for the spies in other ninja villages in the ninja world to check the situation. But anyway. When the daimyo of the water country and Kirigaku third Mizukage jointly issued an announcement. The first floor is extremely mellow waves. After a brief silence, all Shinobu village dispatched spies to the water country for the first time. They didn't understand why Kirigaku, one of the 5 great Shinobu villages, had such soft bones. The mere Senju clan, why can they make their heads bow? Everything is unclear. I don't know what kind of abilities the Senju masters have. Before Cho of Sand Shinobi village and Onaki of Uegaku directly chose to retreat. Even the news that Kirigaku has become an affiliate of the Senju clan is enough to make them afraid to make a mistake. Rain Shinobi village is still firmly in the hands of the Senju clan. I thought Master Fengye would choose to solve the problem by himself. I didn't expect that just one piece of news would scare off the 2 ninja village 940. The land of the Senju clan. White Fang has returned to the Sui Palace, eating barbecue at the food court in Orochimaru. Recalling the confusion when he first went to Rain Shinobi village, in the end Onaki and the others were unwilling to leave, he took a sip of wine very happily. Fengye-kun's idea is not something we can easily guess. Orochimaru said calmly. Having said that, he also guessed something original. That's right, Fengye's strength is enough to change the battle in the Kingdom of Rain. But he did not resort to violence. It seems that he intended to do so. It's not because of being clumsy, nor is it because of the influence of the Senju clan. It's the overall improvement plan of Senju Next, and that plan is not short. It is not a small project just to improve the physical fitness of the Senju family. Therefore, the family will fall into a short period of closure. At this juncture, they didn't want to participate in the excitement of the Second Ninja World War. The country of rain, the country of fire, and the country of water. Most of the interests of the 3 countries are in their hands, and they can no longer allocate too many people to manage and dispatch. Strength is the key. When the Senju clan has completely completed the transformation, then it will be the time to make a real move. According to Fengye, Senju will be extremely dazzling in the next war. Espada. Hollow core. Thousands of Senju use Zero together. That kind of situation. I'm really looking forward to it. Although Orochimaru is a little curious, why Fengye will surely have a war, but there is always nothing wrong with following Fengye. War is the only way for the development of ninja world. That man often said that. But it seems that Master Fengye said that tonight's clan will announce important things. What do you think it is? While speaking, Heitake looked at Orochimaru suspiciously. It hasn't been long since the last clan assembly, and the current development of the Senju clan has been determined. But the important thing. What does it mean? It is related to the experience of the Senju clan. Fengye-kun only told me so much. Orochimaru sighed slightly. Regarding this matter, Fengye-kun intends to sell it. So he didn't know. Suya Palace. Above the throne. Fengye tasted the wine delivered by the little maid, leaning on the chair with his legs crossed, thinking. if nothing happens. The next war will fall into a real stalemate due to Kirigaku's sudden surrender. The interests of the Land of Rain seem to be very attractive to the villages. But considering that if they continue to fight, Rain Shinobi Village will not be able to win, so they will stop to think about the pros and cons. Therefore, Fengye analyzed that the war would end after the stalemate, and the villages declared their own victory. In a sense, they did win. After all, Rain Shinobi Village, where Hanzo is located, has already perished. This is victory. But everyone knows that with the exception of the Senju clan, apart from the deaths of many people in this war, they did not gain anything substantial. Sometimes wars are like this, and you have to fight even if you know it's no good. Your participation proves that your village has a part of the right to speak in the ninja world. If you do not participate, it means counseling, and you will be subject to various restrictions in the next time. This is an unwritten rule of war. The end of the war is the general trend. Fengye has made several plans for the future development of the Senju family. He now uses most of the resources of the Fire Nation, which came from the side of the Fire Nation Deming. Dissatisfied? It is impossible for them not to compromise if they directly destroy the so-called royal bloodline. Fengye has already sent someone to accept it from the water country, and there will be no problems in a short time. Relatively speaking, Rain Shinobi Village said it was for the benefit of the village, but the rice that can be separated from the barren land in the country of Rain is really limited. But it is undeniable that Rain Shinobi Village is strategically located, as long as Rain Shinobi Village belongs to Senju. Then the country of fire, the country of earth, and the country of wind are huge threats, and the strategic position is higher than the substantive interests. Coupled with Cloud Shinobi Village's compensation, the Senju family will not lack development resources in a short period of time. He doesn't have to worry about maintaining the money and wealth of the Sui Palace and the supplies of the people. The time has come for full development. Shaking the red wine glass, Fengye gave the kitten a wink. Already used to being bullied by Fengye, Wooden Golem cleverly knelt beside Fengye and began her service. Don't get me wrong, just pinch your shoulders and beat your legs to feed the wine. With his brain running fast, Fengye opened his own system functions. After the Senju clan was completely independent and began to build an ace force belonging to the Void Knight Palace, the system opened a new function. A copy of the team experience. After a little research, Fengye already knew what this thing was for. Form a legion, brush a copy. Then according to the performance of the copy, all the establishments in the legion will get attribute upgrades. Including energy, chakra, ryotsu. Physical fitness, strength, speed, physical strength. Fighting skills, reaction ability, fighting skills. In general, it is an all-round improvement. This is exactly what Fengye needs. Each time the copy time is long and short, a few hours short, and a few days and nights long. But there is only one copy rule. That is killing and fighting. It is purely for people to improve themselves on the edge of life and death in the copy will return to the original world and exit early. The source of the copy is from other dimensional worlds. For example, the most iconic is the medium difficulty dungeon war on the top, which comes from the world of One Piece. If the difficulty is higher, there will be a pervert Shinigami world like Thousand-Year Blood War. After brushing the dungeon once, the dungeon will enter the reset countdown. The reset time for simple difficulty is 1 day, and the reset time for high difficulty is 7 days, which is not bad. In these dungeons, everything can be done to effectively train the tribesmen, and Fengye will start the battle mode to start killing to improve the progress of the inheritance. As for whether the world in the dungeon is the real dimensional world, Fengye didn't know, and he didn't bother to ask. After he really crushed Hokage, he opened the door of the world and went to see that world. So this is what he is going to announce tonight. Select a group of elites, form a legion, and feel the power of a copy of the element under his personal leadership. Let the tribesmen take a look at the horror fighting methods of those people besides the ninja world. This is very important. I have to say that the system is extremely intimate. But this is also in line with the ability of the main system called the Dark Kun. Kun Lord, naturally is the king. The king's men must not be weak. Team experience is an essential step. The death of the dungeon is not real death, but it is no different from the feeling of death, and the trials between life and death can be regarded as real growth. After the tempering, the Senju clan people are returned to the ninja world. Fengye felt his scalp numb thinking about that scene. The Third Ninja War will not be far away. After the Senju clan clearly proposed to leave Konoha, those people will seize the loopholes after recuperating and regain their lives, and then aggressively attack the country of fire. And this is the reason why Fengye shot. Because those people didn't know that although the daimyo of the Fire Nation did not announce his surrender, it was no different from surrender. Hiding in the dark and being behind the scenes. Fengye expressed his lack of interest. When his strength reaches a critical value, what is the point of playing games behind the scenes? The team experience gave Fengye a lot of inspiration. The direction of his battle suddenly changed. My patriarch. Konoha came and said that he wanted to see you. While Fengye was enjoying life, Senju Taizu appeared respectfully in front of him. Come from Konoha? Fengye raised an eyebrow. Who? It's Jiraiya, saying that there is something urgent to see you. Taizu reported truthfully. Isn't Jiraiya on the front line? Is he back? Fengye touched his chin and motioned to Taizu to bring the person. All the way to the interior of the Sui Palace, Jiraiya was stunned at this time. He has never seen such a building. Even the temple of Mount Myaboku does not have the magnificent haki from the Senju clan. It is acceptable from the outside, but the interior decoration really shocked him. Especially when he saw Fengye's high throne, he suddenly had an urge to kneel and salute. It's not that he is not determined. It was the contrast of the scene and atmosphere that made him instinctively feel that the person above was the real king. That. Some uncomfortable Jiraiya's face flushed, and he didn't even know what he should call the man at this moment. Lord Patriarch? Master Fengye? The king of Sui Palace? It feels awkward to call it. Fengye didn't embarrass him. Hero Jiraiya, he still appreciates it. Of course, I don't appreciate his concept of mutual understanding, but purely appreciate his perseverance. It's better to call me Fengye. Huh. Fengye is still the same Fengye. It became my own mentality. Jiraiya was relieved and suddenly raised his head. This time, there are some things I want to tell you Fengye. Regarding the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku, he gave some predictions. The group of toads? The corners of Fengye's mouth raised slightly. At this moment he seemed to think of many things. Big Toad Sage reversed summoning me a few days ago. It told me a lot of things. Jiraiya hesitated, and finally sighed. He said, you personally buried the son of prophecy on the road to Guangming. I also said that your behavior is obstructing this world and trying to destroy this world. He also drew an analogy, for example, you made Kirigaku betrayed. It's a symbol of evil. As he talked, Jiraiya's movements became smaller and smaller, and he felt uncomfortable just looking at the eyes of the man named Senju Taizu who followed him. That kid looks bad. It's okay. What else did he say? Fengye nodded with interest. To say that you are a demon, but a son of evil, will eventually destroy this world. He also asked me to spread this idea. Bold. Taizu was dissatisfied on the spot and glared at Jiraiya as if he wanted to teach him a lesson. But after seeing Fengye's eyes, he finally retreated. Demon, son of evil, man who destroys this world. Fengye didn't feel angry at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. What about you, what do you say? But at the same time, Fengye also wants to know what Jiraiya thinks. In the original book, this kid is found all over the world by Toad Sage to find the Son of Destiny, the one who can change the world. Because of this, he did not retrieve Orochimaru, nor did he catch up with the swan song of his disciple Little Son, and he could only watch when third generation died. In the end, it is ridiculous that Konoha is the Son of Destiny. I told Toad Sage, you are not that kind of person. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya's eyes became calm. He believed in his own eyes. Fengye bloodthirsty? No, he killed people who should be killed. Since that time, he has been thinking about it after being reprimanded by Fengye. It's okay to let people understand each other, but he didn't seem to see the key points on this basis. Fengye gave him the answer. Even what Fengye did was just to protect the Senju family from being calculated. His protection became evil in the eyes of others, which made Jiraiya somewhat unacceptable. Therefore, he did not agree with the words of Toad Sage, but on the contrary, Mount Myaboku was where he learned celestial arts, and Toad Sage was the object of his respect. Jiraiya was a little confused. So I wanted to come to Fengye to get his answer in person. What would he say if he heard this vocabulary? Son of evil? Fengye smiled. How does Sage of Six Paths look like Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? Third generation defeated White Fang with a message from a village, and he wanted to use Ninja's mouth to drive himself to death? But is he still a child who was once weak? Go back and tell it, I am the son of evil. And one day I will visit the legendary fairy and burn his Mount Mayaboku by the way. That's it. Chapter 78. Jiraiya is gone. When I left, I still brought the feeling of confusion when I came. To be reasonable, he thought Fengye would refute, and rightly said that he was only for the Senju family, and there was nothing wrong with it. I don't know that in the end, he directly and generously admitted that he was the son of evil. Is there anything like this? Jiraiya really doesn't understand what Fengye thinks. But naturally he would not pass the news out. Of course, he would not care about the rumors of the evil son. Only from today, he will put a question mark on Toad Sage's prediction. Suya Palace. Fengye doesn't have the complicated way of thinking that Jiraiya has. He thinks very simply. Combining the performance before and after the Toad Pill, it is known that Fengye killed Ashura's chakra. Thousands of years ago, the Toad Pill bewitched Sage of Six Paths to learn fairy art, and then used Six Paths' planetary devastation to seal his mother, but after Sage of Six Paths died, his soul was immortal. He was still observing this ninja world, watching the dispute between his two sons. Fengye has reason to believe that there is a connection between Toad Pills and Sage of Six Paths, so that Jiraiya's search for the Son of Destiny is nothing but Ashura's reincarnation. Now that Ashura's soul is destroyed, Fengye has taken over Ashura's chakra. This means that he has inherited the title of Son of Destiny, but Mount Mayaboku would never think so. Therefore, it is reasonable to define him as the son of evil. But that kind of rhetoric, I'm afraid Jiraiya doesn't believe it. Probably. They will brew some new methods to deal with themselves. But Fengye didn't take it seriously. At least within a short period of time, Sage of Six Paths didn't have any means to threaten him, and so did Mount Mayaboku. Just find some time to clean up the troublesome toads. Fengye didn't panic at all with a group of narrow-eyed old men. As for Sage of Six Paths, when there is a chance in the future, he will have a good chat with him and ask what the unfilial son wants to do. Maintain peace in the ninja world. I think too much, but there must be a conspiracy behind the so-called righteousness. 16. Getting up from the throne, Fengye walked forward. The elite of the clan have come to the meeting room one after another. This is the first time everyone has gathered together to discuss the future direction after the establishment of the Sui Palace. Today's theme is not the previous infrastructure, but the strength of the family. Walk into the meeting room. Enjoying the fiery eyes of the people, Fengye came to the front and looked down. Most of the people have accepted Hollow's transformation. But that is just the beginning. The difference in qualifications makes them different after accepting Hollow. And the new body needs time to adapt. This is the function of the martial arts field. Taking a look at the sweat on Nawaki's face, Fengye knew that before receiving the notice, he was still desperately adapting to the contrast of increasing strength on the training ground. People have unforgettable memories. And become strong. This is the so-called growth. This sentence was said by Tsunade, and Fengye strongly agreed with it. The Senju clan stopped from the cliff and returned to the right track with difficulty step by step. Those years are the best memories. In order to prevent such things from happening, everyone in the clan knew that they had to make their own efforts. Try not to betray yourself. Following Fengye's footsteps is their common direction. This is the real Senju family. Fengye was deeply moved. The gaze swept across the tribe below. Those are familiar faces. Mito, Tsunade, Nawaki, Orochimaru, and Heitake Sakumo. Except for them, there is a group of young forces. They are the backbone of the family. Taking a deep breath, Fengye has a smile on her face. Everyone. Probably, when we announced our withdrawal from Konoha, a lot of people were waiting to see the jokes. But now, you can tell everyone proudly. Without Konoha, Senju is still doing well. Even stronger than before. This is the pride of the family. Below, people's eyes are eager. It was their new patriarch who brought all these changes. But as soon as the conversation turned, Fengye naturally put away his smiling face when the people calmed down a little bit. Seeing Fengye's expression, the tribe quickly got serious. Those are only obtained by relying on my strength. To be precise, my people have given little help. This is very harsh. But it's extra real. Throughout the awakening process of the Senju family, most of them are Fenji's own credit. They have a feeling of playing soy sauce throughout the process. This makes them very ashamed. The only time, I'm afraid they repelled the ninja coalition that encircled them. The rest of the time did not help Fenji much. So I hope that the next time the Senju clan rises, you will also contribute your own strength. Let them feel the power of the real Senju clan. He handed the files he had organized to Kushina next to him. Fenji said lightly. The tribes really need to be stimulated. Otherwise, Senju's current state will give them the feeling of getting something for nothing. And the most terrifying thing is not this. If you lose your fighting spirit, it will be the most deadly. Senju needs elite. The emergence of elites is not worthy of regenerating vitality. Only through wars can we train outstanding fighters. Fenji had no doubt about this. The file contains detailed information and introduction to the team copy. After the people of the tribe understand, Fenji will lead them to feel the power of other worlds first. It's normal to be hit the first time I go. After adapting, their fighting spirit will burn. Rebirth and growth from death after death. This process cannot be avoided. Ms. Orochimaru is already familiar with Hollow's experimental procedure, so let's speed it up. Arranging a new goal for Orochimaru, Fenji turned to look at Heitake Shimo. You can select the teams participating in the training, and then show me the organization. Heitake Sakumo nodded, but he was a little confused about the so-called dungeon experience. The document says that it is something in other worlds. He was a little dazed. Not only him, but other tribesmen are also in a state of bewilderment. Other dimensions. The enemy this time is the existence of other dimensions? Apart from the ninja world, are there really other worlds? I know what you are wondering about. Fenji sighed and sat down again. He knew that the shock this time gave the people was greater than before. After all, people always feel that they are unique, and they are not concerned about things outside the universe. Stretched out his hand calmly. A collection of raise-non. He had nothing to think about this thing. The practice process of Muji ninjutsu was described in detail in the original book. But for people like Fenji with extremely precise chakra control, Master Raise-non is not difficult. Where does the inner chakra of ninjutsu come from? Have you considered this? Where does chakra come from? Why did they not understand what the patriarch said today? The tribe shook their heads in confusion. This is not the power of our world. Canceling Raise-non, Fenji pointed to the sky above. It belongs to other worlds, and was brought to the earth thousands of years ago. Other worlds. Is there really another world? You will understand this in the future, including those who brought chakra. You can also see it. But in fact, I urgently want to increase your strength. I want to protect myself against those who bring chakra in the future, and even shut out invaders. Imagine that each of those powers is as strong as First Hokage, even Sage of Six Paths. How do we respond? This concept is a bit too big. Fenji looked at the bewildered people and shook his head. They should be dumbfounded. After all, at this time, Kagayaji hasn't come out yet, and they don't know the so-called Atsutsuki clan. But this does not prevent Fenji from getting a vaccination first. At least it won't be too abrupt when they learn the truth. Will naturally take out weapons to fight against it. After experiencing the intensity of other worlds, they will truly feel a sense of crisis. The belief to become stronger will emerge spontaneously. Don't underestimate the word belief. This is the main tone of the Naruto world, and it is different from other worlds. It is also the reason why Fenji likes this Naruto. People in this world, they all have their own beliefs and goals. The desired effect has been achieved, and Fenji directly announced the end of the meeting. Don't worry about the logistics, Mito has mastered the rhythm, and the supply of the Sui Palace can completely keep up. Fenji-kun, do the other worlds you talk about really exist? The meeting is over. Orochimaru can't wait to find Fenji. His eyes were frantic, and there was even a strange excitement. The blood was boiling again. Unlike other people's concerns, when Orochimaru learned about other dimensions, he had an extremely urgent impulse. He wants to study everything in that world. Want to see a wider space. Don't doubt how obsessed scientists are with this kind of thing. Although the ninja world is not small, Orochimaru understands that one day he will understand all the ninjutsu in this world. But if the door of new world opens, those new levels of power, new ways of understanding, he even couldn't wait. Fengye understood how he felt, but just patted his shoulder lightly and nodded. Accelerate Hollow's experiment. When you can form a team of 100 people, I will show you what devil fruit is and what haki is. Devil fruit? Haki? Orochimaru swallowed and started. It's a new vocabulary again. What is that stuff? Can it be eaten? Seeing through Orochimaru's thoughts, Fengye gave him a positive look. That's definitely edible. Understood. With zeal in his eyes, Orochimaru's spirit came instantly. What is the response of different levels of force on the body? How will devil fruit react after eating? Those questions made his heart beat wildly. Sometimes meeting a scientist is so simple. For example, give him a new project. Fengye said that even if there is no contract between the king and the soldier, Orochimaru will not betray him. Because what he showed was just the tip of the iceberg. Orochimaru can't help but explore, and every exploration, in addition to amazement, is to pay more attention to Fengye again. That unfathomable feeling is the best guarantee of loyalty. The plan for the next step has been sorted out. The clansmen were amazed, but they didn't doubt Fengye's words, and were actively preparing for the team dungeon. The Senju family settled down again. But Ninja World, a few days after the country of water announced its surrender, there was another wave. And this time, it was because of the news from Cloud Shinobi Village. Raikage, on behalf of Cloud Shinobi Village, announced that it has officially withdrew from the dispute in the Kingdom of Rain and ended the war. Sometimes the beginning and end of a war are out of control, and it does not mean that you can withdraw. But the Second Ninja War 940 is different. After several ninja villages rioted in the country of Rain for a while, they found that no one could do anything about it, and the anticlimax was finally over. This is the case in the original work. Konoha, Sand Shinobi Village, and Uegakuer did not receive substantial benefits. Now because of the Senju family, because of Fengye, the meaningless stalemate seems to be coming to an end. Although both Sand Shinobi Village and Uegakuer remain silent. But people know that the war will end soon. In this war, except for the Senju clan, almost everyone did not profit. Even Konoha is the same. Fengye and Tsuchikage are not reconciled, but they can't help it. Blink of an eye. 1 month passed. The atmosphere in the Senju clan's clanland seems to be a lot of lively. Familiar with the environment and new life trajectory, what awaits them is a new journey. Today is a special day. In the central square of the Sui Palace, many young people with excited expressions gathered. It is not difficult to see from the breadth of them, they are all Senju people who have been transformed by Hollow. Counting Fengye himself, there are a total of your son. In front of the huge square. Fengye looked at the baby Heitake was holding and fell into deep thought. If he guessed wrong, it would be Heitake Kakashi, a copy of the ninja who will become famous in the future. Of course. Fengye prefers his other title. Well, I haven't given a name yet. I also ask Master Fengye to give him a name. If possible, I want him to be a part of Senju. Heitake Sakumo is holding a baby who is still in his infancy. Part of Senju? Fengye shook his head. You gave me your life, but that doesn't mean I will cut off the incense and heritage of the Heitake family. You don't need to use him as a bridge for our mutual trust. Heitake nodded and was moved. That moving comes from Fengye's trust. 5 to 5. Staring at Kadayan's cute little face, Fengye suddenly uttered a word. Huh. Heitake is 50-50. White Fang was taken aback, then nodded happily. The name is really loud. No, it's just a nickname. As for the daimyo, Heitake Kakashi is good. Be joking in moderation. After his father took refuge in himself, Kaiji will inevitably experience changes in his future growth. Withdrawing his gaze, Fengye looked down at the sons of the Senju clan. The copy trial has been confirmed. Senju's transformation and growth are about to begin. Chapter 79. Ding. The copy is open. Detection copy, confirmed as One Piece World War on top. The parallel dimensional world projection has been pulled, and the number of people entering the dungeon is being tested. It has been confirmed as 101. Dungeon difficulty, medium. Considering that the host is turned on for the first time, the difficulty will be lowered appropriately. Number of instances of dungeon revival, 3. Duplicate time limit, 5 hours. Dungeon rewards. Ordinary participants have improved their basic physical fitness, increased energy, and have a small probability of obtaining dungeon loot, and the host will be rewarded with an additional percentage of inheritance progress. Opening, 5.4.3.2.1. The teleportation begins. When the Senju people in the square experienced a period of dizziness, the scene in front of them changed dramatically. War on top. An extremely shocking scene in the world of One Piece, extremely intense. 3 Admiral plus Marine Marshal and 7 Warlords of the Sea fought a decisive battle with 43 pirate groups under Whitebeard. In the end, Whitebeard's side was defeated and ended. Of course, Fengye didn't bother to care about the layout and plot of One Piece world. He brought the Senju family to experience the battle. The two sides of the field have already started a confrontation. And the sudden hundreds of ninjas made both sides turn their eyes. Master Fengye, which side shall we help? Heitake Sakumo, who hadn't recovered yet, swallowed and started. He had never seen this big scene. Even the Second Ninja World War, there is no such level. No one will help. Fengye said calmly. This is a big battle, he is just a murderous machine with no emotions. The more you kill, the more benefits you get. As for the person in the copy, he doesn't care. The reset function that comes with the system, although it will not erase the traces of their existence, will leave relevant memories for these people, but it has nothing to do with Fengye. War. The black-winged demon spreads its wings and flies high. In the stunned eyes of the pirate and marine, the massacre began. The ninjas of the Senju clan were not polite, and followed Fengye to charge into the battle. Ahead. Sengoku looked at Garp, a little confused, and then at Ace on the execution stage. This is Whitebeard's reinforcements. I don't know. Garp shook his head plainly. The costumes of those people are not like pirates, and they are even very different from everyone they have seen. And the signs on them have never been seen before. In this situation, Sengoku was not only confused. Whitebeard also frowned, lost in thought. To be reasonable, he really didn't find reinforcements, it was his pride. But where did these people come from? Forget it. Now that they rushed to Marine, they were friends. Pirates' friendship is sometimes that simple. Come on, support the unknown friends. Directly ordered the attack. The bottom is completely confused. But not long after rushing to kill the Marine camp, at the moment when Admiral was about to shoot, Fengye suddenly stopped and looked at the pirate brothers behind him who supported him. It's almost done, kill the pirate. Turning the spear, Fengye turned on the Nine-Tails chakra mode and rushed towards the crowd. Alliance? Those who don't exist, these people are all experienced babies. Father. Our reinforcements have rebelled. The phoenix bird was taken aback when he saw this situation, and then said quickly. To be reasonable, he did not understand the operations of the reinforcement brothers. Whitebeard scratched his head, he didn't understand either. But now that it is done, it is the enemy. Sometimes the friendship break between pirates is as simple as that. The attack began. Meet the double-sided attack of the pirates and marine. The Senju side began to suffer casualties as they fought alone. Of course, death is not death in the dungeon, on the contrary, there are 3 resurrection opportunities. After all 3 chances are used up, they will be teleported back to the ninja world. This is the power of the system. As for Fengye, he did this for his reasons. The pressure on both sides to pull hatred together is immense, and only under this desperate situation can they gain experience and growth. Even after a virtual transformation, without this kind of pressure, it would not be possible to reach the evolutionary level. Void creatures, Hueco Mundo, in the Shinigami world also need to kill each other and devour the power of their companions to gain a stronger level. Despair can make people burst into a strong will. The real experience began. Ninja World. Before following Fengye to the central square of the copy, a figure appeared on the ground panting heavily. With shock and horror in his eyes, he looked at everything around him. This is the familiar world of ninja. What did he experience just now? There is also the feeling of being crushed by the body, why is it so real? And what kind of world it was just now? Why is the battle with a ninja totally different? The enemy will not give you the opportunity to seal, and even what is the method that can predict their attack in advance? Standing up in shock, the face of the young man named Senju Monet changed suddenly. Only oneself is the most familiar with one's own body. The strength he just stood up was wrong. Trying to throw a punch, Senju face was full of surprise. He can clearly feel it. My strength has increased. Not only that, the amount of chakra in the body has also increased. Although the growth is not much, it is powerful enough for the ninja. Chakra is extracted from the cells in the body, or that is the origin of the body. To some extent, this energy is limited. And now, their upper limit has increased. Master Patriarch. As if he understood Fengye's intentions and felt the power in his body, the tribe nodded firmly. Never let down the trust of the Patriarch. And just as he was leaving to go to the training ground to adapt to the new strength, another member of the tribe also appeared on the spot. I thought I was really dead. The tribe shook his head in shock, but then showed the same shock as Senju. Swish. The figure keeps appearing. Obviously, the disadvantage of excessive hatred has appeared. Under the attack from both sides, the ninja team suffered a large number of casualties and was dragged back to the Naruto world. The number has increased exponentially. Slowly, they found embarrassingly that they seemed to have returned except for the Patriarch, Orochimaru, and Heitake Sakumo. There is even Nawaki, Fengye's younger brother. At the same time, their hearts are also calculating time. They want to know how long Fengye can hold on. And according to the last clan member who came out, it can be determined that both the pirates and marines' high-level combat power have already been shot. Time passed by every minute and every second. Finally, Orochimaru and Heitake Sakumo appeared at the same time. Obviously, their 3 resurrection opportunities have also been used up. Senior White Fang, what's the situation with the second brother? Nawaki asked expectantly. Master Fengye is fighting the man named Red Dog. But it's kind of weird. Heitake Sakumo frowned. It stands to reason that if that person does something, Marine should have some help. But until I came out and saw the man named Red Dog riding his face on the face of Master Fengye, no one helped him. Infighting. He doesn't know either. But this is not the point. The point is that he has experienced death, and he has some insights. Stroking his white fang short sword, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the connection had improved again. Without going to the training ground, Heitake sat cross-legged and started a new round of communication while the iron was hot. He knew it, just a little bit. You can reach the level of liberating Zanpakuto. In addition to Zanpakuto, this time he killed a lot of marines and pirates, and his strength has also increased a lot. Time flies. 1 hour, 2 hours. Until 5 hours have all passed. Fengye finally appeared. From his eyes, the people of the Senju clan saw endless desire to fight. Obviously. The Patriarch not only ate 5 hours of dungeon time, he was not addicted to it. What a strength this is. For a time, the eyes of the people were full of respect. Let's go away, continue at the same time tomorrow. Waved. Fengye seemed to have some feelings and turned and left. Said it was scattered, but the people did not leave, but turned to the training ground. Today's battle has made them thoroughly understand what is meant by human beings and human beings. There is a gap in addition to the number of people, and there is also a strong curiosity about the man with a height of cm, Beidou Bake, carrying a knife. His name is Whitebeard and his full name is Edward Newgate. Known as the strongest man in the world. His knife directly shattered their internal organs and killed them in seconds. The gap is too big. Must practice. Only by realizing your own shortcomings can you become stronger. Fengye knows this situation well, which is a good thing. But thinking of the battle on top of the war, Fengye sighed slightly. Although persisted for 5 hours, even people did not kill less. But he still didn't kill everyone. 3 lives even used to. No way. The tribesmen died too fast. In the end, he singled out everyone on the top of the war. Because it took too long, he even came with the red-haired Shanks. But apparently, Fengye didn't give him any face and chose to continue fighting. The final time is over. Fengye was also sent back. In this battle, he has gained a lot. The 5% progress bar makes his unlocking progress close to 40%. In addition to the template progress, Ryutsu, and Chakra, and even the all-round improvement of physical fitness are also extremely huge. Next time, he believes he can kill more people. It's a pity that even though he forced the Empress to grab her hand and grab the little lady back when he finished, he failed. After all, the system gives a very small chance of getting loot. Well, this is equivalent to the chance of blasting the Epic of the Abyss. But Fengye was quite satisfied. No words for a night. One day later, at the same time, the tribes gathered again. But this time obviously there is no need for Fengye to say anything, everyone is ready. The light shone again, and the cooled copy began to reorganize. But when Fengye and others arrived, the bigwigs on both sides were again confused. Ace looked suspiciously at the shackles on his body, then looked at Luffy in the distance, lost in thought. To be reasonable, he died once, why was he resurrected? Then this. Or on top of the war battlefield. What happened? No one knew, and no one explained to them. The only thing that hasn't changed is that Fengye started the battle with the screaming Senju clan. Ace never knew. This is just the beginning. For the next month, the scene where he blocked Akainu's fist for Luffy continued. Even a month later, when he was resurrected again, he said a bit stiffly after seeing the swordsman next to him. That. Can you kill me first? To be fair, Akainu is a bit disgusting. After a full month, he finally realized that these idiots Marine were playing him. Now he saw Kizaru and slapped him, and he was vomiting when he killed Ace. And Whitebeard's side was obviously not feeling well. To this day, he finally couldn't help being betrayed by his son, and went straight up and killed the big Uzumaki spider. Makes sense. He can't say that anymore. Even so, I still love you. Anyone who has been betrayed by his own son for a month will be stabbed. On the stiff battlefield, only the Senju clan ninjas are getting stronger. Within a month, they can play for 2 hours from 10 minutes to less than abruptly. That is a qualitative leap. After 5 hours, the experience finally ended. But this time, after Fengye let the other people go back, he called Orochimaru and Heitakushu, Nomas, Mao. With a leap in strength within a month, he has already felt that as soldiers, they have been in control of a state of returning to the blade. That is an increase in strength. They are now qualified Espada. According to the news from Grandma Mito, within a month, the people of Sand Shinobi village in Iwagakure still did not send the compensation that they had won for that time. We didn't urge, it doesn't mean we don't want it. If we really think we dare not act, they would be wrong. Also around Rain Shinobi village, those people obviously didn't give up. They seemed to know that the water country was forced to surrender, so they had some careful thoughts. If it is you now. Looking at Heitake Sakuma's white fang and Orochimaru's weird tail dragging on the ground, Fengye smiled. Go toss it. Let me take a look at the results of my experience, and let those clumsy look at the power of Espada in the Night Palace. It's up to you to kill or not, how many to kill. But what I want is that no one will dare to violate the Senju clan and the Treaty of the Sui Palace from today. No one can take the words of the Senju clan as fart. No one can. New task? Sakumo Heitake and Orochimaru looked at each other, turning away respectfully with a strong sense of war in their eyes. This time, there are only 2 of them. But they are not afraid. Same as last time, you go to Sand Shinobi village to find Cho, but it is estimated that you will meet Fengye, if I go to Iwagakure to find Onoki. Simple and clear division of labor, nephew. Orochimaru nodded, and the huge Ryotsu burst into the sky in an instant. Flying is just the most basic ability he has recently acquired. Let's see how terrifying the power that Master Fengye creates. Chapter 80. Ninja World. Since the Second Ninja World War has fallen into a real stalemate, the villages have begun to shrink their forces. Although it did not completely withdraw from the Country of Rain, it is still stationed at the border of the Country of Rain. But everyone knows that as long as no one causes a riot, the war will pass directly. Therefore, the highest commanders stationed in the front lines of the villages also returned to the villages one after another, assigning individuals to stare at them. However, after Jiraiya returned to the Land of Fire and met Fengye once, he rushed back to the Land of Fire. The reason is not complicated. Nagato Konan and Yahiko are growing up under his guidance. But unlike before, when he taught Yahiko this time, he did not fully support the other party's concept of mutual understanding and peace. Instead, he raised a question mark in his heart about this statement. This is the influence of Fengye, and what surprised Jiraiya even more. When he came to the familiar cave again and wanted to guide his 3 disciples, a familiar figure was sitting next to the fire and chatting with his disciples. Senju Fengye. He is here. The land of the earth. Iwagakure. Onoji, who had just returned to the village not long ago, was sitting in his Tsuchikage office, looking at the information in front of him and thinking. Iwagakure is surrounded by solid rocks on all sides, which is a natural barrier for their village, but it is not easy to get in at the same time. So his original intention is to recuperate. But not long ago, a piece of information he received gave him some new ideas about the country of rain. On the table, the spies they sent to investigate Kirigakure's surrender and sent back urgent information. As I said before, Iwagakure is not easy to get out and go in, not to mention that the land and water are too far away, so the intelligence comes a little bit slowly. So, the surrender of the water country is not willing. It's that their environment is threatened. Putting down the information, Onaki leaned on the chair and his eyes flashed. If this is the case, it does not mean that the Senju clan has enough strength to threaten the 5 talents. Then, what the Senju clan said that they can't fight within their field of vision, which is nothing but empty talk. But was the tsunami really made by a ninja? This is a bit exaggerated. Take it as true for the time being. But the land of other land is all rocks, and there is no room for him to use water style. However, the recognition of Lei's Higuo seems to be able to explain through this point. After all, the Kingdom of Thunder is the closest to the Kingdom of Water, and it can be regarded as half a seaside country. Therefore, they were also afraid of the threat of the 940 tsunami, so they directly sent the last agreed supplies to Senju. This explanation is reasonable. The land of wind and the land of land are short of water and are not afraid of this threat, so even if they have not fulfilled the agreement for more than a month, Senju still has no movement. Seeming to understand everything, Onaki sneered and looked at the map. The country of rain, the country of fire. And Senju. They turned out to be nothing more than bluffs. On the contrary, he was somewhat dull and fooled. But that's okay, if you make a move suddenly, those people should not be able to react. I thought the Second Ninja World War was over. The old man doesn't admit it. With a shot on the table, Oyemir had his own plan in mind. But if you want to do it, you can't rush. It is necessary to achieve an effect that can be effective in one blow, otherwise it is not good to delay it for too long. Didn't you see the battle that the Senju clan attacked Rain Shinobi village? It started suddenly and ended very quickly. People have not yet realized the Rain Shinobi village that Konoha has occupied. When they recovered, Konoha had already taken the initiative. This time Iwagakure had to do it like Konoha before. At the same time, at the entrance of Iwagakure village, a man wearing a white robe and carrying a short sword appeared in the guard's field of vision. Stop. Who are you? The guard looked alert. Judging from this person's attire, they could not tell which power they belonged to. On behalf of the Sui Palace, Rent Collection. Heitake said quietly. Rent Collection? The guard was stunned. Come Iwagakure blocked. What do you mean? However, the Sui Palace he just mentioned seemed familiar. After looking at his companion, he seemed to remember something. I had a companion who retired from the battlefield of the Land of Rain and talked to him about the situation in the Land of Rain. Su Yegong. Senju suddenly became vigilant, and the surrounding ninjas heard the exclamation and surrounded them. There is no doubt that Iwagakure and Senju are in opposition. The enemy has come to the door. And it is known as Rent Collection. It turned out to be a guest, but you didn't treat each other with courtesy. Heitake Sakumo looked at the heavily armed ninjas and sighed, why bother? White Fang's light flashed. His figure passed through the guards. At the same time, those ninjas who stood in front of him gradually lost their color, and fell to the ground without any resistance. It wasn't until he passed the corpse of the Iwagakure ninja that several cracks appeared on those people's bodies. Blood spurted out. Instant kill. But Heitake Sakumo didn't look surprised at all, but rather calmly stroked White Fang, who returned to his hands. SP, does the blood also excite you? As if receptive, White Fang let out a Wang Ming. In just 1 month, he has become even stronger. Ryutsu, swordsmanship, physical fitness. That is powerful in all directions. But more, it is his tough psychological quality when facing the enemy. Anyone who has been dead for a month in a row will have a mentality to grow after experiencing the level of battle at the top of the war. If he is now, even if he is ridiculed by his own villagers, he would never choose to commit suicide. He is still the White Fang, but not the White Fang. Faced with the same situation, he would hold his own knife and tell the other party not to question his decision. War makes the strong. As one of the Espada of the Sui Palace, White Fang already has his consciousness. Step forward. The surrounding villagers fled in panic, but White Fang did not attack ordinary people. It's not kindness or anything. Fengye said that he has the choice to kill or not to kill. War is the fault of the ninja and has nothing to do with ordinary people. Step by step towards the Hokage building. He met the second group of ninjas who blocked him. After confirming the danger, those ninjas didn't say a word with White Fang, and directly started long-range attacks. Ninjutsu rushed forward. But Hatake Sakumo shook his head slightly. These people are simply too weak compared to the generals on top of the war. Ninjutsu's lethality is indeed good, but it has no effect at all in front of his speed. Respond to forward movement. Hatake, who didn't want to waste energy, flashed. After a few flashes, the ending is still the same. With blood splashing, White Fang's back was the last picture they saw. Iwagakuer is not small. Onaki in the Tsuchikage building got the news for the first time, and finally arrived with Umbu Ninja. After he saw White Fang and a corpse behind him, Oyemu's anger continued to soar. Hatake Sakumo. A roar came from his throat. The cage-level aura was completely radiated, and White Fang in front of him just buttoned his ears lightly. The irony is beyond words. Angry. White Fang sighed slightly, but Master Tsuchikage seems to have forgotten that if you didn't breach the contract first, your men would not die. Pointed to the corpse on the ground. Hatake said it should be. But this is true. If Tsuchikage honestly sends the compensation materials to Senju, he will not use it either. What a pity. He didn't do that. Senju, can't you be an old man? The angry Onaki has lost the interest to continue talking, opened his hand, the white light is extremely dazzling, and the cone light is completed in an instant. Dust escape. Primary realm stripping technique. Cone. The formation time is shorter and the attack speed is faster. This is the new form that Onoki has realized after his fight with Hatake Sakumo last time. It was specially created to deal with speed-type ninjas like Hatake Shimo. Onoji is not weak, and will summarize himself after each battle. There is no doubt that Chendun is powerful. The ability to decompose all substances in an instant is even above the limit of blood succession. The light shines. When people saw the foreground, they cheered. I saw the complete news of the originally extremely arrogant White Fang arm, and the blood was flowing down his arm. So that's it, just break the object down. It deserves to be a dust escape. My steel skin is not enough to withstand this kind of blood following elimination. If it is Fengye-sama's defense, you should be able to ignore this decomposition strength, right? White Fang sighed slightly, but he didn't panic at all because of the disappearance of his arm. A ninja who uses a knife will also reduce his strength by half after being broken by another arm. This is common sense. Onaki stared at White Fang coldly. Single-handedly come to Iwagakuer to find death, the old man will do you. The next attack will directly kill you. Dust escape. Original world stripping technique. Another cone extends forward. What surprised Oyemu was that White Fang could easily evade the attack that he thought the opponent would not be able to react this time. Even taking a look at the hand holding his neck, Onaki turned his head stiffly. He could actually reflect the speed of the cone. And it seems that there is still room for that kind of speed. Why? Why can it be hit for the first time? Onaki didn't understand. Don't understand. White Fang watched his eyes calmly, and in the horrified gaze of Onogi, his originally broken arm squirmed, and the new muscles were no different from before. This is the power that people at the Espada level of the Sui Palace can have. I just want to try to recover the time I want for an arm, and the energy it needs to consume. Knife light flashed. Accompanied by Oyemu's wailing, his arm fell directly to the ground. What about you? Do you have this kind of power? Looking at Oyemu's wound, White Fang grinned. It hurts, after all, this knife is not only about the soul, you should feel it when we fight before. Putting away his smile, he slowly flew up into the sky carrying Onaki. Remember, this time it was you Iwagakuer who breached the contract first. Those who do not respect their promises must pay the price. A red light slowly gathered from the tip of the White Fang knife in his hand. The nearest Onoki suddenly felt a power that made his heart palpitations. That light. Used by Senju Fengye. Although the colors are different, he can feel the essence of energy is the same. See it. This power was created by Master Fengye. The power of the king. Zero. At the same time. Above Sand Shinobi village, Orochimaru is not as elegant as White Fang, and he never talks with others when he does it. Almost synchronized, the zero of the two smashed directly into the ground. The disaster of the two shinobu villages has begun. This is the real Espada's first shot. Although the previous White Fang was known as Espada, it did not have the power of Espada. But now it's different. He has been engraved with numbers by Fengye. N. Espada first. Although it is temporary, it also represents the supreme glory. So I said, you can show a gesture of understanding others, but you must never force others to learn from you to understand others. Because you are not someone else, you can't understand what other people think. This is the principle. The country of rain. At the entrance of a cave. Fengye handed Yahiko a chicken butt, then personally tore the tender meat of the chicken thigh and delivered it to Konan's mouth, and said his opinion. There is no one else beside the fire. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. However, Jiraiya was a little bit emotional while drinking wine next to him. This seems to be a destined meeting in fate. Chicken butt is really fragrant. Yahiko fell into thinking after a mouthful of boredom, but Fengye's words were obviously a bit esoteric, and Yahiko did not fully understand them. Well, can I go down? Konan's face was reddened. Unlike Yahiko and Nagato sitting on the ground, she was in Fengye's arms. Sorry, not yet. Fengye smiled and fed the little girl another piece of meat. It's when the body grows, it should be supplemented. What is this guy here for? The Jiraiya next to him turned Byakugan straight. He naturally didn't understand why Fengye would be interested in his three apprentices. Fengye didn't explain, nor did he ask. But this is by no means that he just came around in his spare time. He believed that Madara must be watching some of his chess pieces around Nagato. And his arrival will also be passed into Madara's ears. Fengye wants Madara to know that he knows what his killer is. It's as if he knew that Nagato's Rinnegan was Madara's. Sending out this signal, Madara has to weigh if she wants to die. But to put it bluntly, Fengye really wants to talk to Madara about the world and his imagination about peace. But the time is not now. But after Madara fully understands that infinite Tsukuyomi is a conspiracy, he will patiently listen to his own words. Madara is such a person, there is no doubt about that. Your eyes are good. Looking at Nagato, Fengye suddenly said. Thank you. Nagato's voice is very small, and children like him who are autistic in their teenage years are a bit shy. If there is something that cannot be resolved in the future, you can come to Senju to find me. After touching Nagato's head, Fengye said with emotion. He is willing to help me. Nagato raised his head and looked into Fengye's eyes. Because Senju and Uzumaki are relatives. Then we are naturally also relatives. The boy's kind smile left a deep impression on Nagato's heart at this moment. Us. Our relatives. Chapter 81. The peaceful ninja world made waves again. When the news of the attacks on Uegakuer and Sand Shinobi village spread, people were completely shocked. Nothing else. Uegakuer and Sand Shinobi village are both one of the 5 big shinobi villages, and the people who attacked them belonged to the same organization. Suya Palace. The Senju clan only sent 2 men called Espada. Not a stranger. Orochimaru and Heitake Sakumo. Single-handedly challenge a shinobu village, but the ending is incredible for everyone thought. They won. The win was clean and tidy. Most of Sand Shinobi village was destroyed. Third Hokage was severely wounded by Orochimaru, and Onoki lost an arm. From then on, it was suspense whether he could use the dust escape. The strength of the Void Knight Palace was shocking, and the legend of Espada flowed into their ears and spread quickly. But the reason why Sui Palace attacked the 5 ninja villages was a bit lamented. That was because Sand Shinobi village and Uegakuer breached their contract first and failed to fulfill their promises to give the Senju family due compensation. To some extent they are self-inflicted. And those Cloud Shinobi village ninjas who opposed Raikage's compensation to Senju before were completely silent after hearing the news. At the moment, they admire Raikage's vision. Otherwise, I am afraid that one more will be added to the list of being attacked. What's more, they Cloud Shinobi village know that they can't get rid of the death of Second Hokage Senju Tobirama after all. Someday in the future, the man will still come to Cloud Shinobi village, but they don't know what kind of attitude they will come with. The ninja world continued to boil. Accompanied by Uegakuer and Sand Shinobi village quickly sorting out the supplies and sending them to the Night Palace, it also represents the complete end of the Second Ninja World War. The villages are unable to fight anymore. They must recuperate. At the same time, the toughness of the Senju clan also made them more cautious. You can't be careless, there are only 2 people. Espada. It can be seen from this name that the Senju clan has more than 2 peak combat powers. Espada. There are 8 ninjas like that? If this is the case, what will they use to deal with the Senju clan in the future? Just thinking about it, this potential threat feels terrifying. Senju at this time is even more daunting than the Sengoku period. The reason is easy to understand. Although the Senju clan during the Sengoku period was extremely powerful, the patriarch who led them was Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. Senju Hashirama understands everything. Especially the shadows of other shinobu villages understand better. That is a person who can knock his head on the table at the first 5 shadows meeting and pray for mutual understanding and peace. At that time, they were afraid of Senju Hashirama's power and chose to compromise. But at the same time, I understand that Senju Hashirama is not a difficult person. But now, the patriarch of the Senju clan is Senju Fengye. That is a totally unreasonable person. Others belong to the kind you bite him, he will not be as knowledgeable as a dog. Senju Fengye may turn his head and rush over to kill the dog. Javier must be reported. The strength is many times more powerful than First Hokage. Moreover, the kid is thoughtful, and he can completely lay off Third Hokage by using means and conspiracy. What's more, that person's own strength is also extremely powerful. Although I don't want to admit it, it is rumored that Senju Fengye has mastered the wood style. Coupled with that strange beam, I am afraid that he has surpassed Senju Hashirama now. An invisible shadow enveloped the ninja world. At least in observing whether the Senju clan would choose to take the opportunity to unify the ninja world, they could not use other means. Senju, Sui Palace, plus Espada. When these gathered together, the mysterious dominance made them have to bow their heads. The wave of ninja world continues to rise. But this has nothing to do with Fengye's next plan. Those ninja village guessed that Senju will unify the ninja world action next, but it is not the village. What does he want a messy ninja world for? The time has not come, and now the main task is to improve the strength of the Senju clan. Sui Palace, above the throne. Fengye leaned back in his chair and looked at the copy function in the system. I have to say that the existence of the copy solved Fengye's great troubles. But there is also a regrettable shortcoming. That is, if the same person of the same copy goes to brush, the promotion will be slightly lower. For example, Fengye himself. For the first time, he slaughtered for 5 hours at the top of the war, but after returning to the ninja world, he abruptly increased his template progress by 5%. But for the second time, he still fought in the dungeon for 5 hours, and the available improvement was only 3% progress. Now, a month has passed. The gains he brought from the war on the top were already very small. But this does not prevent him from continuing to brush. Glancing at his own system backpack, a few devil fruits inside made him smile. Although the explosion rate is a bit lower, this does not affect the rule that the copy will definitely produce loot. When the number of killings increased, devil fruit burst out. Even among those fruits, there is an existence that makes Fengye quite heartwarming. Sparkling fruit from Monkey D. Luffy and his second uncle. Devil fruit of Pirate World. After eating it, it will bring a huge improvement. When the fruit awakens, the power is quite good. As for the side effects of devil fruit, Fengye is not worried. The system has already given his answer. 1,000 function points can erase the characteristics of devil fruit's fear of seawater after eating it. Therefore, it can be said that the devil fruit produced by the dungeon is higher than the One Piece world itself. This is very important. After all, there are a lot of water-style ninjas in the ninja world. After eating the fruit, it might be inconvenient for the enemy. But because of the existence of the system, this shortcoming is not a shortcoming. Function point, he has some of that stuff. But now Fengye hasn't thought about who to give these fruits to. Sparkling fruit has good abilities, but Fengye doesn't feel that he lacks speed, and there is no problem in keeping rewards for outstanding juniors. It's the next copy. Frowning, Fengye looked at the copy filter function. Top War Fengye is a graduate, but as the first copy of the tribe's experience is quite good, so I will not give up in a short time. After all, the speed of Orochimaru's hollow experiment has increased a lot, and the Senju clan has completed its transformation in 1 month. There are already about 300 people. The benefits of these people going to the top of the war are very good. Looking at the copy, one scene after another flashed in front of Fengye. Suddenly, Fengye was stunned. He saw a strange copy. Unfilial son fights silly white sweet. Copy introduction. Thousands of years ago in the ninja world, Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed by Otsutsuki Hage Oromo and Otsutsuki Hamura together to seal his mother, which lasted for several months and finally succeeded. Copy structure. A special copy of this world, taking into account the time and space stage of the host. This dungeon will not change the ending. Whether the host chooses to kill Kagaya or kill Otsutsuki Hage Oromo and Otsutsuki Hamura, it will only retain relevant memories and will not affect the ending. It is also impossible to change everything that has happened before the time and space where the host is located. Note, whether to save the memory or not, the host also has the right to choose. Copy time. The maximum stagnation time is 3 days. Number limit, 1. Cooling time, 7 days. This is the same time and space, a copy of 1,000 years ago. It will also retain the memory of the characters in the copy, and will not affect the results. This. Interesting. Looking further, Fengye also saw another copy of Hokage that had him bewildered, but because of unknown reasons, that copy could not be opened for the time being. His thoughts slowly opened, and Fengye suddenly thought of something. If he has spent a year and a half of unfilial sons fighting silly white sweets, will he explode the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, or Rinnegan of Sage of Six Paths? With those things, he seems to be able to completely increase the combat effectiveness of the Senju clan a lot. Even if wood style cannot be used, the huge chakra is indispensable. What's more, if you can save your memory. Kagaya. After swallowing, Fengye recovered, and shook his head. This copy can be considered. But it was just a single copy, which gave him a choice direction. The focus is still on other worlds where more power can be obtained. For example, Invasion of Soul Society. From the beginning of the Shinigami world plot, Rukia was sent to the execution stand, the plot where Kurosaki Ichigo saves people. There is no limit on the number of people. But the difficulty of the copy is higher. There are also quite a few copy benefits that can be obtained. Hogyaku is in Rukia's body. But if you want to get close to Rukia and blow her up, this is very difficult. But it is also a great opportunity to experience Espada. But this does not mean that Fengye will give up the semi-finished Hogyaku in Rukia. It's difficult to get close, so play some tricks. Compared to the Naruto world, the Shinigami world's combat power collapsed more severely. The first point is the Zanpakuto of the Shinigami captains. In any case, it's pretty good to consider this copy as the next step in Espada's experience. Aizen's Hogyaku has not yet merged with Urahara Kisuke's Hogyaku, and the combat effectiveness is not so exaggerated. It's not that it can't be dealt with. Find flowers. This copy is considered for the time being. In contrast, Kagaya is more attractive to Fengye. After all, it's a single copy, and it's not that troublesome. Master Fengye, you call me? The figure of Heitake Shumao appeared below the throne, and bowed respectfully to Fengye. He doesn't care about the discussion from the outside world and his attention to Espada. Because White Fang knew that Fengye had given him this step. And defeating those people doesn't make him feel so proud. He can be proud, but he can only be proud of being Espada. Still the same sentence, one cannot forget one's roots. Next, you have to lead a new group of hollow people to go to war on the top. When I come back, I will take those tribesmen who have reduced the profit from war on the top to a new dimensional copy. Get them ready. Fengye's voice reached Heitake Shumao's ears, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. New world. Is it an unknown force again? I don't know why, at this moment, he is no longer nervous, but full of expectations. Subordinates understand. Taking a deep breath, White Fang nodded and turned away. Fengye opened the copy channel and stepped into these wonderful copies. Unfilial sons fight silly white sweets. When you just listen to the name, it will make people feel a little ambiguous. It seems that this kind of thing should happen in a Valentine's hotel. But in fact it is not the case. When the light flashed, Fengye slowly opened his eyes. In front of him, it was still the ninja world. But the air was much fresher than the time and space where I was. In the distance, under the huge sacred tree, outside a courtyard that is not very gorgeous but has a sense of pattern, Sage of Six Paths is holding his brother in pain. Just now, his controlled brother was beaten to death by him. After a short period of pain, the pupils of the new master of Ninsect in the future changed instantly. His 3 Gojade directly evolved Rinnegan. After everything was done, Toad Maru took out its fairy charm at the right time and rescued the dying Otsutsuki Hamura. Without saying, the two brothers rushed towards their mother with murderous faces. Above. This is the beginning of this copy. The war was about to begin, and Toad Maru found a safe place to watch the three people who were about to fight in front of him in earnest. Who do you think can win? A voice suddenly came. Naturally it is Heiai and Hamura, the lethal power of immortality on that woman. Huh. Looking back stiffly, he saw an unfamiliar face in the Toad Pill during the Little Toad period. This man is very temperamental. The silver hair and the scabbard across the waist, coupled with the white robe, are quite immortal. Do you think those two against the mother and the son can win? Fenjai smiled slightly and drew out the sword of the end to pierce the Toad Pill directly. Pouch. Looking at his wound with horror on his face, Toad Maru wanted to scream for Sage of Six Paths to come and support, but he couldn't make any sound. It just wanted to evade, but it didn't expect this man to be so fast. To be honest, I wanted to do this a long time ago. Withdrawing his final sword, Fenjai kicked the body of the Toad Pill and looked far away. Hey, the ending can't be changed, at least let you go peacefully. Even if it is to let the two offensive mothers and sons feel the pain. Sighing, Fenjai walked forward with a knife. But just after moving, he accidentally found a gleaming charm next to Toad Maru's body. Fairy charm. It was something used just now when the Toad Pill rescued Muha village of Datong. Good luck, this abyss exploded from the very beginning. Putting away the spell, Fenjai nodded in satisfaction. If the special single-player dungeons have this burst rate, maybe this trip is really not in vain. Don't ask for a Rinnegan, even a Mangekyo is still profitable. Silently stepped into the field. Fenjai finally saw the woman. Just standing there, the white skin, long hair sprinkled on the ground, and the delicate face already attracted Fenjai's attention. Especially those eyes. It is different from all Byakugans of the Hyuga clan that cannot reflect light. He clearly saw himself in Kagaya's eyes. Her. Otsutsuki Kagaya. The woman who brought chakra into this world. Snowy temperament and grace. It seems that there are only 4 words to describe Kagaya. Fanghua Peerless. Chapter 82. Under the Sacred Tree. The atmosphere in the hospital is extremely tense. 2 unfilial sons confronted their mother. They don't ask why Kagaya would use Infinite Tsukuyomi's method to deal with humans on Earth. He even directly affirmed the Toad Pill's rhetoric. For example, Kagaya became greedy and wanted to control everything on the Earth and destroy the world. But what they don't know is that that is not the real situation. They, who were brainwashed by the Toad Pill, absolutely do not believe that Kagaya's real purpose in launching Infinite Tsukuyomi is to fight against other Otsutsuki invaders. In the gap between the Otsutsuki family and the Earth, Kagaya chose the latter. Of course. She did it wrong. Fenjai felt that the white Zetsu made by Infinite Tsukuyomi were not enough for the Otsutsuki trio. It seems that Fenjai's existence has been discovered. None of the 3 took the lead. Rather, Otsutsuki Hamura frowned and looked at his brother. Brother, is he your helping hand? But it seemed strange from the costume. Moreover, the emptiness that the man conveyed from time to time made him feel a little palpitating. When did humans on Earth become so strong? Isn't it only he, his elder brother, and his mother have chakra? Byakugan. Open. The green veins violently rise, and Yamura looks at Fenjai. But what shocked him was that there seemed to be a barrier on the opponent, and Byakugan couldn't use Byakugan to see the chakra running on him. For the first time. This is the first time this situation has occurred. Human, you are powerful. If you are here to conquer your mother, I welcome it. But if it is for other purposes, I don't have time to receive it. Otsutsuki Hagoromo frowned and said to Fenjai. Have you considered yourself as a master before Kagaya was sealed? Fenjai helplessly shook his head at Sage of Six Paths. Sorry, I didn't come to see you. Oh, by the way, your friend, I will clean it up for you first, and you can make your own soup and drink it later. As for the conquest of your mother, I choose another method, which can be regarded as a conquest. He kicked the Toad Pill's body in front of the 2 of them, and Fenjai enjoyed the anger on the faces of the 2. Killed Toad Sage, and want to wait for someone to stew him into soup? There is no doubt. At this moment they have regarded Fenjai as an enemy. Don't look at me like that. Toad soup is very tonic. It's for your good. Fenjai shrugged, and walked to Kagaya naturally. Until now, Kagaya hasn't said a word. But Fenjai could see pain and sorrow in her eyes. She was waiting for her child to speak. But they did not ask themselves why. For no reason, he was directly betrayed by his two children. That sad mood surrounded his face and turned into a poignant look. Kaguya is indeed beautiful. Especially that kind of temperament. It makes people have an idea of conquering. However, a little curiously looked at Fenjai, and then at the two brothers in the distance. Fenjai suddenly asked a question that caught people off guard. How did you give birth to these two against mother and son? What's the problem? Kaguya was confused for a while, and thought for a while. The friendship expressed from the other person, she did not keep silent. Chakra, wool. Soga, it's good for this extremely cold woman to be able to talk to him. But before traveling through this world, Fenjai looked for detailed records about this incident from countless materials. In the manga, Kaguya-ji made two children because of the admiration of Manmin and her chakra, but the anime has undergone a magical transformation and became the emperor of the motherland and became the father of Sage of Six Paths. This is a magic change. Fenjai didn't admit it anyway. And the animation plot is quite outrageous. Kaguya not only became the side room of the emperor of the motherland, but was abandoned by her cowardly husband in the middle of pregnancy, which led to a major change in Kaguya's temperament. This is obviously inconsistent. Therefore, the description of the comics is more accurate. Manmin's admiration, together with Kaguya's chakra, allowed two unfilial sons to be born. If this is the reason. Fenjai thought of a deeper question. That's it. Sage of Six Paths and his brother Atsuki Hamura, are their wills in the final analysis their own? The admiration of the people can be regarded as part of the will of the earth. Although they use the body shaped by the chakra separated by Kaguya, in essence, they are part of the will of the earth. This is probably the reason why they believe in Toad Pill more. Because even the people at this moment believe that Kaguya has changed and she has become greedy. But no matter what, the identity of Sage of Six Paths against mother and son cannot be changed. He is also not worthy to represent the earth, to represent the world of ninja. It is even more unqualified to hide in the secret to spy on this world and maintain the balance of power in this world. He is enough to control the ninja world. Don't worry, I will fight alongside you. Even if the result cannot be changed, I will save you in the future. Nodded to Kaguya. The real battle detonated directly. Sage of Six Paths is not weak at this time. Even his super strong Susanoo can follow Ten Tails' tailed beast bomb. But this power still almost meant it in front of Fenjai. In other words, the current combat effectiveness of Sage of Six Paths is not as strong as after Kaguya was sealed. The reason is simple. Kaguya is the first Ten Tails Jinchuriki, so Sage of Six Paths is the second. Before dying, he separated 10 tails and turned into 9 tails. Xianshu, Rinnegan. This is the backing of Sage of Six Paths. Even so, Fenjai must go all out. The black wings stretched out, and the black-winged demon returned for a while, and dark raindrops fell from the sky. Awakening. The sword of the end. The pitch-black thunder plunged into the sky, and Fenjai's power soared again. The battle officially begins. That is a battle that people cannot forget. 3 full days. No one dared to approach the combat position. Just the kind of yubbo that Ryotsu erupted, shattered countless mountains and rivers. And in the end, when the 3-day countdown passed, Fenjai fell in front of Kaguya, pinched her chin, and looked behind him. Sage of Six Paths and his brother Atsuki Hamura fell to the ground and lost their sound. But Fenjai knew that this was only temporary, and everything would start again after he left. The difference is that these 3 people will have memories of themselves, but they cannot change the plot under the power of the system. This time the copy did not explode some precious things, only the tin rod of Sage of Six Paths remained. 3 days. Close to Kaguya's face, Fenjai smiled at the confused and shocked woman. Then, see you next time. Finally, touching her face, the figure of the young man disappeared on the messy ground. After he disappeared, the resurrected 2 unfilial sons slowly stood up. It was like a dream. There was confusion in their eyes, and it had a profound effect on the man. Only Kaguya, she remembered that person's face. The new battle began again. The copy also ends. What's the use of this stuff? Ninja World. In the clan of the Senju clan. Fenjai held the Six Paths tin rod in his hand and fell into deep thought. This thing is made with truth-seeking ball. If you want to use it, you must have the power of Six Paths. Ordinary people will turn into nothingness just by touching it. But it didn't work much for Fengye, and he didn't use it for his men. Except for the yin, it's flashy. He threw the 6 paths tin stick into the system space, and Fengye stroked his chin. The 3-day copy rewards 3% of template progress. For a single copy, this reward is already pretty good. Sure enough, copying Wasteland is the best way to improve. This is far more effective than mere training and killing. But, glancing at the progress of the template, Fengye missed everything. After a month of hard work and system rewards, his template power is about to reach 60%. The transformation is about to be completed. If he guessed right, the unlocking progress of the second stage of the Black Wing Demon is 60%. That was Ulquiorra's peak, but not his Fengye's peak. He already has the prerequisites for Master's second stage return. That is Zanpakuto's Shikai and the first stage of the blade are completely integrated. This point of progress can be completely completed by only conducting a top war. The real Black Wing Demon. It is rumored that among all Espadas, only Xiao's own master has the power. The figure flashed. Fengye appeared in the square of Sui Palace. Since opening the Supreme War dungeon last time, Fengye can choose to open the passage to the dungeon regularly, so even if he is not in the ninja realm, he can still feel that the people of the tribe are experiencing experience. You can also know who has entered the copy through the system's prompt tone. The Patriarch is here. In the square, the tribesmen who have completed the hollow experiment, Orochimaru and Heitake Sakumo looked solemnly. I will go there in person today. There is only one purpose, to completely clear Top War. Dungeon clearance. Even the system did not propose a concept for this clearance. But the customs clearance Fengye is referring to is nothing else. Instead, all valuable people will be killed, and it will be done as quickly as possible. According to Fengye's groping, it seems that the sooner you kill something, the better. This thing is not much different from playing games. The door of the dungeon opened, and Fengye slowly closed his eyes. The transfer begins. Except that it is different from the number of people prompted during the first transmission. It is that the initial novice protection has disappeared. Now the people of the Senju clan are facing everyone in the pirate world. But they are not afraid. Fengye was also very calm. In 1 month, the improvement they got was too great. Even the most inferior tribe can be calm in the face of those marines and pirates. Maybe they still have a big gap with those admiral levels, but what they have to face is just a few small characters. Enough to cope. Here again, here again. Can you kill me the FK? On the execution stage, Ace desperately aimed at the axe next to him and smashed it. Committed suicide? The pirates in the distance were dumbfounded. He looked at Whitebeard and looked at each other. The hostages they were trying to rescue were all dead, or committed suicide. What about them? Whitebeard fell into deep thought and sighed after he fisted the spider son who was approaching him. This month, they vomited blood during the war. Dead and tired. Wouldn't it be nice not to be so tossing people? On the contrary, the figure of Luffy running forward is never tired, as if he refused to accept Ace suicide and went crazy. Kizaru yawned and turned to leave. Sengoku glared back. But there is someone who is extremely happy about Fengye's arrival. Empress Boa Hancock. For a month, she and Fengye have neglected instead. It's nothing else. After Fengye naturally shattered her pride, she chose the attitude of a woman who generally appreciates the strong and became a gentle cat. So in the second half of the month, she will be comfortable with you. Seeing Fengye coming over, he beckoned and pulled out the chair. I won't sit down today. Fengye shook his head, his eyes locked on everyone on the field and waved. Kill. This is a massacre. In January, the strength of the ninjas changed, marine and pirates were in sight. Especially the man with black wings. From the very beginning, that guy could not withstand everyone's siege, and now he can kill an admiral without much effort. This increase in power is what makes them most desperate. The war begins again. Ninja World. The land of the Senju clan. Since the last time I talked with Fengye, Minato has been working hard to build the village. I also conceived a few details and wanted to talk to Fengye again. But after coming this time, he was told that Fengye was busy and asked him to wait a while. Sitting in the square and waiting, he began to appreciate the changes of the Senju clan. To be honest, he was a little emotional. Senju is extremely prosperous now, and everyone has a happy smile on their faces. That's not pretending. This shows that Fengye has the ability to command more people and let them all show this kind of smile. But he still didn't want to be Hokage. Minato understands that last time, the so-called Hokage's so-called village made Senju sad. But he believed that one day that man would definitely go back and sit back in that position. Wait patiently, there must be a chance. Before that, he would do everything possible to make Konoha better and do what he could. Help Fengye protect everything Konoha. This is Minato's most true thoughts. But he still doesn't understand the specific approach. Huh? Just when he was confused, countless rays of light around the square appeared instantly. This is. I looked at the past with a puzzled look and made a rough calculation. Senju people of no less than 300 appeared strangely at the same time. Is this Flying Thunder God technique? The corners of Minato's mouth twitched. There is one thing to say, the difficulty of Flying Thunder God technique is unimaginable. He practiced for a long time before he mastered a little bit of the essence. But these people are all masters? But he didn't see the Flying Thunder God mark from the ground. What's going on? Minato was puzzled, but he didn't ask indiscriminately. This is Senju's family land, even if there is something magical, it should be. For example, when I just came in, I had to be watched by Nine Tails for a long time before letting go. I heard that it was testing whether I was malicious. Looking at Kurama's appearance, he looked like a watchdog. Ding. Congratulations to Master Host for leading the troops to complete Top War. The completion rate of this copy is 95%, and a special reward for customs clearance will be given. Please check it. Sure enough. I was right. Without seeing what the system gave, Fengye walked towards the little sun step by step. With a gentle smile, Fengye slowly stretched out his hand. Right. I forgot to tell you last time. If you want to join the Senju clan, I will not refuse. An invitation from the Senju family. Espada has been initially established. But Fengye needs to absorb more powerhouses. There is no doubt. Namikaze Minato has this potential. Of course, you don't have to rush to make a choice. Why don't you fight with Nawaki first, and you will understand what I mean. Chapter 83. The invitation of the Senju clan. And to compete with Nawaki? Minato stayed, and looked at Nawaki, who had matured a lot next to him, and lost his thoughts. When he was in ninja school, he was the top student in the class, and no one could surpass him except Fengye. And Nawaki doesn't seem to be interested in those subjects. In actual combat courses, he was also the target of defeat. Fengye first. Minato is second. It's just a year after graduation. After Jiraiya's teaching, Minato's strength is also growing rapidly, and even he has developed his own ninjutsu one after another. Although Flying Thunder God is not a complete master, it can succeed once in a while. He doesn't believe that Nawaki's strength can surpass himself in such a short period of time. Discuss. Taking a deep breath, Minato did not reject Fengye's proposal, and nodded to Nawaki. This is the first time the two competed after graduation. He also looks forward to let Fengye see his growth. As for whether to join Senju's camp, it doesn't matter to Minato. The reason is simple. The Senju family did announce that they had separated from Konoha. But that's just a rhetoric. Kushina and Mikoto know that they belong to Senju. But their identities are Konoha's two advisors. You must know that Konoha does not have Naruto. The legendary third-generation Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen sweeps the street with a broom every day. In this case, two Naruto consultants are in control. The two consultants still belong to the Senju family. Obviously, this is the fundamental reason why Minato expects Fengye to return to Konoha and become Hokage. Therefore, whether or not to join the Senju clan, it is not difficult for Minato to decide. By joining, he can still contribute to the village. Although it's a bit bullying, if it's the second brother's order, I can't help it. Stepping onto the court, Nawaki nodded politely to Minato. They are all students in the same period, so they are not unfamiliar. Fengye meant that he understood that the second brother wanted Minato to know how big the rapid growth was after joining the Senju clan. Are you bullying? Nawaki is still as confident as ever. The 16th School of Water smiles bitterly. The same level graduates are considered bullies? He didn't understand why Nawaki would say such things. Just forget it if you don't believe it. Nawaki didn't explain anything, and shook his head to make a confrontation with Minato. This is the ninja school set. The seal of opposition before the discussion, the seal of reconciliation after the discussion. No one knows exactly what it represents, but it seems that this ritual has been passed down many years ago. Start. Both of them were ready. Fengye stood by as the referee and gave a signal. This is a battle without suspense. Fengye understands this very well. The virtual soul absorbed by Nawaki is one level higher than Orochimaru and Heitake Sakumo, and it is destined to be non-ordinary from the foundation. Fight for more than a month. Fengye witnessed Nawaki's growth from weak to strong. He is growing very fast, even Fengye thinks he will be the next Master Espada. This is not an exaggeration. The battle begins. Following the ninja's habitual routine, Minato first threw 3 shurikens as a temptation and restriction. Then he drew out Kyuuyu and was ready to go. As long as Nawaki dodges according to the direction he predicted when attacking, he changes back to that position and throws Kunao, and then surprises him. This time the competition is very sensational. Flying Thunder God technique will definitely succeed. But to his surprise, seeing the 3 Kunao stabs at his body, Nawaki was indifferent to this choice. Pouch. The 3 stabbing sounds made the corners of Minato's mouth twitch. What do you mean? Doesn't he hide? And the young man in front of him just glanced at the shuriken on his body, and shook his body with lack of interest. Dang Kang. The shuriken fell on the ground, and there was no blood on it. The effect of steel skin is still very good. Even if his body is in a standing state, he is not afraid of long-range shuriken. Is there only these? Looking suspiciously at Minato, Nawaki was a little strange. As Fengye's younger brother, the emptiness he obtained is special. The abilities of the angry boy in the Shinigami world are quite different. On the other hand, the harder Nawaki was beaten, the faster it grew. This month, he was really beaten. It seems to have the feeling of being Senju's first meat shield. No way. Taking a deep breath, Minato didn't think he underestimated Nawaki, but he still underestimated the opponent's strength. Reach out with one hand. The azure blue light appeared in his hands. Shuga, raise non. Unexpectedly, you also learned the ninjutsu developed by your second brother. Nawaki suddenly looked at the meatball in Minato's hand and nodded in appreciation. Fengye easily developed it. The corners of Minato's mouth twitched. To be reasonable, he has been pondering the concept of raise non for a long time. Didn't he expect Fengye to be the first to use raise non? Have I developed it? Fengye thought for a while, a little embarrassed. It seems that I demonstrated it during the last clan meeting, and then I just dropped the method. It is estimated that many people in the clan have already met. Raisengan's damage is good, but are you sure you can hit me? Nawaki touched his chin, and the sound started in an instant, and the next moment, he had appeared next to Minato and gently grabbed his hand. What a fast speed! Minato's expression changed, and chakra burst out instantly and disappeared and appeared not far from Nawaki. And under his feet, the characteristics of Flying Thunder God also appeared. Obviously, this was the backhand he had prepared from the beginning. Unexpectedly, you learned the second grandpa's Flying Thunder God. In terms of talent, I am not as good as you. Nawaki said with emotion, if it weren't for this month's special training, I might have really lost to you. Special training? Minato looked solemn, he seemed to understand the point. Nawaki's promotion was not a year after graduation, but simply received special training this month. If he guessed correctly, the Senju clan members suddenly appeared in the square, which was related to the so-called special training. Forget it, the second brother should have important things to tell you, I won't waste time. Taking a step forward, Nawaki's figure disappeared instantly. The super high speed of the ring made him appear directly in front of Minato. Minato is not polite, holding raise non in his hand and pats forward. But Nawaki's movements surprised Minato. He actually slammed a punch against raise non. There is no such thing as a chakra stalemate. Raise non disappeared the moment he touched Nawaki's fist. As if he felt that hitting Minato with a fist would hurt him, Nawaki smiled and stopped. The victory or defeat was known the moment he shot. According to the second brother, he was not good at swordsmanship, but showed a unique hobby for boxing and kicking. So his main attack direction is physical skills. But his physical skills are different. There are 4 directions in the Shinigami world. At the moment, he is obsessed with the white hits that Fengye gave to him. Not surprisingly, 2 huge gloves will appear in his return form. Okay, go and rest. Fengye waved at Nawaki. The effect has been achieved, and after a brief discussion, he believes that Minato has clearly seen the gap between the two. With a somewhat decadent teenager on the bench next to him, Fengye once again sent out his invitation. You lose because you are weak or not as talented as Nawaki, and it has nothing to do with hard work, but his master's power is stronger than this world's energy system. If you want to explore things outside of the ninja world, or someday in the future, fight as a human being on Earth instead of a ninja in Konoha village, you can come to me. Things outside of ninja world. Minato was shocked on his face, as incomprehensible as the Senju clan once was, he didn't understand what it meant at this moment. Think about it, don't force yourself. He patted Minato on the shoulder, and Fengye showed a gentle smile. The so-called Espada must be an existence that is qualified to stand on the pinnacle of this world. At least have that kind of potential. Namikaze Minato in the original book is a pity. If it weren't for the early death, there might be higher achievements. He wanted to see how far the little sun could shine. So you can give the other party a chance. Of course, it's just an opportunity. If his performance in the future is not satisfactory, Fengye will not be polite. If you want face, you are fighting for yourself, not someone else. Minato won't let him down. By the way, why are you looking for me? Putting that topic aside, Fengye was a little confused about the little son's intentions. I just remembered the business. Minato slapped his head and his face became serious. Fengye, the war is over. The 5 ninja villages declared a truce at the same time, and the era of peace will follow. Isn't this a good thing in your eyes? Fengye flipped through Byakugan. The truce is for sure. Those shinobu villages were afraid of being beaten by him, and no one wanted to continue to offend Senju. Moreover, the Second Ninja World War caused heavy losses to every village, and it was impossible to restore combat effectiveness in a short time. But I think that is not the end. With a worried sigh, Minato shook his head. Even if it is a truce, the attitudes of the villages have shown that there will be fighting in the future. People fight for themselves in order to protect the people behind them. Everyone seems to be on the right side, but they all increase pain and hatred. This will also become an excuse for the opening of the next war. Seemingly a headache, Minato looked at Fengye with a wry smile. But for this situation, I can't think of any way to solve it. Thinking from the perspective of the village, no village seems to be wrong. This feeling makes Minato very awkward. In that case, where is the real peace? The question. Fengye smiled slightly, admiring Minato's way of thinking. That was a question he had thought about before. It is also the status quo that the ninja world can never change. There are 2 solutions. First, let shinobi face a common enemy. When the earth is threatened, they will naturally join hands to deal with the enemy together. That is, in the original book they jointly fought the 4th Ninja War. Then Naruto became a hero and was used as a role model by the ninjas in each village. But this method will not last long at all. After Naruto's death, all the contradictions will expand again, just like the first ninja war that started after Senju Hashirama's death. So Fengye. I plan to use the second method and combine the second method with the first one. Unification. After a short period of pain, everyone enjoys a system to eliminate the gap between the village and the village, starting with culture. Then set up a huge threat for everyone, so that they have to stay together to keep warm. Then, all you need is a leader who will never fall. True peace will come. Unified? Can the current Senju family do that? If it were Fengye, it should be possible to. Minato sighed. Unification is bound to start a war. Although Senju's plans for the future have long been thought of, it was still a bit shocked after hearing Fengye's own words. But now, that's not what he should consider. There is another thing I want to ask Fengye about you. After thinking about it, Minato spoke again. It's about the village. With a strong thirst for knowledge in his eyes, Minato said very seriously. The family and the village, how do they maintain the correct relationship? How can we reduce friction between the family and the village? This is the question he really wants to ask. A teenage boy, even if his way of thinking is more meticulous, although the intricate situation in the ninja world can be seen through, he can't completely control it. But in the village where he has been alive since he was young, he can feel the atmosphere more intuitively. The families came together to form a village. But after the village is formed, the families will start to fight openly and secretly, calculating each other for profit. What happened to the Senju clan? So how can we ensure long-term stability in the future? Minato couldn't grasp the key point. Do you analyze the problem from the point of view of Hokage? But Sarutobi Hiruzen's failure is destined that Naruto can't handle this problem well. What about Fengye? What does he think? This problem? Fengye smiled freely. This is the most contradictory part of the Hokage world. But why should it be limited to one village? The expansion of the village is the entire ninja world, that is, a reduced version of the ninja world. When everyone's interests are the same, all shinobu villages will unite to deal with the enemy. When interests are inconsistent, disputes arise. It is difficult to solve. But it is not without a trace. Absolutely fair system and insurmountable dominance. You can never save Konoha by your mouth. It's better to do something down to earth than anything. You should see how Sarutobi Hiruzen looks when sweeping the floor to understand how to do it. Pat Minato on the shoulder, Fengye gave him a playful look. How to do it? Isn't Sarutobi just a negative teaching material? Of course, if you still don't understand, wait until the next war is over. Senju will tell you the answer. Senju will tell me the answer. Minato opened his mouth. He seemed to understand something. The Senju family will completely put down the troubled times and establish a new order in the next war. This is Fengye's subtext. Not far away. Standing up, Fengye lost the desire to continue talking. The transformation period of the Senju clan continues. The new journey is about to begin. The Third Ninja War. Fengye will completely correct the world. Chapter 84. Listen well. You are excellent fighters who have graduated from top war. The Patriarch has ordered that you have the qualifications to challenge the next instance. But the next copy is very difficult. Before entering, you must remember the contents of the manual clearly. That copy is different from the previous copy. Everyone must obey the command of the Patriarch. Above the square. Fengye stood in front, and Heitake Shumao was talking to the people about the final considerations. Today is the land reclamation invasion of Soul Society. That world is completely different from One Piece and Hokage. And the location is Soul Society in Shinigami world. The system has said that when they travel through the world, they will be transformed into a special physique suitable for Soul Society. It is true that it will not affect the strength. And there are many choices for the experience of this copy. Fengye has only one goal. That is Hogyaku in the hands of Ulquiorra. As for the others, they will compete with other Shinigami of Godai Shisanban. Therefore, the information in Fengye's hands is a summary of the strength of those captains. For example, Hichugaya's Bankai duration. Another example is the ability to change after other Shinigami Bankai. The master's information can give the people a slight advantage when fighting against them. Of course, how much benefit they can get depends on their own performance. As for Fengye, he has already determined his own combat plan. Follow Kurosaki Ichigo. He attracts fire power, and at a critical moment, he enters the Palace of Penance and snatches the semi-finished Hogyaku in Rukia's body one step ahead. Without that thing, Aizen's own Hogyaku can't integrate with Urahara Kisuke's Hogyaku, and his strength will be greatly reduced. But the difficulty is not small. If it wasn't that Kurosaki Ichigo was rescued by Urayuki, he would be shit by Byakuya Kukaki. Shinigami's power spans a lot. Bankai is metamorphosis. Unlike him, Fengye thought of a special way for the arrangement of the tribe. Fengye and Kurosaki Ichigo will attract fire power, and the people of the tribe will not speak out but act in a low-key manner. He intends to catch a loophole and send the tribesmen to the Mao Spiritual Academy in batches. Don't stick to the story of the copy, it's true to be able to grow. With the current strength of the Senju clan, they can't compete head-on with Godai 13, and even wanting to kill a captain is wishful thinking. Not to mention missions like Zanpakuto that broke the captains. That's nonsense. Therefore, the Mao Spiritual Academy is Fengye's goal. He sent his tribe into the Mao Spiritual Academy, and he robbed Hogyaku and ran away. This is the perfect plan. Of course, Fengye knows this very well when the copy will end. He didn't let the tribesmen practice directly in the academy, he only needed to find out how to train the fist and go ghosts, and he could return to practice after he quit the dungeon. Even let the people grab a few basic sealed state, which is also a good harvest. When the strength is almost the same, then this instance can be truly opened. Get more copy loot. The copy opens. Passed through that door. Fengye came to this magical world. But he didn't waste any time, he rushed over after sensing the huge Ryotsu in the distance. The battle for Soul Society is beginning. The breath of these people has been hidden with the help of the system, and it is very convenient to do everything. Needless to say, that huge Ryotsu must be Kurosaki Ichigo's. At this time, he has not yet mastered Bankai, and for the first time rushed to the Confession Palace. And Soul Society didn't pay much attention to the sudden travel disaster, and to put it bluntly, they didn't really want Rukia Kukaki to die. It's just that the attitude of Room 46 must be followed. Having determined the location of Kurosaki Ichigo, Fengye did not interrupt their battle, but went all the way to the entrance of the Confessional Palace and hid quietly. In the original book, until Kurosaki Ichigo hits here, he will come out of the Penance Palace with Byakuya Kukaki and confront him. What Fengye has to do is when Kurosaki Ichigo draws Byakuya Kukaki away, he goes directly to the Confessional Palace to find Rukia. Time passed by every minute. Finally, after a roar, Kurosaki Ichigo, covered in blood, appeared. And Byakuya Kukaki also appeared in front of him. The opportunity is here. Taking a deep breath, Fengye's dark wings began to extend. Stealing Hogyaku is not an easy job. But as long as the speed is fast enough, it is not impossible. Although Hogyaku can also be exchanged in the system mall, it is still a complete Hogyaku, but that thing is too expensive, and if you can get it in the copy, there is nothing wrong with saving the function points. At the moment the two had a conversation, Fengye's figure rushed past like a ghost. And because the system hides its breath, it seems to Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kukaki that it is just a wind blowing all the way forward. Fengye rushed directly after feeling the breath of Rukia. Said it was the Confession Palace, but it was a slightly more civilized view. Rukia in the cage looked at Fengye approaching with surprise. "Who are you? What are you going to do?" With horror, Rukia asked. Fengye was too lazy to answer, but stroked the solid iron door. Then put his hands directly on it and began to exert force. The iron gate squeezed by the strong Ryotsu and the domineering force creaked. The moment he used his power, the shielding of the system disappeared. Whether it is Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kukaki below, even Yamamoto Shizukuni in the captain's office has felt the violent Ryotsu fluctuations. This book is so hard. Fengye, who is in the state of returning to the blade, is like a demon. In Rukia's eyes, the man's bat-like huge wings and claws gave her an extremely powerful mental shock. Even one day in the future, when they saw the black-winged demon in Shinigami's world, they directly regarded him as the culprit. Snatch Hogyaku and break into the pot of Soul Society. Xiaowu is betrayed. Kak. Finally, when Fengye exploded with all his power, the door completely collapsed. Fengye didn't hesitate to rush to Rukia's side and began to tear the objects on her body. Rukia, who was full of humiliation, had no strength to resist, and watched the man pierce his chest with his hand. Hogyaku got it. Dropped a piece of clothing for Rukia. Fengye felt that Byakuya Kukaki and the other Shinigami captains were getting closer. Just leaving the girl with a smile, Fengye's body slowly dissipated. Forcibly obtain a copy of the item. This method is feasible. As for whether it will ruin the story of Shinigami's world, or what will happen if Aizen loses Hogyaku, that has nothing to do with Fengye. The light flashed. Ninja, in the square of the Senju clan. Different from before. This time, Fengye was the first to come out. And there was an extra luminous sphere in his hand that could change the world of shinobi. Hogyaku. With this thing, the hollow process will be much faster, and even a Shinigami-like masked group can be created. Senju's room for improvement has increased again. Leaving the door that regularly opened the instance, Fengye turned and left. In the next time, he will completely absorb Hogyaku's power, at least let his strength reach the level of Erden Gibeon. When his strength improves again, the Senju clan will also graduate from the Mao Spiritual Academy. At that time, it was the beginning of his battle in the ninja world. Send me an order to retreat from the head of the Patriarch from now on, and Senju will act in a low-key manner. Leaving the order, Fengye walked to his throne. Hogyaku has unlimited possibilities. When he mastered that power, this ninja world can walk sideways. But again, he needs to eliminate Hogyaku's own will, and he is only the master's pure power. Obviously, this process will not be completed easily. Time flies. The aftermath of the Second Ninja War has passed. All ninja villages are fully developing. They are preparing for the battle in the future. But there is one thing, the leaders of Shinobu village are a little strange. Originally they thought that the Senju clan would start a new conquest after deterring the ninja world. For example, another attack to declare war or something. Only since that Espada attack, Senju has become low-key. Outside the fabled Sui Palace, apart from the clansmen who came out to transport supplies sporadically, there seemed to be no other actions. They are thinking about what the Senju family are doing. The country of fire. Konoha. It's winter already. There are a lot of people on the street. And an old man carrying a broom calmly swept the snow on the ground. At first glance, he is no different from the workers who clean the streets. But if you look carefully, you will find his familiar face. Lost power, and status. Experienced a huge contrast. He had some understanding of what he finally said to Senju Fengye a few years ago. If you really want to do something for the village, those calculations are just empty talk. Keep your feet on the ground, even if you are cleaning the snow with a broom, you can feel your contribution to the village. After getting used to the disgusting eyes of those people, he also got used to the feeling of falling into underestimation. He is still the Sarutobi Hiruzen, not the Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third Hokage. That title has become a thing of the past. As if the act of bending down and sweeping the floor made him a little tired, Sarutobi straightened up and raised his head to look away. It just so happened that the three figures in front of him made his eyes flash. 6 years. He appeared in this village again. It was a figure he was very familiar with. Senju Fengye. Changed Konoha, changed his own man. After 6 years, he has become more mature, and his temperament is more leisurely and contented. That face, which was already so handsome, became even more attractive. Ms. Tobirama, he inherited everything from you. And carry forward everything about you. Once, I didn't want him to be Konoha's Hokage, but now I want to ask him to protect this village. This is fate. Shaking his head, Sarutobi finally retracted his gaze and picked up the broom to continue sweeping the floor. The snow is still there. His work is not over yet. What do you think? Kushina blew into Fengye's ear playfully, and then followed Fengye's gaze. Sarutobi's figure came into view. That is Konoha's unique landscape. It has only been 6 years since everyone's spurned, and now it feels nothing. Time seems to dilute everything, but people will never forget what Sarutobi Hiruzen once did. No thoughts. Flirting with his own hair, the hairspray hand made the hairstyle more impactful with ease. Fengye held Mikato's waist with one hand and Kushina with the other and continued walking towards Konoha's streets. 6 years have passed. He stepped out of the clan land again and entered this Konoha village for the first time. Not in Konoha. But the legend of Fengye still circulates in the village. Konoha is changing. Senju is changing. The only thing that remains unchanged is that Konoha still has no Hokage at this moment. That position is still reserved for Fengye, who is a man recognized by everyone in the village. They are waiting. Today, Mikato and Kushina looked at each other and smiled. They finally fooled their fiancé into the village. The reason was to let him check that they were incompetent as Naruto consultants. That's right. It's the fiancé. After 6 years, Fengye has officially grown up. And Kushina and Mikato have also become Konoha Shuangjiao and Slim. In order to let the stone in their hearts fall to the ground, they have already acquiesced in their identity. The future wife of the patriarch of the Senju clan. This man is very good. He has never thought about owning it alone. At least he has to be a helper that can help him. Konoha, the most hated person in the village, has been punished as he deserves. A few days ago, the patriarchs of those villages once again proposed to let Fengye come back and consider becoming Hokage during a meeting. They don't want to persecute their men, they just want to leave the choice to Fengye. Sensible women know that there are some things that their men have already arranged. They should say what they should be said, and don't say what should not be said. For example, they invited Fengye to Konoha. He did not refuse as before. The problem has been explained. Then handed over to the patriarch of those ethnic groups. As for Fengye, he understands the thoughts of Kushina and Mikato. And when he appeared in Konoha, he was ready, no Majou. For 6 years, except for the first 3 years of retreat, he completely absorbed Hogyaku. For the remaining 3 years, he unlocked all the small black templates from the Shinigami world in one go. The second stage is completed, and Hogyaku absorption is completed. Thousands of ninjas from the Senju clan are gearing up. He knows. The time has come. Walk all the way to the bottom of the former Hokage building. Fengye smiled. At this moment, all Konoha's ninjas were standing on both sides. Even many villagers followed Fengye. There are many familiar figures. Namikaze Minato, the Hyuga brothers, Uchiha Fugaku, the new patriarch of the Uchiha clan. And the new Ino, Shika, Cho, who completely took over the family affairs. Fengye knew what they were going to do. Lord Fengye, please come to the top of Hokage. Master Fengye, please come to the top of Hokage. Kneeling on one knee, aiming at the tough man. Turning back suddenly at this moment. 10,000 people surrendered. Only those who are recognized by everyone can become Hokage. It's not just being recognized by Hokage. These words were vividly reflected in Fengye's body. However, Hokage is just a mere word. How could you be satisfied with Fengye at this moment? Even Konoha can only become an affiliate of the Senju clan like Kirigakure. But mention Kirigakure. Fengye sneered. While Senju was in retreat, they seemed to have the support of other shinobu villages, and they unexpectedly built a dam to withstand the tsunami. And it seems that the supplies have not been delivered on time for a while. It's time. The robe danced, and Fengye's figure walked forward. Naruto? He is not that interested. The king of ninja world, you can think about it. The campaign will start today. Chapter 85. The Country of Rain. In an underground cave. Black Zetsu cautiously looked at Madara, who was older in front of him. This is their new base. He and Madara have already moved, and since the cemetery was exposed before, it's a bad idea. Master Madara, are you sure you want to do that? After a long while, Black Zetsu finally suffocated a word. Just after he reported the news of the 5 great ninja villages, the 5 great nations, and the growth of Nagato. Madara suddenly couldn't sit still. It seems that the idea has been there since he was beaten by Fengye's pet 6 years ago. It's just that Nagato at that time didn't have the conditions for the release of Revolving Heaven. It's different now. Nagato has grown, whether it is chakra or vitality, it is enough to release a round of Revolving Heaven. What kind of person do you think I am? Madara looked at Black Zetsu calmly. He is Uchiha Madara. Have his own pride and character. And 6 years, enough time for him to understand one thing. That is, why did he let Nagato and his successors collect the tail beasts first, and then resurrect himself? There are some steps, and he doesn't seem to have to wait at all. I still think it's safer to let your successor start planning slowly. Black Zetsu said awkwardly. Madara revised all plans. After that beating, he felt Madara's anger. That's right. He is Uchiha Madara. I have never been bullied to this level. Even if it's been forbearing for 6 years, I'm just waiting for Nagato's growth. And now that Jiraiya has left the country of rain, Nagato and the 3 of them seem to want to form some organization to maintain the peace and stability of Rain Shinobi Village. The 3 little ghosts are not so difficult to deal with. Even Black Zetsu alone can touch Nagato to control him. The release wheel Revolving Heaven comes naturally. Madara wants to resurrect herself in advance and collect the tail beasts to release infinite Tsukuyomi. FK the air. Madara feels that as long as she gets her eyes back, she doesn't need to be so troublesome at all. Think carefully. Even this scene in the original book is somewhat conflicting. Obito can use the wheel of Revolving Heaven under the control of Black Zetsu, so why not arrange for someone to revive Madara earlier? Looking for a successor? Just look at what Obito did. Until the end, Madara wheel Revolving Heaven can kill 9-tailed beasts instantly even with only 1 eye after birth. So, is it really necessary? I will directly and forcibly absorb the vitality of the Gedo statue in a while and restore my short-term youth. Then bring Nagato. I will leave the rest to you. Determine the direction. Madara shivered and sat up from the chair under the Gedo statue. He waited for 6 years, and the opportunity finally arrived. Senju Fengye seemed to be unable to get away because of some things, and Jiraiya left the country of rain. Now is a great time. No one knows that he will be resurrected. Collect a few tail beasts to the Gedo statue with the momentum of thunder, and then become 10 tails Jinchuriki, which is enough. He wants to use practical actions to tell Senju Fengye, who is the overlord of the ninja world. I'm doing my infinite Tsukuyomi, you are your infrastructure madman? What a joke. When the light shines on the earth, No one can get away with it. He can only rule this world, Uchiha Madara. Along with the peristaltic movement of the pipe, the huge chakra and vitality converged into Madara's body. And his hair changed from gray to pitch black. When the pipe broke, Madara got a short life and walked out step by step. As for Black Zetsu, he also burrowed into the ground and waited for the moment when Nagato was brought back by Madara. With Madara's means, it is not difficult to capture Nagato in this period. After all, he is just a teenager. He just lacks a victim who is willing to release the wheel of revolving heaven. Sure enough, Madara didn't let Black Zetsu wait too long. When he came back, he was injured and an extremely weak Nagato was already added. At this moment, his eyes were horrified. Rinnegan's lines have weird colors. Let's start. Closing her eyes, Madara sat on her chair, and the vitality borrowed from Gedo statue was quickly disappearing. Death is approaching. But that represents new life. The country of fire. Inside the Senju clan. Fengye has returned from Konoha. No specific answer was given, but there was no direct rejection either. He is not the kind of person who likes to be ABCH and set up an archway. Although it has been said that Konoha is separated, Konoha is actually under the control of Senju. After 6 years, those people have adapted. If you continue to refuse, it will make people sick. But returning to Konoha and being Hokage are two different things. A mere shadow, almost no attraction to Fengye. What he wants is the entire shinobi world. So, Kirigakure is now organized with the help of other shinobu villages. On the throne, Fengye looked at the document and wanted to laugh a little. They actually built a dam on the peaks surrounding Kirigakure. Kirigakure, when are there so many ninjas who are good at earth style? Heitake Sakumo smiled too. You know Uegakure borrowed someone to give it to them. As for what Onoki wanted to do, it was already obvious. Connect all shinobu who was bullied by Senju. Then formed a huge force to put pressure on Senju, and Onoki has been walking around in secret in these years. Moreover, the last time Uegakure and Sand Shinobi Village or even Kirigakure United did not send supplies to the Senju clan. This is the default relationship between each other. They are waiting for Senju's response. After all, the news they got was that the Senju clan was in a closed state, and Fengye was even more in retreat. Interesting. After dropping the information, Fengye sneered. Master Fengye, I only need 500, no, 50, no, 5 hairspray hands, I can break through or even destroy Uegakure. Heitake is full of confidence with a hideous look on his face. Hairspray hands. They learned this word from Fengye. Just like when participating in the Shinigami dungeon, after seeing the man flying into the sky, he captured his bangs with his hands, and then changed his hairstyle strangely. Fengye yelled at the hairspray hand, and he followed with a hairspray to change his hairstyle. Since then, the ninjas of the Senju clan have also learned. Don't say it. Now the people of Senju have improved their overall appearance after changing their hairstyles. The most obvious is Fengye. Iryi's face is matched with Aizen's hairstyle. This peak appearance is the biggest killer for women. My patriarch, someone asks to see you. Say it's your friend in the country of rain. At this moment, Senju Taizu, the queen general manager of Fengye Palace, walked in and said respectfully. Friends from the country of rain. Fengye stroked his chin in surprise. To be reasonable, he doesn't think he has any friends. But those three. Feeling the breath outside, Fengye frowned. Let her in. Not long after, Konan walked in with a panicked face. She has never seen the atmosphere and architecture of the Senju clan, but now she can no longer be shocked. Yahiko, Nagato. Something happened to them. Konan knelt on the ground, tears in his eyes. Obviously experienced the most tragic moment in life. Speak slowly. Fengye seems to understand something, thinking of Madara's character, it is impossible not to make plans over the years. No way, it may be that he puts a lot of pressure on Madara. He didn't worry about giving Infinite Tsukuyomi's plan to the victim to start. Madara is confident in her own strength. Restore a young body, put on his own eyes, he will definitely appear in everyone's field of vision. And this process, Nagato is essential. Nagato was taken away by that person, Yahiko, in order to protect Nagato. Killed by that person himself. Konan's face was pale. She was able to travel from the country of rain to the Senju clan without incident. At this age and strength, she was lucky. But she really didn't know what to do after encountering this kind of change. Yahiko, who was beaten by Madara, was buried. She thought about it as if only Fengye and Jiraiya could help her. But she just asked. It seems that after leaving the country of rain, Jiraiya did not return to Konoha. Only one person is left asking for help. Senju Fengye. The man who talked a lot to them the first time we met. Although I know that it is too much to say, but if you agree to take the shot, I am willing to agree to any of your requests. Master Fengye. The words are not over yet. Fengye hugged Konan in a flash. The three little guys in Rain Shinobi Village. There is pure friendship between them. At least now. It was also embarrassing. Konan ran alone. Sighed. Fengye spoke slowly. I probably deserved someone to take Nagato away. You don't need to say, I won't just sit idly by. Just because I said that we are relatives, I won't care about it. Uzumaki Nagato. One of the few remaining members of the Uzumaki clan. In addition to him, there is also a woman who fell under the hands of Kushinen village, who has now been rescued by Fengye and has become Uzumaki Mito's personal maid. Holding Konan and opening his black wings, Fengye's speed soared to the limit. In just a few minutes, the scene around them quickly passed, and they arrived at the place of the incident. In front of Konan, Fengye dug out the inhuman Yahiko from the graveyard, temporarily put it in the seal scroll, and then fell into thinking. Madara appeared in the country of rain, so considering that his physical condition can't live long without the Gedo statue, his new hiding place should also be in the country of rain. Expanding its huge perception power, it has been raised to its limit, and the exploration nerve has covered half of the land area of the land of rain in an instant. Finally, he confirmed the direction and flew over with Konan. One step late. The cave is still that cave. It's just that the Gedo statue that should have been placed here has disappeared. On the ground, Nagato's eyes were hollow, and his excessive consumption of life force had turned his hair completely white. At this age, he shouldn't have suffered this kind of pain. Madara breached the contract. He didn't follow Fengye's suggestion and released infinite Tsukuyomi according to his plan, even becoming even more crazy. That being the case, Fengye also knew how to deal with it. He wants a tail beast, so sooner or later he will find himself in the arms. Konan was silent. Nagato is also dead, she is completely lost in her heart. Nagato is not that vulnerable. Don't underestimate the Uzumaki family. But Fengye's words made Konan's eyes flashed again. Fengye didn't lie to her. The tenacious vitality of the Uzumaki clan, even if Jinchuriki loses the tail beast, can persist for a while. Forced release wheel revolving heaven is indeed fatal. But after all, they belonged to the Uzumaki clan, who persisted stubbornly and didn't die completely. The breathing is very weak, and he will die at any time, but there is still a rescue. It's Yahiko. Fengye frowned. Yahiko is just an ordinary ninja, even if his ideal is great, he is still ordinary. He is like a Uzumaki Naruto without a plugin. In the end, he won't be too high. And it will definitely die miserably. They yelled at people to understand each other, but they were beaten badly. Fengye wondered whether he understood what Madara did before he died. But I am afraid that there is no such opportunity. What is popular in this world is to fight fathers, and there is no father with a strong blood, who has been pulled far away from the basics. Several days have passed since Konan buried Yahiko for Yahiko and headed to Senju. It is considered completely dead, even the soul has left the body and headed to the Pure Land. In this case, unless you use Impure World Reincarnation or Revolving Heaven, you will not survive. But Impure World Reincarnation is used to resurrect a person of average strength. Is it really a resurrection? The round of Revolving Heaven is even less worthy. And Fengye is now concerned about another matter. Madara must be resurrected from the dead. So does this mean that Indra's soul has left Madara's body with Indra's little chakra? Even if it is only a short period of death, death is death. Indra's soul is freed and will look for another reincarnation, but the strange thing is that he can't find Ashura's soul at all, and can only learn to hide it for a short time like Ashura. As for Madara, Indra's power is no longer needed. He has developed everything about Indra to ultimate, the eternal Mangekyo, and even Rinnegan, which Indra doesn't have, has been opened. There are exceptions to everything. Fengye must confirm whether Indra's soul and chakra were separated from Madara's soul at the moment of Madara's death in search of a new host. This is very important to Fengye. Now he has killed Ashura, leaving Ashura's power in his body and obliterating his soul. If he has the power of Indra, he will approach Sage of Six Paths from a pure energy level. At that time, even Fengye can choose to become Ten Tails Jinchuriki and launch infinite Tsukuyomi. Temporarily put Nagato's body and Yahiko's body in the Senju clan's clan land, Fengye set off again. It is still the country of the vortex. Even if it had just arrived, Fengye had already sensed that power, and as expected, Indra was fooled and escaped from Madara's soul. But Madara was resurrected, but he couldn't go back. The power remained in Madara's body, and he was just a soul with a small amount of Indra Chakra. The Shinigami mask is no longer there, but Indra's soul seems to be curious about Fengye. Obviously, he feels the power of Ashura from Fengye. But Ashura's soul fluctuations did not feel at all. Does the soul communicate? Fengye squinted his eyes. Give you a chance. Are you interested in seeing your father be killed by me? Reach out and pinch Indra's soul body. His words are like a gentle wind, making Indra feel comfortable. He heard it right. This generation of Ashura wants to kill his father. Nice work, please step up. Chapter 86. Sage of Six Paths is eccentric. He said this personally. Once he gave most of his power to Ashura, in order to suppress Indra, not let him destroy Ninzong. But Ninzong eventually broke down. There is no specific reason why Ninzong disappeared. But Fengye can analyze it himself. When Ashura died, those who had gained power were unwilling to continue to be young people in the ninja sect, so they took some people away. It's like the fall of a dynasty. The thoughts of Sage of Six Paths and Ashura are destined to be ninja cannot last long. Think of chakra as a medium for people to understand each other? Sorry. That's just pure power. The pale blue soul slowly turned into a human form and looked at each other with Fengye. His stupid brother is dead. Indra can clearly feel this. Before the death of Sage of Six Paths, Indra and him said that his soul will continue to reincarnate and fight Ashura after death, which is more like a curse to Fengye. Penultimate and arrogant, the god of war who provoked an eternal battle. This is from the official evaluation. His life is more like a script. He was very good at birth. He considered himself the son of destiny, but was slapped severely by Sage of Six Paths. In the end, it was defeated by Ashura and everyone's strength. But from a substantive point of view, Ashura's so-called unity of people's power is simply wrong. Because in essence, they just give out their chakra to others. The power of those people belonged to them. What's the point of this approach? From the perspective of the earth, Sage of Six Paths seems right. He solved the trouble caused by Kaguya, but probably more people died in the battle between him and Kaguya than infinite Tsukuyomi. Even more, he dispersed chakra, so that people have power, and the effect is even greater than that of infinite Tsukuyomi. Ninzong, Sengoku, the first ninja battle, the second ninja battle. If it weren't for Fengye, he would experience a more tragic third ninja war. All people get from strength is pain. I hope you can do it. Ashura is dead, Indra's obsession has slowly disappeared, and his soul has disappeared. The remaining small group of Indra chakra fell into Fengye's body. At this moment, Fengye's blood began to boil. Just having the blood of the Senju clan and Ashura is not a complete blood. Even reaching the level of Sage of Six Paths is still incomplete. The apex of the blood of the ninja world is not necessarily at Satsuki Kaguya. But when the blood of Indra and Ashura merged, Fengye felt the power converging in his eyes. Knowing that the former Madara just bit off a piece of Hashirama's meat, and then transplanted that meat to himself, he will be able to get the power of Wood Style and Rinnegan. Fengye has obtained the complete Ashura chakra, and now, although he has only obtained a small part of Indra's chakra, he also has the eye-opening conditions, and he does not even need to look for Sharingan step by step. This thing is purer than the blood of the Uchiha clan. Suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashed. Fengye's pupils changed drastically. One after another weird reincarnation patterns are clearly visible, and the world in front of me has improved from 1K resolution to 4K. Visually, this is just one of the changes. Rinnegan's various skills also began to gradually appear in his memory. Stretching out his palm to aim at the rock below, Fengye's chakra flows slowly. Universal pull. The huge gravitational force broke out, and the stone fell directly into Fengye's hands as if being dragged by something. Rinnegan's ability is not to kill. In terms of pure attack power, Fengye felt that this thing was not as good as his King Zero. Even the golden wheel reincarnation that can penetrate the moon in a barrel is stronger than Rinnegan. But it wins in omnipotence. Wheel revolving heaven, pen 6 paths, gravity, and repulsion. In the original book, Nagato's development of Rinnegan also failed to reach ultimate. Madara's round tomb hell is only one of Rinnegan's functions. It's still the same sentence. Ninja World's bloodline wins. Their power comes from Kaguya, but throughout the Otsutsuki clan, their pupil skills emerge endlessly. These eyes have great development value. Now, Fengye's blood is close enough to Sage of 6 Paths. This power is not so difficult to control. Clenching a fist, Fengye soared into the air. Madara is resurrected. And what he will do next will make the ninja world boil again. The fourth ninja war in the original book may start early. This is the chain reaction brought by Fengye after crossing. People like Madara will definitely fight back to find a place after being threatened. Ninja world, it will be very lively. Fengye has two options. First, learn the rhythm of Madara, first become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and then release infinite Tsukuyomi using oneself as a medium to resurrect Kaguya. The second is to directly tear the moon body, release Kaguya's real body, ask everything about the Otsutsuki clan and the one hidden in other dimensions from her mouth, and even find a way to directly face the planet Otsutsuki. But no matter what kind, you must first completely flatten the chaos in the ninja world. Madara's early action helped Fengye to some extent, because only those ninjas in Ninja Village realized how narrow their eyes were before, and they could fully understand that civil strife was completely unnecessary. There is only one real enemy. The Otsutsuki family. Master Madara, this is the information I compiled at the temporary stage. One-tail Shao'erhi is still in Sand Shinobi Village. One-tail Jinchuriki's body. The old guy didn't have a good time. In Sand Shinobi Village, he was in prison like the prisoners. The location is here. Ninja World. In a hot spring in Yonokuni, Madara is lying in the water and soaking her body comfortably. After decades of fighting with Senju Hashirama, he has returned to this ninja world. But he was not in a hurry to do it. Looking at the reflection in the pool, Madara's face was filled with strong confidence. Young body, powerful and rhythmic heartbeat. Madara enjoys the power contained in her eyes. This is the power of ultimate. He even looked at the water, Hashirama's face on his chest, and occasionally talked about something. It's like a neurosis. But Black Zetsu understands why Madara is like this. For decades, he seems to be telling Senju Hashirama that his approach is correct. Even his grandson agrees with his approach. Konoha shit. Taking the information handed over by Black Zetsu casually, Madara sneered. It is the so-called contradiction between the village and Jinchuriki. He has been tired of listening all these years. As for the second tale, you also know. Since Wooden Golem became Jinchuriki when he was 2 years old, he was originally in Cloud Shinobi Village, but Senju Fengye sneaked into Cloud Shinobi Village a few years ago and was hijacked by Wooden Golem. Now she is in the Senju clan. This is where Black Zetsu is a bit distressed. The seals of the tail beasts need to be ordered in order, and he does not know whether it will bring other effects if they are not in order. The words of 3 tails are now in the Kirigaku or 4th Mizukage candidate, the man named Yagura. 4 tails 5 tails are all in Iwagakur. 6 tails does not seem to have Jinchuriki. Some people say that it has been found in Kirigakur. 7 tails is in Taken village. As for 8 tails, the last time 8 tails Jinchuriki died because of its rampage. Now it seems that 3rd Raikage is picking a suitable Jinchuriki. 9 tails is also Senju Fengye's pet. The above is all the news from my investigation. Since Madara's resurrection, Black Zetsu has never dared to expand. Because he knew that as long as he patiently waited for Madara's actions, Infinite Tsukuyomi would launch soon. Then he only needs to dig his heart out at that time. There is no need to anger Madara and let him change his plan. Just for the news of the tail beast, there are indeed some problems that are difficult to solve. The ownerless 6 tails and 7 tails are okay. If you have to do more with other tail beasts, they will definitely attract attention. I suggest to deal with Senju last. With the last word, Black Zetsu carefully stood behind Madara and stared at the man's wide back and squinted his eyes. When he is looking for it, he can use that angle to dig his heart out to get rid of his hatred. Over the years, he has indeed been slapped by Madara. It must be ruthless when the time comes. The ninja world is so big, it's only enough for me to toss about it by myself. Although the seals of the tail beasts must be in order, It is more interesting to control the tail beasts and play with a big wave. Rinnegan's pupil technique, that is the father of the real tail beast. Madara is not a fool, and the most correct way is to make effective use of the combat power in his hands. But, wow! Standing up from the water, Madara slapped her chest and laughed suddenly. Hashirama, witness the true peace in this world with me. Before we kill your grandson here, let's exercise first. Does one tail shower he? Just start with you. The country of wind. Sand Shinobi Village. Since Orochimaru's Zero shot 6 years ago, the village that was already short of funds has gotten worse. Find flowers. The most terrible thing is not the funding issue, but the dark wounds left by their defeat by Orochimaru from time to time, which makes people cough every day as if they have tuberculosis. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Third Hokage will not last long. But for Fourth Hokage's candidate, there is nothing in the village yet. It was the young Luasha who was quite eye-catching. It's a pity that he hasn't made any credit yet, nor is he qualified to hold the position of Fengying. Cough. Cough cough cough. In Fengying's office. A violent cough sounded far away. Ebizo and Cho looked at their Hokage-sama with concern. I'm fine. Covering her mouth for a long time, Third Hokage finally calmed down and responded. It's all caused by Orochimaru. Ebizo clenched his fists and looked angry. What I care about is whether Onoji's analysis is correct. Cho frowned, looked at the intelligence on the table and said. There are flaws, but it's not impossible. Third Hokage covered her mouth with a handkerchief, and her words were a little vague. I call you over today, just to analyze the possibility. According to Onaki's analysis, the low-key of the Senju clan is obviously unreasonable. If Orochimaru and Hatake can show such strength every time, the entire ninja world must follow the surname Senju. But they didn't even have the next action. Obviously they were worrying about something. And a temptation for us to unite together, if the Senju clan still doesn't move. 0. It means that Tsuchikage's guess is correct. The so-called temptation. It was deliberately delaying the delivery of supplies to the Senju clan. It was promised before, and it has been maintained for 6 years, but they did not do that this year. They are waiting for the attitude of the Senju family. I think it's the opposite. Cho shook his head. In terms of IQ, she is still online. On the contrary, we did this, which is equivalent to giving Senju a shot. If they take the opportunity to attack, the consequences are somewhat unimaginable. Fengying also knows this. But he sighed helplessly and threw a financial statement to Cho. This is also something that can't be helped. For 6 years, Sand Shinobi Village didn't get anything in the Second Ninja World War. The materials given to the Senju clan are the last assets. Sand Shinobi Village is not rich. But the daimyo's support for Sand Shinobi Village is too little. The country of wind is barren, but at any rate it is one of the 5 major countries. The only difference from other shinin villages is the attitude of the daimyo. Even the daimyo publicly stated that his own ninja village does not spend too much money compared to other ninja villages. That kind of rhetoric made them a little sad. I think we should have a good chat with Dameng. Cho squinted his eyes. Shinobu Village is the root of daimyo's food and clothing to enjoy luxury, but the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind seems to have forgotten who made him one of the 5 great nations. Boom. While the 3 were discussing strategies, a huge flame slammed into the ground of Sand Shinobi Village, and the sound of the explosion made people's scalps numb. Master Fengying. The vicinity of Fenfu's prison was attacked. Come here, call himself Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Third Hokage and Cho stood up from their chairs instantly. This is not the era when the older generation is dead. Many people have not forgotten the man who can be comparable to First Hokage. Isn't Uchiha Madara dead? Third Hokage was shocked, but he had no time to ask his subordinates if it was really Madara. With eagerness on his face, he quickly rushed out of the Fengying building with the 2 elders. It's really in line with Madara's style to burn a fire before the battle begins. In front of Sand Shinobi Village prison. Black Zetsu looked at Madara, who was holding her arms and looking down. Obviously there is a force that can directly destroy the prison. But instead of sneaking out the guards and taking away the points, he took the initiative to attack and attract attention. This is Madara's style. He disdains sneaking around and prefers to crush the enemy head-on. During the Sengoku period, the 4 names of Uchiha Madara represented absolute power. For a few years in a hurry, even the First Hokage's guard, Sandman, is dead. Seeing Third Hokage rushing from below, Madara looked calm. Your Excellency, is Uchiha Madara. Panting with a strong cough, Third Hokage looked nervous. This is a legendary character. Really? What is he going to do? Chapter 87. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The two most unforgettable men from the Sengoku period. A trace of sweat came out of Third Hokage's face. Who on earth did Sand Shinobi Village provoke? First, Rain Shinobi Village lost on the battlefield, then Orochimaru single-handedly broken and almost destroyed himself, and now Uchiha Madara is here again. What is going on in this world? Maybe he doubted Madara's identity while on the road. After all, everyone knows that Uchiha Madara was killed by Senju Hashirama. But now, the man was standing in front of him. That kind of doubt in the heart has disappeared. He is Uchiha Madara. The unparalleled aura of standing there, and the strong sense of oppression, is enough to explain his identity. Only after experiencing that kind of pressure can you understand how strong the person standing in front of you is. Madara didn't speak, but looked disappointed in the eyes of Third Hokage. It seems that in his cognition, only a man of Hashirama's strength is worthy of being a shadow. Before coming, Madara had her own consideration. Senju was guilty of public outrage in the Second Ninja World War. In this way, no matter which Shinobu village it is, Senju will not have a favorable impression. Madara even thought about drawing these people together and letting them become their own subordinates. But now he gave up the idea in his mind. Waste is waste. Collecting too much waste will not change the situation. Therefore, the waste united together, it is impossible for him and Hashirama to rewrite the map. Even Fengying in front of him didn't have the desire to let him act. Jinchuriki. After spitting out 3 words, Madara pointed to the prison in the distance. He already felt the breath of blessing. Jinchuriki? Is that the goal of Uchiha Madara? Fengying frowned. Jinchuriki is the ultimate weapon of the village, and it is also the basic guarantee for maintaining the name of the 5 ninja villages. Please forgive me for not agreeing, Jinchuriki belongs to Sand Shinobi Village. Even if Senju Hashirama came here, this is the answer. After all, when First Hokage sold tail beasts, one tail was not among them. It was Sand Shinobi Village. Senju Hashirama. It's the man's name again. Black Zetsu behind Madara sighed slightly. He was sure that when Third Hokage mentioned Hashirama's name, it would definitely bring disaster to the village. Only Madara is qualified to mention that name. Others mentioned it as a satire of Madara. Sure enough. When Third Hokage finished speaking, Madara's momentum changed drastically. The calm waves made waves. With indifference and contempt in his eyes, Third Hokage interrupted Third Hokage's continued discussion of One Tail's attribution. The only person in this world who can stop me is Hashirama, but he is dead. And what right do you have to pretend him before me? You even want to use a dead person to talk to me about the problem. Sorry, I'm not the kind of person who can listen to you patiently. Sneered. Madara folded her hands together. But since you mentioned that man, I will show you the strength of that man. Wood style. Birthday in the tree world. The earth shattered. Even in Sand Shinobi Village where the soil is poor, after the vital chakra fell on the ground, countless trees resolutely came out. How spectacular is this trick to use in open areas? The climate of your Sand Shinobi Village can have so many trees all at once, which is a change of climate. Don't thank me, just enjoy the effects of this power. When countless trees rushed away, the troubled Sand Shinobi Village once again got worse. But Madara did not directly stop. He opened the door of the prison with a look directly at the shadow of the prison on the side of the tomb, knocked him out, and jumped out of Sand Shinobi Village on the other side. If there are trees, naturally you can't live without soil. Not on the ground, but in the sky. Handing over the blessing to Black Zetsu, Madara's momentum rose again. Suzanu's armor was covering his body, and Suzanu also began to seal like Madara. Something seems to be approaching in the air. But Madara had lost interest in watching and turned away. Tengai Shinsei. From Uchiha Madara. The power of God. Unfortunately, he is not the body of impure world reincarnation now, and he does not have the opportunity to watch the meteorite fall up close. The disaster is coming again. When the huge meteorite hit Sand Shinobi Village. People are totally desperate. Even if Third Hokage sprayed several mouthfuls of blood and exhausted chakra to cover the magnet on the meteorite, It could not stop the meteorite from falling. This is a real disaster. But it is just the beginning. Since you are doing it, there is no need to stop. And his next target is 3 tails in Kirigakure and 6 tails in the land of water. Rinnegan's suppression of the tail beast is unimaginable. Even the pure Mangekyo Sharinon can easily make the tail beast fall into the illusion. Madara wants to make a big move. He needs the deterrence of those pets. The ninja world that had been calm for a long time made waves again. And this time, because of the appearance of Uchiha Madara. When news spread from the Kingdom of Wind to other countries, people were shocked and sent their own spies to investigate the situation. After getting the results, they fell into silence. The meteorite fell from heaven. And 2 at one go. At first they thought that Third Hokage was a waste, but they really couldn't laugh when they learned the truth. The huge sand shinobi village was turned into ruins. The scattered rocks and dust did not go away for several days. To be sure. This time, Madara's attack made Sand Shinobi Village completely lose its status as the 5 great shinobi villages. Even the situation is more shocking than the tsunami triggered by Senju Fengye. There are many water-style ninjas in Kirigakure, and they can survive in the sea. But Sand Shinobi Village has no resistance to such a meteorite. Desperate power. Iwagakure. With anxiety on his face, Onoji carefully watched the information in front of him. Everyone has childhood shadows. And the biggest shadow of Onaki's youth is Uchiha Madara. I vaguely remember the scene where he followed Second Hokage to Konoha for peace talks. That was the first time he had a direct conversation with Uchiha Madara. Also the only time. To be reasonable, he miscalculated the power of Uchiha Madara and admitted that the name Senju Hashirama should not be mentioned in front of Madara. Mangekyo Sharinon. Uchiha Madara represents the pinnacle of Uchiha. Why did he appear in the ninja world? Why take Jinchuriki? What exactly is he going to do, and what conspiracy has he been planning over the years? As he said, Hashirama is dead and no one can stop him. What to do? Madara appeared, temporarily not knowing his purpose. Iwagakure has Jinchuriki with 2 tail beasts. Does that mean that he will be in the near future? Attack on Iwagakure. As soon as he slapped the table, Onoki was breathing quickly. If that's the case, how do you fight against that supernatural power? What to do? Like an ant on a hot pan, Onoki paced back and forth in the office. He was thinking. If you strengthen your defenses at this time, there will be no effect. Against meteorites like that, should all Earth-style ninjas use the light and heavy rock technique to reduce their weight? No, it doesn't work. Even if they catch the meteorite, they still have to face Uchiha Madara. It seems. Only by uniting can people like that really fight against them. Master Tsuchikage. Just now. A ninja walked over in a hurry. Just received the news, it seems that Uchiha Madara has appeared in the water country and started a battle with 3 tails Jinchuriki Yagura who was out. Yagura's loss has been captured. Master Tsuchikage. Another ninja hurried in. Someone saw old Zei-sama fighting Uchiha Madara in the land of the land. They just contacted old Zei-sama and didn't get a response. 2 news in one breath made Onoki sit in a chair somewhat decadently. Madara's crazy behavior undoubtedly affected the entire ninja world. Even Lao Zei has disappeared. Who will be next? For a long while. Onoki took a deep breath. It is impossible to solve the problem if you are in a hurry or hold back here. He has to find a way to fight Uchiha Madara. Go, invite other ninja village shadows to meet in Iron Country in the name of Tsuchikage. Start the second 5 shadows meeting. Has it reached this level? The expression of the ninja below suddenly changed. In the First Ninja World War, they were forced to receive an invitation from Naruto to participate. But now it is to fight the enemy. They must know Madara's purpose, and Onoji must also inform other shinobu villages of Madara's strength. All the original ideas were overturned. Set off the Third Ninja War? Forget it. In front of the common enemy. That's nothing at all. That BD moves pretty fast. The country of fire. The land of the Senju clan. Kurama let out a breath, jumped into Fengye's arms and said. News, Uzumaki Mito has just delivered it. Madara's movements are quick. In just a few days, apart from the 2 tails and 9 tails in his hands, there were very few other tail beasts scattered. He regained his youthfulness and gained Rinnegan and wood style. There is no doubt that Madara is very strong now. Although it has not reached 6 paths, It is also at the top of Super Shadow. What is Kage level and what is Super Shadow? The two have a leap in quality and should not be confused. Kage level is a gesture of surpassing the elite Jonin and reaching a bottleneck. For people with blood in the ninja world, when a certain ability reaches a critical value, Kage level is not difficult to reach. For example, Manjikyo of the Uchiha clan. After the eyes were opened, the combat effectiveness rose sharply. As long as Chakra could keep up, the two pillars could be opened. Susanoo and Raikage made 2 moves. However, in Fenji's opinion, at least one person can change the entire battle situation in order to be worthy of the title of Super Shadow. Nagato destroys Konoha alone. Impure World Reincarnation Madara's complete body Susanoo and Tenge Shinsei, and Senju Hashirama's Shinsu Senju. That represents the peak power of Shadow, can be called Super Shadow. And now, Madara is walking sideways in the ninja world with the power of Super Shadow. Isn't it the 2 slaps you slapped last time, which made him angry? Fenji said calmly with Kurama's soft body. Isn't it? If it weren't for those 2 slaps, he was certain that Madara would proceed according to the original plan. Of course. Fenji thinks this is a good thing. At that time, Fenji did not turn on the dungeon function, thinking that it was necessary to master the plot to successfully clear Hokage. But when the strength became strong to a certain extent, he found that the actual situation was somewhat different from what he thought. The strength is here. There are not so many scruples. As a traverser, it would be shameful to wait for the plot or something to change step by step. Now whether it is him, or the screaming Senju clan, they have risen to a level of fearlessness. Of course. This is limited to Naruto world. To break through the limitations, Yi clan still has a long way to go. By the way, boss. That infinite Tsukuyomi seems to have heard the old 6 paths mention it. But what exactly is it for? Infinite Tsukuyomi. Fenji stood up holding Kurama and looked outside the Sui Palace. On the surface, it is a kind of illusion that makes everyone fall into the dream of the scene they are looking forward to. In the world of illusion, you will have everything you want. Even that illusion is no less real than reality. In the dream, all people are successful, they have everything they desire and satisfy all people's fantasies. And Madara, he believes that after satisfying all the fantasies of people, those people will not be profitable by launching a war. In this way, the purpose of peace is achieved. After a pause, Fenji shook his head. To some extent, being caught in infinite Tsukuyomi is a good thing for some people. Even if it's just fulfilling your dreams, why don't you die? But that is not the real purpose of infinite Tsukuyomi. After activating, the activator became a sacrifice, the goddess of Mao who ruled the world thousands of years ago, that is, the mother of Sage of 6 Paths. Nine Tails scratched his head suspiciously. Old 6 Paths and a mother. Why does this sound a bit like a curse? Fenji flipped through Byakugan. It is a person who naturally has a mother, and Itsutsuki Hagi Oromo naturally does. So, Madara was actually used by others. Seemingly interested, Kurama said somewhat happily. It is naturally happy. After all, it doesn't deal with Madara. It's great to see Madara being used. The fox's thoughts are not that complicated. Master Fenji. Kushinosama sent news that Onoki invited all the shadows of the village to the Iron Country to start the second 5 Shadows meeting. Look at it. Senju Taiza respectfully said earlier. The meaning is obvious. Konoha has no shadow. The actual people in power are the Senju clan. Who to send is a question. But Fenji didn't think about it. He discovered an interesting phenomenon, that is, no matter what you have changed, the general trajectory of the historical process can still be grasped. Although Fenji's existence accelerated the final outcome of this world. But the 5 Shadows talks were still held. With 9 Tails, Fenji narrowed his eyes. In that case, speed it up. The current Uchiha Madara should be very confident, right? Then beat you when you are most proud. Then let him take a good look at the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi. Only then will Madara really quiet down and have a good chat with Fenji. Chapter 88. The Country of Iron. As one of the few neutral countries in the ninja world, it seems that once the ninjas appear here, it means that they will put aside some hatreds and discuss issues together. Although this country borders the country of fire. But when you step in, you can feel the unique culture. The cultural heritage from the samurai is not cut off. Long ago, they had an agreement with the ninja. There are no ninjas in the Iron Country. They and ninjas do not infringe on each other, and they will choose to conflict with ninjas only in critical moments. But this is the world of ninjas after all. Even samurai will use chakra to cover the blade to strengthen their combat effectiveness. At this time, Mifune had a headache. The Second Ninja World War was over, but that battle was not irrelevant to the Iron Kingdom. For example, Hanzo of the Salamander had declared war on the Iron Country from the very beginning, and he was also defeated by the opponent. Fortunately, Hanzo of the Salamander is dead, and the Iron Country is still that neutral country. But what exactly do these five shadows talk about? Looking into the room, Mifune overturned Byakugan. Five shadows talks. What about the five shadows? Except Raikage and Tsuchikage are here. The shadows of other shinobu villages didn't come at all, but it's not appropriate to say that they didn't come. After all, they sent a representative. On the Fire Country side, Konoha's 2 consultants have come, but it's nothing. After all, Konoha has not had Hokage for a long time. But what is surprising is that even without Hokage, the village still operates as usual. Well, this point is worth thinking about by other villages. Since the position of the shadow is not that important, why do you have to create a shadow that disgusts yourself? Konoha does not have Hokage. But the speed of recovery was quite fast, and he had even come out of the defeat of the Second Ninja World War. Every family patriarch has the right to express his opinions, and then everyone shows their hands to vote for good suggestions. The Hokage consultant can implement this opinion in the village within a short period of time. If it has an effect, it will continue, and it will stop if it has no effect. The village is no longer a shadow of the word, but their room for development is even greater. Separating the power a bit more brings high-efficiency execution. At this point, Konoha has crushed other villages. So the 2 shadows on the court now looked at Konoha's 2 Naruto advisors a little awkward. They even feel that there is no need for them. But that's just a feeling. The meaning of shadow is more like a spiritual symbol of a village. If there is a shadow, they will feel at ease. Because the villagers and ninjas know that if there is a problem in the village, then the shadow will definitely stand up and protect the village with his life. This is the true meaning and value of shadows. Come back to that question again. Konoha and Hokage came to the Iron Council to talk. This is to send 2 consultants, which is understandable. 4th Hokage of Sand Shinobi Village has not yet been selected, and 3rd Hokage was killed directly under the meteorite of Uchiha Madara. The person they sent is still a familiar face, Cho. She is still alive, tenacious like a strong. It's not how strong she is, but she used all her puppets to dig a hole for her and Ebizo and get in to save their lives. Others don't have that strength. This time Sand Shinobi Village suffered heavy casualties. It's normal to shoot 1,000 generations. After all, it's about Uchiha Madara. Even if the village has been destroyed, I still want to do something within my power. Konoha, the shadow of Sand Shinobi Village, is not there. As for Kirigaku's 3rd Mizukage, it's not that he doesn't want to come, but that he has been badly injured every day since Fengye launched the tsunami last time. Finally, I found a Yagura who could inherit the position of Mizukage, and was taken away by Madara before he had time to announce that he was 4th Mizukage in the future. With anger hitting his heart, he almost died by closing his eyes. Therefore, the person sent by Kirigaku is the Great Elder Master. 2 shadows came from the 5 Great Ninja Village. Is this really the 5 Shadows Conference? Mifune sighed and shook his head. For the ninjas, they solved it by themselves, that they were just a so-called notary. That's it, it still depends on Onogi's face. The atmosphere in the room was a little silent. Even the initiator Onogi has a headache. 5 shadows talk. Fart. The 5 shadows didn't get together. What a 5 shadows talks. Everyone has difficulties and I hope to understand. Master Yuen said helplessly. It would be nice if Kirigaku could send him. The next Mizukage is gone. Now the villagers are panicking. In addition to Uchiha Madara's threat, Senju has heard that there has been some movement recently. In case of another tsunami, even though the dam has been built, it can't withstand the toss. People looked at each other and were speechless. The atmosphere of the 5 shadows meeting seemed to have fallen to the freezing point before it even started. But Kushina and Mikoto didn't feel anything wrong, and calmly sorted out the information on the table. They came with a mission. But people are not here yet. So I don't want to say anything. It seemed to confirm their inner thoughts, and the next moment an abnormality suddenly occurred. Boom. The room trembled. Under the shocked eyes of people, the door of the meeting room brought a few samurai directly in. Looking closely, a figure slowly approached. The iconic killer head shape. Coupled with the red armor handed down from the Sengoku period, and the three-gold jade in his eyes, his identity is directly determined. Uchiha Madara. He is coming. In an instant, everyone was like a big enemy. Onoki even had his hands together to start the dust escape. Although the arm that was chopped off by Heitake Sakumo last time was a bit inconvenient to connect with medical ninjutsu, he can still be used after training. The dust escape, but the speed is much slower than before. The lightning-style armor on Raikage was shining with thunder and vigilance. Uchiha Madara, a name alone is enough to represent the meaning of his existence. With one shot, the entire shinobi world was turned upside down. But they did not expect that this man would really dare to appear here. This is the scene of the Five Shadows talks. Is he really sure to face the 5 cage level powerhouses? Although, they didn't make up the 5 shadows either. But even so, the representatives sent by the villages are not weak. Sure enough, as Fenji's brother said, this kind of hilarious man's meeting will come together. However, 2 people were blind to Madara's aura, and even chatted with him jokingly. They are representatives of Konoha. Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto. Well, if he comes, all those people will be there. Mikoto nodded and agreed with Kushina's words. Speaking of which, he is still your ancestor of Uchiha, won't you go over and say hello? Kushina said playfully. My family is now Senju Mikoto. Mikoto's face turned red, but he mustered up the courage to say his new name. The island country's two-dimensional culture is quite prominent. If you marry, you will change your surname. Fenji is the patriarch of the Senju clan. Even if her father of Uchiha Mikoto is the elder of the Uchiha clan, she must follow Senju's surname to marry into Senju. She is now called Senju Mikoto. Although he hasn't officially married yet, it's no different. Everyone knows that she is one of Fenji's fiancés. It looks like you are very proud of your new surname. The attitude of others didn't matter, but the smile on Mikoto's face made Madara a little uncomfortable. Descendants of Uchiha. Became a woman of the Senju clan. This is simply an insult to Uchiha. Is it me that Uchiha has no one? I like to do things like turning my elbows out. But, it's nothing. Konoha is Uchiha, he has long denied it, and they must have lost Uchiha's pride when he persuaded the tribe to leave with him. Master Madara, she is the one I told you about, the descendant of you who was soaked by Senju. Black Zetsu reminded in a low voice behind Madara. Do I use you to speak? Madara glanced at him coldly and retracted her gaze. No hurry, I want to hear what the so-called 5 shadows talks are about to discuss. Walking to the table step by step, Madara seemed to want to be disgusted before doing it. Suddenly the face of Senju Hashirama at the bottom of her neck leaked out. You don't need to be nervous. You have also seen that Konoha is already missing until the 5 shadows conference is just 2 little girls coming over. How can the 5 shadows talks be done without Hokage? He stretched out his hand casually, and the wooden chair stretched out from his body. Among other things, wood style is quite convenient in this regard. Sitting on the chair, Madara pointed to Hashirama on his chest. This guy is First Hokage, but if it wasn't for his brother's desperate opposition, I, Uchiha Madara, would be the First Hokage. After all, I named Konoha. This time I will represent Konoha at the 5 Shadows Conference to listen to your opinions. This is purely disgusting. Looking at Hashirama's face on Madara's chest, Onoki was lost in thought. What kind of thing is this? However, Kushina and Mikoto calmly sorted out the information as if they could not see Madara. Now that everyone is here, start the meeting. What meeting will be held? Raikage and Tsuchikage go straight to Byakugan. Isn't the theme of their meeting to deal with Uchiha Madara? Now everyone is here, but the aura makes them a little unable to do it. If he dares to come, it means that he is not afraid of them at all. But Kushina opened the information on her own, and began to transmit information according to the content above. She didn't come to participate in the so-called 5 Shadows talks. Fenji had even expected Madara to come back and pretend, but they didn't have to worry about their safety. Everything is ready, it's time for Madara to watch Senju pretend to be forced. The following is what Senju Fengye, the head of the Senju clan, wants to express. Before I finish talking, don't interrupt me, otherwise Fenji will be unhappy, you understand the consequences. Clearing her throat, Kushina gave Mikoto a look. Well, the first part is about the recent Uegakuer, Kirigakuer, and Sand Shinobi village did not submit the compensation materials agreed to during the Second Ninja Wars on time. Simply throwing the list of missing supplies to the position of the leaders of the ninja village, Mikoto's face was cold. Brother Fengye said that he doesn't like people who don't keep their promises. This is what Your Excellency Raikage has done very well. I hope you can explain this point. Good guys. This is a question from Master Lysine. Onaki's face was not very good. Yuanshi and Cho also looked at each other with a little dissatisfaction, but Third Raikage nodded slightly. He has always paid compensation. I hope his sincerity can be recognized by that man. Others don't know, but he knows exactly how strong Senju Fengye is. The enemy is still talking about interests. Don't they see the situation clearly? Except for Raikage, everyone else seems to have the same idea. You can't say that. Now we all know Madara. He is collecting tail beasts and catching Jinchuriki. After taking a look at Madara next to him, Master Yuan swallowed and said in a low voice. As far as I know, the Senju family owns the second tail of Cloud Shinobi village and 9 tails. So what? Kushina slapped the table and said disdainfully, do you think that our Senju clan will need your strength? So do you want to use this as a condition not to pay? Or do you think this old thing can snatch a beast from my Fengye brother? Huh? When Kushina pointed her finger at Madara, the atmosphere in the meeting room completely changed. People looked at Madara's face, and they felt that this old thing could explode at any time. But it's a pity. Madara didn't do anything, and even smiled disdainfully. Are the women of the Uzumaki clan so swollen? Or is it that they haven't seen what is really strong? Also, Hashirama is dead after all. Senju Fengye definitely can't carry the big beam. Do it directly? No, he hasn't played enough yet. How can adults and children be serious? However, he has remembered this old thing. For a while, at best, the painful point of letting the younger generation of the Uzumaki clan go. The first point is finished, the second point is below. Mikoto calmly took out another document. If it's still about compensation, I don't think I need to talk more about it. Onoki frowned and said. It has nothing to do with compensation, but a reminder from Senju. As for the final result of those tail beasts, and what Uchiha Madara is going to do. Picking up the information, Mikoto said solemnly. But this time, everyone's interest was raised. It's Madara's mouth that is lacking in interest. Senju Fengye knows his plan, so it is not ruled out that the people around him also know. According to Fengye's words, some people regard infinite Tsukuyomi as a treasure, but in Fengye-kun's eyes it is worthless. He regards infinite Tsukuyomi as a path to peace, it is too cerebral palsy. Mikoto sighed and said. Scolded me again. This time I was married to the Senju clan's own descendants. Madara looked cold, her fist-clenched fingers creaked. It's different from the old thing Kushina just said. This time, the woman was speculating about her dream. If you dare to move, I promise, you still have that poor black object, and even the infinite Tsukuyomi with you will be a stalemate. A lazy voice suddenly came. Everyone looked up with horror. And above the beam, a leisurely man is lying there drinking wine. The furry fox in his arms is 9 tails. Senju Fengye. Is he here too? But why didn't one of them discover the other's existence? Even Madara's eyes appeared cautious. Like everyone else, he did not discover Fengye's existence. I said long ago, everyone is here. What's the point of this meeting if the protagonist is away? Kushina curled her lips and beckoned to Fengye. Brother Fengye, this BD just squeezed his fist. Give him a quick punch to make him sober. Chapter 89. The meeting room fell into a brief silence. Madara looked up at Fengye above the beam. The representatives of the villages below looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Senju Fengye is on it, and it seems to have come early in the morning. According to Uchiha Madara, Konoha was built by the Uchiha and Senju clan, but Fengye's presence here definitely does not represent Konoha. But the moment he appeared, the 5 shadows meeting suddenly became official. Look around. The person in charge of the 5 ninja village. The supreme leader of the Senju clan, plus Uchiha Madara, a strong man in the Sengoku period. The conference has become a high-level conference to study the most important trends in the world. But to say so, the people in the 5 ninja villages are basically supporting roles. They understand that this is the pinnacle of Senju and Uchiha. Go ahead, Mikoto. Fengye just looked back at Uchiha Madara and glanced at each other. He and Madara will definitely have a battle. But this did not prevent him from letting Mikoto continue. So, the purpose of Uchiha Madara is to collect all the tail beasts, and gather all the tail beasts together and launch it into 10 Tails Jinchuriki. The so-called 10 Tails is a collection of 9-tailed beasts. When Uchiha Madara reaches that point, the strength will be no different from the previous Sage of 6 Paths. 10 Tails Jinchuriki, gaining the power of Sage of 6 Paths is also the basis for launching Infinite Tsukuyomi. An Infinite Tsukuyomi is a kind of illusion that can cover all areas to draw everyone into the illusion. Everything in the illusion is combined by the wishes of the subject, and people can get everything they want in the book exchange. According to Uchiha Madara's idea, as long as people get what they want in their dreams, then there will be no war, and the world will completely enter a state of peace. And he himself is the savior who calms the troubled times. Having said this, Mikoto chuckled, almost not surprised by the thoughts of his ancestors. Is it so funny? Madara squinted her eyes and easily included Uchiha Mikoto on her kill list. But Fengye-kun's original statement is that the idiot never thought about a problem. Infinite Tsukuyomi binds people in reality, will they die? He never thought that those people would dream about being hungry. I don't even know what the person who got Infinite Tsukuyomi turned into in the end. This is a very real problem. Mikoto took a deep breath and flipped through the document one page before. This has 2 consequences. First, Infinite Tsukuyomi will not kill people and keep them dreaming. Then one day they will be starved to death. Take a step back and say that even if the nutrients will be replenished and people can't die, it means that the world will enter a state of stagnation and stop developing. Second, Infinite Tsukuyomi will cause all deaths. Then the result is even more terrifying. In a world where all people have died, what is the point of you being the savior? Yeah. People are dead, what about the savior? When the ninja world is empty, all the savior can feel is endless loneliness. In 2 aspects, Infinite Tsukuyomi was analyzed at multiple levels. Mikoto's words made Madara's fist even harder. The other people in charge of Shinobu village fell silent. Through what Mikoto said, they understood what Madara was going to do now. I also know why we want to collect tail beasts. But is such a world really the road to peace? How much brains will it take to think of Infinite Tsukuyomi as peace? Fengye-kun also said that even Infinite Tsukuyomi is really the road to peace left by Sage of 6 Paths. But why didn't Sage of 6 Paths do it? After all, he is the first 9 Tails Jinchuriki, fully capable of launching Infinite Tsukuyomi on his own, but he didn't do that. This is the simplest and most direct question on the bright side. Sage of 6 Paths is the first 10 Tails Jinchuriki and also owns Rinnegan. Even the writing on the stone tablet is very clear. The power of yin and yang will gather together to get a lot of things. And Sage of 6 Paths is someone who has the power of yin and yang at the same time. Why not use Infinite Tsukuyomi? Then from the steel itself, we can see a lot of contradictions and conflicts. Okay, that's the end of the second question. These are what Fengye-kun explained. The last is from Senju's supplement. Mikoto put away the file and looked at the other 4 representatives of Shinobu village. For you, Fengye-kun gives a choice. Of course, if you think you can fight Uchiha Madara, then only hand over the compensation that belongs to Senju, and we don't care about anything. If you think you can't do it, then refer to the current Konoha management system and choose the same approach as Konoha and leave everything to Senju. Konoha's management system. This is not the first time they have heard of it. They also heard a lot about Konoha from their spies. Also, as the side that did not gain any benefits during the Second Ninja World War, Konoha recovered faster than all of their ninja villages. Of course, this has nothing to do with not having to send money to Senju. Because most of the materials in the Country of Fire are owned by Senju. Konoha gets less and can develop faster than them. In the final analysis, it is their management style. There is no Hokage, not only there is no chaos. This is something they didn't expect at all. It is also what they admire. Senju. It was the side standing behind Konoha, and those management patterns were also passed down from Senju. Although Konoha seems to be an independent Shinobu village, it is actually Senju who is in charge. The meaning in Mikoto's words just now is obvious. Learn Konoha's management model? To put it nicely, it is to make them affiliates of Senju, true affiliates. You can imagine what Senju will do. Become the king of the ninja world. I don't think we need to let Senju go. The 5 ninja villages are not as weak as that. After a long time, Onaki took a deep breath. Uchiha Madara's problem, we will solve it ourselves. Let them become affiliates. How is that possible? Each ninja village inherits a different will, but it is by no means a weak generation. Uchiha Madara, as long as you overcome fear, there is nothing you can't face. Have you heard? Madara, they said they want to solve you. Huh. Fengye lightly leaped to the ground, and naturally squeezed into the chair next to Mikoto and let out a gasp. This will be boring. He knew it was the result a long time ago. How could the 5 ninja villages bow their heads so easily? They are all masters who don't see the coffin or cry. I don't know pain, I won't give up resistance, and I can't really see how far they are from Madara. Although the accident of Sand Shinobi village lies there. But this time the gathering is the power of the 5 ninja villages. How can I know if I can resist it without trying? I'm not interested in the weak, but Senju's kid. Looking at Fengye coldly, Madara's fighting spirit continued to rise. The bastards of the Senju clan. He even adjusted his salary again and again, and even the woman next to him dared to be so presumptuous to himself. Ninja has forgotten Uchiha Madara? Then let them re-understand what these 4 words represent. However, about what Uchiha Mikoto said just now. Madara asked a question mark inside. He is not a fool, although infinite Tsukuyomi is his obsession, but if it can really make the world peaceful, why is Sage of 6 Paths useless, instead leaving the method behind? This is a question he has to think about. Old place, I'll wait for you. There is no way to make sense with Madara. To speak, it must be after his pride has been completely shattered. Fengye knows this very well. The old places of Senju and Uchiha are naturally Konoha in the country of fire. And considering it at a deeper level, only the Valley of the End can represent the beginning and end of everything. Without taking care of the representatives of the 4 ninja villages, Fengye took Mikoto and Kushina and spread their wings and disappeared instantly. Madara thought for a moment, and took Black Zetsu out of the meeting room. As for the shadows in the conference room, sorry. Madara didn't treat them as humans from beginning to end. How can adults and children be serious? Even Madara in the original book is just playing with the shadows a little bit. When he gets serious, the so-called 5 shadows is nothing in front of him. And the seals of the tail beasts need to be in order. He has now controlled the smell golem to absorb 1 tail, but the other tail beasts can only be controlled by illusion and cannot absorb it. He needs 2 tails. It is also necessary to defeat Senju Fengye to maintain his pride. So Senju is his first goal. Anyone else? It's just rubbish that can be beaten easily. The so-called ninja allied forces poses no threat to him. But Onoki and the others began their intense and exciting plan, and wanted to take advantage of the gap where Senju Fengye attracted Uchiha Madara's attention and quickly set up a ninja coalition to fight against it. The country of fire. On the canyon not far from Konoha village. The teenager stood with his hands. The waterfall between the 2 statues is turbulent. This is where Senju Hashirama defeated Uchiha Madara. The fierce battle between the 2 rewrote the map, and the world painted a statue of the 2 in order to remember the battle. Here is the origin of the Valley of the End. In the future, Naruto and Sasuke dismantled the statues after the 4th Ninja World War and replaced them with both of them. It's like the ultimate fate of Indra and Ashura. When Madara appeared, there was a little nostalgia in her eyes. The last time he fought here was Senju Hashirama, but this time he was replaced by his grandson. Sometimes fate is like this. But to be fair, Madara doesn't think this man is qualified to stand in front of her. The most fundamental reason for agreeing that Fengye came here was actually to show Hashirama how his wasteful grandson died. Only Senju Fengye, he must die. That was the first person who dared to provoke himself positively. Even Hashirama didn't have that guts. He was even attacked by the kid's pet, Ninetales, underneath his own base. That's the shame of his life. There are no extra words. Madara stretched out her hand, and the fan that symbolized the supreme glory of the Uchiha clan fell into her hand and aimed at Fengye. There is no need to talk nonsense between them. They are enemies, and Madara has never regarded Fengye as an object to be in touch with each other. Except for Hashirama, who can understand himself in this world, no one else has that qualification. Actually, I don't agree with Grandpa's approach. I have always been. Slowly pulling out the sword of the End Yan, Fengye suddenly spoke. Madara had heard of this. Even when Fengye first took the position, he had heard rumors in this regard. Although Senju Fengye is the head of the Senju clan, even at the beginning of the Upper Throne, he took Senju Hashirama's spiritual position and scolded him. For example, when it is incorporated into Konoha, there are, for example, selling tail beasts. In addition, he did not agree with the establishment of Shinobu village. Moreover, Senju Fengye believes that the war caused by the establishment of Ninja village was larger and more dead than in the Sengoku period. Madara still admires Fengye at this point. After all, he has seen it all these years. The establishment of Shinobu village did not bring peace. This is a fact that cannot be changed. This alone is enough to show that Senju Hashirama's approach is wrong. Even if Madara is about to die in the original book, Hashirama sighed and told Madara that things he couldn't do should be left to the younger generation. But isn't this slap your own face? The younger of Senju Hashirama? Except Tsunade, there is no one left, let alone fulfilling the dream. It is not easy to live. Kang. Two figures are walking on the water. The Tuan fan and the long sword made a hum and collided with each other. The battle begins. But once they played, Madara knew that she underestimated Fengye's power. The counter-shock force transmitted from the Tuan fan made him understand that if the pure strength is compared to Nyoli's, he may be a bit weaker. A battle between ninjas is not a victory by force. Leaping forward, Madara put one hand on her chest and let out a low drink. Fire style. The fire is extinguished. A huge wall of fire spewed out. Even if it is above the waterfall, Uchiha Madara's fire style can still be called the forbidden technique level. As we all know, Uchiha's fire style can even restrain water style. But you have to see who uses that water style. Fengye didn't panic. Not even the seal was knotted, just pointing the sword of the end to the flame that rushed towards him. Fire style. The fire is extinguished. The same flame pouring out. And what shocked Madara was that the flames of Fengye's chakra seemed to be hotter than his. Ninjutsu boosted by Ryutsu is not just ninjutsu. What Madara doesn't understand the most is, I heard that Fengye's water style is good. Right now this is a waterfall. That kid doesn't even use water style to deal with his fire style. What does he mean? Suppressing fire style with a good water style, there is always a feeling of bullying. You are Uchiha Madara, the master of fire style. Yeah. What kind of ability to suppress fire style with water style? That's the restraint of ninjutsu attributes, but it's also fire style. This kind of humiliation will definitely make Madara uncomfortable. Fengye grinned and looked at Madara's goblet of fire and hooked his finger at him after his own ninjutsu swallowed. Continue to dance. Don't make me look down on you. Look at the grandfather behind me and smile. Behind Fengye is naturally a statue of Senju Hashirama. The failure of Madara in the first round was naturally seen by Senju Hashirama. Madara coldly threw down her ball fan and folded her hands together. In that case, let you see the power of your grandfather. Wood style. The tree world is born. Chapter 90. Wood style. Everyone knows that it is the iconic blood boundary of the Senju clan. Now it is used out of the hands of the Uchiha clan, and there will always be some insults in it. Especially when using wood style in front of Senju Hashirama. Madara has even begun to think of how Fengye was surprised when he saw wood style. What surprised him was, when the tree world was born and countless trees emerged from under the waterfall and rushed towards the boy, he did not panic, and even showed a disdainful smile on his face. What is he dismissing? This wood style is what his grandfather is most proud of. It's not that I said you, why do you always like to play with the rest of Senju? Fengye touched his chin and sighed slightly. Huh. The vulture idiot dare to make an axe. Carving tricks. Get a handle on the door. Madara was silent. This is Senju Fengye's evaluation of his use of wood style. What does he want to express? The so-called birth of the tree world, this trick has no impact on me. The development of wood style is also very common. Except for Shinsu Senju, I think the other moves are slightly improved and then used to make them even more shocking. For example, this trick. Wood style. Da-ei tian long. Clap on the ground with one hand. The huge tree stretched out, and the shape completely changed the moment it appeared. The wooden dragon coated with a layer similar to Nine Tails chakra mode began to grow bigger, even more lifelike than Senju Hashirama's wooden dragon technique. When the wooden dragon roared as if it was alive, it just flicked its tail, and Madara's tree world birth was directly smashed to pieces, which is not a play. After the birth of the destroyed tree world, the wooden dragon specifically bypassed Uchiha Madara and slammed into his statue not far in front. Boom. With a whole shake, Madara returned to her head stiffly. The statue's face was completely shattered. And the wooden dragon flew up into the sky again and hovered above Fenji's head, as if looking at a god in the world, giving people a strong impact. It's not over yet. Taking advantage of Madara's dumbfounded energy, Fenji slapped it in the air. With his actions, the trees that were broken by the wooden dragon all gathered together. Palm. Buddha. The blessed Jizo, dressed in glow, slowly appeared. The head is larger than the wooden golem jutsu. The Buddha, whose arms are surrounded by multiple trees, also patted a palm with Fenji's gesture. And the place you want to attack is still the statue of Uchiha Madara. This trick is called wood-style Tathagata palm. Fenji grinned and said a name that does not exist in this world. Of course, this thing was made by him indiscriminately. It is a kind of wooden golem jutsu, but it looks more than wooden golem haki. In terms of ninjutsu tricks, he can play more than his grandfather Senju Hashirama. The nature of ninjutsu is to change the form of your chakra. The same is true for wood style. Even the so-called Shinsu Senju is not complicated, but Shinsu Senju requires a higher quality of chakra than ordinary wood style. Cooperate with Zaiyenshu, otherwise it will not be able to exert its true power. Fenji's ninjutsu talent has never been weak. As for the immortality, the original work did not indicate where Senju Hashirama's immortality came from, but after absorbing Ashura's chakra, Fenji could clearly feel the natural energy around him. So he guessed that the so-called sage body is the basis of perfect immortality. However, Fenji didn't bother to study Zaiyenshu for the time being. Chakra is derived from the human body, while Zaiyenshu is natural energy, which belongs to the essential power of nature. In other words, it is very different from the Shinigami world, but not as powerful as the Shinigami. If the master can absorb natural energy, it may be used in the Shinigami world. The cultivation of fairy skills is still necessary, but there is no need to worry. After all, what the ninja world said, only fairy and physical skills can hurt people above the 6 paths level, which is not effective for Fenji. His chakra is not pure, he also carries a power called Ryutsu, and his method of directly attacking the soul can be much stronger than the Zaiyenshu physical arts. Therefore, he is not afraid of threats from the Otsutsuki clan at all. Far away, Uchiha Madara looked at her collapsed statue, and fell into deep thought with the Buddha who had gradually fallen and disappeared. Wood style, Dai Tian Long. Wood style, Tathagata palm. There is a saying that he has never heard of this kind of ninjutsu. Even in the decisive battle with Hashirama, he hadn't seen it before. These two moves had a great impact on him. But what is unforgivable is that the kid still destroyed his statue in front of him. Nothing else matters. This statue is proof of his existence in this world. And why can this kid use wood style? It's been a long time since the Senju family has used wood style. That is a power that only Hashirama can use. You know, why don't I? Fenji raised her brow and said naturally. And this trick is not new in the current Senju clan. Not new to the Senju family? Madara didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Is it possible that in addition to Senju Fenji, there are people in the Senju clan who use wood style? Fenji smiled slightly, and did not explain too much. The existence of a copy is the basis for Senju to become stronger. In these years, in addition to getting loot from the dungeon, he also gained a lot of function points. In the system mall, there is something called blood vessel strengthening potion. Although the effect is not as good as Ashura chakra directly absorbed, it is cheaper and can be used as a reward to the tribe. With the huge Yang attribute chakra in Fenji's body, it can leave a mark in the tribe's body without consumption. When all the tribes use that power together, it is not difficult to use wood style. Madara would not understand this kind of thing. Still laughing, Madara looked at Fenji coldly. You don't think that wood style awakened by fluke, you can really compare Hashirama? Or do you think you can really beat me by reaching the heights of Hashirama? The 3-goat jade in the through hole rotates rapidly, and the unstable chakra extends from Madara's body. When Suzanu's armor began to cover his arms, the entire earth began to tremble due to the sudden weight. The Valley of End couldn't bear Madara's power and began to collapse, and the blue chakra finally stabilized. Set. With a low drink, Madara's body rose into the air. See it. The ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Just rely on this perfect Susanoo. Covered in armor, with sharp chakra knives on the huge wings. Seen from below, Susanoo has a strong impact like an unstoppable god of war. Madara's Susanoo is a big exaggeration. Although it can't be compared with the Susanoo of Sage of Six Paths, which is as high as 10 tails, it is much bigger than the others. Standing inside the diamond-shaped box on the Tengu's forehead, Madara held her arms and looked down. Everyone who has seen this trick is dead. I don't think you will be an exception. Susanoo's huge solace moved forward, and every time they lifted and dropped, the ground would tremble. Fengye remained indifferent. Seeing Madara approaching, he suddenly sighed. It's not as good as me. I should say this sentence. Susanoo, it looks good. But I will too. Chakra, which was more violent than Uchiha Madara, covered Fengye's body, and at the same time, Sharingan's Gyu appeared in his eyes and began to spin rapidly. When the three Gojade shattered, the brand new Mangekyo began to condense. Different from the shape of Uchiha Madara, Fengye's Mangekyo is two long swords crossed together. Not too much bells and whistles. He possesses the power of Indra, even more prominent than Madara in Indra's ability. Moreover, Fengye's Susanoo is not simple. The invisible armor released by high-strength Ryutsu is integrated into Susanoo at the same time. Whether it is defensive power or attack power, it is not comparable to ordinary Susanoo. As for the size? Fengye smiled. The size of Susanoo is not determined by chakra, but the purity of the blood. Like Fengye, he can freely manipulate the size of Susanoo. That came from the pupil technique in his left eye, and it was also related to Ryutsu who could control himself. The more Ryutsu that Susanoo brings, the bigger the head. Fengye didn't think that Susanoo would be fierce when he was old. But if Madara wants to be taller, he can't lose. When the armor covering was completed, Fengye's pale golden Susanoo stood up directly from the ground. The wheel height is exactly twice that of Madara. Wood style, you are not as good as me. Susanoo, you are worse than me. Standing on the Tengu, Fengye curled his lips and said the most exciting words for Madara. Can it be exciting? He just said that everyone who has seen this trick is dead. Backhand Fengye released a complete body Susanoo that was more shocking than him. Where did his Sharingan come from? This is not the key is that Susanoo can only be used by Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He is a member of the Senju clan, why can he use the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan? Madara has never heard of Fengye having a brother from the Uchiha family. But that is not important anymore. Madara only knew that she was mocked by this kid just now. Swiping the chakra knife, Madara waved Susanoo's wings and hit the sky fiercely towards Fengye. Boy! Susanoo's power is not just about looking at it. This is his last stubbornness. He was in a hurry. Fengye sighed slightly and shook his head. Is this breaking the defense? It's really surprising. 2. After all, Fengye would use everything that Madara is proud of, even better than him. Fire style. Wood style. Now it's even completely Susanoo. He is an enhanced version of Madara, which is an unbearable insult. Raise one hand falsely. The pale golden Susanoo did not panic and drew out the chakra lightsaber in front of him. Boom. The two blades hit together. It was just the collision of chakras that caused the entire valley of End to tremble violently. The mountains and rivers shattered, even the statue of Hashirama was shattered by the huge impact. There has never been a picture depiction of two complete Susanoo fighting each other. But what is certain is that this is more shocking than the original battle between Senju Hashirama and Madara. For a long time. When the two turbulent chakras subsided, Madara and Fengye's Susanoo also showed their lineups. Looking down, Fengye smiled. Controlling Susanoo's arm and patted Susanoo's shoulder, it seemed to be knocking off the dust on it. That's it. With a slight noise, Fengye shook his head. His Susanoo is safe and sound. On the other hand, Madara is a bit miserable. The chakra blade has been chopped in half, and even half of the body with Susanoo has been chopped off, leaving only the erratic chakra on the outside, which seems to dissipate at any time. The same as Susanoo, but the quality of chakra determines the upper limit of Susanoo's defensive power and attack power. From this point of view, Madara was not wronged. After all, Fengye's chakra and Ryutsu are fused with each other, and that power does not belong to the ninja world. With a snap of his fingers, Fengye took the initiative to release Susanoo, step by step, and stopped in front of Madara. Everything around was turned into dust, and the Valley of the End was gone for a long time. Are you still not convinced? Looking up at Madara with a pale face, Fengye asked with a shrug. Serve? This word will obviously not appear in Uchiha Madara's dictionary. Although Fengye's Susanoo really shocked him, it does not mean that he has lost Uchiha Madara. He also has a killer. Even if the fire style is not as good as Fengye, the wood style is not as good as Fengye, and Susanoo is not as good. But he still has the certainty of comeback. I admit your strength. Of those who fought me, only Hashirama can compare with you. I lost to Hashirama once, but I still said that, I will never lose to you Junior. The main Jikyo pattern of the eyes gradually disappeared, and the newly reincarnation pattern appeared directly in Madara's pain. This power is something your grandfather Senju Hashirama has never felt before. Rinnegan. When Madara revealed Rinnegan, it proved that he had entered serious mode. He stared at Fengye suddenly. The shadow of the prison near the tomb rushed over. He was confident that without Rinnegan, he would never find the hidden shadow. Can be the next moment. Fengye's movements completely made the confidence on his face disappear. Power sometimes blinds the eyes. This sentence fits you right. The young man raised his fist calmly, then smashed it directly at the shadow attacking him. Bang bang bang. A series of attacks directly smashed Madara's shadow into the ground. And his eyes also showed strange lines of reincarnation. I thought you would want to understand. After all, you have just seen me use wood style and also used Susanoo, the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. In that case, why can't you guess that I also own Rinnegan? Rinnegan. Fengye has it too. Madara was completely silent. Yeah. He should have thought of it long ago. The other party awakened Senju Hashirama's wood style, and used Susanoo, a more powerful body than his. Rinnegan, it seems reasonable. So, let me say one more sentence now. Fengye grinned at Madara's middle finger. It's not as good as me. It's up to me to say that. Chapter 91. The Valley of the End. When all the old traces are wiped out. The new scene looks very abrupt. Fengye sat beside Madara, calmly took out a wine glass and filled himself with wine, and then took out a new wine glass and handed it to Madara next to him. Have a drink, if you are enough depressed. Madara is naturally depressed. Even said to be aggrieved. How long did he wait for this day? This is the result that can be exchanged. Rinnegan. It took him a lot of effort to turn it on, but this young kid actually also owns Rinnegan. No wonder he said that the infinite Tsukuyomi he was looking forward to did not matter at all. People already have Rinnegan. You can even collect tail beasts to launch infinite Tsukuyomi. It's just that they don't want to do it. So what's the meaning of the dream that you insist on? Stuck enough. Everything is inferior to Senju Fengye. He was shocked when he came out today, and he even doubted what he was doing all these years. Where did your power come from? Aggrievedly, he took the wine glass that Fengye handed over. Madara raised her head and looked into Fengye's eyes. Now he has no ideas for hands-on. Only when his strength is on the same level, he thinks that this kid is qualified to talk to himself. Guess it. Fengye blinked, unaffected by Madara's aura. Depressed, aggrieved? What does that have to do with myself? You ask, I have to answer you. Just like Naruto, who was unprecedentedly swollen during the Fourth Ninja World War, after opening the Nine Tails Chakra mode, one didn't know that Tsunade thought he could carry everything on his back. That kind of person is really unpleasant. Especially after Naruto came back from the death of Madara Hokage, he went crazy and asked Madara Hokage's whereabouts. That scene was more like a foul brother who was desperate and could not help it. You ask, do I have to answer? Fengye shook his head and took a sip of wine on his own. Now Madara has clearly seen how big the gap between him and herself is. But for infinite Tsukuyomi, he still won't give up. That is his dream of pursuing peace, and it is also the driving force to live and move forward. People of the old age have fallen one after another. Madara has nothing to miss in this world, the only thing that can't let go is the road to peace. So, you still want to launch infinite Tsukuyomi, even if I said so much. I still think that infinite Tsukuyomi is the only way to make the world peaceful. After a long silence, Fengye suddenly said. Madara is a typical example of a person who doesn't hit the south wall and doesn't look back. Even at the last moment in the original, only he didn't get what he wanted. Peace? Hashirama has proved that the establishment of Shinobu Village is wrong. Even if Madara fails, he is still thinking about a new direction, but he has no time. Using those words that let younger generations find a way to comfort people, Madara can't let go of it at all. Because at that time Madara only had Sasuke Jr., but that Jr. had already surrendered to Shinobu. There will be no warriors who will truly find a path to peace in the future. There are only those pseudo-kunsi who like to stay in peace and think that protecting a ninja village is enough. I'm afraid Madara at that time was the idea. Always try. Squinting her eyes, Madara's unyielding fighting spirit rose again. Even if my strength is temporarily lower than you, I will do that. Having said that, the confusion in Madara's eyes cannot be hidden. The opponent also has Rinnegan. Even if he finds a way to resurrect himself with his own eyes in the future, Senju Fengye can choose the same way if he wants to stop him. And he is still very young and can live more time than himself. This has too many accidents. Even if the other party finds an opportunity to summoning out of the Gedo statue for humane destruction, he can't stop it. The road is difficult. But he still wants to leave. The point is that Senju Fengye's attitude makes Madara a little strange. If it is to stop himself, then why should he defeat him here instead of killing him completely? What does Fengye mean? He naturally didn't get rid of Madara's idea. On the contrary, he admired Madara's strength. Even want to reform the surname for Madara. For example, Senju Madara. S.A., be my son. When you fail. Patting Madara's shoulder, Fengye showed a weird smile and slapped her hand on the ground. Bang. With smoke enveloped, Madara was stunned when the upright nine tails and the puzzled Niu appeared with spicy sticks. Use it, and remember to return it to me when you use it. After breathing out, Fengye stood up and patted the dust on his clothes. Naturally, by wooden golem, he didn't die. He had adapted to the comfort of the little maid by his side all these years. How could he be willing to let her die? Fengye has many ways to extract the beast and let wooden golem survive. For example, the book of reincarnation stolen from Cho is only the lowest level of practice. Fengye's complete Ashura chakra, the huge vitality given to wooden golem, is enough for her to continue to live, let alone a short separation. After all, Fengye is reluctant to pull the two tails out of wooden golem. The reason is simple. The natural unmodified cat ears, only the second tail Jinchuriki can play the most natural. After speaking, Fengye turned away calmly. It is impossible for nine tails and airway to have a problem, he understands that. Just temporarily let them merge with 10 tails to satisfy Madara's little wish. At that time, separate a small part of chakra and leave it to Kaguya, then go to the moon and slap the moon to smash the moon and release Kaguya's real body. That means that the disputes in the ninja world will completely end. Madara, confused, when he understands that Black Zetsu will dig his heart out, that's the most suitable time to have a chat. Moreover, Fengye needs Madara to crush other ninja villages except Konoha and make them desperate to understand that the Senju clan is their savior. Use Madara's power to completely turn the ninja world into a real united front, so that in the future, it will be bound to the ninja world, and it will be logical for the ninja world to deal with the Otsutsuki clan. This is all Fengye's plan. When the plan is over, the ninja world will be monolithic. The Otsutsuki clan will also understand the truth that people on Earth are never easy to mess with. Fengye has already left. Madara looked at the two miniature tail beasts on the ground in confusion. In the distance, Black Zetsu cautiously walked back to Madara's side. Master Madara, that kid, what does he mean? How do I know? Madara frowned, too lazy to look at Black Zetsu. Black things, if you are calling the boss of this uncle a kid, believe it or not, I will advance the steps of digging your heart. Before Kurama finished speaking, Black Zetsu's expression suddenly changed, and he bowed his face to Nine Tails to admit his mistake. He had to admit his mistake. Madara has now started collecting tail beasts. Finally, the kid named Senju Fengye couldn't come out to interrupt. He definitely didn't want to see the Infinite Tsukuyomi project have problems again. Obviously, Senju Fengye knows what Infinite Tsukuyomi does. And Nine Tails knows it too. Even that guy has Rinnegan. Black Zetsu is not blind, he saw the earth-shattering battle just now. Full body Susanoo, wood style, and Rinnegan. Ashura has it, Senju Fengye has it. Indra has it, Senju Fengye has it. Even if it is Sage of Six Paths, others seem to have it too. What is he going to do for such a person? Knowing that Infinite Tsukuyomi's ultimate goal is to resurrect Kaguya, he not only did not stop it, but also actively asked Madara to activate it. What is he going to do? Black Zetsu's head is full of question marks. But all in all, Senju Fengye doesn't bother them, which is a good thing. 9 tails, 2 tails. Madara looked at the 2 tail beasts and sighed. What do you call the uncle? My uncle tells you, don't think that you can do anything to my uncle if the boss is not here. This is the uncle who is in a good mood to cooperate with you, otherwise he can go back to the boss and make a small report if he is unhappy. It's still not easy to mess with. Madara squinted her eyes, but finally didn't say anything. Just a dog. It's all when you can't see it. If this thing goes away, if you ask Senju Fengye for it then, it will not be like his Uchiha Madara style. Brother 9, you should keep your voice down, he is Uchiha Madara. Airway swallowed and said nervously. No need, you don't know. You care about Uchiha Madara, my uncle slapped his mouth before. Kurama said with a full face. Obviously, in the past few years with Fengye, it has really expanded a lot. Brother 9 is really awesome. Niu gave a shocked thumbs up. Envy you. Kurama swelled and smiled, it makes sense, if you become the boss's pet, you can also get this treatment. Uchiha Madara, just fan it, there is no need to be polite. This is really tempting. 2 tails nodded repeatedly. But speaking of it, after going back, it has to return to you wooden golem. As one of the few female cats among the tail beasts, it is also used to staying in you wooden golem. If he becomes Senju Fengye's pet, it means he is his own director. That own Jinchuriki. Find flowers. Well, speaking of it, you wooden golem has long been Senju Fengye's maid, and she is also pet level. Then it's okay, just go back and recognize the lord. The 2 tail beasts were ignored. Black Zetsu was a little confused about Madara who was confused. The tail beasts are brought, and the most troublesome Senju is solved. What is Madara still confused about? But Black Zetsu did not dare to urge Madara. The reason is simple. Senju Fengye also owns Rinnegan, and it seems that the opening time is not short. But the other party, there is no so-called product of will, such as oneself, such as White Zetsu. If Madara thought of this question to ask Senju Fengye, she might be exposed. Therefore, it is necessary to reduce one's sense of existence slightly at this time. There is no way, because of the angle of his heart, he chose to remain silent and wait for Madara to do it himself. Master Madara. But his choice to be quiet doesn't mean that White Zetsu thinks that way too. The ground squirmed, and a White Zetsu who was in charge of the survey came out. The other ninja villages except Konoha have already begun to form a ninja coalition, saying that they want to prevent you from launching Infinite Tsukuyomi, but I found where they hide Jinchuriki. I already know the location of Jinchuriki. Madara calmly stopped White Zetsu's words, and then looked around. There was a lot of movement here, but it became quiet after Fengye left. Find an opportunity to tell them that I'm in the Valley of the End. Want to stop me, come here. The Third Ninja World War, one will end it myself. 0. Black Zetsu opened his mouth. He wanted to remind something, but finally gave up. He knew what Madara was thinking. After Senju Fengye defeated Madara, his confidence suffered. He needs to vent his anger. And those who want to stop him are the best targets. As for Jinchuriki, those things are not difficult to collect. Now he still has a chance. That is to challenge Senju Fengye again after becoming 10 Tails Jinchuriki. That was his last chance. It is also an opportunity to declare victory. But Senju Fengye still does not stop. This is what Madara can't figure out the most. The country of fire. Konoha. It's not at all different from the tense atmosphere in the shinobi world. The people here start a new day of work with a smile. Although the movement from the Valley of End just now was not small, they were not afraid. Next to Konoha is the Senju clan. The man named Senju Fengye is their faith. Faith is still there, where does fear come from? Recently, I'm getting lazy. Next to a roadside stall, Tsunade stretched out leaning on Fengye's body. He looked cute even if he didn't want to use it. It has nothing to do with the calm before the war. They, even the old and young men of the Senju clan, did not take Uchiha Madara's appearance seriously. Thousands of Senju hair sprayers are not afraid of Madara's power. As for the impact of Infinite Tsukuyomi, sorry, that light definitely can't pass through the enchantment strengthened by Fengye in the Sui Palace. So the so-called war has nothing to do with the Senju clan. They are just watching now, waiting for those who don't know the height of the world in ninja world to know the pain, and find the Senju clan for help. This is the same as when the Senju clan still believed in Konoha's senior management. As long as you know the pain, you know who is right and who is wrong. This involves the two schemes mentioned by Mikoto. Since they didn't choose to be like Konoha and become true affiliates of the Senju clan, it is necessary to suffer a loss. Be reasonable, you are getting heavier and heavier. Holding Tsunade, Fengye's eyes locked in a strange position. It has expanded even more. It's hard to imagine that although it was expanding a few years ago, the speed is completely out of proportion to now. Fengye said that Tsunade's major reason is the expansion. Tsunade is not fat at all. Even very slim. You have the face to say, it's not you pinching. Blushing, Tsunade flipped through the silver and finally didn't say anything. No, I don't talk nonsense, I am the right way to promote blood circulation in the human body. Fengye said solemnly. He has grown up. But some things are not done. When the ninja world is calm, he will give an explanation to the girl around him. But, do you really rest assured that Uchiha Madara will toss? After thinking about it, Tsunade decided to talk about business first. As Senju, she knows what this name means. Can you really turn him into Senju? Madara. Loss. Chapter 92. Senju Madara. What a great and pleasant title. That is a strong man of the same age as Grandpa, and the only legend that can compete with Senju Hashirama. Uchiha and Senju are synonymous with that era. Of course, Tsunade also said that he didn't think that Uchiha Madara's personality would bow his head to others. I always feel that even if you just take him as a subordinate, it's not reassuring. With some sadness on his face, Tsunade sighed slightly. That's because you don't know him, that's why you say this. Fengye said calmly. Uchiha Madara. The impressive Haki man in the original book. When he stood there, he played the so-called villain to the fullest. But in the end, his failure was more like a plot kill. It's hard to imagine whether Naruto and Sasuke will be his opponents after he gathered 2 Rinnegens and became 10 Tails Jinchuriki and became 6 Paths Madara. Naruto's late combat effectiveness is collapsed. There is no doubt about this. And the protagonist is obviously too obvious. The power of yin and yang, the sudden appearance of Sage of 6 Paths, also seemed hurried. But even then, it couldn't stop Madara's footsteps. If it weren't for Black Zetsu's heartbreak, I'm afraid Naruto and Sasuke alone would definitely not be able to save Ninja. Even if Kaguya had the keen combat experience of Madara, it would be absolutely impossible to save the world. This is why people appreciate Uchiha Madara. You can think about it at a deeper level. Madara's only ambition is to implement a lifetime belief is to make the world peaceful. The boyhood war took his brother's name away, and Uchiha Izuna was not the only one. Madara not only had one brother, but the rest died in the battle with Senju. Madara wants to bring the world back to peace. But at the same time, he is a fighter who wants to surpass when encountering a strong one. Naturally brave are unwilling to be lonely. Fengye's approach is to let him see Infinite Tsukuyomi's conspiracy after his dream is broken, and then look back at the peace order he has established, and then he will understand that the so-called peace is not that complicated. Wars will only arise when there are disputes, and the most fundamental reason for wars is the uneven distribution of benefits. You ask an old virgin who has been single for decades to understand the playboy who hugs the left and right, which is obviously unrealistic. But in the same way, the wife has to fight for it on her own, and can't wait for someone to give it away. This is the same as peace. Fengye will build a ninja realm that is not perfect but better than the current one where you can get what you want as long as you work hard. This is not difficult for the traversers. The thousands of years of experience of the ancestors are in their minds. A world that can have a population of hundreds of thousands of people is not so difficult to manage. Peaceful world, this is the first weapon against Madara. So the second point is to find a job for those born soldiers who are unwilling to be lonely even in peaceful times. People are not all so easygoing and peaceful. Some people are born to want to be generals who will calm the troubled times. Therefore, it is not a good thing if the heart keeps empty. Similar to Madara. Having power also means having responsibility. When this peaceful ninja world encounters threats, it is the time for those people to contribute their strength. Arrange for Madara and those fighting madmen to find one powerful enemy after another, and then defeat each other. Here are Fengye's thoughts. The resources of the ninja world are limited. When this world is conquered, the system's world door will also open. Constantly conquer and keep getting stronger. Then it nourishes the development of the ninja world and takes the predatory route. This is Fengye's idea. So from the beginning, Madara has been trapped by him, and I don't know if he enters the game. Just like now, the 5 ninja villages have united in addition to Konoha, but Madara will educate those people so that they understand the difference in strength. Don't worry about those things. I finally have time to go shopping with you. There is no need to be upset about the ninja world. Holding Tsunade's hand, the two walked along the streets of Konoha leisurely enjoying the scenery that belonged to them. Konoha's atmosphere remains the same. But at the border between the Land of Thunder and the Land of Fire, the tension and anxiety began to spread. Although Konoha is missing, the number of joint ninja troops from the country of Wind, Thunder, and Land and Water is also not large. Although Sand Shinobi village has been attacked, it is impossible for a ninja village to have all ninjas in the village. They will perform tasks and will be sent to guard at the border. This can be seen in the assignment of Naruto after Naruto became Naruto. Therefore, even if Sand Shinobi village is attacked, there are still many ninjas in the Kingdom of Wind that can be gathered and scattered. And this time, because of infinite Tsukuyomi, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind was not stingy, and he gave a lot of war materials. Time is in a hurry. Therefore, the preparation of the ninja coalition is not sufficient, and the work of commanding and dispatching team leaders is also very flawed. The war is about to start. The ninjas below are a little nervous. But Onogi at the front of the team was full of confidence. Nothing else. This is the first time he has commanded so many people to fight together. Uchiha Madara is human. He also understands how powerful Madara is. But this time they united the power of the entire ninja world. No matter how strong a person is, he cannot change this quantitative disadvantage. Onoki knew this very well. So in his opinion, Madara did not directly attack them during the 5 Shadows talks, which meant that Madara had lost. Even he was scared. Yes. Again, Uchiha Madara is also a person. Once facing Madara, even with the tenacious will of the stone, he flinched. In such a scene, individuals will be afraid. He was thinking about the issues after the war. Perhaps, after experiencing this change, the entire ninja world will unite. Then the commander of his own position will grow, for the future political line is quite favorable. But having said that, after all, the opponent is Uchiha Madara. Even human wave tactics, there must be a fit for the job. Yeah. Earth-style ninja put concrete with water-style, wind-style ninja words will contribute to the fire, but added some trouble. Let Raikage up significant physical exertion, then took the opportunity to practice hand-release ninjutsu. No matter how people think, a person's strength is limited. With confidence, Ono would with troops continue to advance forward. Master Tsuchikage. At this time, a look at Lianshu Gakuer ninja ran over one knee. Just received the news, there are spies came back and said the case was found in the Valley of the End. According to intelligence, it seems Uchiha Madara and Senju Fengye there fought a consumption quite serious, there is now recuperating. End Valley. Madara where the rest? Onoki frowned. Are you sure Senju Fengye and Uchiha Madara really fight it? How outcome of the battle? It is not just intelligence that simple. Even from out of tricky analysis extent Uchiha Madara and Senju Fengye of. If Madara won, so natural to say, that means he does not have to dolly talks on the 5th film from the threat of Senju Fengye. But if accurate intelligence, Senju Fengye safe and sound, but the outcome still unknown. That ninja quickly replied. Safe and sound. Ono wooden hearts of a bing. This is from the side of one thing, and that is the extent of the threat may be even huge Senju Fengye than Uchiha Madara. The reason is simple. Uchiha Madara loner, but there may Senju Fengye behind to support the entire family of Senju. A Senju Fengye, plus Espada Senju Fengye men. He had to consider the matter after the defeat Madara. Not as good. A start even with Kiba and Senju clan and beat down. The idea germinated in a sudden bloom Ono wooden heart. That's right. They are now Endure Community Coalition. And they endure 4 villages, are fed up with the threat of Senju family. No one wants to be riding on the neck shit. Senju family is now doing much more than riding in the head. Senju also delusion so that they become a subsidiary? What a joke. Huh. The troops continued to advance. After seeing the scenery ahead, Onoki frowned. It's not that he has never been to the Valley of End in the Land of Fire. On the contrary, it was once regarded as a place to worship First Hokage, the god of ninjas, and is considered a famous spot in the Land of Fire. But now from the sign on the map, it is clear that you have reached the front of the Valley of the End. In the past, you could already see the two statues pointing to each other from a distance. Where's the statue? Some puzzled Oyemu slowly floated up using the light and heavy rock technique, wanting to see the situation clearly in front of him. But when his body began to sound, the original calm and doubt in his eyes gradually became shock and horror. What did he see? The original traces of the battle with Uchiha Madara and First Hokage Senju Hashirama, the magnificent Namhi River, the two huge statues and waterfalls are all gone. The Nanhi River dried up. The entire area seemed to have experienced a magnitude 12 earthquake, so all the trees collapsed, and even the entire area seemed to sink completely as if something had been smashed down. Looking from the outside to the inside, the debris scattered on the outer layer is endlessly gentle to the inside. As if something exploded, it completely turned into nothingness. What kind of fierce fighting has this area suffered? After swallowing, Oyemu's mouth twitched. There is no doubt that this is the Valley of the End, where Uchiha Madara and Senju Fengye meet. But what kind of force is causing this impact? Onoki couldn't figure it out at all. So, you should be lucky. If I were the only one, no matter how many people you have, the area of the rewritten map would not be as big as the Valley of the End. A familiar and playful voice came slowly, and Onoji looked back stiffly. I don't know when, Uchiha Madara has appeared by his side. In his hands, he was holding several black unknown spheres. It's magnificent to use in places with a lot of people, but it's still a bit big if you use raindrops to describe it. Planetary devastation. Throwing several squeezed black balls into the air, Madara stood calmly beside Onoki. To Libra Onoji, to be honest, I didn't expect that kid would really dare to bring someone to challenge me. Presumably you should have the same mortal consciousness as the ninjas below. Let me see what you have made over the years, and don't let me down. Shenluo Tianzheng. With one hand open, he repulsed Onoki. Even Tsuchikage was unable to stabilize his body even in the face of this attack for the first time, and the planetary devastation in the distance of the follower flew over. Nagato's planetary devastation requires a lot of vitality to use, but when Rinnegan belongs to him, only a part of chakra is needed. The earth began to tremble. Countless rubble and dust began to rise under the attraction of planetary devastation. And the ninjas who knew nothing about the ground seemed unable to resist this attraction and flew up. This is the difference between cage level and Chaoying. Cage level may play a decisive role in small-scale wars. But on a large battlefield, only super cage level can control the battle. Madara's planetary devastation is more threatening than Nagato's in terms of power and quantity. Although it can't be compared with a dozen planetary devastation in the original Six Paths level, it is more than enough to deal with the ninja coalition. But just watching the screaming screams of the sucked ninjas does not allow Madara to vent her anger. Losing a game with Fengye, which made Madara full of jealousy but also extremely unhappy. He wants to fight. High-intensity battle, dance to your heart's content, and feel the battle full of vitality. When Yubo of planetary devastation passed by, Madara fell on the ground wearing his beloved red armor. It was handed down from the Sengoku period. It is not strong, but it is very close to the body. The ninjas were still in a daze, watching their companions who were sucked up from the sky swallowed. Until now, they have not recovered from that shocking scene. This is the opponent they have to face. Uchiha Madara. Only when you are truly an enemy can you understand his horror. Don't froze. He's here. A certain perception ninja was the first to recover, and hurriedly pointed to Madara who was running step by step in front of him and shouted. The figure is getting faster and faster. Madara, who can feel herself only in the constant rush, just wants to fight a happy battle. In front of them was the ninja coalition described by Wanzi. Even the planetary devastation did not completely wipe them out. After all, it has not reached the Six Paths level, and the appeal of planetary devastation is not so exaggerated. The battle begins. The dancing figure rushed towards the crowd. And no one can hold on for another second in front of him. He is a born soldier. Master Tsuchikage, are you okay? In the distance, Onoki was panting and holding his waist with anxiety in his eyes. He was the first person to face the appeal of planetary devastation and the only one to escape from planetary devastation. The decomposition of dust escape played a big role. But the consumption of a lot of chakra made him weak. And that Uchiha Madara, as if unaffected, is still impacting their camp. The battle has just begun, and they have lost their troops. But Madara did not give them time to think. When he got tired of playing, Susanoo in azure blue rose from the ground. Full body. Susanoo is fully integrated at the touch of a hand. When Madara wanted to fight Fengye before, the power that Susanoo didn't exert was reproduced here. This moment. The ninja allied forces were completely desperate. Chapter 93. The war broke out very suddenly. Just when the other small ninja villages except the 5 big ninja villages just came to understand what infinite Tsukuyomi represents. The war to maintain order in the ninja world has begun. The location is in the country of fire. Even if they were far away, they could see the huge spheres in the sky. And that azure blue complete body Susanoo gives people an unparalleled impact. People have never seen that way of fighting. It is also the first time to understand what the peak power of the Uchiha clan represents. Uchiha's peak power. Konoha village, a clan of the Uchiha clan, is not very far from the Valley of End. Uchiha Fugaku is undergoing an official coronation ceremony from his father. Starting today, he will become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. But the expressions of the tribesmen are a bit complicated now. Nothing else. The rumors of Uchiha Madara are no longer a secret in the ninja world. They knew that the once overbearing patriarch was doing things. Some are happy and some are worried. Uchiha Madara. There was a time when he was a family of beliefs, even if this name became taboo after Madara left Konoha. There are also many existences who have great respect for Madara. It is undeniable. Compared with Uchiha Madara, these Uchihas who have lost their heart for hegemony are not very in line with the traditions of the Uchiha clan. Or in other words, are they still the Uchiha clan? Contradictions, doubts, and unwillingness. No one thinks that the Uchiha clan will stand by themselves. This family is so sick. Konoha has long been at peace, but Hokage's position is still vacant. Some people who are unwilling to be lonely have some ideas. Today, in addition to coming to participate in the new patriarch's position, there is one more thing to do. Inside the ancestral hall, the old patriarch of the clan, Uchiha Fugaku's father, announced the completion, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although it has been said before that Fugaku will be the patriarch of the next generation, but now, the ceremony is officially completed. 16 This should be when he was proud. After all, the next patriarch is his son, and no one else has any opinions. This is a good thing. But looking at his son's somewhat complaining and complicated eyes, he was also a little helpless. Uchiha. This time period is indeed not very good. Outside Madara is making trouble, and the opinions of the clan are divided. He was exhausted physically and mentally from these things. Simply leave these things to your son. Madara is too. I have to do something well, so that Uchiha, who was originally safe, becomes restless. Even now, the eyes of people outside looking at the people are a little strange. After all, Madara bears Uchiha's surname, which always reminds people of the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Madara. Over time, the people of the tribe will definitely still be Madara. Master Patriarch. Finally, a certain tribe came out with an urn sound. Subordinates have suggestions, I hope the Patriarch will consider them. This person is the son of the 5th elder. Fugaku glanced at the other person and nodded with a headache. This kid has been a fanatic since he was a child, and Fugaku knows this very well. He knew what to say before he even spoke Fugaku. But now is the moment when he has just become the head of the Patriarch. It is natural not to listen to the advice of his men. With Fugaku's consent, Uchiha RF gave the surrounding Uchiha people a look, and then took a step forward together. The Patriarch, please take the position of 4th Hokage in Konoha, and seek more benefits for the clan. Sure enough. The old Patriarch next to him sighed. The people want Uchiha to become Hokage, and the right to control Konoha is not a day or two. In fact, he himself felt a little aggrieved. Yeah. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and Senju clan. The first generation and the second generation of Naruto were all served by the Senju clan. Even the trash of the third generation is also a disciple of Second Hokage. Although that disciple is very unfilial and even wants to kill all of his teachers' clans, it belongs to Senju in theory. For the sake of reason, the Uchiha clan should also have a Hokage. This is not a new idea. Only these years, they have been suppressed to death. When first generation took office, they didn't have a strong opponent that could be opposed to first generation, and they didn't have the confidence to mention it. When second generation took office, they didn't dare to move even more with the kind of political methods. Before third generation took office, they didn't wait for them to resist, and the old guy had been completely laid off. But it also gave them a chance. Opportunity to become Hokage. But not long ago, Senju Fengye suddenly came back. Almost all the patriarchs of Konoha's family went to meet each other under the Hokage building, and their Uchiha was no exception. To be honest, the villagers who watched Konoha admired Senju Fengye, but the people of Uchiha were not happy. Why has this kind of scene never been enjoyed by the Uchiha clan? They didn't do much for Konoha either. Why does Senju get all good things? Although Senju Fengye was their companion in the Second Ninja World War, his strength is also admirable. But 1 yard goes to 1 yard. When it comes to interests, they don't want to give in. And this is not against Senju either. Everyone knows that Senju has quit Konoha. My patriarch, please propose at the next meeting to become Konoha 4th Hokage. Seeing Fugaku didn't speak, Uchiha RF reminded him again. We didn't discuss this issue before. Fugaku sighed, obviously wanting to avoid the topic. But he was also telling the truth. When third generation stepped down, Senju announced his departure from Konoha. They had already started a similar clan meeting. At that time, everyone felt that they would take a look first before talking, and then Konoha started to operate stably without Naruto. Everyone has adapted to that model. And basically they all know that Konoha is still in charge of the Senju clan. They want power, and that is to choose to fight against Senju Fengye. My patriarch, it's different now. Uchiha RF leaked his eyes. Yes. Times have changed. This is also the reason why he can speak hard with his people. The shinobi world has changed, and the Senju clan has long been guilty of public anger. Except for Konoha, the 5 ninja villages are basically dissatisfied with the Senju clan. And sooner or later they will confront our former patriarch Uchiha Madara. They all know that Madara is collecting Jinchuriki. When Madara kills the Senju clan, even if we stay out of the matter, we will be labeled as Madara's camp. So it's better to start early. Even if we take a step back, we will still feel the gaze from others if we do nothing. If things go on like this, the tribe will be squeezed out again. This is the truth. Just look at the attitude of those people in Konoha village towards Uchiha. But Naruto. Fugaku gave a wry smile. Naruto is not that easy to become. We all know that everyone's attitude towards Uchiha is like this. Then, even if he proposes, who will support him? The subordinates know what the patriarch is considering, but the subordinates don't think the supporters' problem will stop us. Uchiha RF smiled. What the subordinates just said is different because of Madara's appearance. That was the strong man who could once stand shoulder to shoulder with Senju Hashirama. If he had his support, how could there be more resistance? Uchiha Madara. Back to the root of the problem again. It was the man who gave the Uchihas confidence in the end. When he appeared, the Uchiha people, who had been agitated, throbbed again. But they seemed to have forgotten one thing. Fugaku's face was heavy, and he didn't know what to say. At the beginning, it was the Uchiha clan who abandoned Uchiha Madara and did not leave with him. Now go to Uchiha Madara again. Where's the face? And taking a step back, even if Madara recognizes the current clan, he will be the patriarch or by himself. Even if he doesn't care about the position of the patriarch, let Madara be. Will Madara be able to lead the tribe to survive? That is a lunatic. Infinite Tsukuyomi's plan is simply idiotic. That will be opposed by the whole world. The current war is fought because of this. Whether Madara can persist in the past is unknown. Is it too early to stand in line now? Master Patriarch. Just according to the news that the front line came back, Uchiha Madara confronted the joint attack of the 4 ninja villages, but suppressed the opponent with his own strength. And Madara seems to have used the legendary power of the Uchiha clan, the ability to be called Susanoo. The current Madara is crushing the battlefield of the coalition forces. Coincidentally, at this time, an intelligence ninja suddenly came to Fugaku and said something very exciting for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara fights against the 4 ninja villages and joins forces. And he suppressed the opponent. You can imagine what this means. Complete body Susanoo is listed as a legendary existence in the Uchiha clan. And what they know is just a few words in the literature. I heard that people who have seen that power have only a dead end. How strong is Uchiha Madara? Have you heard? Patriarch Lord. This is an opportunity. After all, Uchiha Madara is a member of the Uchiha clan. After all, he will stand on the united front with us. But what does that have to do with the position of Hokage? Fugaku looked at his father helplessly, and found that his father just shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. He threw it on his son because he didn't know how to solve this problem. After all, what he has always implemented is the policy of forbearance, and he can never make mistakes if he can preserve the power of the clan. But now, his current style will be opposed. Sometimes it is impossible to reason with the people of the tribe. They didn't know that Uchiha Madara didn't think Konoha's Uchiha was still Uchiha for a long time. A tiger that has lost its teeth is not as good as a cat. At least a cat can climb a tree. And Madara is no longer limited to one village. Naruto? It was just a joke, he had already set his sights on the entire ninja world. What a pity. Even if these words were spoken to the people of Uchiha, they would not have any effect. They only know that it is their Uchiha who is dominating the battlefield now. They want to use that power for more benefits. You are too radical. The third elder, Uchiha Mikato's father, suddenly sighed and said his thoughts. Makes sense. After his daughter confirmed the relationship with Senju Fengye, he didn't express much of his opinion. The old man knows how to avoid suspicion, and he also understands that if he says too much, it will make people dissatisfied. After all, in the eyes of the tribe, his elbows were all turned outwards. Why stick to Konoha? Slightly shook his head. If the clan wants to develop, it is better to learn the way of the Senju clan, leave the village to stay away from the dispute, and then if you want to contact Madara, first see what his opinion is the right way. You don't know Uchiha Madara at all. If he cared about Konoha's clan, he would have returned long ago, instead of choosing one person to fight the entire ninja world. Take a step back. Even if he decides to lead a clan to work hard, what we can get is only a dream of infinite Tsukuyomi. Do you like that kind of life? The old man doesn't like it. Some words. Very realistic and ironic. The facts are already in front of them, but unfortunately they can't see clearly. Madara didn't care about Konoha's Uchiha for a long time. Funny, these people still want to use Madara's power. I have to say, your father is very visionary. There is still arguing below. In the air, what the Uchiha clan didn't know was that Fengye embraced Mikato, followed by Tsunade and Kushina watching their every move. They can fly. The hollow transformation has already been completed. But those Uchiha below. The surname alone does not make people feel at ease. And Uchiha's change was the news he got from his mouth just when he passed by Little Sun. The appearance of Madara made the Uchiha clan seem a little bloated. So Namikaze Minato was a bit speechless, and didn't know how to solve this problem. It has become Minato's habit to consult Fengye daily. So Fengye wanted to see for himself what these ridiculous Uchihas were thinking. The result did not disappoint him. These people. Actually planning to use Madara's power to become Hokage. Mikato sighed, a worrisome expression on his face. Only by staying with Fengye can you understand how small the so-called family and village are. Even this ninja world is small and pitiful. After all, I have an idea to make them sober. Touching his chin, Fengye smiled and put Mikato down and then slapped the air below. Summoning technique. At the same time. On the battlefield, Madara, who had maintained Susanoo's advancement, was taken aback for a moment, and then the back of the body disappeared directly under everyone's eyes. Susanoo disappeared even with his complete body. Opening her eyes again, Madara looked around suspiciously. It ended up on the man who made him extremely annoying. Did you? Looking at Fengye coldly, Madara was extremely upset with her arms, but his heart was a little shocked. Summoning technique? Why can he summoning himself? Patting Madara on the shoulder, Fengye smiled gently. Sure enough, you just used Nine Tails Chakra. Let me put it this way, even if you become Nine Tails Jinchuriki, as long as you communicate with it on Chakra, then you are also my pet. Senju Madara, you appoint, the strength of the contract is not what you can imagine. Senju Madara? Pets. Where does this go? Madara snorted, what's the matter? I just moved my muscles a little bit and I was very busy. It's just a small matter. It's your clansman below. I want you to help them and let their patriarch be Hokage. Chapter 94. The air was silent for a while. Below, the people of the Uchiha clan are still arguing fiercely. There are even some tribesmen who are thinking about taking control of the Konoha regime. In those words, it seems that Konoha owes Uchiha a Hokage. To be honest, this kind of thing can be done by the Uchiha clan. When Fengye took Madara to take a look at the status quo of other people, he couldn't help but said this. Madara didn't respond to Fengye, but her calm eyes became a little complicated. Uchiha. When did this race have fallen to the point of being able to tear their faces apart for the benefit of a little bit of sesame seeds? Is this still Uchiha? Even an ordinary person knows that Ninja World is facing the threat of being destroyed at this moment, but he still wants to be Hokage? Madara's look is complicated. He didn't know whether he should laugh or be angry. But more is the calm after the complexity. They are no longer worthy of the Uchiha name. After a while, Madara finally spoke slowly. At the moment he spoke, he shook his head as if letting go. These people are not worthy to be called Uchiha, they who have forgotten the glory, are just a group of dogs raised in Konoha. This evaluation is very pertinent. Fengye nodded, but did not continue taunting Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha in the original book is a very sad family. This has a lot to do with the character of their family. Whether it is Shisui who believes too much in others, or Obito who wants to destroy everything because of love, or even for the unfilial son who can take care of his own parents, Uchiha Itachi. They have more or less mental problems. Shisui? He turned on Mangekyo, but couldn't see Konoha's high-level face, and his eyes were dug out to deserve it. Not to mention Obito, Lin died and didn't want to resurrect Lin, but wanted to destroy the world. Pushing all the people into this ninja world was completely self-denying to the extreme. As for Uchiha Itachi, Fengye shook his head with emotion. Itachi thinks that he is taller and bigger than his tribe, and he can often think about problems from the perspective of Hokage. But he never thought about whether Hokage must be correct, nor did he think about a more serious question. Is righteousness really righteousness? From the perspective of Uchiha and Konoha, why must Konoha be the righteous party? It seems that I have carried everything on my back, but it is actually the most stupid thing to do. Regardless of whether the so-called righteousness is correct or not, if you swipe a sharp blade against your parents who don't want to resist at all, you must be the most wasteful son. And Uchiha Fugaku. Perhaps as a father, he seems to be great. However, as a father, he did not lead by example, nor did he guide his children correctly. His own problems were not small, but as a father, his performance was considered qualified. But he was by no means a qualified patriarch. Even if Uchiha Shisui was counted in that period, the Uchiha clan had 3 pairs of Mangekyo, but they chose to wait for destruction. This approach is unimaginable. Uchiha. A family of disasters that integrate contradictions. From beginning to end, only Madara appeared, a man with a clear label of the Uchiha clan. No wonder they were destroyed. Sighing, Fengye took a picture of Madara's shoulder. Are you sure you can't go down and say hello to them? It's your descendants anyway. I have no wife. There is no future generation. Madara told Fengye the answer with her eyes. For the Uchiha clan below, Madara doesn't even have any interest in intersecting. As Mikato's father said, Madara's vision is no longer in Konoha, nor in his family. Really, compared to the layout and the strength, Madara can get rid of the streets of Uchiha Itachi. At the very least, what he has been doing is to bring peace to the entire ninja world. Regardless of the method, he has indeed tried his best. Boring. Taking a cold glance at the situation below, Madara's figure disappeared instantly. Needless to say, he is more willing to let those ninja coalition forces see the reality clearly than the people under the education. The impact of the battlefield is enough. Then he only needs to collect the remaining tail beasts, and infinite Tsukuyomi will open directly. His dream is approaching. How can he have time to care about those unsuccessful younger generations? Madara doesn't care. Fengye didn't want to pay attention to those people. But after all, Konoha is now under the control of Senju. There are some things that are necessary to do. Glancing at Mikato, who was a little worried, Fengye gave her a relieved look, and the figure slowly landed. Patriarch. Can't wait any longer, now is a great opportunity. Uchiha RF became more and more excited as he talked about it. He was already a little confused, and he was imagining the appearance of Uchiha on the peak. Very lively. The white robe swayed in the wind, and the man's long silver hair was scattered on his shoulders. It's been 6 years. Fengye became more mature, and the childishness in her body disappeared completely. Senju Fengye. Men who are also at the top of this era. When he appeared, he should have attracted everyone's attention. The people of Uchiha stared at him intently. However, the young man named RF Uchiha frowned and seemed to be dissatisfied with Fengye's arrival. This is Uchiha's clan association. Your Excellency shouldn't be here. It seems that his imagination just now made him a little bloated, and he also forgot Senju's influence and lethality on this village and the ninja world. Without thinking about it, RF directly blamed it. Yeah, Uchiha's clan association. Fengye nodded calmly. To be honest, I didn't want to come over, but some cerebral palsy always self-righteously regards themselves as the center of the world, which will cause trouble to others. Cerebral palsy, who are you talking about? Uchiha RF was puzzled for a while, and then he was taken aback, an anger appeared on his face. As Senju, cursing at Uchiha's clan assembly? You. SHHH. Fengye turned and looked at Uchiha Fugaku, shaking his head and index finger at someone who was furious. There is no doubt that this man used to have a great opinion of Fengye. After all, the fact that his fiancée was robbed is not a secret in Konoha. But now, Fugaku was relieved when he saw Fengye's first reaction. No way. The pressure on him from the tribesmen is a little bit heavy. As the patriarch, he obviously didn't know how to do it right. It's better to put this kind of problem on the bright side. Master Fengye. As a member of the Konoha Council, he has nothing wrong with calling Fengye an adult. After all, that is everyone's unified name. But here is the clan association of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's name confirms that the clan around him are extremely dissatisfied. I'll just bring a message. Fengye shook his head, not wanting to talk to Fugaku too much. To be fair, he did not appreciate the father of this family who chose to be killed by his son in the face of crisis. Judging from what Fugaku said to Atake, he clearly knew that his son would definitely be on Konoha's side. So why didn't he make some preparations in advance? Even if several people of the Uchiha clan retain their blood, they would be regarded as a man if he and the senior Konoha were fighting together. But he just asked Atake to take care of Sasuke. It sounded more like Sasuke's name was exchanged for the whole family. Does Sasuke match? Obviously unworthy. A not good patriarch, a barely qualified father. Madara doesn't want you anymore. With a slight sigh, Fengye suddenly spoke. For an instant, all the Uchiha clan people present were stunned. They are stupid. The patriarch of the Senju clan just said that their ancestors of the Uchiha clan don't want them. Is this man funny? If your excellency is here to make trouble, we are not welcome Uchiha. Uchiha RF frowned, but still restrained his anger. Madara wants the Uchiha clan, need an outsider to say it? I knew you didn't believe it. Fengye shrugged his shoulders and patted the ground with one hand. Summoning technique. At the same time, Madara, who had just returned to the battlefield, began to stabilize Susanoo, who was blue on the body. He planned to clean up the slippery fish on the battlefield first, so as to guarantee the law that everyone who saw Susanoo would die. But before he swung his knife forward, the figure disappeared into Susanoo's scattered boxes again. Are you sick? Scored twice. An angry Madara looked around and shouted to Fengye. All the Senju clan have neuropathy. Why should Laozi obey his call? I am not a summoning beast. They don't believe it. Fengye said helplessly to Madara. Who? Don't believe what? Looking around suspiciously, Madara frowned and understood. This place has just been here, but it was above it before, and now it has come to the clan center in front of the ancestral hall below. Uchiha Madara? The red armor, the unchanging haircut to kill Matt, the sturdy ninja momentum, and the incomparable haki side leakage. When Madara appeared, Mange Kyoshiri Nan, who had not wanted to dissipate in his eyes, also shocked the Uchiha clan. It's the ancestor. Master Madara. Many tribesmen knelt on the ground in excitement. Madara has already left Konoha, but the people of the Uchiha clan have not forgotten his legend. The opportunity came too suddenly. The young man named Uchiha RF was so excited that he even rushed to Madara and knelt down. Master Madara. Please lead the Uchiha clan to regain its glory and seize the rights that should belong to the Uchiha clan. Konoha doesn't have Hokage now, please take the lead. Good guys. By now, I skipped Uchiha Fugaku, who was the patriarch, and put Madara on the throne. Fugaku's look not far away was a little unnatural. He suddenly understood that he had been fooled. Even if it is based on the advice of his subordinates, the final leader to become Naruto, it can only be Uchiha Madara. And he, the patriarch, would be regarded as nondescript, and would even be emptied by others. From the beginning, no matter whether the plan was successful or not, he did no good at all. It's Hokage again. It's the village again, a clan. What is there to say about this boring question? Lead Uchiha to regain glory? Madara's body trembled a little. Is the old patriarch excited? Uchiha RF was overjoyed, and the people around him even thought Madara was a little excited. But the only thing Fengye knew was that the man next to him was full of anger. Go. When Madara could no longer bear the harassment of these low-IQ people, the anger in her body was directly ignited. A roller rushed to the nearest Uchiha RF with his full anger. Shenluo Tianzheng. At such a close distance, the other party's fragile body burst open like a piece of paper. Kill on the spot. He didn't have any polite thoughts about his own people. This is what Madara does. Fengye curled his lips and looked at the completely shattered Uchiha RF who could no longer die and shook his head. His inaction does not mean that he will tolerate the other side's attitude. He started to be squeaky and crooked since he appeared here, and he was quite unhappy about it. Let Madara do it, this is the biggest insult to the Uchiha clan. Contrary to Fengye. When the people of the Uchiha clan saw Madara's movements, they were all stunned. They couldn't accept it, and couldn't believe that Madara's first reaction after seeing them was to kill. Why? They don't know the reason. Don't use summoning technique casually next time. After killing Uchiha RF, Madara showed no interest in other tribesmen, and said directly to Fengye. The interest in fighting has been extinguished. He doesn't bother to manage the battlefield, so he will catch the other two tail beasts and release infinite Tsukuyomi directly. After a moment, Madara's figure disappeared in place. He can't wait. Summoned back twice in a row, the desire to fight gradually disappeared. Next, is the highlight of the entire shinobi world. But Madara is gone. The people of the Uchiha clan, Nyolohao, became a little embarrassed. Senju Fengye is here, and he naturally saw the behavior of the clan who just wanted Madara to lead the clan to seize power. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The point is, they can't accept that their ancestors turned out to be someone else's summoning beasts. That's Uchiha Madara. Are your Senju's summoning techniques so domineering? And judging from Madara's attitude, even if she is shooting against the people, she doesn't want to offend Senju Fengye. What does this mean? Even their ancestors were afraid of Senju Fengye. That can be a single person against the existence of the entire ninja allied forces. Do it hard, I'll wait for the day when you become Hokage. Fengye was quite natural, walked up to Fugaku with a smile, patted him on the shoulder, and his eyes were full of encouragement. Without saying much, this sentence is already Fengye's attitude. To leave Fugaku room for his own thinking, Fengye turned and left. Behind him, the Uchiha clan was relieved. Re-meeting. After a long time, Fugaku looked cold and walked into the ancestral hall first. Fengye's words are encouragement? No, that is definitely a warning. If the Uchiha clan can't stand by themselves, then disaster will also come. Wandering back to the Senju clan, Fengye originally planned to take a rest, waiting for Madara to launch infinite Tsukuyomi, and he would go to join him and witness the scene of Black Zetsu digging his heart out. But at the door of the clan land, several ninjas covered in blood and panting were kneeling and waiting. The forehead is not a sign of which shinobu village belongs to, but has become a unified shinobu. Obviously, they belong to the Ninja Alliance. However, when they saw Fengye, their spirits came in an instant, and they knelt in front of him with prayers and grief on their faces. Master Fengye is back. Master Fengye. Please, Senju family, and Master Fengye, please help save the world. Chapter 95. The Ninja World War has just begun. Perhaps no one has ever thought that someone in this world can turn the tide of war on their own. There was even an aura of a single person surrounding the entire ninja allied forces. Uchiha Madara. He refreshed the upper limit of people's cognition of ninja and ninjutsu. No one thought that the Ninja Alliance would be defeated so badly. Maybe they know that Madara is very strong, but so strong that it can no longer be regarded as a pure ninja. After Madara drove his Gundam to crush the battlefield, people who realized the gap finally understood that Uchiha's peak power was not something they could stop at this level. So, after Madara was taken away by Fengye and his summoning technique, Onoki and Raikage and other senior officials of Sand Shinobi Village and Kirigakuer directly opened a meeting. There is only one theme. Discuss how to respond to Uchiha Madara's next attack. The first head-to-head fight made their so-called ninja coalition look like a paper in front of Madara. Is the strength of unity strong? Sorry, this world is for daddy. In the end, the result of their discussion was that, except for Senju Fengye, who was able to fight Madara back and forth, no one in the ninja world could stop him. This is an extremely realistic and cruel conclusion. After all, they are not blind. They all know that Senju Fengye and Uchiha Madara fought once in the Valley of the End, and the current appearance of the Valley of the End is the result of the two hands. They didn't know the result of the battle, but Uchiha Madara did not die, and Senju Fengye also appeared in the Konoha and Senju clan lands. This at least proves that Senju Fengye has the power to fight Uchiha Madara. As for the conditions mentioned by the Senju clan before, although they are harsh, they are nothing before the ninja world will be destroyed. If the ninja world becomes a chessboard, then the Senju clan and Konoha are one of the powers, Uchiha Madara is an independent power alone, and the remaining Shinobu villages are the third power. The three forces are not in a check and balance relationship. At first, they thought that the third forces in village was the strongest party, but now they know that they are the weakest relative to Senju and Uchiha. Since ancient times, the weakest must learn to stand in line. They can only choose to join Senju Fengye, or not to resist. Uchiha Madara agrees to his infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Two approaches. For the former, they will become affiliates of the Senju clan. From then on, they will all be stocked in accordance with the management method established by the Senju clan, and even lose their so-called shadow position. That means that the ninja village will eventually become a group, and the entire ninja world will be completely unified. They will lose their current status and the ninja village will also lose their barriers. This is in great conflict with their interests. But if they don't stand in line, they will be ignorant or completely destroyed by the parents who were beaten by Uchiha Madara. Turn over the tail beast and start infinite Tsukuyomi? What is so good about infinite dreams? It can be seen from Senju Fengye that he is not afraid of infinite Tsukuyomi, at least he has the means to fight infinite Tsukuyomi. Compared with the two, fools know how to choose. Even being attached is better than being trapped in a dream for a lifetime without freedom. Can't hold on. Outside of the Senju clan, Fengye stood with his hand in his hand, calmly watching the ninjas in front of them who were not in uniform, but the forehead protector was the same. Obviously. In this period, the two saviors in the original work are still tadpoles, not even tadpoles. The trash fish of the ninja allied forces alone is useless and cannot stop Uchiha Madara. This is the same scene as in the original book. So visible. The ninja coalition in the mouth of Naruto's sand sculpture is not useful. Even in the fourth ninja war in the original, everyone except Naruto and Sasuke basically has no effect on soy sauce. Yeah. Especially the younger Sakura, who won infinite Tsukuyomi early, still thinks that the gap between himself and Naruto is getting smaller and smaller. Shaking his head, Fengye just glanced at these people calmly, and then walked towards the Senju clan. He had given these people a chance before, but they weren't able to grasp it, and it was right for them to suffer a little bit. So Fengye often said that Nagato's opposite was true, but it was just a little bit problematic. Only knowing the pain can give up the war. The idea is one thing, but it can't be so absolute. Just go to toss Madara, he hasn't arrived yet. But say Nagato's words. Orochimaru's laboratory. Bottles and jars in the room and mountains of information are the norm in the laboratory. And just in front of a large vessel next to him, Orochimaru was staring at the red-haired man inside. Master Fengye. As soon as his body moved, Orochimaru felt Fengye's arrival and bowed respectfully. How is he? Nodding to Orochimaru, Fengye asked, looking at Nagato who looked painful in the vessel. That's right. It's Nagato. Since Fengye went to the land of rain that day and brought back Nagato's body, the experiment has begun. Yahiko Fengye didn't plan to expend effort to save. For the innocent child, he died on the road that he believed to understand each other. That was his destination. And his death has become a nourishment that motivates Nagato. Nagato's hollow experiment is special. If you insist on comparison, it is somewhat similar to number 10 Yami in the Shinigami world. Yami's ability to return to the edge is that the more angry he is, the stronger he will be. In the anger, he will grow indefinitely until the end, even if Zaraki Kenpeki is extremely difficult to deal with. The performance in the comic is that Zaraki Kenpeki was seriously injured when he returned to Hueco Mundo. From this we can see how strong Yami is growing indefinitely. And similar to Yami, Fengye implanted into Nagato's body, not much different from Yami's ability. But the emotion used is not anger. It's pain. The more painful, the stronger the power that can be exerted. But the power of this kind of bug is limited in time, and every time it becomes stronger, it also consumes vitality. This point. Fengye made the decision after consulting Nagato. This is also Nagato's own choice. Despair makes people grow, and pain makes Nagato realize reality. Unlike the original, Yahiko died in front of him, his eyes were taken away by Madara. That kind of extreme pain makes Nagato want to give up everything. Even if you just beat Madara once, that's enough. This is his resistance to being used from birth, to his destiny. He needs strength, he needs great strength. The price is to feel the pain first. The same is true of the prerequisite for giving others pain. This vessel, as well as Nagato's hollow, were all carefully prepared by Fengye. After the test is completed, Nagato's strength will be unparalleled increase, that is his whole card against Uchiha Madara. Yami is an angry beast. Nagato is the embodiment of pain. Crunch. While thinking, a crack suddenly appeared in the front vessel. Then a huge riot skyrocketed. Boom. The utensils shattered, and the black riot penetrated the laboratory straight into the sky. When Nagato's red hair roared up to the sky without wind, Fengye knew that his masterpiece had succeeded. Understanding the pain. Compared to Orochimaru's shock, Fengye was calm, and step by step walked up to Nagato and threw him a piece of Senju's clothes and asked. Understand the pain. Feel the pain. Nagato's originally confused eyes showed a flurry of struggle, and then seemed to tremble uncontrollably. It seems that there is an instinctive fear of Fengye. This is the special relationship between the superior and the subordinate. Nagato can feel the bond, and at the same time, he can only understand how strong Fengye's power is. Even now, the gap between him and Fengye is still as insurmountable as a chasm. Before we start, I have one more question for you. Touching his chin, Fengye looked at Nagato playfully. You want Madara to feel pain and nothing wrong, but you should know that your body load is limited and the price is not small. Even to die. Dead? Nagato finally calmed down and shook his head. People who have died once, there is nothing to be afraid of. Konoha lets you take care of it, I feel relieved. Bowing to Fengye, Nagato put on his clothes and walked towards the exit of the laboratory. For so many years, Uchiha Madara owes him, he wants to take it back with his own hands. Master Fengye, I don't think you need to lie to him. After Nagato left, Orochimaru came to Fengye strangely. The experiment is just pure reinforcement, and his setting is that the more painful the stronger the strength, although the maintenance time is very short, the enhancement will disappear after losing the combat state. Although there is a load, he is a member of the Uzumaki clan, and coupled with the virtual high-speed regeneration, the impact is not that big. Nagato's experiment Orochimaru has been watching by the side all the time, and naturally understands the real situation. But he didn't understand why Fengye told Nagato that this kind of power was dangerous and even death. The more easily the power you get, the less you know how to cherish it. Fengye said calmly, moreover, he can understand the beauty of being alive at the last moment only if he is mortal. I just used this opportunity to tell him the truth. Just put the pain and don't cherish life on the lips. Very naive. Just watch it slowly. Master Fengye's words are always so profound. Orochimaru was a little bit understanding. It's no wonder he didn't understand. After all, because of Fengye's existence, many things in the original work didn't happen, let alone Nagato attacking Konoha to tell his theory. What Fengye has to do is simple. Nagato was stimulated by Yahiko's death, and there was a problem with his thoughts, so he should teach him the most basic lesson. Before letting others feel the pain, let yourself feel the pain. This is related to the growth limit of Nagato in the future. Again, his subordinates don't need waste. He didn't help Nagato because of Uzumaki Mito's relationship, but valued his potential. After all, even Madara's Rinnegan and Nagato can control a lot of abilities in the original work, except for the Tomb Edge Hell and Tenge Shinsei. This talent and ability is qualified to become one of Fengye's subordinates. This place is good. The Valley of the End. It was already night, and Madara's figure reappeared above the canyon. In the distance, there was a line of defense formed by the defeated ninja allied forces. But that line of defense is vulnerable no matter how you look at it. They also don't expect this defense to stop Uchiha Madara. Even Madara, who absorbed the Gedo statue after collecting the nine-tailed beasts, has undergone tremendous changes. Six Paths Tin Rod. She has short white hair and weird Six Paths lines on her body. At this moment, he is the closest human being to Sage of Six Paths. But it is not yet a complete Six Paths level. To truly become the Six Paths level, he needs to absorb the changed form of Ten Tails, that is, the sacred tree, into the body, so that the reincarnation Sharingan on his forehead can be opened. Hashirama, take a good look. Great changes will take place in the ninja world tonight. Put your hands together. The Gedo statue suddenly appeared behind Madara. At this moment, a flash of light flashed outside the golem, and Kurama appeared helplessly holding the coke. The time has come to form Ten Tails, but Kurama intends to come out first to breathe. To be reasonable, my uncle hates to fit with that smelly civet cat. The civet cat is naturally one tail. It's no secret that nine tails and one tail don't deal with this. So, what do you want to say? The corners of his mouth twitched. Why can Nine Tails be free to enter and exit the Gedo statue without being restricted by the Gedo statue? Madara couldn't figure it out and couldn't understand it. The Gedo statue is the body of Ten Tails, and it is also the strongest weapon against the tail beast. But the chain used to pierce the tail beast is of no use to Nine Tails. Even if it wants to go in, it goes in, and it comes out when it wants to come out. What kind of seal is this? The most important thing Madara can't do with Nine Tails. Even after the chakra of Nine Tails stayed in the Gedo statue, although he did not absorb the Gedo statue, he also contaminated part of the Nine Tails chakra. It was those chakras that made him a strange summoning beast, and Fengye summoning was always taken away by Fengye summoning. My uncle wants you to move faster, hurry up, and release Infinite Tsukuyomi. I still have something to do with my uncle. Good guys. The trivial beast was so arrogant to such an extent. Madara squinted her eyes as if she was wondering if she would beat Nine Tails. But obviously, he gave up in the end. He couldn't beat Senju Fengye, and Nine Tails ignored Sharingan's illusion under the influence of Senju Fengye. This gave him a headache and indirectly represented a problem. That is, if Nine Tails does not cooperate, his Infinite Tsukuyomi really cannot be released. My uncle is talking to you, don't you hear me? Seeing Madara ignored herself, Nine Tails said uncomfortably after taking a sip of the remaining coke. If you don't go in, how come you become 10 Tails? Madara said aggrievedly. He came to the Valley of the End just to show Hashirama his last step towards peace. But he didn't know that Nine Tails came out suddenly, so he couldn't make Gedo statue change its form. This time, Nine Tails has no ink. It also wants to finish the work early and go home to sleep. Let's start. Hashimala. Boom. The earth trembled. When all the eyes of Gedo statue opened, a huge roar spread to the sky. At the same time, Chakra, who felt the horror of 10 Tails in the ninja coalition in the distance, hurriedly assembled. And just in the process of 10 Tails' incarnation of the sacred tree, a red-haired man appeared in the Valley of the End. You are. Raising her eyebrows, Madara, a pseudo-Six Paths class, looked at the opponent with a touch of solemnity in her eyes. Uzumaki Nagato. Chapter 96. Uzumaki Nagato. A name that Madara has even forgotten. He was quite sure that under the control of Black Zetsu, Nagato exhausted his life force and released the round revolving heaven technique and resurrected himself. At this age, it is already very good to be able to release this trick steadily. Nagato's role ends there. But now, the man's pale hair has turned blood red again, and the breath on his body has also changed dramatically compared to before. If you compare it more vividly, it is different from the only young man. At this time, Nagato is more like an avenger, and the breath on his body also makes Madara have to be cautious. His instinct tells himself that Nagato has changed. Although he doesn't know why, he can clearly feel the aura of danger. What's the matter? Madara frowned, and the Six Paths tin rod was tightly held in hand. 10 Tails has stabilized and is transforming into the sacred tree. At this point, he doesn't want Project Tsuki no Mi to change. Under the night sky, The atmosphere gradually became weird. Nagato squeezed his fist, recalling the life he had been used from birth, and the feeling that his friend died in front of him and couldn't do anything. His eyes became extremely red, and his breath became more and more unstable. Pain is the source of his strength. In that instrument, he felt the pain of the flesh, and the strange tearing of the soul made him feel the pain of the soul. The friend died in front of him, and the psychological torture would gather together. This kind of triple pain caused his strength to rise steadily, and his aura became stronger. But he hasn't done it yet. Just as Madara can see the difference in Nagato, Nagato can also perceive how powerful Madara is now. 6 Paths Pattern, 6 Paths Tin Rod. Truth-seeking ball. Madara at this moment is the existence that stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Far away. Black Zetsu's head popped out of the ground and looked at the two confronting dumbfoundedly. What's the matter? He was even more daunted than Madara. After all, as the person who controlled the Nagato release wheel revolving heaven, he could clearly feel the state of Nagato's body at that moment. Losing his vitality and losing Rinnegan, Nagato should have died in that cave. But he came alive, and with that tyrannical aura. Why is the road to infinite Tsukuyomi so bumpy? Black Zetsu silently raised his head and looked at the brighter red moon in the sky. Only the last step, as long as Madara releases infinite Tsukuyomi, and she can save her mother if she is giving him a heartbreak. Although it is only a reconsolidation of the mother's chakra, it is unable to exert the true power of the mother, but it is enough to go to the moon to untie the shackles of the 6 Paths planetary devastation and release the mother's real body. It seems. Since the man appeared, the rhythm of the entire ninja world has been changed. The original plan was advanced, but Nagato played a good role, but I always felt that something was missing. No one can think that the man who will eventually play the role of the savior will be Uzumaki Nagato. A leisurely voice suddenly came, and Black Zetsu was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at it vigilantly. Sure enough, the man still came. Senju Fengye is enough to be called a legendary man. Black Zetsu did not choose to escape in the first place. Because he knew that even if he tried his best, he couldn't escape the palm of that man. Madara is not Senju Fengye's opponent, and naturally he has no capital to resist. What's more, judging from the various performances of this man, he clearly knows the true purpose of infinite Tsukuyomi. If Senju Fengye wanted to expose his conspiracy, Madara should have been reminded long ago, but he did not do that. This means that Senju Fengye also seems to want to rescue his mother. What is the reason? What is his purpose? Black Zetsu didn't know. Ninja is a huge chessboard, but every time, the person who thinks he is a chess player who controls the ninja will definitely become a chess piece. Such as Uchiha Obito, Uzumaki Nagato, Uchiha Madara, they are all like this. The man walked up to Black Zetsu step by step, took out his recliner and leaned back. Today's destined day is the end of everything. But for Black Zetsu, Obito is a completely unfamiliar name, and he doesn't really understand what Fengye said. But about the ninja board, the chess pieces, and Madara, and Nagato, he understands. Madara regards Nagato as a chess piece, and he regards Madara as a chess piece. You are also one of the chess pieces. Looking at Black Zetsu calmly, Fengye said. There is only one player, but it is definitely not you. Use infinite Tsukuyomi's dream to deceive Madara, making him feel that that is the only way to save the world, and engraving these words on Uchiha's stone tablet. This method really embarrass you. Boom. Below the sacred tree in the distance, the battle has begun. The battle between Nagato and Madara was bound to be extremely fierce, and neither of them chose to keep their hands. But Fengye was still talking to himself. He really knew everything, and knew what he was doing. Black Zetsu was silent, not surprised. Fengye just looked at him indifferently. In the Millennium Plan, he only wanted to do one thing, and that was to rescue his mother. In the ninja world, in terms of filial piety, I am afraid that no one can work harder than him. Unable to split the moon to save his mother, he used his own brain to plan for others and use others' power to accomplish his goal. He interprets filial piety vividly and vividly. To be honest, from the perspective of Black Zetsu, it is not easy. But as long as there are two sides, what he does is a disaster for the people of the earth. Different positions are just like the wars that often break out in the ninja world. Each has its own reason for having to do it. Therefore, Fengye has long understood the nature of this world. Why, you don't stop it. For a long time. Black Zetsu finally spoke. This question he wanted to ask a long time ago. But there has been no chance, nor the guts. The opponent has Rinnegan, and those things like yin and yang are not lethal to him. Just like Kaguya treats the world as a nursery, when the pattern changes and you stand at the highest point and look below, you will find that how the ninja world is making trouble is also his own family affair. The family is making noise, and it will become united because of foreign enemies' invasion. Compared with those boring battles for interests, what I see is outside the ninja world. Fenjai looked at the night sky with a calm tone. Nothing to plan. The aura and vision expand with the improvement of strength. In the past, he used his own power to save the Senju family. When his wish was fulfilled and his eyes changed again, he looked at the whole world. And when the ninja world can't satisfy his power, the mystery outside the ninja world is what he wants to care about. The Otsutsuki family. That is the intruder of the future. Compared with the disputes in the ninja world, resisting enemies outside the world is the most important thing. What Fenjai has to do is to build a monolithic super ninja world, and then expand and invade outwards step by step. Just as the Otsutsuki clan planted sacred trees on other planets, there is no need for ninja to confine its own pattern to a small piece of land here. Sort out the intricate forces to complete the unification, and then divide the labor to clarify the effective use of resources, and further complete the reform. That is what Fenjai wants to do, but to complete the invasion and expansion after this step, he needs more powerhouses. When a person walks in front, at least someone looks at his back with exclamation, so that he is not alone. According to you, Nagato and Madara shouldn't be like this. Black Zetsu glanced at the battlefield ahead and said awkwardly. At this time the battle between the two has entered a climax stage. Nagato abruptly broke through Madara's immortal technique with his body, smothered his face with a fist, and then hit under the sacred tree not far away. Black Zetsu felt that the sacred tree was quite painful. The sacred tree is the main body of 10 tails, and it is hard to imagine what kind of power can make the sacred tree wailing. It's easy to understand. Fenjai shrugged. I have always been disgusted with internal struggles, just like Konoha used to deal with my own people. In order to avoid this situation, before the unified management, there are grievances and grievances. This is to give them the last chance. If they become a member of my subordinate, there is nothing to do, and even form gangs to hate each other. If there is one day, I, who gave them a chance, will have a reason to kill them directly. Infighting is prohibited. You can challenge yourself in order to show your strength, but you must not create jealousy because of failure. The larger the organization, the more important this rule is. Fenjai's management has always been this way. He doesn't want to say too much. Rewards for merit and punishment is the most basic. It's like the conflict between you and Madara. When Madara gets your heart out, I guess I want to beat you up too. Fenjai said. Madara? He has no chance. Including you too. Black Zetsu squinted his eyes and said nothing, but he was already thinking about what happened after his mother was resurrected. For example, let the mother kill Senju Fengye and absorb the chakra from him. The power of infinite Tsukuyomi alone is not enough to completely restore Kaguya's true strength. In addition to the real body on the moon, Indra, and Ashura, which is also the chakra of Sage of Six Paths, will also be recovered, plus the chakra of Hamura, then this is the true form of the true ancestor of chakra. Find flowers. Obviously, he is quite confident in Kaguya. Anyone who uses chakra can't be the opponent of his mother. The same is true for Senju Fengye. As long as he releases his mother, he promises that this man will also die. It's ridiculous. He said something about his own internal fighting, but he didn't stop Madara. Fenjai's approach made Black Zetsu confused while he was secretly happy. Am I not worthy of being a chess player in the ninja world? You, Senju Fengye, are not worthy. By the way, your mother is awesome. He didn't come. Fenjai suddenly said such a sentence, making Black Zetsu feel bewildered. What is this? Compliment your own mother, or is there another argument? But it sounds like cursing talent. Senju's spray. Black Zetsu didn't respond with a cold face. I'm serious, she's very white. Fenjai seemed to say with some aftertaste. Sure, this is a very insulting mockery. Black Zetsu looked at Fenjai with an uncomfortable expression. Even if he can't beat the opponent, letting him insult his mother like this is unacceptable. Don't panic, it's all about talking to your family. Fenjai smiled and waved to Black Zetsu. After all, he and Kaguya had a deep understanding of friendship. To be precise, it's not too much for you to call me daddy now. Go to your uncle's Senju spray. Black Zetsu turned into anger, suffocating a sigh of relief and wanted to slap Fengye, but he still didn't dare. I just evaluated how my mother was, and now I let myself call him father. What kind of thing is this? He is sure, this kid is here to humiliate himself. Huh? Suddenly, the scene ahead changes. Black Zetsu quickly raised his head and looked over. Madara, who was a little caught off guard by Nagato's madness, suddenly reached out and touched the sacred tree. Then that huge force was slowly fusing into Madara's body. Coming. The final step. Suddenly the voice of the god tree appeared in Madara's ears. Absorb the sacred tree. Become the owner of the sacred tree and release infinite Tsukuyomi. Good boy. You can learn it without a teacher. Black Zetsu was overjoyed, and then sneered at Fengye. The final steps are also completed, no one can stop Madara from releasing infinite Tsukuyomi. Far away. When Madara's posture changed again and her forehead throbbed, Samsara Sharingan slowly opened. 6 paths level. He broke through his own limitations again and reached the true 6 paths level. Although I don't know where your power comes from. But even you can't break free of infinite Tsukuyomi's shackles. Looking at Nagato with a new attitude, Madara said calmly. To be honest, he was surprised by the strength of Nagato's power. There is no fancy way, pure physical power, special energy that is stronger than chakra, and unparalleled resilience. This surprised Madara. But it's nothing. In front of infinite Tsukuyomi, there are just a few sideways. Limited to this. You can't be the savior. The only one who really saves this world is me. Uchiha Madara. The body flew to the sky, Madara's eyes were aimed at the moon in the sky. And those long overdue Ninja Alliance troops in the distance saw this scene completely desperate. After all, they were late. At this moment, a black and red light shot up into the sky below. That's Nagato's Zero. The speed was very fast. Although Madara reacted, she was still hit by the light on most of her body. The burning of the soul made Madara painful, but he could quickly recover without being completely killed. A few more times of that kind of light, I'm afraid it will really die. What a troublesome guy. Planetary devastation. Not being polite with Nagato and the ninja allied forces, this time Madara directly rubbed out a dozen balls and threw them down, then stood in the air and aimed at the moon. Eye of the moon. The end is also a new beginning. Taking a deep breath, Madara folded her hands together. Light up the world. Infinite Tsukuyomi. At the moment, the light was brilliant, and the entire sky seemed to appear as a phantom of Kaguya, and the red moon turned into a reincarnation on Kaguya's forehead Sharingan. Finally to me. The light continued. Black Zetsu below excitedly rushed over. He had to wait for 1,000 years to talk to Madara. Loss. Chapter 97. God. The tree world is born. The night is like day. When the light of infinite Tsukuyomi spilled onto the earth, people's eyes were attracted to the past involuntarily. The light-penetrating power is so strong that even the people hiding in the house are not immune. Wherever the moon went, the entire ninja world was trapped in the envelope of infinite Tsukuyomi. The ground underneath the ground drilled out of the branches and slowly extended. It seems that at this moment, the entire ninja world is under the control of the sacred tree and begins to crazily entangle those who don't know why, greedily absorbing the energy from them. Infinite Tsukuyomi, an infinite dream. When people's eyes become Rinnegan, their consciousness finally enters the dream world tailored for them. In a way, infinite Tsukuyomi satisfied all of them. But what is lost is all. Fengye once thought about whether the chapter where Naruto and Sasuke finally save the world is a dream in their hearts. But after standing on the ground and seeing the scene in front of him, he finally shook his head. Infinite Tsukuyomi targets the real majority of ordinary people who do not have the blood of 6 paths. With the power of 6 paths, you will not be affected by infinite Tsukuyomi, even Sasuke's Susanoo can really block the rays of light. All in all, this trick is simply to absorb most of the scattered chakra. Even Nagato, which was transformed by Hollow, could not be affected. Think about it and feel relieved. What infinite Tsukuyomi absorbs is chakra, and what maintains the virtual existence is Ryutsu, whose power system is much higher than that of chakra. How could it be affected? From this point, Fengye is also relieved about the situation in the Senju family. Except for the enchantment of Uzumaki Mito, more than 80% of the Senju clan have been systematically modified by Hollow 953. With this intensity of infinite Tsukuyomi, they will not be affected. Are you comfortable? Ignoring the light of infinite Tsukuyomi, Fenji fell beside Nagato and asked calmly. Just before Madara launched infinite Tsukuyomi, he could see clearly that Nagato had several punches on Madara's face, and the last shot of Zero, if Madara didn't hide fast enough, it would not only be half gone. The body is so simple. I want to continue, but it's enough. Nagato gradually calmed down and put down his clenched fists, but his face still had a strange look. The pain passed, and the strength returned to normal. A lot of vitality was consumed, but he did not die. This does not match the message received at the beginning. Reserve your strength and do more useful things. Patting Nagato's shoulder, Fenji showed a gentle smile. Pain is not what a person has in his entire life, and it is foolish to give up the companions around him and give them to others to take care of themselves and pay the price of their lives to bear everything. Slowly stretched out his hand and patted Nagato's face, Fenji tilted his head. Welcome to Senju. The Senju family. Nagato opened his mouth with disbelief and shock on his face. But Fenji just shook his head at him, and did not continue to say anything. Is it bad to be alive? Indulge in pain should also be limited. Nagato has understood this truth. Infinite dream. I am the builder of world peace and the savior of this world. A voice with happiness and satisfaction suddenly came. Madara's recovered body slowly fell to the ground. The blood moon hung in the sky, the birth of the sacred tree world enveloped the world, and everyone was wrapped in the sacred tree like cicada pupae. There was silence all around. The flames of war will leave this world forever. The establishment of Shinobu village is the failure of Hashirama. He said that people can understand each other to achieve peace, and it has never existed. Having fulfilled the long-cherished wish in her heart, Madara opened her arms, as if she wanted to express her thoughts and the sense of accomplishment that came after she became famous. But in front of him, there were only Fenji and Nagato who had calmed down. And Black Zetsu who seemed to want to approach behind him. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Fenji said calmly, holding his arms. Looking at Madara again, Fenji could see that he originally saw that he wanted to launch an attack again. But now it calmed down again. Obviously, after reaching the 6 paths level, Uchiha Madara's perception is even stronger. Moreover, from his subtle observations, he can find that Fenji's strength is not just the same as when he fought in the Valley of End. At the pseudo 6 paths level, he was not an opponent of Nagato. Nagato is a subordinate trained by Fenji. Now, he can see through Nagato's power, but still cannot perceive Fenji's energy fluctuations. This proves that Senju Fengye did not use his full strength in the battle in the Valley of End. That's it. Fenji at that time just used the power equivalent to Madara, that is, the power of a ninja. Fire style, wood style, and even Rinnegan's round tomb hell also has a complete body Susanoo. This is completely different from the rumored Black Wing Demon. That's not a full shot. One can imagine how strong Fenji really is. Even the current Madara still doesn't have the thought of working with Fenji. Want to fight, but can't win. Even being ridiculed. There is nothing to be reconciled. The difference in strength is visible to the naked eye. Huh. Interrupted by Fenji, Madara snorted and did not refute. Indeed, his peace theory seems to be very clear to this man. However, I think someone is willing to listen. With a grin, Fenji moved strangely. Clap with one hand and let out a low drink to the man on the ground. Summoning technique. Senju of Mori. Bang. Huge energy poured out. Madara's face was a little strange. Just now, he could clearly feel that Fenji's chakra fluctuated greatly. He couldn't imagine what it took so much chakra to summon. At the very least, the amount of chakra consumed when Senju Fengye summons himself is even greater. White smoke enveloped the entire Valley of End. Finally, when the smoke cleared, one face after another appeared in front of Madara. It turned out to be a member of the Senju clan. The ones standing in the front are the senior management of the Senju family, and two of them who have already determined the location of Espada, Orochimaru, and Heitake Sakumo. Sure enough, it deserves to understand Senju's summoning technique, which is equivalent to summoning all the combat power of the Senju clan. Madara frowned. He didn't know what Fenji was going to do, and he couldn't figure out why the Senju clan were not affected by infinite Tsukuyomi. According to the advance plan, wait a while, Heitake Sakumo is responsible for leading the tribe to control the situation on the side of the ninja allied forces. It just so happens that everyone is there, waiting for them to freshen up from Infinite Tsukuyomi, unified management according to the statement of the Five Shadows talks, a dead end of disobedience. This was the second opportunity given. Fengye didn't have the patience to continue waiting, and calmly told Heitake Shumao the arrangement. Subordinates understand. White Fang nodded, and led the Senju clan to the place where the branches and leaves of the gods were thickest in the distance. As for Orochimaru, everything you need to prepare should be ready, right? Raising his eyebrows, Fengye looked at Uncle Snake. Start now. Orochimaru nodded and began to organize his materials. As for you, waiting. Turning his head abruptly, Fengye looked at Madara's position and said something out of touch. Madara was a little confused, but Black Zetsu behind him stopped moving forward. This is obviously not to Madara. It's Black Zetsu. This kid. Black Zetsu paused when he wanted to move forward. To tell the truth, he was really not sure to do it directly in front of Fengye. That person's speed is very fast, even if it's just a reminder to Madara, his plans will be affected. Even if it is only the last step, one cannot relax one's vigilance. What are you going to do? Madara looked at Fengye suspiciously. Aren't you trying to pretend to be coercive but you have no way? I still don't like to hear your rants and find you a company. Shrugging his shoulders, Fengye nodded at Orochimaru. Uncle Snake, who was ready, was not polite after receiving the order, folded his hands together and started the action. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. The mud on the ground loosened for a while, and two coffins appeared abruptly in front of Madara. On the top of the coffin, one is engraved with Chu, and the other is written with the word Tu. Obviously, just two words can already confirm who the person in the coffin is. Impure world reincarnation. Forbidden technique developed by Senju Tobirama. The first person to use this technique was by no means Orochimaru, nor was it Yakushi Kabuto. In the First Ninja War, facing the invasion of Cloud Shinobi Village, Second Hokage Senju Tobirama used impure world reincarnation to confront the enemy. Madara recognizes this trick. I even thought about resurrecting with impure world reincarnation, but finally gave up. Compared to impure world reincarnation's unconscious body, he prefers to fight with a blood-boiled body. Crunch. The coffin board opened, and a familiar face appeared in front of Madara. Hashimara. It was a face that made him dream. If it is said that he took the road of peace, who would he most want to show off after success, and who would he most want to talk to? Senju Hashirama must be the first choice. This is. The split face looked around in confusion, and finally, Senju Hashirama met Madara's gaze. At this moment, like a lover who hadn't seen in decades, the two could no longer do without each other. This scene. Fengye held his forehead and walked to Senju Tobirama silently. To be reasonable, I think Grandma Mito is green. Are you? Fengye. The second master was stunned, then looked up and down Fengye with a satisfied smile. Worthy of being his own grandson, he's very tight-lipped in terms of temperament. But should I say that Mito's sister-in-law is green? Looking at Madara, and then at the moon in the sky with the reincarnation shining on, and the noisy trees around, Tobirama's eyes flashed brightly. It seems that a lot of things happened after we died. I've never seen Madara in this posture. Chakra is huge and outrageous. Impure world reincarnation, it seems that it has encountered an unsolvable problem and needs our strength. Observing his body again, the second master took a deep breath to analyze, and finally turned his gaze to Orochimaru next to him. Then, the practitioner of impure world reincarnation. Master second generation misunderstood. Orochimaru calmly bowed. The so-called disaster in the ninja world, even the super-large illusion that covers the entire world, Infinite Tsukuyomi, is nothing to Master Fengye, it is just a small trick. Ninja does not need your power, Master Fengye just wants you to witness that person's failure. Witness the failure of that person? Senju Tobirama frowned and swept to Uchiha Madara and his eldest brother. What does Infinite Tsukuyomi mean? You just said that you can cover the world. Orochimaru nodded, yes, just like you see the moon in the sky, any place shrouded in moonlight will be drawn into the dreamland of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Everything in the dream will be the fantasy of all the dreams of the person in the illusion. The world. In this way, the world is naturally free of disputes and wars. Uchiha Madara succeeded. Now the whole world has been defeated by infinite Tsukuyomi except for the Senju clan of Konoha. After hearing Orochimaru's words again, Senju Tobirama was completely stunned. Even Hashirama, who was still talking to Madara, was full of doubts. Senju separated from Konoha. What's the matter? Hashirama became serious instantly, and he always showed such concern when it came to the village. I just said that the establishment of Shinobu village was wrong. What's the use of a brief peace? After you died, the first ninja war and the second ninja war broke out in succession, and the number of deaths was several times more than during the Sengoku period. As for the Shinobu village in your mouth. Madara smiled, quite proud. This is the first time that he defeated the opponent in front of Senju Hashirama, the most eloquent ninja god. Defeated in the true sense. Mutual understanding? Even Konoha, which we built by ourselves, can't do this. As Konoha's hero, Senju was calculated and suppressed after the death of Tobirama. Even if it weren't for your grandson, the Senju clan would have been reduced to history. It's hard to understand, right? But that's the truth. To a large extent, they will disappear in history even earlier than the Uchiha clan. Was this mocked by Madara? Hashirama smiled wryly and walked to Fenjai's side. I want to know what happened, Fenjai. He ordered the Senju clan to be integrated into Konoha, but now his grandson has led the Senju clan out of the village. What is this? And there. Why does the village count the Senju clan? Integrating Konoha is the most stupid way. Even if you were the head of the Senju clan, I would still say that. Fenjai said calmly. And please remember that all the misfortunes that you see in the ninja world now are the failures brought about by your so-called mutual understanding. The basis for maintaining all order is power. Fenjai. Tobirama looked at Fenjai, suddenly feeling a little complicated. And at this moment, Orochimaru handed him and Senju Hashirama a scroll that recorded what happened over the years. The First Ninja War, the Second Ninja War. The decline and rejuvenation of the Senju clan, what their disciple, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did. When they finished watching, they were completely silent. Senju, almost extinct. This is the return they have brought from the establishment of Konoha. Chapter 98. In fact, a long time ago, I wanted to have a good chat with Grandpa. After all the truth turned away from the clouds, Fenjai walked to Senju Hashirama, who was a little confused, and took him to sit on a rock on the ground. As a descendant, Fenjai didn't want to demean his relatives. Just to be honest, he doesn't quite understand Senju Hashirama's thoughts. There is nothing wrong with making people understand each other. With a slight sigh, Fenjai pointed to himself and then to Senju Hashirama. But this kind of mutual understanding, in fact, if you want to achieve it, I think that one party has to make some sacrifices before it can be achieved. There is nothing wrong with this. Madara in the distance nodded involuntarily in agreement. There is no problem with mutual understanding. The question is who took the first step. And often the person who took that step and the person who was confided must make sacrifices. Relatively speaking, it is easy to take that step, but it is extremely difficult to let go of hatred and choose trust. Just as Madara believed that Hashirama said that the establishment of Shinobu village would bring peace, it was not that he did not let go of hatred and co-created Konoha, but the result was in exchange for mistrust. The only person who can trust him is Hashirama. Even if a passing child falls, Madara rises up and the person will cry when he sees his face. It's not the age of looking at faces, but the scene is really hurtful. Grandpa can choose to sacrifice himself in peace of mutual understanding, but others may not be as open-minded as you. For example, the easiest to understand each other is relatives. But not everyone is a relative. The reason is obvious. Fenjai was just a reminder. I believe this, Senju Hashirama also understands. Many things happened after his death. Konoha, Senju. Even if he treats the village like his family, but that village does not treat Senju like his family. As the founder of Konoha, the ninja god at this time should be confused. But what the eldest brother said is to leave the road to peace to the younger generation. 16 I don't think there is a problem. The second master shook his head and sat down beside Fenjai. He, the iron-blooded Naruto, has seen enough of the dirty side of Shinobu, think about it and know why Sarutobi targeted Senju. The tree attracts the wind and Senju still exists, so he can't sit down in Hokage's position. There can only be mistakes, but more is the wrong order of this world. For this, he has no way to change. But the second master also knows. The person who changed the order has appeared, and that is his grandson, Senju Fengye. The stiff feeling brought by impure world reincarnation has disappeared, and Tobirama, who is extremely perceptive, has already felt a throbbing power from Fengye. It's even scarier than Uchiha Madara, whose truth-seeking ball emerges behind him. Absolute power is order. The eldest brother once didn't understand this. Obviously, his grandson knew exactly what to do. Just look at the screaming Senju clan members and their fanatical attitude towards Fengye. The Senju family is fearless. Sigh. A sigh came from Senju Hashirama's mouth, and the complex emotions contained in it could be heard by anyone. But more, it is a kind of relief. Grandpa is just a dead man. The ninja world in the future will be the stage for the younger generation of you. Looking at Fengye, Senju Hashirama has a lot of emotion. One of his own theories, the one who eventually overthrew him, was his grandson. I really don't know what to say. When he was alive, he might be like patiently inducing and waiting for Uchiha Madara to persuade Fengye, but now, he doesn't have that idea. Perhaps it was the disappearance of Ashira's soul that affected him, and those naive thoughts had become a dream. But for Konoha. But Fengye, you have to admit that the Shinobu village also left you and your companions some good memories. You can deny Konoha's ideas, but I didn't plan to destroy Konoha, otherwise the village would have long since ceased to exist. Fengye interrupted Senju Hashirama directly. Where Konoha dances, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves germinate. The will of fire. A smile appeared on Senju Hashirama's face. This is a summary of what he and his brother Senju Tobirama have done. There is nothing wrong with this statement. The source of the problem is that the person who said this sentence used the village and the will of fire as a tool for brainwashing and spreading xiao. Another new idea. Tobirama rubbed his temples with a headache. He doesn't know what it means to pass xiao, but it must sound bad. Well, I don't want to keep talking about those things. The past is over. I will take care of the new shinobi. It's nothing else to let Grandpa and Grandpa resurrect with this attitude, but I want you to see that kid's road to peace. As you can see, he thinks infinite Tsukuyomi. After letting everyone enter the illusion, naturally no one will start a war, and the world will be peaceful. What do you think? With a raised eyebrow, Fengye pointed towards Madara in the distance. And Black Zetsu behind Madara seemed to have been instructed, groping forward slowly step by step. What do you think? Hashirama shook his head speechlessly. He thought he was naive enough, but he didn't expect Madara to be even more naive than him. People are dreaming, naturally no one fights and no one causes war. But this world is over. The development ceases, the next generation cannot be born, and in the end there is only one body left in the ninja world, and only Uchiha Madara is left who is truly alive. Is that still the ninja world? What's the point of such a Hokage? It's stupid. In contrast to Senju Hashirama's speechlessness, Tobirama calmly gave a two-word evaluation. The voice was not too loud or too small, just right into Uchiha Madara's ears. If you are not that kid's grandfather, I will definitely hit you on the ground. Madara said coldly. So Fengye, is there a way to crack this technique? Hashirama is more concerned about the status quo of the ninja world. How could infinite Tsukuyomi be a peaceful path? Madara didn't understand that as a close friend, he had to wake up his friends. No need to worry about Grandpa. Fengye waved his hand calmly. If I don't want him to launch infinite Tsukuyomi, he can't even see 10 tails. We are only in charge of the theater today. Watching the show. What else to watch? Obviously infinite Tsukuyomi has been launched and completed, and the ninja world has been saved. He is the unique savior. Now only he and a part of Senju are left in the ninja world. This world is perfect. At the very least, there are no useless disputes. Madara frowned, completely not understanding what Fengye meant. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Huh. Just when Madara frowned and Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama and Senju Fengye were eating melons, something unexpected happened. Black Zetsu, who was standing not far behind Madara, stretched out a weird hand and directly penetrated Madara's chest. At this moment, everyone was stunned. 10 tails, infinite Tsukuyomi, 6 paths body plus Kagayaji's consciousness, all the conditions for resurrection are available. This is the highlight. Fengye held his arm and nodded slightly. and the Senju brothers watched this scene dumbfounded. Madara turned her head stiffly, looking at the unknown black object behind her with question marks on her face. Can't move. All abilities cannot be used. Is this the ability of Black Zetsu? But why? Madara opened her mouth, seeming to want to ask something. But it was true that Black Zetsu laughed and sarcastically responded to him. Madara, why do you say that you are different from Nagato? You are also the pawn I used. Waiting for 1,000 years, this time it's finally my turn. What else is Black Zetsu talking about? Madara couldn't understand what he meant at all. Waiting for 1,000 years? Wasn't your own will born when Rinnegan started? Black Zetsu, he is not the product of yin-yang escape. Infinite Tsukuyomi is not a road to peace at all. It is just a technique to gather scattered chakras to resurrect the true ancestor of chakra, the goddess of Otsutsuki Kagaya. As for the steel records you saw from Sage of Six Paths, it was just a modification made by Black Zetsu. Fengye calmly explained instead of Black Zetsu. Why don't you let me say? Laozi waited for 1,000 years, can I pretend to be forced? Black Zetsu was furious and watched Fengye screaming grimly. He waited for this day and went crazy, but he didn't expect Senju Fengye to take the lead in the end. Oh, by the way, Otsutsuki Kagaya, the mother of Sage of Six Paths, was sealed by her son Sage of Six Paths thousands of years ago. Before the sealing, he left Black Zetsu to resurrect himself. That is the person who took your heart out. Fengye yawned and dealt real damage to Black Zetsu again. Well, that's what I'm talking about. The so-called road to peace of that kid is just Black Zetsu's plan to revive the FG props. This stimulus is obviously great. Madara was silent, and Rinnegan stared at the boss. On the other hand, Black Zetsu increased his heart-digging force with great anger, and even his fist slid fiercely on Madara's chest. Makes sense. Over the years, he has been slapped a lot, especially after Fengye appeared. My heart has to be cut hard. Mother of Sage of Six Paths. The second master frowned. In that case, if you let it go, the resurrection might be a big trouble. Don't panic. Fengye's still calm expression gave Irye reassurance. Could it be that your grandson has a good idea? Irye's face was happy. Women. Is this what you want to say? Tobirama flipped over. Byakugan was speechless. Countless chakras began to converge from all directions. Madara started to be eroded by chakra without the slightest resistance, and the huge amount propped him into a huge sphere. The surrounding space began to collapse, and it seemed that the world was wailing in pain. And at this moment, when the space collapsed, a ghost suddenly emerged from the white space barrier. Familiar breath. Fengye instantly caught the chakra with a sneer. It's been a long time, Otsutsuki Hage Oromo. The figure shook, and Fengye's sword of final yan pierced directly at the opponent. Ah! Painful wailing suddenly spread, and people looked at the figure that suddenly appeared before them in shock. Sage of Six Paths. He still looked like that old man, but he couldn't move with Fengye's sword stuck in his chest. Do you want to disguise your chakra as a normal chakra after Infinite Tsukuyomi is released, and then enter Madara's body to pick up the machine and resurrect? But you seem to underestimate my perception. With a kick on the head of Sage of Six Paths, Fengye was full of mockery. He already knew what this kid was making. Infinite Tsukuyomi can resurrect Kagaya, then Sage of Six Paths can naturally be resurrected. The difference is who is leading the resurrection. If it is Black Zetsu, then Kagaya must be resurrected, but if it is replaced by Sage of Six Paths' own chakra, he will occupy this body and appear. Just like in the original book, he can freely appear in the ninja world by relying on Madara's half of his body. From that picture, Fengye even analyzed the so-called Infinite Tsukuyomi plan, as well as the Son of Destiny, which are his plans for the ninja world by Sage of Six Paths. The ninja world needs war and a savior, and when these two things do not exist, it will stagnate. And Sage of Six Paths has been observing the world of ninja for thousands of years, and his two sons are struggling, but this world has developed in a strange balance. To say that the culprit of the war is Sage of Six Paths, which distributes chakra to others. Why can he find me? Otsutsuki Hage Oromo lay on the ground with incredible expression on his face. I disperse chakra, and then disguise it as the sacred tree chakra that Infinite Tsukuyomi is absorbing. Even the black thing can't perceive it and it is still absorbing. Why does this person see where he is at a glance? He has continued to live in the form of chakra. If there is any difference, it is just a part of the soul mark on his body. If you don't understand, think slowly. Fengye smiled slightly, too lazy to answer his questions. He has been waiting for Sage of Six Paths to appear. At this juncture, it is impossible for him not to come out. It just appeared in what way? Six Paths, which is shrouded in the Pure Land, needs an opportunity to appear. Either the space is unstable, or the body of another person is used. This is a huge opportunity for Sage of Six Paths and the key to turning over. It turns out that Fengye's conjecture has no problem. Otsutsuki Hage Oromo was fooled. He thought it was good to hide, but Fengye's capture of soul fluctuations was not what he could imagine. So when Sage of Six Paths appeared, Fengye knew that it was time to do it. Looking back at Madara, who had been completely swallowed, Fengye walked over step by step. So, there is only one last thing left. Chakra began to stabilize. When Kagaya's figure slowly appeared, everything was silent. She is the stunner who reverses all beings. Slowly opened his eyes, the snow-white face looked around in confusion. When her gaze was on Fengye, a smile suddenly appeared on that calm face. Yes, my mother. It's him. Kill him and recover Chakra. Black Zetsu hiding in Kagaya's sleeve suddenly shouted. Now, his true shape is revealed. What shocked everyone was happening in the next second. The two walked towards each other step by step. In the end, Kagaya leaned in the man's arms extremely calmly. Let's go. Go to the moon. Chapter 99. The blood moon is in the sky, the end of the ninja world. When Otsutsuki Kagaya was resurrected, the people present thought it would be an earth-shattering battle. It can be seen from the results. It's a little unexpected. The ancestor of Chakra, known as the goddess of Yu, was extremely cleverly leaning in Fengye's arms at this moment, without any intention of trying to do it. What's the matter? The end of the world has become a blind date mode? The people below were a little confused, but the second master held out his thumbs in admiration. The grandson of his own family knew that Fengye, who had been attracted by the opposite S*X since he was a child, should be popular with girls, but he did not expect that even that godlike woman would have intersections. I don't understand it a bit, second brother, explain to me. Senju Hashirama looked suspiciously at Kagaya and Fengye in the sky, then patted his brother on the shoulder and asked. What's the explanation? There is an extra granddaughter-in-law, or that kind of existence, please enjoy yourself. Senju Tobirama said calmly, holding his arms. What is this called? The big pillar shook his head speechlessly. In the air. Fengye and Kagaya looked at each other. The encounter between the two is in the dungeon, and the memories left by the customs clearance have become a bridge for them to understand each other. Kagaya didn't know how Fengye entered her memory, but only knew that that man was the only human who helped her, and Fengye admired his strength. As the ancestor of the cold chakra, it is not easy to completely open up. The hearts of each other have been understood. The concubine waited for 1,000 years. One sentence is enough. Fengye smiled and took Kagaya's hand. You chakra should be able to maintain the shape. Let's throw the light bulb in the way here and come back. As for the unfilial son Otsutsuki Hage Oromo, when we come back from the moon and take his brother with him, you can solve it whatever you want. Pointing to the Sage of Six Paths, which was immobilized by Fengye's sword of the end, Fengye said with some playfulness. Otsutsuki Hage Oromo was not completely dead, and of course Hamura did not. His soul still exists, but not in the Pure Land, but on the moon. Going to the moon is not simply saving the body sealed in the Six Paths planetary devastation, and the Golden Wheel Tensagen where countless Byakugans have gathered. Even at this time, the Otsutsuki branch house on the moon and the Zone family have not yet started a war, and it will not cause trouble for Fengye. Those are all descendants of Hamura, so it doesn't matter if they are killed for Kagaya. Are you getting in the way? Kagaya thought for a while and wanted to look at his sleeve. What exists in it is the consciousness that he has separated, but it can no longer be regarded as a part of himself. It has been hard for him over the past 1,000 years. With a wave of his hand, Black Zetsu fell out of Kagaya's sleeve uncontrollably. Is my mother crazy? Until now, Black Zetsu is probably the most daunting one. The one who was deliberately trying to deal with, turned out to be the little lover of his mother 1,000 years ago? It shouldn't. He remembered clearly that Senju Fengye was just slightly older than Nawaki. How could he know his mother? But after thinking about it, he felt that this matter was reasonable. Nothing else. It is very problematic for him to know Infinite Tsukuyomi's plan and let him release Infinite Tsukuyomi. You can't call me daddy too much. Suddenly, Black Zetsu suddenly remembered a word Fengye said to him not long ago. Is he really my father? Black Zetsu was shocked, looking at Fengye's expression a little unnatural. If this is really the case. Do you want to become Senju Black Zetsu? It shouldn't. Senju is clearly a descendant of his mother. It's messed up, it's all messed up. Senju Fengye is the real person who is against the mother and the son. Seeing that he was thrown by Kaguya to the ninja world below, Black Zetsu sighed slightly. Infinite Tsukuyomi has been completed, and his mission has ended. Suddenly a melancholy feeling made him feel a little empty. But when Black Zetsu was confused, another figure slowly fell in the air. Taking a closer look, Black Zetsu was taken aback. That is Uchiha Madara. The man who just got his heart out. Was he also abandoned? That's it. With Senju Fengye helping to maintain the mother's chakra form and consciousness, Madara as a medium is naturally not needed. The man just mentioned the problem of light bulbs. Yeah. I haven't seen each other for thousands of years, and it's probably always inconvenient for someone to follow. But when Black Zetsu met Madara's eyes, he was a little desperate. After losing the chakra of 10 tails, Madara is not dead. It seems that the man left a part of chakra and vitality when he let Madara out. After all, he was the one who used to be Sage Transformation. Madara is not that vulnerable. This is not a good thing for Black Zetsu. Run first. I'll talk about it when my mother comes back. In any case, Black Zetsu at this time does not want to face the current Madara. Without the shelter of Kaguya, he was just an incompetent cub. Where are you going? Just as Black Zetsu was about to dive into the ground, a huge attraction came from behind, and his body flew back in an instant. Turning his head, he met Madara's eyes. Rinnegan is still. This is universal pull, and Black Zetsu knows this trick very well. Master Madara, if I say this is a misunderstanding, do you believe it? With a difficult smile that was worse than crying, Black Zetsu asked in a low voice. What responded to him was Uchiha Madara's fist full of anger. Boom. The huge impact took the two of them from the air to the ground. In a deep pit, the grinning Madara turned her fist and unceremoniously aimed at Black Zetsu's face to greet her to death. So, he finally understands what it feels like to be taken advantage of. In the distance, Nagato watched this scene with sarcasm on his face. Very frustrated, right? He thought he was in control of everything in the ninja world, but in the end it was someone else's pawn. He understands this feeling well. You should thank Master Fengye for giving you the opportunity to contribute your strength. Orochimaru said calmly. He has seen a lot of this kind of scene, and even Uchiha Madara will not be relieved of the gap where the chess player has become a chess piece. I understand. Nodding his head, Nagato looked to the sky. There, two figures are floating towards the moon. Fengye rushed to the moon. This scene has never been seen before. Nagato only knows that starting from today, he will usher in a new life. The trembling of the earth lasted much longer than expected. But when Madara lost the idea to continue beating Black Zetsu, his eyes suddenly lost. Some weakly collapsed on the ground and looked towards the sky. Madara's head was blank, and he didn't even notice when Senju Hashirama came to him. You are really black. With a sigh, Hashirama sat next to Madara and glanced at the Black Zetsu that had been beaten in the shape of a human. Is it black? Although Black Zetsu is already very dark. I'm afraid you haven't experienced that feeling. Madara regained consciousness a little, but in the end he didn't say anything. He failed. The failure is even more miserable than imagined. He thought that Fengye asked him to launch Infinite Tsukuyomi. The essential purpose was to control the world with him. No matter how bad, when he became Sage of Six Paths, he played a game with that kid to prescribe the dreams of those people. But the final solution is to laugh at yourself. He is also just a pawn. Resurrect Kaguya's pawn. It seemed that he was the only one being tricked from the beginning. Fengye obviously knew the ultimate goal of Infinite Tsukuyomi, but he didn't directly explain it. This has something to do with the other person's understanding of his personality that he would not believe if he didn't do it himself. When you think about it, you know, it's not a peaceful way to make people dream, and it's not even as reliable as you wanted to unify the ninja world. Hashirama looked at her old friend speechlessly. I used to think that after the establishment of Ninja Village, Everyone will check and balance each other and will not easily provoke a war. But that kind of peace is short-lived. When I died, the first ninja world war started directly. But even so, people will take up weapons and rush to the front in order to protect their homes and the important people around them. Konoha has become a barrier to protect everyone. Even if world peace cannot be ushered in, a small and stable life is what everyone wants. After a pause, Hashirama had nostalgia in his eyes. He remembered the scene of standing on the Hokage Yanyan with Madara. You gave Konoha's name, while Hokage was named after me. I thought it would be easy for people to understand each other, but I admit that I was too naive. These words. Will it really come out of your mouth? Madara tilted his head to look at Hashirama, as if something new changed after he was resurrected. Don't look at me like that, I don't know what's going on, the strange thoughts that used to have disappeared. Hashirama gave a wry smile and didn't know how to explain it. He didn't know, but Fengye knew exactly what happened. Ashura's soul has been completely killed, leaving only chakra. No matter who they are, as long as they become the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura, they must be more or less influenced by the two sons of Sage of Six Paths. This is for sure. Before Ashura and Indra died, it was also said that they would continue to fight. Ashura will promote the purpose of mutual understanding between people, and what Indra will do is to eliminate Ninzong and abandon this idea. One paranoid, one naive. But now, Ashura's soul is completely dead, and even the resurrected Senju Hashirama has completely lost its influence. He is still very friendly, but he doesn't have the brainwashing way of thinking. By the way, in fact, I didn't disagree with your violent and unified way back then. After thinking about it, Hashirama said suddenly. Assemble the entire ninja world for management, I have thought of that way. But Madara, we are just ordinary people. Even Sage of Six Paths will die because of old age. Have you ever wondered whether the world will start wars after we die, for profit? So it's not really peaceful. Of course, I admit that such a situation will be much less than a divided ninja war, and the duration of peace will not be too short. Does this agree with me? A bitter smile appeared on Madara's face. If Hashirama had this enlightenment at the beginning, the situation in the ninja world at the moment would probably not be the division of the 5 great ninja villages. Unfortunately, at that time, at the peak of Konoha, he gave up the idea of unifying ninja world. Your grandson, now I plan to go the same way I did. After a long silence, Madara finally spoke. The original way was violence and unity. And this time, he mentioned Fengye. The Senju ninjas in the distance seemed to be waiting for something. Infinite Tsukuyomi is going to be unlocked after all, and it is the pressure given by the Senju clan to wait for the 5 ninja villages. This is the last dispute. So what? Hashirama smiled, I'm just a dead person. In the end, it is you who are living to resolve the contradictions in this world. And he is destined to be different from you, Madara. You will die. However, Fengye doesn't seem to be. Won't die? Madara was stunned, somewhat non-committal about this sentence. That kid is indeed very young, but if you say he won't die, it's too much. Hashirama shrugged his shoulders and didn't explain anything. This was what the Orochimaru told them just now, and it seemed that the entire Senju clan had completed their transformation. He doesn't know what happened, Orochimaru just told him to wait for Fengye to come back. Boom. At this moment, a deafening sound came. Almost at the same time, the bandage that was entwining people's bodies slowly receded, and the branches of the god tree world began to scatter. Obviously, Infinite Tsukuyomi has opened Shikai in addition to the state. Looking at everything around him, Madara looked a little complicated. He tried his best for decades of achievements, and this is what he got in the end. And those who have absorbed a lot of chakra by Infinite Tsukuyomi are just a little weak. After all, time is still short, they cannot become White Zetsu. Lord Hashirama, I want an explanation. Infinite Tsukuyomi was suddenly relieved, but the confused people, no Li Zhao, had no time to stop. Even when a piece of news came out, the senior leaders of the 4 ninja villages except Konoha found Senju Hashirama for the first time. They confirmed several news and several facts. First, Senju Fengye and the Otsutsuki Kagaya went to the moon. Although they don't know what to do, they won't be back in a short time. Secondly, Uchiha Madara was sucked away for a large part because of chakra and is now in a weak state. Third, a representative of the Senju family just came to collect debts. Give them half an hour to consider, surrender, and die alive. Fourth, Senju Hashirama, the former patriarch of the Senju clan, is resurrected, and he is First Hokage, which can represent Konoha and Senju. So the first time, the elder Kirigakuer, who didn't know what it was, gave the high-level people an idea. Continue the independent idea. Use Senju Hashirama's prestige to fight against the generals. Everyone knows that Senju Hashirama is desperate for peace, and can even kowtow to other shadows for peace. Well, Senju Fengye is not there now. Use this to do something, and when he comes back, there is no way to deny that First Hokage is right. What's the explanation? Hashirama looked at Onoji with a question mark on his face. He is a dead person, but the dead person still owes you an account. Your grandson Senju Fengye tried to use force to force the ninja world to surrender and let the world be ruled by him alone. Don't you want to say something? Cho also followed up and asked aggressively. This. Hashirama fell into thought, stroking his chin. At this moment, a smile appeared on the faces of the senior officials in Shinobu village. The plan worked. But the response given by Hashirama in the next second made them completely bewildered. This. Is there any problem? Of course, if Fengye wants to use my strength to achieve unity, as a grandfather, I will naturally not refuse. What do you say? Chapter 100. Under normal circumstances, the vast expanse of the universe from the moon is actually pitch black. After all, the moon has no so-called atmosphere and cannot gather sunlight. But this is a two-dimensional world after all, and the ninja world itself is a kind of magical existence. So when Fengye came to the moon with Kaguya in his arms, he was instantly attracted by the fascinating universe. This was the first time that he admired the earth so close, and it was also the first time he saw the appearance of countless stars twinkling. This feeling is completely different from that on earth. Although the beautiful scenery is good, there are always times when it gets tired. Compared to the real world, the mystery of the universe itself can make people curious and want to explore. However, this scenery is a bit too static. Hugging Kaguya's arm tightly, Fengye sighed slightly. The concubine has watched it for 1,000 years. Kaguya was silent for a moment. Although her body was sealed, she could observe the changes near the moon through her perception. That star is the only companion to accompany her. Nothing, women are always so sentimental. Even the ancestor of Chakra. The heights are too cold? It's just that no one can walk into her heart, and no one in Shinobi really understands Kaguya. Thousands of years ago, the Otsutsuki attacked Otsutsuki and ate a sacred tree fruit. The Otsutsuki star people who were supposed to destroy the world with their companions finally chose to stand on the side of the earth, wanting to rely on their own strength to resist future enemies. The method was wrong, and the white Zetsu trained by Infinite Tsukuyomi had no fighting power at all. But again, like Madara, her original intention was good. Sage of Six Paths didn't sit down and talk with his mother, and Kaguya didn't take the initiative to tell him the specific reason for the sun made by Chakra. This is a misunderstanding that has lasted for thousands of years. The mystery will eventually be solved by Fengye himself. Very close to the moon, Fengye has already sensed the existence of Kaguya's real body inside Six Paths planetary devastation. Actually, I don't quite understand. Landing on the surface of the moon, Fengye suddenly looked at Kaguya curiously. Since you used your own chakra and the people's blessings to create those two unfilial sons, then why did you get sealed by your separated chakra? Six Paths planetary devastation, it stands to reason that you should also be released, so it should be easy to break free. This is considered a bug. Instead, the ancestor of chakra was sealed by chakra, which is unreasonable in itself. The birth of Ai and Himura cost most of the chakra of Ai's family. The essence of Six Paths planetary devastation still exists in the original energy of this world, and that energy is called Zyenshu. Kaguya said calmly. Is the original energy of the earth? Fengye suddenly realized that, probably, Six Paths planetary devastation was an increase in the use of fairy magic, and even added the original energy of the earth. That kind of power has absolute restraint on outsiders like Kaguya. So, it makes sense why Toadpill teaches at Satsuki Hag Oromo. But, is the Earth's original energy? For example, Sage of Six Paths, which was born by praying for the blessings of all the people, is probably the same. Forget it, work first. I didn't bother to think about those who didn't. After returning to Earth, I would consider the issue of immortality. This trip to the moon was to release Kagaya's real body and absorb the power of the Golden Wheel Tensagen by the way. What are you going to do? Kagaya looked foolishly at Fenjai aiming at the ground, as if he couldn't figure it out after measuring something. What else can I do? Just tear it open. After measuring a similar angle, Fenjai nodded, and then took a deep breath. The wings of the Black Wing Demon opened instantly. Block it, Black Wing Demon. A period of Home Blade was launched instantly, and Black Riot rain fell from the sky. The changes are not over yet. Fenjai understands that relying on the strength of one segment of the blade alone is not enough to divide the entire moon in two. It is also very difficult to break the internal defenses of Six Paths planetary devastation by simply shooting from chakra. The reason is simple. The natural energy in it represents the original strength of the earth. It is not easy to get rid of it. Known to penetrate the moon, only Tensagen, the apex of Byakugan's evolution, can do it. However, the original energy of Golden Wheel Rebirth and Burst also carries a lot of chakra. Fenjai didn't want to engage in those bells and whistles. Two wings suddenly plunged into the moon's ground, and the terrifying Ryotsu erupted again. The clothes on the upper body disappeared because of the huge force. The black tears in his eyes gathered into new tears, the wings expanded again, and the sharp claws became harder. The horns on Fenjai's forehead also expanded again and became sharper. Erden returned to the edge. This is the first time Fenjai has fully mastered Ulquiorra's power. That crazy power is spreading in his body. But this is only the beginning. In the chest, a blue light appeared in the void hole. Hogyaku, who had completely integrated with Fenjai, felt his call and began to release his power. Ryotsu erupted, and all the forces gathered on Fenjai's wings without interruption. It's the opposite corner. More attractive than the concubines. After stroking the corner of his forehead, Kagaya's face was flushed. The most attractive part of the Otsutsuki clan is nothing but the horns of the forehead, the shape of the horns, the beauty, and the size, all of which can explain their status in the clan. At this moment, Kagaya is extremely obsessed with Wang Xu's unique big horn on Fenjai's forehead. Not only that, Kagaya's perception is not weak, she can clearly feel the terrifying power from Fenjai's body. That is the power far surpassing the chakra fruit in her body. Higher than any energy she knows, even the original power of the earth cannot be compared. The angle alone cannot attract Kagaya's attention. The noble ancestor of chakra has seen too many scenes, and only strength and sincerity can completely conquer her. Huh? As she admired Fenjai's horns, countless figures in the distance made her turn her head slowly. Byakugan. Otsutsuki costumes. Familiar breath. They are descendants of Hamura. The killing intent in his eyes flashed away, and Kagaya was a little eager to try. Exit, help me collect Byakugan by the way. Fenjai's voice came slowly, directly announcing the end of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. There is no mercy and kindness in the ninja world. Even if these people did not die because of Fenjai's arrival, they would cause a war due to the conflict between the branch house and the clan, and eventually perish. Just like what Uchiha Itachi said, the person who aimed the butcher knife at his companions and relatives did not end well in the end. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagi Oromo personally sealed their mothers. Then their descendants will continue to suffer. Kagaya nodded, the aura on his body burst out instantly, and several killings of ashes were directly thrown out. The angle that can be lost made Fenjai a little headache. To be honest, Kagaya lacks in fighting skills. This has something to do with the growth history of the Otsutsuki clan. Before coming to Earth, Kagaya was just an ordinary Otsutsuki clan, and he had not experienced training like a ninja. But Fenjai couldn't figure out how Kagaya, who lacked combat experience, successfully attacked Otsutsuki. But even so, with chakra's strength far exceeding that of the descendants of Hamura, the death of those people will happen sooner or later. Without watching Kagaya's poor fighting skills, Fenjai's wings have already accumulated enough strength. Ryotsu is full of body, and he starts to increase his strength little by little. On the moon, a crack appeared. The entire moon began to shake violently, and the power left by Sage of Six Paths in planetary devastation began to confront Fenjai's Ryotsu. But obviously, chakra cannot surpass the destructive power of Ryotsu, let alone the power of Fenjai after possessing Hogyaku, which is already at the apex of this world. The earth trembled, and countless buildings on the moon began to collapse. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon were caught and killed by Kyoryuki one by one. Before everyone died, she would leave each other's Byakugan beside her. Kaguya doesn't know what Fengye wants to do with these low-level Byakugans, but since Fengye explained it, he must do it well. She is not a vase. In terms of power, even if it is resurrected in a full posture in the original book, Naruto and Sasuke are not rivals at all. Of course, the complete posture mentioned here is to take back the chakra of Hamura and Hei plus 9 tails, and truly return to the state of the ancestor of chakra. The moon trembled, and the people of the ninja world on the earth were also in a state of bewilderment at this moment. I don't know who discovered the anomaly on the moon first, and people all raised their heads and looked over. Even the high-level shinobu village who was negotiating with Hashirama took a deep breath. This moment. The moon split. This is the first time in the history of ninja world that this kind of scene has appeared. Then up, what's going on? I shouldn't be blind, am I? You must not be blind, everyone has seen it. Can the moon crack? You're kidding. I heard that Master Fengye and that woman went to the moon before, could it be them? Countless speculations spread from the ninjas' mouths. Such a thing as the moon splitting has never been seen in ninja world. It is impossible to think of anyone other than Fengye who can do such a thing. The moon gradually split, and the original blood-red color returned to gold, but after leaving, the two waning moons that attracted each other still hung in the sky and became beautiful scenery. They don't know what happened on the moon. Your Excellency, I think you should think carefully about what you are saying. Different from the doubts of the ninjas, the seniors of Ninja Village in front of the Senju brothers were incredulous. After reorganizing the language, Onaki reminded them kindly. The person who can name the unity with his power is definitely not Senju Hashirama. Maybe he just resurrected and got his brain twitched. It's the answer for how long you think about it. However, the second master was calm and unreasonable. As the second Hokage who brought Konoha to the top, his methods were extremely rich, and he naturally knew what the high-level leaders of Shinobu village had made. It's nothing more than seeing Fengye's absence now, and looking for his naive elder brother to make some plans for peaceful coexistence, so that at least in a short period of time, Fengye can't attack them, nor can he violate his elder brother's orders. If you think that you can threaten Master Fengye in the name of Master Hashirama, you are wrong. Without waiting for the second master to speak, Orochimaru stood up with a slight smile. Master First Generation really has a great influence on the Senju family, but the prestige of Master First Generation is not enough to make the Senju family obedient. And don't forget, Hashirama-sama and Tobirama-sama are already dead. Living people will not listen to a dead person. There is nothing wrong with this. In terms of prestige, Fengye now is Senju's true faith. So you saw it, I didn't count it. Hashirama didn't feel any discomfort, but was proud of his grandson. And neither his path of mutual understanding nor Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi have failed. That being the case, why not choose to trust Fengye and let him change this distorted world? As elders, this is what they should do. I probably understand Fengye's purpose in resurrecting us. The second master suddenly smiled and walked to Hashirama. Brother, if you really want to do something for Fengye, why not do this? I said something in Hashirama's ear. At this moment, Tazuz's expression was a little strange, and he hesitated to look at his second brother. Are you sure? Nature. The second master nodded calmly. That being the case. Hashirama touched his chin and looked at the front. The person in front of him is Cloud Shinobi Village's third Hokage. Although his face is a bit tangled, it still seems to be the last attempt. And Uegaku's still is the boy Onoki. Sand Shinobi Village doesn't know what's going on. It seems that Fengye hasn't been selected yet, and the 1000-generation-old lady has been sent. On Kirigaku's side is the elder Yuanshi. This scale is a bit like the Five Shadows talks. Everyone. Suddenly speaking, Hashirama cleared his throat. At the first Five Shadows meeting decades ago, I wanted everyone to understand each other and not violate each other. Do the old things come up again? What is he going to do? Onaki frowned and couldn't figure out why he wanted to say this. At the time, I thought this was a peaceful road, and the facts are true. There was peace in the ninja world when I was alive, and everyone worked hard for the development of their own ninja village. But unfortunately, the first ninja war broke out directly after my death, and the second ninja war broke out shortly after. This shows a truth, that is, the so-called mutual understanding is not non-existent, but it is difficult to ask others to do the same as me, and even I cannot say that it is completely capable of doing this. With a sigh, the regret on Senju Hashirama's face slowly turned into relief. So here, I represent Konoha's founder, oh right. With a pat of his head, Hashirama pulled at Madara, who was watching the show with her arms on her side, and this guy, he is also the hero who founded Konoha. What are you going to do? Madara frowned, a little unhappy. He has died once for so many years, Hashimara is still so childish. As the initiator of the signing of the peace treaty, and the founder of Konoha, I declare that the treaty is annulled. The Grand Unification Project has officially begun. Chapter 101. Above the Moon. When the moon created by Six Paths' planetary devastation completely split, Kagaya's chakra was also attracted to the inside by her real body. Those bright eyes opened with high coldness, and everything around him became brighter in an instant. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya, the legendary goddess of Yu, the first person to own chakra, the ancestor of chakra, Torudi is resurrected. Even in the original book, the appearance of Kagaya is nothing more than the resurrection of Madara's body under the surname of chakra, far from being a real resurrection. The body of others is naturally uncomfortable to use, and the power that can be exerted must be limited, which is one of the reasons why Kagaya was resealed. Even those unstable chakras make Kagaya unable to control the tail beast in all directions, which is also a drawback. But now it's different. When the chakra was completely absorbed into Kagaya, the true goddess of Uranus released her breath, instantly letting those of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon who had survived on the moon crawl on the ground. They have never felt this kind of oppression. They knew the legend of Otsutsuki Kagaya. After all, as descendants of Hamura, their original mission was to guard the Gado statue on the moon. All the legends about the goddess Uo are recorded in the ancestral shrine. The people of the Otsutsuki clan watched in horror at the woman leaving the moon step by step. It is said that the goddess of Otsutsuki has the power to destroy everything. Until now, they did not understand what the vague chakra they were fighting against was. Finally, this day has arrived. But at this moment, a voice of regret amidst the vicissitudes of life suddenly came. Fengye, who was watching Kagaya's peerless Fanghua, moved his eyebrows and looked far away. The sound came from somewhere on the surface of the moon. If you perceive the past carefully, the location seems to be the place that will be used as an ancestral hall in the original work. The changes of the moon have just begun with the transmission of sound. Fengye clearly perceives that the Otsutsuki people who were killed by Kagaya and the corpses that were torn apart by the trembling of the moon are undergoing wonderful changes. A wave of power began to radiate out of them, converging on the pair of Byakugan. That's it. Suddenly holding his arms, Fengye seemed to understand where the power came from. In the original theatrical version, the branch house of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon launched a coup, and what they relied on was the Tenseigan composed of Byakugan contributed by all the branch house owners. At that time, the Tenseigan was purple. Relying on the power of Tenseigan, they killed everyone in the clan, and again collected many Byakugan from the clan. They gathered together and became the real Golden Wheel Tenseigan. Then they tried to manipulate the moon to hit the earth. The Otsutsuki Shiren also planned to leave only Hinata. When the dust settles, he and Hinata's children will rebuild everything on the earth. That is the great wish of Shiren. One man and one woman trying to create a clan is quite unreliable. Not to mention whether your Otsutsuki Yaturan's kidney is so strong, can Hinata bear it? So naturally he failed. But the key point is on Tenseigan. Why is the branch house so sure that all the Byakugans gathered together will be able to make such a powerful weapon? Whether it is the purple Tenseigan where all members of the branch house gather together, or the golden wheel Tenseigan refined after the gathering of the clan and the branch house Byakugan, if there is no way of relying, they would never do that. After thinking about it, I am afraid that all of this is a ghost in the documents left by Otsutsuki Hamura. In the original work, Hinata came to the moon, and Otsutsuki Hamura's will to talk to her also confirmed this. That old guy, like his brother Sage of Six Paths, was not dead. Think about it too. Once sealed Kagaya's power, Six Paths' planetary devastation, Hamura also used his power to help, and as the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths, he was also a life born through the admiration of the people, so he can also be regarded as part of the original power of the earth. Even if he is old and old, his soul still hasn't died. During the 1,000 years of Kagaya's seal, he naturally imagined how the people should deal with this key point if there is a problem with the moon one day. then it is very likely that whether it is the purple Tensagen of the branch house, or all the combination golden wheels of Byakugan Tensagen, it is the means left by Otsutsuki Hamura. In the next moment, the changes of the Otsutsuki people confirmed Fenjai's conjecture. When that sai came, the members of the Otsutsuki clan were no longer in panic, but calmly looked at the place of the ancestral hall. Then, blood and tears flowed down his eyes, and countless Byakugan began to gather together. Purple first. Then it was golden. When the huge golden wheel Tensagen appeared abruptly, the soul of Otsutsuki Hamura also fully appeared and fell right in front of Tensagen. But at this time, his face was full of anger and fear. Kaguya is resurrected. And the kid who can tear the six paths planetary devastation with strange power. These two people are by no means so easy to deal with. Hamura understands this very well. So, the so-called Tensagen is actually a backhand for you to deal with your mother. Holding Kaguya's slender waist, Fenjai stood in the air and looked at Yamura calmly. This is the power of the Otsutsuki clan. We sacrificed everything just to maintain the stability of this world. Otsutsuki Hamura said with a firm gaze. He said it was for the stability of the world. Fenjai smiled non-committal, but held Kaguya's arms tightly. You don't know anything about strength, Otsutsuki, or even your mother. Until now, I am afraid that Otsutsuki Hamura still firmly believes that Kaguya is the woman who brought misfortune to this world, and also the violent kun who wants to rule the ninja world through infinite Tsukuyomi. I didn't mean to communicate with Kaguya. Your brother once said that giving chakra to others is to make it easier to understand others and to know their thoughts. But, your chakra comes from Kaguya, but she didn't perceive her thoughts at all. Why is there a face that makes people understand each other? Use chakra as a bridge of communication? None of you did this yourself. Doesn't your face hurt? Fenjai sneered. There was nothing wrong with what he said. The concept of ninzang is to pass on chakra, so that people can communicate with each other. But as the former master of ninzang, sage of six paths Otsutsuki Hage Oromo did not do this. So what does it mean for everyone to announce the concept of chakra? Whatever you say, I sacrifice the lives of the people today to prevent you from leaving. His face hurts, but Hamura still has a stiff mouth. He never felt that he was wrong, and the things they believed never changed. Because in the eyes of him and Sage of Six Paths, their position is righteous, and they should be right to destroy their relatives for the sake of the world's righteousness. Looking at her child, Kaguya's eyes were disappointed. Until now they still don't think they are wrong. I'm afraid that even if she says that the Otsutsuki clan will come to ninja in the future, they won't believe them, and they will treat it as an excuse for her to escape from sin. Golden Wheel Tensagen. Fenjai is quite calm. He knows just how many people are able to deal with his relatives for the sake of righteousness. Just talk to them at the beginning, it won't work. For such people, the best way to torture them is to let them be spurned and insulted by countless people, and to crush all their proud things. When ninja fights the Otsutsuki clan, they will understand how narrow their vision is. Losing the desire to continue talking with Otsutsuki Hamura, Fenjai looked at the huge golden wheel Tensagen. It looks like a golden wheel, but in fact it is all made up of Byakugan, and the huge energy contained in it is a rare and precious treasure. Thank you for fusing Byakugan together, it saved me a lot of trouble. With a slight smile, Fenjai let go of Kaguya and walked forward alone. Tensagen. In the original work, it is on an equal level with Rinnegan, but the evolutionary conditions are much harsher than Rinnegan. In addition to blood, it also needs a huge number of Byakugan as support. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon has proliferated for 1,000 years, and the number is probably much more than that of the Hyuga clan. Only this number can maintain the huge Tensagen energy. If it weren't for Fenjai's appearance, this thing would become the source of energy for the moon in the future. Similar to Rinnegan, Tensagen also controls gravity and repulsion, but it is more used to attack and destroy. How dare to take the initiative to approach? Otsutsuki Hamura sneered. If the opponent drew away from the attack, he probably would spend a lot of hands and feet, but he had no idea that the kid would dare to approach Tensagen on his own initiative. You know, unless you have the blood of the ancestor of Byakugan, you will be affected by the power of Tensagen. Find flowers. It's still too tender to take the initiative without investigating clearly. With a light wave of his hand, the light of the golden wheel Tensagen shone directly on Fenjai's body. But something unexpected happened to Hamura. Instead of absorbing Fenjai's power, the light was absorbed by Fenjai in the opposite way. The situation is reversed. I said, you don't know anything about power. Fengye calmly accepted the baptism of the Golden Wheel Tenseigan, and at the same time his bloodline was also undergoing transformation and changes. Energy absorption. This is just one of Hogyaku's functions. The so-called Hogyaku is based on the user's concrete thinking to increase power. In other words, as long as you dare to think, you will be as strong as you are, and it will continue to evolve. But the premise is that you can't question this power, and you can't doubt the world. Aizen in the Shinigami world in the original book does not stop evolving, but he can't imagine what the top is beyond Shinigami and the void, and he doesn't understand how strong the power outside the world will be. So he had doubts, and was finally denied by Hogyaku. When Hogyaku stopped evolving, the seal began. However, Fengye's Hogyaku is a copy product, which has been completely obliterated from the sense of autonomy. In other words, Fengye has completely integrated with Hogyaku, at the cost of being unable to transcend the world and have some small restrictions. After all, the evolution brought by Hogyaku was limited, but at the same time he gained new power. For example, energy absorption, and even the absorbed energy is re-enlarged and applied to the host mountain to strengthen it. To put it simply, for example, when Fengye absorbs the power of the clean Golden Wheel Tenseigan, Hogyaku will strengthen this power again, making Fengye's bloodline more pure, and even directly awakening the purest Byakugan to evolve into Tenseigan. There is no doubt that this is Fengye's greatest weapon. No matter what kind of power can be absorbed, and strengthen the effect on oneself, this kind of power is really terrifying. How could this be? As the person who made the Golden Wheel Tenseigan, Otsutsuki Hamura immediately felt what was going on. Tenseigan's power is decreasing, and the rate of decrease is extremely terrifying. Why does this happen? This is the power he sacrificed for all the tribesmen. You don't know anything about power. Thinking back to this man's words, Hamura suddenly remembered something. Yeah. How could it be ordinary people who can shred the Six Paths planetary devastation defenses with brute force alone? Even Tenseigan is not the opponent of the other party. This power, but you. It's not too difficult to control. Finally, the golden light faded, and Byakugan, who had lost his power, was completely turned into ashes. Fengye closed his eyes and felt it. Hogyaku has passed the power back, and he can feel a certain change in his eyes. According to the introduction in the original book, Tenseigan has a fetal period when he grows up. But this has no effect on Fengye. You can even completely control the power of Tenseigan in an instant. Suddenly opened his eyes, the blue light rose into the sky, the tyrannical chakra came out, and the new Tenseigan chakra mode appeared. But unlike Tenseigan of Otsutsuki, there is a golden light inside Fengye's eyes, which is as dazzling as the sun in the universe. Tenseigan chakra mode is not a pure forgiveness, but a deeper dark green, which is similar to his Siro color. Exactly the same. Let's go, your brother is still waiting for you down there. Suddenly stretched out his hand to pinch the soul form at Otsutsuki Hamura, Fengye said softly. Watch it with your own eyes, unfilial son, you don't even know what the real Otsutsuki clan is. Body shaking. Fengye and Kaguya flew away from the moon to the earth. The two were very fast, and it didn't take long for them to reappear under the sacred tree that had disappeared. The people of the ninja world, the high-level villagers have gathered together at this moment. It seems that time is just right. Looking at the sun gradually rising in the distance, Fengye smiled gently. Everyone is here, in that case. I, Senju Fengye, hereby announce that the last 5 Shadows talks have officially begun. After today's meeting, there will be no more 5 shadows in the ninja world, no more the concept of ninja village and the barriers between the villages. True unity and peace requires only one country. The Kingdom of God. Chapter 102. Please wait a minute. Fengye hasn't finished speaking yet, and the voice of opposition below has already arrived. No one else spoke, but Tsuchika Jonoki of Uegakur. Ever since Hashirama announced that the conditions for the first 5 Shadows talks were invalidated, he has been in a daze. It wasn't until Fengye said the so-called last 5 Shadows meeting, he finally understood what the Senju family was going to do. This is unity in the true sense. But if Senju Fengye thought he could do this step so easily, he would be wrong. I admit that your excellency is very strong, and even now has the support of the ancestor of Chakra. A frightened glance at Kaguya-hime, Onaki shuddered. Just chakra measurement, they are not on the same level, and the woman seems to be compliant with Senju Fengye. He didn't know the reason. Onaki only knew that if Senju Fengye and Itsutsuki Kagaya joined forces, ninja could indeed walk sideways. It takes more than strength to unify the ninja world, which is also known compared to Lord Hashirama. If it were that simple, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama would not stop at Konoha. Although your strength is strong, it does not represent the ability to manage the ninja world. Onaki's meaning is obvious. Senju Fengye is very young, and although his strength is strong, this is not the reason why he can turn the ninja world into his own words. Even if it is really unified, he is also obligated to strive for the maximum benefits for Uegaku, at least not to let his villagers live worse than before. So, if there is no reasonable constitution, Uegaku will not succumb even if it perishes. Never underestimate the will of stone. With a firm look, Onaki said his final bottom line was 95-7. He believes his words are useful, because from what Senju Fengye did, he didn't want a half-dead ninja world like Infinite Tsukuyomi, but instead wanted to retain most of his power and population. Otherwise, he would have done it now. After understanding Fengye's thoughts, Oyemu finally revealed his abacus. One more thing, just treat it as if I was old and talkative. It's stronger than Sage of Six Paths, stronger than your grandfather, and they all have their own life limits. Your Excellency should think about the days in 100 years. Is this a reminder or a threat? Fengye smiled, and that smile made Onaki nervous. You're just talking bullshit. In the distance, Tsunade brought people over. She was in charge of counting how much vitality is left in the 5 ninja villages. She was very busy and was already preparing for the gathering work in the future. But as soon as he came over, he heard Onaki's unspoken words, and was quite dissatisfied with it. I also feel that Master Tsuchikage is worrying too much. At the same time, Naruto behind Tsunade also came out. As today's important chess piece, his role is quite obvious, so he was placed in the Senju clan early in the morning and was summoned by Fengye summoning technique. However, he is not in the same camp as Senju, instead he came to the front line to participate in the meeting as a representative of Konoha. To be fair, after Konoha accepted the management model of Master Fengye, his strength was stronger than that during the reign of 3rd generation, and everyone in the village felt extremely fulfilled. This is not the next word. Konoha's changes are compared to what you have seen from intelligence. That's not Konoha's credit, it's Master Fengye. About this, the people of Konoha village are all witnesses. And the same model, I think it is also applicable to other ninja villages in the ninja world. Konoha's appearance now is a template for the ninja world in the future. Similarly, what you said does not exist. Fengye-sama is responsible for the general direction of the ninja world. Like Konoha, everyone gathers together to form a parliament, and the way to vote by show of hands will be fair. If you have questions, let's discuss it together. The role of shadow is more like a spiritual symbol. After speaking in one breath, Naruto took out a document containing the joint signatures of some important people in the village. To be honest, this model is very suitable for ninja, so I don't think there is a problem. Indeed. They had discovered Konoha's changes before. It seemed to be hitting their other shinobu in the face. There is no shadow, but all aspects are more stable than when the shadow is in. They didn't think of such a thing. Those big and small things that need to be shadowed are also distributed to the parliament for discussion and completion, and Fengye only needs to provide a general direction of development. The village leaders fell silent. They cannot refute this status quo. Actually, I am very reasonable. Fengye suddenly opened his mouth and walked in front of Oyemu. You just mentioned the descendants of the Senju clan, so I can treat it as a threat, right? 100 years later. That means let Fengye not be arrogant. No matter how strong people are, they can't resist the power of time and eventually die of old age. Didn't you see Sage of Six Paths and his brother Itsutsuki Hamura stuck on the ground in the distance? Their bodies have completely disappeared, and only a part of chakra remains. The only thing they can do is to encourage some people to be behind the scenes. He wants Fengye to understand that it doesn't matter how strong a person is. When he dies, his descendants will pay for the actions of the older generation. Fengye naturally understands this truth. But he didn't panic at all, he even wanted to laugh a little. In that case, it's better to make a bet. It happens that there is your ninja coalition over there, and the elite of the Senju clan are also there. I won't make a move, 5 shadows won't make a move, even my espada won't make a move, let them fight. If you win, unify it all as if I didn't say anything. If I win, I won't give me any stale farts in the future. Espada won't make a move? Senju Fengye also doesn't make a move? Onaki was taken aback for a moment, then his face was full of ecstasy. Isn't this a gift? Unexpectedly, he, Senju Fengye, would also stumble one day. For them, this is the only chance to stand up. The Senju clan over there doesn't seem to have a lot of numbers, and it's not enough for a full play, but they are a ninja coalition force of more than 30,000. 30,000 to 1,000, don't regret what you said. Onaki came with interest and said quickly. Not 1,000, but 500. For those trash fish, 500 Senju hairspray hands are enough. Fengye waved his hand with disdain, and the Senjus in the distance were ordered to rush towards the ninja coalition uniformly. This battle does not require any preparation time, and it is enough to start in an instant. When the 500 hair gluers began to charge and fall into the battle, the coalition's ninjutsu also broke out. What is so shocking is that those ninjutsus can't cause any harm to the Senju clan after they are covered in front of them. The hair sprayers who have been modified by both Hogyaku and the system collectively hollow in front of everyone, and the small amount of Ashura chakra in their bodies starts to work. When a loud shout came, people's chakra and Ryotsu are connected together. Wood style. Da-ei Tian Long. That's right. It is wood style. Maybe the pitiful Ashura chakra in the people's body can't let them use this trick alone, but the combined power makes them extremely powerful. Wood style reappears. The 5 shadows, including Senju Hashirama, were all confused. So, I said that wood style is not new in the Senju clan for a long time. Seeing this scene, Fengye shrugged. With this move, the battle has shown a side-to-side scene. It was even more excessive than Uchiha Madara's driving up to crush the coalition forces. Numerous mighty dragons smashed past, and there was no suspense about victory or defeat. After all, they are the Senju people who have undergone a systematic transformation, and their combat effectiveness is not comparable to that of miscellaneous fish. When the battle started, it seemed to herald the end. Even those ninjas began to resent the shadow of their ninja village. There is no intelligence to fight directly, isn't this sending them to the fire pit? See it. The victory or defeat is only a matter of time, and Fengye calmly looks at Onoji. This is what you call the Senju family. I promise you that their next generation will be stronger than they are now. So what you said about the threat of the clan after I die, don't worry about this at all. What does this mean? Onaki swallowed. Senju is strong, not just Senju Fengye alone. He is telling himself with practical actions that the entire Senju clan is too strong, and the younger generation is stronger than now. Oh right. With a weird smile, Fengye pressed Oyemu's ear. Actually, the 100 years that you are talking about does not exist to me at all. Does not exist? What do you mean? Onaki was taken aback, his face full of disbelief. Does not exist for 100 years. Could it be immortal? The virtual lifespan, coupled with the vitality of the Otsutsuki clan, is infinitely close to the sacred tree itself. How many years can you guess? He patted Onoki's head, and Fengye put away his smile. The unification of the ninja world is a foregone conclusion, and the concept of ninja village will not exist after today. The explosive power of the Senju clan also made the ninjas terrified, and his goal had been achieved. And the battle ahead is more like a warning. After today, if you have the power to resist Senju, the price is death. Fengye is not a patient person, and it is not easy to do this step. Look slowly, I give the Senju clan the power. Too lazy to continue to fight with Onoki, Fengye took Kaguya to the distance, where his sword of the end was located. There, Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hage Oromo and Otsutsuki Hamura were lying on the ground unable to move. When the two brothers are here, then their trial will begin soon. Looking at the two, Fengye's memory seems to have returned to the time when he brushed the copy. Every time, the two of them would unceremoniously attack their mother. I think I can act unscrupulously on my loved ones from the perspective of righteousness. If that is righteousness, I would rather not have that righteousness. Even if you simply let you face darkness on the moon for 1,000 years, do you compare your heart to what you can endure? Grab an unfilial son with one hand. Fengye looked cold. A year ago. You owe your Yuaki a late apology. Although she may not want it, as the son of man, that is what you should do. That being said. But, apologies? Yamura and Yuyi are full of pain. They don't know why they are the souls of themselves, They are pinched by Senju Fengye's neck. Why does he have a way to make such an attack on the soul? Not willing. Fengye sighed slightly. They represent the will of the earth, instinctively repelling foreign species. Even the mother who gave them life. For them, Kaguya is an alien. From their point of view, it has nothing to do with the righteousness, but the mother who was sealed for the sake of the earth. The eyes change rapidly. Fengye's pupil power was released instantly. A picture suddenly appeared in the heads of Itsutsuki Hage Oromo and Itsutsuki Hamura. It was about the Itsutsuki trio and the other 10 tails on Earth. It is also Kaguya's inner will to protect the Earth. Compared to the Itsutsuki clan, Kaguya is more inclined to the Earth. She regards the Earth as a nursery and does not want the Itsutsuki clan to occupy this planet. Is this illusion? No, it seems to be some kind of real scene. The Itsutsuki family. It's not as simple as what they saw. However, Kaguya's original job turned out to be a steady stream of chakra fruits for the Itsutsuki clan, until all the original power of the earth was squeezed out. But my mother, after coming to the earth, attacked the companions of the Itsutsuki clan, and then completely cut off the connection with the Itsutsuki clan. In this way, their vision is so narrow. Infinite Tsukuyomi is not a technique to rule the world, but rather to create enemies that will invade the earth in the future? Why? Mother did not say. If we discuss together, we all join together. Hamura said in confusion. You never asked. Kaguya's expression was calm, no longer as excited as he had just seen her 2 sons. A belated apology, she waited for 1,000 years. But now, the 2 unfilial sons still didn't seem to have any plans to say those 3 words, but instead asked why they didn't take the initiative to inform them. Recover chakra from them, and release the 9-tailed beasts. The Kurama guy seems to be suffocated. Pinching the necks of the 2 of them harder, Fengye began to withdraw their last strength. This is the same as what I said before. Taking back the 2 unfilial chakras, leaving only part of the soul to be tortured, and Kaguya understands that her power is not important in the future, even if the tail beast is separated, it will not have that great impact on her. The real body has appeared, and Fengye will be her patron saint in the future. Rinnegan slowly closed, each tailed beast returned to freedom, and Kurama naturally jumped into Fengye's arms. By the way, about the position of Yishi and how to guide those 3 people to come to Earth, I hope you can give me some information. The Senju clan in the distance are gathering the endgame, and Fengye is thinking about the next step. That is to remove the last threat from the Earth. The Itsutsuki trio, and Itsutsuki. You know, Yishi has a second 10 tails in his hands. They will perceive the power of the sacred tree. The longer the sacred tree exists, the greater the chance of exposure. After thinking about it, Kaguya said softly. Sacred tree? The second 10 tails, that is the ready-made sacred tree. Chapter 103. Thousands of years ago, the concubine and Yishi were sent to the earth to plant the sacred tree. Compared with one style, the status of concubine is not high in the family, and it can only be said to be on the periphery, so if you don't take this opportunity to come to the earth to do something, you will play the role of servant all your life. 3 days later. It is still the clan land of the Senju clan. There is no need for Fengye to do things in the ninja world. The unification of the 5 ninja villages is already inevitable. Of course, there are not a few people who have resisted. Those people are handed over to the tribe, and the Uchiha Madara who survived is just right. What Fengye cares about is not the status quo of the ninja world. Absolute strength lies here, no one can resist Fengye's policies. What he wants to know is more about the Itsutsuki family. On the throne, holding Kaguya in his arms, Fengye fell into thinking. Some obvious information can be analyzed from Kaguya's words. Status. Touching his chin, Fengye closed his eyes. Branch house, zone family, my own family. This is the system of the Itsutsuki clan. The branch house is responsible for the most tiring tasks, such as monitoring the growth of the sacred tree and caring for the fruits of the sacred tree. The zone family is responsible for sending the mature fruit of the sacred tree back to the family, and accordingly will receive a small portion of the chakra. The highest status is the family of the Itsutsuki clan. They have most of the resources and don't have to take any risks. Whether it is the peach style you mentioned just now, or the style that came to Earth with the concubine, they are all clan families. The real family won't make a trip for chakra fruit. The division of labor is clear and the strength is tyrannical. Moreover, The history of the Otsutsuki clan is not just as simple as before Kaguya came to the earth, as short as thousands of years, and as long as 10,000 years. For the Otsutsuki family, longevity is the norm, and longevity will no longer be their limitation. It is even said that the earth is just one of the many sacred tree planets they have planted. Stronger than Kaguya, they are just outside ordinary people, and their status is not even high. Squinting his eyes, Fengye seemed to think of something. The really amazing thing is the Tree of God 16 itself. If the fruit of the Tree of God is swallowed many times, will it give birth to a stronger power than chakra? The analysis obtained from the original work is that the strength of Otsutsuki's peach style is not much different from that of peak Mingzuo, but this does not mean that all Otsutsuki's clan strength is the same as that of peach style. Maybe someone is stronger than the Tao style, then the strength of the family will definitely be stronger than the Tao style clan. From the analysis of the blog post of the original work, Otsutsuki can crush Naruto and Sasuke by using the device and turning on the curse seal too, which shows that the power of the one is much higher than the peach. But the problem is coming again. Such a strong one, why was it attacked by Kaguya, the fighter's cleverly low-silly Badian? Looking at Kaguya in confusion, Fengye wanted her to give herself an answer. He wants to occupy the fruit of the sacred tree of his concubine, and he also tries to make his concubine his personal maid. Kaguya leaned on Fengye's chest leisurely, and then a piece of ashes popped out of her palm. It's like this. So, he failed. Taking a look at the co-killed gray bones aimed at his crotch, Fengye oozes a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Good guys. That's it. No wonder there is no offspring after being attacked for more than 1,000 years. Then the situation is much clearer. After calming down, Fengye smiled slightly. Since Yishi is hidden somewhere in the dimensional space of the earth, it will definitely reveal the fox's tail. As long as he is a little bit strange, I will capture his spatial coordinates. His 10 tails will belong to me. Fengye didn't worry at all as to whether Yishi would be cautiously hiding and not coming out to move from now on. The reason is simple. Madara has already launched Infinite Tsukuyomi once before, and the breath of the sacred tree has been leaked once, so whether it's one style or the Otsutsuki trio, they will come out to investigate the situation. That is Fengye's opportunity. When he got up, Kaguya seemed a little sleepy and wanted to rest, while Fengye planned to go to the neighbor Konoha to have a look, and by the way, explain the specific details of the next establishment of the Kingdom of God. But when he sensed the strange scene on the Hokage rock, he suddenly grinned and walked over. It's hard to imagine that so many things happened after we died. The towering Hokage Yanyan, although Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was completely shattered, it did not affect the appearance of the other two Hokage. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara, who almost became First Hokage, they are all here. Of course, if you say the most surprising thing, it is probably the person kneeling on the ground behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. The once respectable third Hokage, the strongest Naruto. Judging from the bitterness on his face, after seeing Inshi again, there was no such thing as too much joy. Instead, it was full of guilt and embarrassment. This is a strange reunion. When first generation and second generation came to Konoha again after their resurrection, they happened to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sweeping the floor with a broomstick. The scene was very embarrassing. The second master helped her forward, the grandfather sighed, and Madara was full of irony. In the end, they brought this third Hokage to Hokage Yanyan. Did not take the initiative to say anything to him, but made Sarutobi Hiruzen restless, and finally knelt down involuntarily. But after kneeling down, the tension of oppression suddenly disappeared. That's it. He is a sinner. Kneeling is right, but kneeling can relax him a lot. Looking at this village carefully, it's like our children. Hashirama smiled at Madara, her eyes full of ambiguous smiles. Brother is here again. The second master squinted his eyes and stepped aside involuntarily. The two have fallen in love and killed each other since the Sengoku period. He sometimes suspects that his elder brother and Mito's sister-in-law are married because of political factors. Senju needs Uzumaki's sealing technique, and Uzumaki needs Senju's power, that's all. But unfortunately, if it were not for his grandson, I am afraid that none of the two extremely strong allies during the Sengoku period would remain. Even so, the Uzumaki clan was still destroyed. He looked behind him silently, where he was the proud disciple he had previously approved. Danzo is dead, Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato Homura are also dead. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen is left. Do you have anything to say? Walking to the side of Sarutobi step by step, the second master slowly asked. Want to say something? Sarutobi looked gloomy. It seems that he never thought about this day. Facing his Inshi again, he didn't know what to say except guilt. Then I will change the question. The second master sighed slightly. In these days, feel every piece of land in the village. Do you understand what a village is? Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen has not understood the true meaning of the punishment of sweeping the street until now. That's not to humiliate him. Fenjai has not used countless ways to humiliate him. So Iryi understood that this way of sweeping the street was just Fenjai giving Sarutobi Hiruzen one last chance, letting him understand the true meaning of the village. Senju Tobirama knows this very well. The village. Sarutobi lowered his head in thought. He once believed that for the sake of the village, there is no problem even at the expense of some people. It doesn't matter even to sacrifice himself. But conversely, isn't the original intention of establishing the village to protect everything in the village? If it is based on sacrificing the interests of some people, then his actions are contrary to the original intention. How long has it been sweeping? You are asking him this question now, obviously embarrassing him. Fenjai's figure slowly appeared, interrupting Sarutobi's thoughts. Fenjai. The second master's eyes locked on his grandson. This is the capital that makes him proud. I said you are all right to play mahjong here. The nostalgic atmosphere was completely interrupted by Fenjai's words. Madara, Hashirama, and Iryi's expressions were a little embarrassed. It's been a long time since I got together and had a good chat. In fact, they found that some things do not need to go to war, so they can talk freely and express their opinions and suggestions. This is the original intention of establishing Shinobu Village. Isn't that the Minato boy is still counting the opposing Shinobu Village? The specific combat instructions have not yet come down, and he is boring. First generation said with a smile, but I asked Tsunade to go to the casino to play together, but she doesn't seem to be in the family. That's it. Tsunade's gambling addiction was caught here in first generation. Fenjai flipped through Byakugan, and speaking of it, she lost the pocket money recently. There is nothing to worry about. After all, the casinos in Konoha village are all owned by Senju. After losing, they are recycled and reused. Tsunade is also very happy to play. Whoosh. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Sometimes people just can't help but talk. Tsunade suddenly appears. This is the special connection between Fenjai and Tsunade, as well as his sisters. As long as Fenjai senses and gives a signal, it can be transmitted there instantly. This is a special technique used by Tensagen, another ability. The power of Tensagen is not that simple. Fenjai is still exploring. Hey, both Grandpa and Grandpa are here? How about you playing mahjong? Looking around suspiciously, Tsunade asked curiously. First generation, second generation collective support amount. As expected, the two brothers and sisters are so synchronized. Right. With a slap on his head, Tsunade suddenly thought of something and hurried to Fenjai. Master Katsuya seems to have something to discuss with you. It's about the Three Holy Land. Three Holy Land. Fenjai smiled and understood. Sure enough, things were similar to what he thought. When he was about to unify all the ninjas on the earth, the local forces of the earth finally couldn't sit still. He has been waiting for the action of the Three Holy Land. Comparatively speaking, Mount Myaboku is extremely hostile to Fenjai, and even likes to make small moves in secret. But now Mount Myaboku's reliance on Sage of Six Paths is over, and they have no other choice but to negotiate. Tell Katsuya that I will wait for them at the Senju clan. Don't expect me to visit in person. As the being who is about to reach the top of the ninja world and become the master of the ninja world, Fenjai did not take the initiative to go to the three holy places, nor did they have the right to let Fenjai visit him. It was beyond Fenjai's expectations. The speed of people coming from the three holy places was much faster than expected. Moreover, the people who came also surprised Fenjai. The great toad sage of Mount Myaboku was the culprit who induced Hakata to seal Kagaya thousands of years ago. There is only one Katsuya fairy in the wet bone forest, but there is only one Katsuya. What other people see is just a clone of Katsuya's body. No one in the ninja world has that chakra quantity that can summoning Katsuya's body, and the clone is Katsuya's body, so I came here. It doesn't matter what it is. However, the white snake fairy from Ryokai Cave also came, which surprised Fenjai a little. Those snakes, aren't they very proud? Above the throne, Fengye has a playful face, looking down with a red wine glass in his hand. In front of him, the three immortals were naturally not qualified to show off, and each of them had their own human form. Now the three of them have turned into human forms, standing there a little at a loss. Among them, the expression of Toadpill was tangled. And the eyes he looked at Fengye were full of horror. This kind of panic is brought about by deaths from the depths of my memory, and it is also a memory that has only recently awakened. Perhaps Fengye himself had forgotten that when he used the copy of the unfilial son again and again, he would easily kill the Toadpill every time, but after he left, everything would return to normal under the guidance of the system. Therefore, he kept the memory of death, and he was even numb to be killed by Fengye later. To be reasonable, he never dared to die again. Even when Sage of Six Paths wanted to destroy it through the power of Mount Myaboku, he gave up without even thinking about it. Facts have proved that his choice is correct. It is better than Sage of Six Paths and his brother Atsutsuki Hamura both stopped cooking, and Atsutsuki Kagaya became one of the man's palace members. This psychological change made Todemaru dare not resist, so when Katsuya found him, he did not hesitate to come to the Senju clan land, with only one purpose, to pray for forgiveness and protect Mount Myaboku. He was certain that if Senju Fengye saw Mount Myaboku not pleasing to his eyes, there would be a fire toad someday in the future. It's exactly what I just said, Master Fengye. Katsuya spoke again. We hope to live in peace with everyone in the ninja world, and even if the ninja world needs the power of the three holy places, we will not refuse. Of course, this is to some extent. This is the condition of the three holy places. Without invading each other, the Holy Land will also contribute when the Senju clan needs it. Do you think I need your strength? Fengye calmly shook the glass. The red liquid inside was like blood. This is the truth. The bottom is embarrassing. He doesn't seem to need anything better than Fengye and Mount Myaboku. We will teach the Senju clan celestial arts for free, using natural energy. It was the White Snake Immortal who gave extremely attractive conditions. Xianshu and physical skills. 2 unique abilities, only 2 can hurt 6 paths level power. Xianshu is the use of the Earth's original energy, which Fengye needs. Actually you don't need to be like this. Suddenly showing a smile, Fengye said. You now seem to regard me as an evil element of aliens ruling the Earth. But what I want to say is, from the beginning, what I wanted to do was to stop the invasion of the Atsutsuki clan for the Earth. Kagaya does the same. So, let's talk from another angle. Chapter 104. What do you mean? When Fengye finished speaking, the immortal of the Three Holy Land was obviously stunned. They have even admitted the fact that the Earth has fallen. The ninja system was originally brought by Chakra outside the world, so the so-called peace in the ninja world is not a good thing for the Aborigines. Years of battles have made this world full of gunpowder. What Chakra has brought to this world is definitely not a way of mutual understanding, but pain and disaster. They all know this. But now, this man actually said that he was in the same position as them? What a joke. And Atsutsuki Kagaya, the woman who launched Infinite Tsukuyomi 1,000 years ago, is she also trying to protect the Earth? Please forgive me for not being able to understand Master Fengye's statement. The White Snake Fairy suddenly spoke. For us, Kagaya did not see what the alien did for the sake of the Earth. This was the main reason why Todemaru induced Atsutsuki Hage Oromo to seal her thousands of years ago. Moreover, the terrible effect brought by Infinite Tsukuyomi almost stopped the development of the world, which is not what we want to see. It is still the point of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Fengye sighed slightly. What you see is the consequence of Infinite Tsukuyomi, but Kagaya launched Infinite Tsukuyomi, and did not control all humans, but eliminated some weak humans. Of course, even this has a great impact on the Earth. But have you ever thought about that, in the battle to seal Kagaya, probably more people died. This is the truth. The three immortals had no way to refute. The battle lasted for a long time. The battle between Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya caused the entire world to fall into destruction, and it took many years to recover. But do you know the true purpose of Kagaya's release of Infinite Tsukuyomi? When the conversation turned, Fengye pointed to the sky. Humans who control the Earth by means of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Don't be kidding, Kagaya is not Uchiha Madara, and I don't have that scheming. The ultimate goal of Infinite Tsukuyomi is to make weapons against the enemy. Weapon against the enemy? The three immortals looked at each other. Some of them didn't understand Fenji's words. Just like the Otsutsuki clan you have heard, they are not only the descendants of Kaguya, but the real Otsutsuki clan, and within the Otsutsuki clan, Kaguya's status is not very high. Her main task is to plant the sacred tree, so that the sacred tree absorbs the earth's original energy to blossom and bear fruit, and then continuously deliver chakra fruits to the real Otsutsuki clan. Don't compare the descendants of Kaguya with the real Otsutsuki clan, which is a truly terrifying clan that controls countless planets, Sage of Six Paths. He is nothing compared to that clan. The most important point, if Kaguya followed the Otsutsuki clan, do you know what the earth will become? With a snap of his fingers, a virtual influence appeared in front of everyone. That is a completely depleted planet. This is the final outcome of a certain planet that actually exists according to the real picture in the memory given by Kaguya. If Kaguya is not protecting the earth, and has been using the sacred tree to absorb the energy of the earth, then this is the end result. This is a misunderstanding that has lasted for thousands of years. When the three immortals understood Fenji's words, they fell completely into silence. If everything Fenji said is true, then they fooled their benefactor's son thousands of years ago and sealed their benefactor. This is putting the cart before the horse. The mysterious Otsutsuki clan, they actually aim to eat the planet. The above is the main reason for the same front that I said. Canceling the screen, Fenji smiled. I was born in the ninja world, and the earth is my home. Those who want to destroy the ninja world and the earth are definitely my enemies. So you don't need to treat yourself as a native and be dissatisfied with me, because our enemies are the same. Also, I will tell you one last time. Or Kaguya, it is not difficult to rule the ninja world, any calculations are invalid in the face of absolute strength. After speaking in one breath, Fenji took a sip of wine. Obviously, his words had a great impact on the three immortals. Some content they need to digest. And just as they were thinking, Fenji suddenly felt a slight fluctuation. Come on. With a flash of light in his eyes, Fenji directly locked on the fluctuating location. It was an absolutely unfamiliar breath, but even if only a little energy was leaked, it was enough for Fenji to analyze the source of the energy. 10 tails. It can't be wrong. Otsutsuki appeared in one go. When Kaguya used chakra in the ninja world many times and showed his breath, Yi-Shi finally couldn't sit still and want to find out. This does not match the time when the Shell organization appeared in the original work, but it is reasonable. The Shell organization in which the bloggers turned was active, not in the later period. They had already begun to collect members of the organization after the Fourth Ninja World War. For example, Kirigaku's Blue. Although it is relatively early now, it is also after Infinite Tsukuyomi's movement. I'll be deprived for a while. There are some things that need to be dealt with. Standing up, Fenji disappeared instantly after leaving a word. Otsutsuki's 10 tails, Fenji is determined to win. He needs the complete 10 tails to transform into a sacred tree, so that the aura of the sacred tree can continue to radiate in the ninja world, attracting the trio in advance. But Fenji didn't pay attention to the one style. The master has Hogyaku, the black-winged demon, and Fenji, who has 3 pupils, has already stood at the apex of the Naruto world, and even his power has been integrated with the will of the earth with the help of the system, and he only needs to wait for the gods. The kingdom is completely established and successful, then he will truly ascend to the throne and become the one and only true god. Fenji represents the earth. That's why he can clearly feel where that wave of fluctuation comes from. After just a few breaths, Fenji has already reached the previously locked position. Yi-Shi is a very cautious person. It seems that he has become more cautious after being attacked by Kaguya thousands of years ago. The energy fluctuations just now are so subtle that no one can even perceive it except Fenji, who is beginning to merge with the will of the earth. Is the location here? Somewhere on the top of a mountain in the land of earth, Fenji glanced at the plain ground below and sneered. This is the first connection point. It seems that in order to ensure the safety of the second 10 tails in a different space, multiple teleportation arrays have been set up. The fluctuation just passed from here. It is not difficult to establish spatial coordinates with the teleportation array. The exploration nerve was completely opened, and finally, he found a subtle mark on an inconspicuous stone. Crushing the stone with one hand, Fenji's body disappeared completely in the next moment. Different space. Several members of the Shell organization wearing cloaks seemed to be waiting for something, and Cai Xian, who was occupying the top of the body, also squatted there. People are sent out by him. There is only one purpose. That is, confirm whether Kaguya is really resurrected. This is a good opportunity for Yi Shi to take revenge. Kaguya, the betrayer, has been thinking of him for thousands of years. To be honest, I don't think it's a good opportunity now. The alien space is completely transformed by illusion, and it cannot be reached unless it is one's own person. Now, there are only a few members of the Shell organization. Amado, a genius scientist, manufactures scientific endurance tools mainly for the transformation of the body of the members of the Shell tissue. Victor, the master of regeneration technology. Boluo, the rumored immortal body. But in Fenjai's eyes, it was all rubbish. I need accurate information. Xian sat at the top. The existence of the wedge increased his lifespan, but at the same time, it also became a container. Back. At this moment, Boluo was taken aback, as if he had sensed something. There was a wave of fluctuations in the illusion space, and a figure suddenly appeared. On these few goods, the bloggers who can toss to the Chunin world are in chaos. This is hard for you. The sound is not too loud, but it reaches everyone's ears. It is Fenjai. At this time, he had already opened the Erduangui blade, and the black wings covering the sky and the sun covered 1/3 of the illusion space. This is due to the effect of space. Fenjai's power is so strong that it has made this illusion space unsustainable. The next moment, the space collapsed, and several people together with Fenjai all appeared in the real different space. The huge Ten Tails roared, and the immediate awakening of consciousness controlled the Ten Tails to launch an attack. Too weak. Shaking his head, Fenjai's wings opened again to block him. When the tailed beast bomb hit the wings, he couldn't explode and was absorbed cleanly. This is the power of Hogyaku. Higher than the existence of chakra in the ninja world. It's better to send this thing a few more times. With a grin, Fenjai rushed over. The battle officially began. This is a different space, and he doesn't have to worry about Yubo who is fighting will affect the earth. The last resort left by Yishi has also become his graveyard. 3 days later, when the ninja world began to work in an orderly way, a towering sacred tree suddenly descended on the territory of the Kingdom of Wind. Like the sacred tree that Madara turned 10 tails into before, it is also the body of 10 tails. But what shocked the people of the Kingdom of Wind was that this sacred tree did not absorb the nutrients of the earth, but rather used its own power to change the environment of the Kingdom of Wind. The sacred tree is nourishing the earth. This is a picture that has never been seen before. The huge scenery of this sacred tree has also become a god worshipped by people in the Kingdom of Wind. At the foot of the sacred tree, in an inconspicuous house, Fenjai embraced Kaguya who was a little tired in his arms. Obviously, the battle between the two has just ended. It feels good to be enshrined. Especially do something you like to do when you worship. The sacred tree can still be used like this. Putting on their clothes, the two came under the sacred tree. This sacred tree belongs to one style, but now that one style is dead, this thing has naturally become Fenjai's. The nutrient of the sacred tree is originally derived from the original power of each planet, and there is nothing wrong with returning the original power to the earth. But this desert oasis is well established, but I plan to reserve a part of the desert to build a tourist area. The land on the other side of the Kingdom of Wind is not barren, in my opinion, it is of great value. Embracing Kaguya, Fenjai said calmly. And my next goal is to control more 10 tails and the sacred tree, and then deny all the power to the earth. The earth and Fenjai itself have been fused, and the more denying powers they have, they will eventually become Fenjai's original power. He understood this after he obtained the sacred tree. So, the goal of the next stage is to get more sacred trees. For this, Fenjai already has plans. There is another mysterious energy in the Naruto world, and that energy can even travel in parallel worlds. That power is called Dragon Veins. And now, what Fenjai has done is only attracting the arrival of the Otsutsuki trio. He put the sacred tree here openly, and the 3 people will definitely appear, and soon. Speaking of which, smiling at Kaguya, Fenjai leaned close to her ear. Real children are made, but they are not chakra. We continue. The Otsutsuki trio didn't make Fenjai wait long. 1 month later, night fell. The 3 figures fell on the side of the sacred tree at the same time, and their eyes fell directly on the sacred tree. It's very strange, King knows, that the brand of this sacred tree is one type, not Kagaya's mounting paper. Momoshiki felt a little puzzled. I think it's reasonable. It can be regarded as Kagaya's killing of one type and occupying two sacred trees. Atsutsuki Urashiki said with a smile. While Atsutsuki Jinshi did not speak, he was unworthy in front of the two adults. It's coming. A voice fell. Fenjai's figure suddenly appeared in front of the three. Did not find his breath. For an instant, the trio looked shocked. With their strength, they didn't even notice the existence of this person. Since it's here, it will become the nourishment of the sacred tree. The more the nourishing sacred tree's nutrients, the more power it can deny the earth, and the stronger I am as an earth-willed person. I really hope you Atsutsuki clan will give you more. Space blocked. Just Guyurigen appeared on Fenjai's forehead, and at the same time he directly started Erdu Gui Edge in Tensagen Chakra mode. Hogyaku's power poured out, and Fenjai immediately controlled the situation and locked the three of them. This is a big gift he prepared for these three people. The invisible barrier has completely enveloped them. This is impossible. Humble humans. When the trio was obliterated by Fenjai without any resistance, their bodies wanted to get into Fenjai's body in an attempt to make Fenjai their weapon. But obviously, that's because they think too much. With the help of Fenjai's power, the sacred tree directly absorbed them into the body and turned them into new nutrients. It's over. Taking a deep breath, Fenjai's eyes leaked. He finally understood why the Atsutsuki clan was so strong, and he also understood the path he would take in the future. The next goal. Dragon Vessel. Chapter 105. Lowland Ruins, the dust is rolling, and everything you look at is submerged by quicksand, as if there is a natural formation covering this place. The sky is dark and the sand is flying, and the wind whizzes like a ghost. The ancient city of Lowland was submerged in the mud. But if people who pass here can be careful, they will find the magnificent shock hidden under the overwhelming quicksand. I saw a man suddenly appeared in the air, dressed in white with a handsome face and a smile at the corner of his mouth. The most noticeable was the large black wings behind him that obscured the sky, like a demon descending. Fenjai's own terrifying Ryotsu forms an enchantment by itself, so the quicksand whistling around is isolated from Fenjai's 3 feet. Fenjai frowned slightly, he still felt that the wind and sand that seemed like the whimper of a ghost was a bit noisy. The black devil's wings suddenly opened. In an instant, the wind and sand at the lowland site stopped abruptly. If anyone were here, they would be shocked to find that densely packed fine sand particles were set in the air, as if several staggered lines were condensed out of thin air. Shehi. The ancient city of Lowland, after going through the vicissitudes of the long river, was eventually eroded by quicksand, and the wind and sand were covered up and turned into loess. The glory of an instant, the long loneliness, who can resist the power of the years? Fenjai, who came here alone, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the ancient city of Lowland that gradually appeared in front of him. Although Fenjai absorbed the power of the 2 sacred trees, he was already the strongest in this world, possessing vigorous vitality and long life, but he did not dare to pretend that he was eternal. The sacred tree will wither and the planet will collapse. Even the Atsutsuki clan outside the sky will continue to send clansmen to plant the sacred tree in the endless starry sky, harvesting chakra fruits every millennium to strengthen itself. God knows how many chakra fruits were harvested by the Atsutsuki clan far away, and how many planets were exhausted and finally collapsed and destroyed. Fenjai raised his head and looked towards the sky, and there was an eager to fight, as if to penetrate the sky to see the Atsutsuki clan in the depths of the universe. The Atsutsuki clan, sooner or later I will be a guest at your place. Don't let me down by your hospitality. Fenjai retracted his extremely aggressive gaze and muttered to himself as he looked at the lowland ruins in front of him. Well, let's see if this dragon vein will give me some surprises. Ta-ta-ta. Fenjai's footsteps echoed in the ancient city of Lowland. Because of the wind and sand outside, the sound of Fenjai's footsteps seemed harsh to everyone, but a little empty. Fenjai just glanced at the surrounding towers and stopped paying attention. After all, he didn't come here to Sai Lowland, but because the legend contains the dragon veins that can destroy the earth chakra. Suddenly, a song that was as soft as a lark came from the depths of Lowland. Hearing this song, closing his eyes, Lowland's once lively glory seemed to emerge in his mind. Fenjai's expression suddenly became a little weird. He would not trigger the story of the lost tower. Pinching his fingers to calculate the time point, it seemed that it was indeed about the same as it is now. Sure enough, after Fenjai walked some distance forward, he saw a red-haired girl sitting on the ruins singing a song. The girl's charming face was a little lost. The corner of Fenji's mouth raised as if a certain plot sounded, and then he shouted to the girl. Sarah. The red-haired girl seemed to be taken aback by Fenji's sudden voice. She was panicked and stepped into the air with her right foot. She actually fell directly from the rubble a few meters high. A breeze passed, and the red-haired girl closing her eyes did not feel the pain as expected, but seemed to fall into a warm embrace. The girl opened her eyes, and what caught her eyes was a handsome but wicked face. It was the demon man who had just frightened her. Fenji said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, "How about it, isn't it hurt?" I have to say that Fenji can be regarded as a beautiful man in the ninja world, with his handsome appearance and the temperament of Ulquiorra. I don't know how many ninja girls have been fascinated by them. The Senju family in Konoha alone have a good number of them. The young girl becomes Fenji's crazy pursuit fan. If it weren't for Tsunade's reputation, I'm afraid those girls would crazily crowd outside the Senju clan every day, just beg Fenji. Even, someone in the ninja world has made a list of handsome men and beautiful men, and Fenji is ranked first, which is enough to show Fenji's fatal attraction to girls. The girl's cheeks suddenly flushed red and suddenly raised her hand and pushed Fenji away. She stepped back a few meters away and said vigilantly, "Who are you, why are you here, and how do you know my name?" This series of questions were asked eagerly from the girl's mouth, which also showed that the girl's heart was not at peace. Fenji still smiled and shook his right hand emptily, sighing a little. Now the girls are developing so well. This action made the girl's pretty face flushed even more. She couldn't help but caressed her body and gritted her teeth and said, "Shameless." Fenji shrugged innocently. "I just saved your life. It doesn't seem good for you to scold me like this." The red-haired girl shook her head and snorted coldly. She frowned and said, "You haven't answered my question yet." Fenji said leisurely, "I am Senju Fengye." However, the red-haired girl did not have the shock and panic that Fenji had imagined. Instead, she frowned and thought, as if she had never heard the name. Senju? It seems that Konoha's first Hokage is also Senju. Could it be that you are Konoha? Fenji stroked his forehead. He forgot that the lowland ruins are where the wind and sand are roaring all the year round. Even ninjas are unwilling to pass through this place. Even the people in the Kingdom of Wind don't know the existence of lowland ruins. People have some lack of information outside. I am afraid that they don't know what happened outside recently. After thinking about this, Fenji said sternly, "I am indeed from the Senju clan, but not Konoha. I am Senju Fengye, the patriarch of the Senju clan. The reason for coming here is to visit your lowland city on behalf of the Senju clan. And the reason why I know your name is that you are the princess of lowland city, Sarah. Of course, it's just a puppet now." Fenji's serious appearance suddenly made Sarah a little flustered, but Sarah was also a princess loved by the people of Lowland, so she shouldn't be flustered. Sarah took a deep breath and said suspiciously, "Isn't the Senju the most powerful clan in the world? You become the head of the Senju clan at your age." Fenji smiled and said, "You are younger than me, aren't you also the queen of Lowland City? Moreover, I have a better way to prove my identity. The wood-style flower tree is here." 100 years of barren, Lowland blossomed in a word. Chapter 106. Under Fenji's ninjutsu, all kinds of trees and flowers bloomed on the barren like a crowd of fragrant flowers. Such a shocking scene has not appeared in more than a century. Sarah stood there blankly, then squatted down and carefully reached out to stroke the tree flower that had just broken out of the ground. The tree flowers swayed without wind, swaying delicately and movingly. Sarah sniffed slightly. The fragrance of flowers was strong but light. Everything seemed so real but unbelievable. In the days and nights, the young Sarah had dreams of blooming Lowland countless times, but she did not expect that she would actually appear in front of her today. Fenji looked a little speechless at Sarah's teary eyes and arching her nose. She was just playing the wood style. She wouldn't be so touched that she wanted to accept her. There were faint cheers and even tears of joy from the depths of Lowland. Apparently, the people living in Lowland City also discovered this miraculous scene. Sarah listened to the cheers from the people and muttered to herself, "Is this really a dream?" Fenji folded the flower gently and placed it on Sarah's little hand, smiling broadly and said, "Now you should believe that I am the patriarch of the Thousand Shao clan." Sarah raised her head and nodded stupidly, not even paying attention. Fenji still held on tightly holding onto her hand. Under the leadership of Sarah, Fenji is walking towards Lowland City. The terrain here is complex and staggered, and there are many places with hidden barriers. If ordinary people strayed into this place, it would be difficult to find an exit. After Fenjai's shocking display just now, Sarah, the simple queen of Lowland City, also believes that Fenjai belongs to the Senju clan. After all, no matter how obstructed the information on the Lowland site is, one knows that Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, who once put down troubled times, Konoha is also the iconic representative of Senju Hashirama. And Fenjai just let Sarah know that this ninjutsu, this man is very powerful, very powerful. Sarah seemed to remember something and looked back at Fenjai and said, "Then what is the relationship between Senju Hashirama and you?" Fenjai opened his eyes and smiled and said, "He is my grandfather." Just now, he scanned the entire Lowland with his probing nerves, already knowing Lowland's situation and the location of the dragon veins. Sarah looked clear and muttered, "So, it's no wonder wood style is so powerful." Fenjai smiled. His wood style is not only because his grandfather is Hashirama. It is better to say that the reason why the Senju people are able to master wood style is Fenjai's credit, but Fenjai did not explain, let the misunderstanding go on. "Your Senju clan is so powerful, why did you come to our Lowland city?" Sarah said curiously. "In order to absorb the dragon veins contained in your Lowland city, make yourself stronger." Of course, it is impossible to really say it, otherwise this little Nizai might change her face and blast herself away on the spot. So Fenjai said with a smile on his face, "I am here this time to save you Lowland, and let Lowland return to glory." Sarah paused and stopped where she was, and a moment later looked at Fenjai with a smile on her face. "You shouldn't be a fool. Anyone who meets a passerby who has just met and said something will bring you up again. I am afraid that anyone will treat him as a fool or a madman, but to be honest, Fenjai is really considered a fool for the first time. Even when Konoha village was not as dazzling as it is now, there has never been such a treatment." Fenjai was not angry, but rather interested. If the people of the Senju clan heard Sarah's words, I am afraid they would have led people to come and razed Lowland City to the ground. Nowadays, Fenjai is full of voices in the world. In addition to the solid followers of the Senju family in Konoha, many people are also impressed by Fenjai's strong strength and personal charm. It can be said that wherever Fenjai appears, there will be the voice of the Black Wing Great Demon. If you are not a fool, you are a liar. You brought the miracle to Lowland City, you are our distinguished guest, but please don't talk nonsense about these things. Our Lowland is very good, we don't need a big man like you to come and save it." Fenjai looked at the surrounding debris and whispered, "Even if you have seen my strength, don't you still believe me?" Sarah looked complicated and did not speak, but turned her head away. Suddenly, two alert-looking ninjas appeared at the front entrance, each blocking Sarah, not aiming at Fenjai. "Who are you? What's the matter in coming here?" Fenjai just glanced at them and released Ryotsu slightly. The two ninjas turned pale, and they couldn't help but step back and knelt on the ground and retched. "Find flowers. Really, when his name is just to scare people. Fenjai can completely treat him as a provocation. If it is not for Sarah's sake, Fenjai can directly obliterate the two of them." Sarah quickly stood in front of them and said, "This is our distinguished guest from Lowland. Don't be presumptuous." The two female ninjas lowered their heads with fear in their eyes and said, "Yes, please follow the princess's orders." Who on earth is this man, who has such terrifying strength? This is the first time they have met a strong man with this coercion, like a god from the sky. People can't help but want to surrender to worship, just if not as for the princess, they are actually dead. One of the ninjas didn't dare to look at Fenjai and whispered, "Princess, the celebration is about to begin." After the celebration, Sarah was the new queen of Lowland. Sarah nodded with a complicated expression, then smiled at Fenjai and said, "Well, Senju's patriarch, are you interested in participating in Lowland's celebration?" Fenjai seemed to have heard something, with a weird smile on his face and said, "Since Lowland's queen has invited me, then why should I be unreasonable?" If he remembers correctly, the existence behind Lowland seems to be ready to do it now. Lowland City celebrations began to be very lively. Countless people are cheering Queen Sarah's name. It can be described as thriving and not declining. The old god Fenjai was leaning on the walls of a certain house and staring coldly at people shouting like machines. As he expected, most of these were just puppets that were manipulated. It was difficult to find the thin hair-like chakra thread in Fenjai's eyes, but it seemed particularly abrupt. Then Fenjai looked at Sarah, the protagonist on the tower. "Sarah, who was wearing a celebration dress, was less immature but more mature. An exclamation suddenly sounded, and Sarah, the queen of Lowland City, actually fell from the tower. If she fell to the ground at this height, she might be killed on the spot. However, the strange thing is that those cheering people were indifferent. Instead they looked at Sarah's fall with dumb eyes. Bang! Fengye jumped on his toes and passed through the sea of people, and said with a smile while hugging Sarah who was falling. "This is the second time I saved you." Chapter 107. Sarah broke free from Fengye's arms and stood up, looking at the people around her with cold and unwavering eyes. She actually cowered 2 steps back, looking confused. At the moment she just fell from the tower, she seemed to see a lot of abnormalities clearly. The ceremony was supposed to be lively and festive, but it was full of weirdness. The people of Lowland who seemed to support themselves and enthusiastically saw the princess fall from the tower, but they were indifferent. Why is this? Also, the reason why she fell from the tower was not because she accidentally stumbled, but because she felt that someone pushed her directly behind her, so she fell. Then who was it that wanted to put herself to death? Sarah glanced at the familiar Lowland City. Why did the bustling Lowland City seem so cold and unfamiliar today? Ming Lowland City is thriving under the governance of his mother and Enlu Mountain. Is it possible that Lowland City will decay again in the hands of incompetent one after his mother is gone in 1977? At this time, the 2 female ninjas who had blocked the road hurriedly jumped down from the tower and knelt in front of Sarah and said in a deep voice, "The subordinates failed to protect the princess. The crime deserves $1 million." Sarah was indifferent, as if she hadn't heard anything, but still staring at Muna's people on the square who had no mood swings. At this time, the people of Lowland on the square were actually repeating cheering slogans like puppets again, and the fake smile appeared on their faces again. Lowland. Lowland. Queen Sarah. Queen Sarah. However, these seemingly enthusiastic cheers were particularly harsh in Sarah's ears. Sarah suddenly yelled out a scream, 2 lines of clear tears slipped on her cheeks. She could clearly feel the weirdness of Lowland City, but she couldn't catch this weirdness at all, and she was even a little powerless, which made Sarah hate her incompetence. Even a little desperate. At this time, Sarah felt her warm hands resting on her shoulders, and Sarah raised her head in confusion before tears were dry on her cheeks. Fengye squinted at the hostility in the eyes of the people of Lowland, and said with a smile, "Didn't I just say it before? I'm here to save Lowland." "Sarah, do you want to know what happened to your Lowland? Perhaps this truth will be cruel, even far more painful than it is now. Even so, as a queen, do you want to know?" Fengye stared quietly at Sarah's immature face. If Sarah chooses to maintain the status quo and prefer to maintain a false peace, then Fengye will take the dragon vein and leave, but if Sarah chooses to break the falsehood, Fengye doesn't mind letting Lowland rise again in the country of wind. Sarah hesitated, remembering what her mother had taught herself, wiped the tears on her face, and said resolutely, "I want to know." Fengye smiled and nodded and hugged Sarah's waist, tapped his toes and the black wings suddenly opened, and then took Sarah to the tower again. "Then I will take you to break this falsehood." After Sarah came to the tower again, she couldn't help taking a step back, seeming to remember the fear of being pushed down just now. I seemed to be pushed here just now." Fengye hummed and said, "Don't be afraid, there will be nothing wrong with me." Then Fengye glanced at random, and finally fixed his eyes on the ancient clock of the tall tower. "Such a rough barrier, you look down on me too much." Fengye just raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Ryotsu condensed his fingertips like a cannonball to instantly destroy the enchantment in the ancient bell. Without the concealment of the enchantment, a figure dressed in black fell from the ancient clock. After Sarah saw the face of this figure, she said with some doubts, "Isn't this Minister Izumi?" "Minister Quan, you didn't mean that you were sick, so you were resting at home. Why would you hide here?" However, the uncle who Sarah called Minister Izumi lay on the ground without the slightest reaction, his eyes empty. Fengye raised his hand again and swept across the air, as if something broke in the air. Then Minister Quan's body turned into Kukaki at the speed of the naked eye, and finally turned into a lifeless puppet. "Is this Minister Izumi in your mouth?" After seeing all this, Sarah took 2 steps back and murmured, "Impossible, this is impossible." Fengye hugged Sarah's shoulder with his right hand and turned around. The people of Lowland on the square looked up motionless and silently staring at the tower. This is not like looking at his own queen, more like looking at their prey, with undisguised greed in his eyes. Fengye held his right hand virtual, and the streamer condensed his hand to form a moonlight sword. Then Fengye held the moonlight sword directly to the square and said softly, "This is the truth about Lulin." The moonlight sword suddenly burst into dazzling light, and then turned into countless streams of light particles that scattered down the square like a meteor shower. Sarah suddenly angrily said, "What are you doing? He is a citizen of my Lulin." Fengye drank like a Buddhist mallet and said, "Open your eyes and see if they are the people you are familiar with. When are you going to pretend to sleep until?" Sarah turned and looked at the square, then her face was terrified and incredulous. "This, impossible. The people that Fengye pierced just now showed the real puppets just like Minister Quan. It turns out that the people of Lulin on the court are all puppets controlled by others." Fengye raised his hand on Sarah's shoulder and used his own chakra to stabilize Sarah's mood that might collapse at any time. He sighed and said to himself, "I told you a long time ago, this truth is extremely cruel." Suddenly, the puppets who had been swept and cut off the chakra line by Fengye with a moonlight sword in the square trembled at the same time and slowly stood up. The stiff faces of hundreds of puppets were covered with hideous colors, and a voice sounded at the same time. "Who are you? Why should I spoil my good deeds? You want to die?" Fengye smiled lightly at his fingertips, condensing the black light, and pointed to the square. "I am the Black Wing Great Demon King Senju Fengye. I came here this time to spoil your good deeds. As for your last sentence, I will return it to you intact. We will meet soon. Zero." The terrifying black light at the fingertips suddenly ejected, and then the puppets in the entire square instantly turned into powder. Fengye hugged Sarah's waist and fell from the tower, squinting at the real Lulin citizens who were able to approach because Zero had destroyed the enchantment around him. Arrange the barrier to isolate the real Lulin citizens, and then manipulate the puppets to pretend to be the citizens to create a celebration, leaving you in a state of isolation and helplessness. Finally, when you become a queen, you will die, and the whole Lulin will truly fall into his hands. On. This is Lulin's scam. It's also your courtier, and Lushan single-handedly planned a scam against you. Chapter 108. The breeze blows, and the bustling square last second is empty now. Sarah said in a deep voice, "It is absolutely impossible. Lushan is a loyal and good minister of Lulin country. How could it be possible to do things that endanger Lulin country? Lulin's current prosperity is largely due to Lushan's contribution." Fengye shook his head and said, "This is just to win your trust. Everything he does is for his own purposes, dragon vessel. He wants to gain the power of the dragon veins, so you have to make you trust him. Your mother realized that Lushan's plan wanted to stop, but eventually died in his hands." Hanmang flashed past, and Fengye stepped back half a step just to avoid the Kunao passing by. I saw Sarah's eyes flushed with red eyes, and Fengye said, "If you talk nonsense like this again, I will kill you immediately. The reason why Lulin has today's prosperity is due to my mother and Lushan. I respect them very much. You are not allowed to insult them like this. These are definitely not made by Lushan. They must be caused by other traitors." Fengye 16 was not angry, but stared at Sarah quietly with some pity. What happened today is indeed too shocking for Sarah. It turns out that the thriving Lulin is just a hypocritical illusion. Those people who love themselves are a group of puppets controlled by others, and they are even told that all this is the minister Lushan, whom he usually respects, planned with his own hands, and even his mother died in the hands of the other party. How can Sarah accept this? At this time, the real Lulin citizens had gradually gathered in the square, quietly looking at their princess. Someone said cautiously, "Princess, I wonder where you sent my son." "Yes, and my elder brother, who said that the princess did not come back after having some mission. And my father, who was captured by you that night and didn't come back. Yes, my sister also said that the father-in-law was preparing to launch a war to restore Lulin's glory, so she wanted to develop the dragon veins and ordered to summon manpower to help, and then her sister disappeared." The voices of the people of Lulin talked a lot. It turned out that they came here to find their families. Sarah looked at the people with a bewildered look. "What do you mean? How come so many people from Lulin are missing? I have never given such an order. How could I want to start a war?" The people of Lulin were suddenly quiet, and even his princess didn't know anything about these things, so where should their ordinary people go to find their families? At this time, a little sister cried and said, "Everyone says that your majesty Sarah is a puppet princess. It seems that this is true. You pay my brother, and you pay my brother." "Yes, You return my dad. Return to our family. You are Lolan's princess. Why did this happen to Lolan? You have no idea. The pain and accusation on the faces of the people are like a knife stuck in Sarah's heart. Sarah took a few steps back and said in a panic, "Calm down, everyone, I will definitely help you find your family, and I will find out the truth and make you fair. The people of Lolan are gone, but the princess has no idea. How can this make us calm?" At this time, an indisputable voice suddenly sounded. Quiet. The voices of the people of Lolan stopped abruptly, and their eyes focused on the man beside Sarah. Someone said suspiciously, "Who are you?" "This is our Lolan country's own business, and it's about you as an outsider." Fengye was too lazy to talk nonsense. The black light flashed by, and the head of the vocal brain was directly flew by the black flash. The man's head fell to the ground and finally turned into Kukaki, which turned out to be another puppet. "It seems that your Minister of Illusion is not dead, and even here he has his hands and feet. This is Ishain who wants to overthrow you, the princess. If I'm right, he must have made a princess puppet in his hand, just to replace Sarah you." Sarah said in a deep voice, "Fengye, all of this is just your guess. Please don't say anything without proof." Fengye let out a cry, then looked at Lolan's people and said, "Don't you want to know where your family has gone? I know where they are, but your princess needs to lead the way. Those missing people are right there with dragon veins. Presumably Princess Sarah should know the location of dragon veins." Sarah looked at Fengye in shock. She had never revealed the ability to feel the dragon veins, and how this person knew about it. "Don't you want to know if what I said is true? Just go to the dragon vessel to see if you don't know," Fengye said softly. Sarah hesitated. The dragon vein is very important. When her mother was still alive, she told her not to leak it easily, but now Lolan is at stake, and Fengye's words make people very concerned. If what he said is true, then Lolan country. Sarah finally nodded. "Come with me." Later, Sarah led them to a high tower in the center of Lolan Kingdom, which is what ordinary people call the Lost Tower. The bottom of this tower is the dragon veins. Back then, my mother followed the advice of Inlushan to develop the dragon veins and used it as a base for the dragon veins. Usually the Minister of Inlushan is usually under this tower. Fengye squinted his eyes. In the eyes of others, this is an ordinary lost pagoda, but in his eyes it is a stupa with rich and pure Buddha power. Presumably this stupa is to suppress the dragon veins. Built. Suddenly, a woman appeared on the lost tower. This woman was exactly the same as Sarah's. I saw Sala standing on the tower and said solemnly, "My dear people, this is an important place for the restoration of Lolan Kingdom. It is not where you should be. Please go back quickly, otherwise a felony punishment. The people of Lolan who are following you, look at me, I see you are so confused. How come there are two princesses?" Fengye sighed and said, "Sure enough, as I expected, Inlushan really prepared a puppet exactly like you. Help me destroy her." Sarah lowered her head and said blankly. Fengye shrugged and looked at the face of Longmei, and helped people to the end. Then Fengye flexed his fingers and flicked the black flash at will, and Zero's power suddenly slammed into the tower. However, I saw a golden light enchantment covering the tower, which actually offset Fengye's Zero. However, the impact caused by the corresponding offset also caused Sala to fall from the tower, crashing to the ground and turning into fragments. Chapter 109. The Lost Tower is still safe and sound, as if guarding this land for hundreds of thousands of years. Fengye sighed slightly. Although his Zero just popped up casually, he could easily wipe out a cage-level ninja, but he was resisted by the golden enchantment of the Lost Tower. Although the golden barrier quickly disappeared just now, Fengye still keenly perceives that there is a strong and terrifying Buddha power in the barrier, as if there is a Buddha hidden in the Lost Tower. Can it block Zero's power? It's interesting. In my impression, Naruto world has very few traces of Buddha. One is Senju Hashirama's ultimate ninjutsu, wood-style Shinsu Senju tops the Buddha, and the other is the monk Dailu coming to welcome Senju to kill. Moreover, these two are not as good as the pure Buddha power contained in the Lost Tower, which is a bit rare. This Lost Tower can suppress the dragon veins, and it must have something to do with this Buddha power. After the puppet Sarah fell to the ground and shattered, Sarah rushed into the Lost Tower as if she had lost her senses, followed by Fengye leisurely. Now that the puppet Sarah really appeared, it also proved Fengye's statement from the side. At the very least, the place of the Lost Tower was absolutely unusual. After passing through a series of intricately intertwined pipes, they finally reached the bottom of the lost tower. Looking at it, the missing Lowland citizens were all labored here in ragged clothes and looking exhausted. It was obvious that someone had arrested them and became slaves. Fengye slowly walked behind Sarah and looked at nearly 100 people in Lowland, and said softly, "Sure enough." The people who came behind them watched their relatives kneeling on the spot like slaves and laboring where they could not bear it. Tears filled their eyes and hugged their family members in pain. Those who are being labored are hugged by their families, and it seems that they can't believe the tears are welling up in their eyes. It has been a while since they were clearly imprisoned in the state. Sarah slumped on the ground, her eyes were absent and said, "How could this be? Don't fall in a hurry. If you, as Princess Lowland, fall now, wouldn't the people who see you as a life-saving straw be even more desperate?" Fengye said slowly with his hands folded. I saw one of the old men bowed and trembled in front of him and said, "Is your majesty the princess here to rescue us and the Lowland country?" Sarah looked at the expectation in the old man's eyes, and for some reason, a wave of anger surged from her heart. No matter who dared to hurt the people of Lowland Kingdom, it was unforgivable. Then Sarah took a deep breath and lifted the old man up and said, "Don't worry, I will save Lowland. You tell me who brought you here." Although Sarah had an answer vaguely in her heart, she still wanted to hold the last ray of hope. Unbelievable. What if it's not him? What if it's really another traitor? The old man hesitated for a while, and seemed to think of something with some fear and said, "It was Lord Inlushan who brought us here, saying that in order to comply with Lord Queen's wishes, the dragon veins must be developed to allow Lowland to rise again. In the beginning, we believed in Lord Inlushan. No matter how hard we worked hard, but in the end it got more and more wrong. Lord Inlushan seemed to be crazy and lay on the dragon veins every day to study, and we wanted to go out and see our family. They are not allowed, as long as we make any changes, they will order the puppets to whip us. So we don't dare to defend against his orders, just hope that the princess will show up to save us. And now we finally waited for your arrival." The old man rickety said, wiping tears from the corner of his eyes again. Sarah's lips were bitten by herself, making her a beginner, and her trembling hands clasped the old man's hand tightly. "I am late." Then Sarah abruptly stood up and roared, "Inlushan, get out of me!" As soon as the voice fell, I saw an uncle wearing a white robe and a scumbag slowly walking out of the darkness, looking at Sarah with a smile on his face, and said, "Inlushan pays homage to your majesty the princess. I don't know why your majesty called me out. You still have the face to ask." Sarah suddenly lifted Kyowa towards Inlushan and threw it over. "Did you make the fake puppet outside? Did you make a puppet exactly like me and plan to replace me? These people who are imprisoned here for labor are all your orders. Inlushan, tell me quickly, you didn't do this, tell me." Since the accidental death of her mother, Sarah has regarded Minister Inlushan, who once assisted her mother, as her support. Because Inlushan can lead Lowland Kingdom to prosperity, Sarah has always trusted Inlushan very much, and even feels relieved. The rights are handed over to Inlushan. But Sarah never thought that his trust would bring disaster to the people. However, Inlushan only took a step back, avoiding the unpleasant Kunao. Tisk tisk, the princess did not know that she was not a ninja, so why bother to be so angry? Inlushan's eyes looked at Sarah with exactly the same greed as the puppets of the counterfeit people in the square before, as if they were looking at his own possessions. "Everything I have done is just acting in accordance with your mother's will. It's all for Lowland." "You nonsense. It is absolutely impossible for your mother to do anything to hurt Lowland. She keeps saying that it is for Lowland, but in fact everything is for yourself." Sarah interrupted Inlushan's words with tears. Inlushan quietly watched Sarah and smiled suddenly, as if she had removed the surface disguise, and said regretfully, "It seems that the drama between the queen and the loyal minister can no longer be maintained. Unfortunately, if a while later, you will be able to witness the scene where I dominate the ninja world. Sarah, you are as stupid as your mother. Niu Zhao Zhao. At the beginning, if your mother was willing to continue to cooperate with me, she would not die so fast and so miserably. Unfortunately, she was so stupid that she wanted to stop my plan to dominate the ninja world for the sake of little Lowland. Then how could I let her continue to get in the way? So I let her die in an accident, so that I can continue to complete my great plan without any scruples. As for you little girl, there is nothing to worry about. After I absorb the dragon veins, you will be useless. It's just that you didn't expect you to bring an outsider over, but it doesn't matter, you just die together, just like your mother is unwilling to die. Unlushan is grinning. Sarah lowered her head and trembled. Fengye, you said you would save Lolan, right? I know what you want, it's nothing more than dragon veins, kill him, and dragon veins will be handed over to you. Chapter 110. Fengye looked at Sarah, who had been so irrational, and shook his head. Ryotsu raised his hand cold and forced Sarah to calm down. You take the people out first, just leave it to me here. Sarah, who had recovered her sanity, took a deep breath and stared at Unlushan, then turned around and took the people to the exit, and left a word. The promise I just gave is still valid. Sarah knows that even staying here won't help much. Although Unlushan is Lolan's minister, he knows that his puppet skills are definitely not weak, and now he can only trust Fengye. Unlushan raised his eyebrows, raised his hand and Jian sneered and said, Who will allow you to go? I saw 2 wooden puppets breaking through the ground to stand in front of Sarah and the others, but in the next second they were destroyed by 2 pieces of rubble flying over. Sarah looked back at Fengye's back, and after praying for safety in her heart, she took her people out of this place first. Unlushan didn't care about their departure, but looked down at Fengye and said, It's kind of interesting. The reason why Sarah can detect all this must be your credit. Although I don't know who you are, it's just a dead end to dare to oppose me. Fengye was not in a hurry to attack Unlushan, but sat on the ground with his palms gathering the pieces of wood on the ground. Although you didn't show up, you must have known my strength through the puppet you control, and in this case you still have confidence to stand in front of me. I think your support is the power of dragon veins. What I am a little curious about is, after you have planned for so long, how much power have you gained from the dragon veins? I saw Unlushan lifted his palm, and the golden yellow chakra ignited in the palm of his hand. I could clearly feel that this chakra is much purer than ordinary chakra. Although it is not as violent as Nine Tails chakra, it is more long and long. Your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. You must be no ordinary person in the ninja world, but it is a pity that you are not worth mentioning in front of my Onlu Mountain's dragon veins. It just so happens that you will be the first victim of my dragon vein. Puppet dragon puppet. Hundreds of huge puppets emerged on the ground in an instant. These puppets are far more terrifying than the previous ones, and they are fully armed and armed with weapons. The most important thing is the chakra with dragon veins on the puppet's body. This makes the puppet's combat effectiveness greatly. Ascension, I am afraid that only cage level has the qualification to destroy the puppets. Puppets like hundreds of puppets must be able to sweep Ninja Village. You should know that this lost tower is enveloped by the power of Dharma, and I just observed and learned that your power seems to be restrained by Dharma, so you can't exert your original strength at all. What are you going to fight with me? Unlushan laughed wildly. Fengye glanced at the clay puppets that surrounded him, and then he crouched slightly and kicked his right foot suddenly, and his body suddenly rushed out like a cannonball, punching and kicking the ground like a dragon and tiger roaring, and all the puppets blocking him were fisted and kicked. Boom into slag. Just kidding, even Madara is not Fengye's opponent in the physical arts. How could it be blocked by the few broken puppets in front of him? However, the powder fragments on the ground were reorganized again at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then the puppets that had been destroyed by Fengye condensed in front of them again. The gloomy Unlushan instantly laughed and said, It's useless, as long as the chakra of the dragon veins is still there, then my puppet will be reborn infinitely. I want to see if your strength is exhausted first, or the dragon veins. The chakra is exhausted first. In the words, Unlushan unscrupulously released himself chakra and swept around. The reason why he wasted chakra so much was because of his dragon veins. Even now Unlushan doesn't know how much chakra is contained in the dragon veins. He only knows that if the chakra in the dragon veins is detonated, the whole world will probably be destroyed. Fengye glanced at the increasing number of puppets around him and nodded, This is a bit troublesome, but there is a way. That is to get rid of you, and the puppet will naturally disappear. Fengye folded his hands together and then slowly pulled apart, only to see a wooden sword between his hands slowly condensing. It turned out that Fengye just gathered the wood pieces to make a temporary wooden sword. Although this sword is made of wood, it seems to have no power at all. I am afraid that it is no different from the wooden sword played by a child. But at the moment it appeared, Unlushan couldn't help but shudder, as if this sword was not out, but the sharp edge rested on Unlushan's neck. Fengye held a sword hilt and drew several splendid sword flowers in the air. The sword flowers were blooming, and hundreds of puppets shattered under the sword flowers. Although it is indeed inconvenient for Fengye to use the power of Ulquiorra for now, don't forget that everyone in Shinigami is actually a kendo master. After Fengye broke 100 puppets with a sword, he did not wait for the puppets to recover again. Instead, he held a wooden sword and pointed directly at Onlu Mountain. He even provoked and made no secret of the provocation. Unlushan looked fierce and sealed with his hands, "You are offending the future overlord of the ninja world." Puppetization. Unlushan's body has undergone earth-shaking changes in a short period of time. The original physical body has become a stiff puppet like steel, which is similar to Sasori's human puppet. The most important thing is that Unlushan can continuously gain strength from the dragon veins to strengthen itself, so that there is no need to worry about the consumption of the body. Puppet, Super Dragon Great Fireball Technique. Watch me burn your broken wooden sword completely. The huge dragon head Great Fireball swallowed violently. This Great Fireball technique has to say that it already has the power of Impure World Reincarnation Madara, and it can reach the cage level inheritance. However, as if a streamer passed by, the Great Fireball technique, which resembled a dragon's head, suddenly exploded after being cut in half by something, and a fiery sea of fire instantly swept the ground. Fengye still held the hilt in his right hand and looked at the marks on Unlushan's neck, smiling. Although this sword is less than 3 feet long, the sword spirit has already passed Kyushu. Unlushan wiped the scars on his neck in disbelief. The flash of light just now seemed to pass through the direct neck. Unlushan's face was frantically and sternly and shouted, "As long as the dragon veins are still there, I can rely on it. The power of the dragon vein regenerates, you can't kill me with my current puppet body, I am invincible and immortal." Fengye said as if looking at a fool, "Indeed, I really can't exhaust the power of the dragon veins, but I only need to cut the connection between you and the dragon veins." Chapter 111. Unlushan's hard work for several years was simply cut into nothingness by Fengye. This is the gap brought about by strength. No matter how hard you plan, you will be particularly vulnerable in the face of a powerful and unmatched absolute strength. Fengye looked at Onlu Mountain, which had fallen to the ground. At this time, Onlu Mountain's original indestructible puppet body had gradually turned into Kukaki. Without the support of dragon vein energy, Unlushan is no different from ordinary puppets. Unlushan, your mistake is that you don't know anything about me, but I know you very well. You were Shang Rebellion and Ninja. You originally wanted to go forward and devour the seal left by Minato, but you didn't expect to travel to the present, and you changed your name to Unlushan and became Minister of Lulin, trying to use the power of the dragon veins to destroy the 5 powers to rule Ninja world. Only by virtue of you, how can you control the power of the dragon veins? According to my observation, you have only unlocked less than 1% of the power of the dragon veins. I'm right. Unlushan had already turned half of his body into Kukaki at this time, but he was still wide-eyed, clutching the crack in his neck and couldn't believe him. "You, who are you?" This person has never seen each other, but he knows all about his roots. You must know that Unlushan has never revealed this secret to others since he crossed over. How did this person know about it? Fengye shook his head and said, "It's just an idiot who said he wants to sweep the 5 countries and rule the world, but he doesn't know anything about what's happening outside, and he doesn't even have the most basic information. Be careful in your next life, otherwise you will die unclearly. I am Senju Fengye, the patriarch of the Senju clan, and I am also in this world." Overlord. Unlushan's consciousness gradually dimmed. Senju Fengye is indeed familiar. It seems that I have heard this name a while ago. It seems to come from the Senju family of Konoha. In a short period of time, he became famous in the world of Shinju. Not only has he become the youngest patriarch of the Senju family, he even ousted the Konoha Hokage at the time and announced that the Senju clan had separated from Konoha to dominate the party. It seems that the ninja village of the 5 major countries has been swept by this person. It is just what young people have done. It's just a pity that Unlushan was indulging in the study of dragon veins and didn't care about these unknowingly true or false news. In his opinion, it was just getting more and more exaggerated, and Unlushan was very confident in himself. Once you can fully master the power of the dragon veins, no one is your opponent. However, even the Lost Tower died in the hands of Senju Fengye before he left. The last moment of Unlushan's consciousness is extremely regrettable. If he is well informed about the outside world, would it not be the end? Fengye looked at Onlu Mountain, which had completely lost its vitality in front of him. The figure of Kokaki's puppet turned into a grayish-white powder, and the powder drifted away with the breeze blowing. This is the price to be paid to withstand the power beyond the limit, and there is no ashes left. Sarah did not know when to re-enter the lost tower and stood behind Fengye, her expression calm. He's dead. Fengye hummed softly, as if he had just done a trivial thing. Sarah slowly squatted on the ground, with her head buried in her knees, holding her head in her hands and whimpering, as if the things that had been supporting her in her heart collapsed. It turned out that the minister of Inlushan whom he trusted had always been an ambitious traitor, and his mother had died in his hands. If it weren't for the man in front of him, maybe Lolan would really be brought into the abyss by Inlushan. Inlushan did not hesitate to murder his mother. Even if the people of Lolan Kingdom were imprisoned, he still had to fulfill his crazy ambitions, but Fengye easily broke it. Is this the power of the real strong? In the face of this level of power, all conspiracies and tricks are nothingness. Sarah suddenly knelt, her head slammed on the floor, her eyes flushed and said, "Master Fengye, I want to worship you as a teacher, please accept me as a disciple." Fengye turned and calmly looked at Sarah, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "You are the queen of Lolan, and you represent the dignity of Lolan. How can you worship me as a teacher?" Sarah raised her head with a sad expression, and there were still tears on her beautiful and green face. "There is no way to protect even one's own people, what a queen. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid not only Lolan country, but even my people and I will be destroyed by Inlushan's desire. Find flowers. You made me realize that only when I am truly strong can I be qualified to protect my country. I want to be stronger." At the end, Sarah's eyes became firmer and firmer. Fengye looked at Sarah with some appreciation, and it was a small gain to be able to comprehend these through the ups and downs of life and death. "Although I appeared at the beginning and said that I wanted to save Lolan country, you should know what I was asking for." After being silent, Sarah looked at the seal pattern on the ground and said, "I know, Master Fengye should have come for the dragon vein too. I will also follow my promise, as long as you kill Enlu Mountain to eradicate the evil of Lolan Kingdom, I will hand over the dragon veins to you. Our Lolan Kingdom has guarded the dragon veins for hundreds of years, and our vein has a special physique that can feel the dragon veins. It is clear that the dragon veins contain the power to destroy the sky and the earth. If the dragon veins fall into the wrong hands, the consequences will be disastrous. 0. So, instead of being watched by others, the dragon veins should be handed over to the powerful who can master it." Sarah looked straight at Fengye. It was obvious that she thought Fengye was such a strong man. Fengye slowly walked around, looking at the seal pattern on the ground with interest, and said softly, "Don't you worry that I am also a person with bad intentions." Sarah firmly said, "I believe in my own vision, and with your strength, Master Fengye, if you want the dragon veins, you don't need to be so troublesome. Wouldn't it be faster to snatch it from Lolan country? But you don't. Although I haven't confirmed whether you are a bad person or a good person, I believe that you have been abiding by your own rules, and this kind of rules can restrain yourself from doing evil. So I believe that it is the right choice to give you the dragon veins." Fengye was a little bit dumbfounded. If this sentence were heard by the 1000th-generation mother-in-law in Raikage, they would definitely curse. Although Fengye is not a bad person in nature, he is not a minority in dealing with enemies. Anyone who is an enemy of Fengye can't wait for Fengye to cramp. "But even if I want to collect dragon veins, it doesn't mean I have to accept you as a disciple." Fengye tried to rub the seal pattern on his left foot with a smile. Loss. Chapter 112. The seal pattern on the ground is different from an ordinary enchantment. This pattern is complicated and obscure and cannot be solved by ordinary people. Although Fengye's strength can be said to be at the pinnacle of the ninja realm, he is not very good at enchantment seals. Even Onlushan spent several years and barely tore a small opening in this seal, but the dragon vein chakra leaked by this small opening alone was enough to give Onlushan cage-level strength. Fengye has tried it just now. If he breaks the seal a little carelessly, it is very likely that he will directly detonate the chakra of the dragon vein. Although Fengye is confident that he can protect himself, he is afraid that half of the earth will be destroyed. Therefore, this seal must not be easily broken. Sarah's eyes flashed a little slyly, "Indeed, but don't forget, when you first came to Lolan Kingdom, you promised to let Lolan Kingdom rise." 9-80. And as the queen of Lolan Kingdom, isn't it the first to become stronger and rise up? Fengye was stunned and a little laughed. "You can really speak and argue, but what you say makes sense. Fenjai then pondered for a moment and said, Sarah, since you know who I am, then you should also guess what it means to be my disciple. When you have a relationship with me, it means that you will not be calm. You will encounter many terrible and powerful enemies that you have never seen before. You will linger on the edge of death countless times, and you will even be affected by it. When you arrive in Lowland Kingdom, do you still want to worship me as a teacher even if this is the case? Now Fenjai can be said to be the most powerful person in the world, with unmatched power. Even the nine-tailed beasts are Fenjai's pets. Then Fenjai's disciples will inherit these glory, but they will also inherit it. Coming from the pressure. Sarah knelt down and said firmly, Sarah pays homage to the master. Fenjai sighed lightly, then lifted the center of Sarah's eyebrows, and the soft chakra and the violent riot so flocked to Sarah's eyebrows at the same time. Sarah grunted, and the sound of crackling like firecrackers came from her body. This is Fenjai using her own power to help Sarah transform her body. After all, Sarah's original body foundation is too weak. A body capable of thousands of blows. After a while, Fenjai put down his fingers and looked at Sarah, who closed her eyes with pain. Being my Fenjai's disciple is admired, respected, and feared by thousands of people, but correspondingly, the danger you carry is thousands of times higher than before. You must be psychologically prepared. I have just helped you reshape your body and left a ray of Shinigami power. When you can absorb this ray of power completely, then you can go to the Vulture Palace to report my name. Someone with Espada will welcome you. Sarah touched the mark on her eyebrows and nodded as if she knew how to understand. Master, what is Espada? Is it your subordinate? Are they really strong? Fenjai calmly said, Cage level is not a problem. Sarah was speechless for a moment, and still don't ask these questions in the future. Even the ninjas with cage level strength in the 5 major ninja villages are very rare. Every cage level ninja can be a unique existence, especially Naruto Mizukage Tsuchikage. Shadow Raikage, these few represented the pinnacle of ninja world's combat power in the past, and no one dared to provoke them. However, Espada seemed to be able to hang cage-level ninjas casually, which made Sarah very curious about the Palace of the Night. Fenjai stared at the dragon vein seal and said, Sarah, do you know the origin of the Lost Tower and the seal in front of you? Sarah slowly shook her head, looking at the seal seriously. Everything I know about Dragon Maiden is actually my mother told me. It is rumored that this Lost Tower has been here for many years before the appearance of Lowland Kingdom, and my ancestor, the first king of Lowland Kingdom Kun, accidentally entered the Lost Tower. There is a connection between the middle and the underground dragon veins, so Lowland Kingdom was created here to guard the dragon veins for generations. It's just about this seal, my mother has passed away before she can tell me. Sarah said dimly. Fenjai frowned and thought about it suddenly. Sarah, drop your blood on the seal. Most ninjutsu and scrolling techniques in this world are triggered by blood, so is this seal. Sarah looked puzzled, but still used Kyowa to gently cut a wound on her right hand, and saw a drop of blood slowly falling from the wound, dripping onto the seal. Fenjai squinted his eyes. If he hadn't read it wrong, Sarah's blood seemed to be pale golden. After the blood dripped on the seal, there was no response. Sarah regretfully said, It seems that my blood is useless. As soon as the voice fell, I saw the seal lines on the ground shine with dazzling golden light, and those dense earthworm-like mysterious lines were actually separated from the ground and reorganized in the air. The golden light flickered, and the solemn shadow of the Buddha sitting on the lotus appeared in the sky. At the same time, on the top of the Lost Tower, there seemed to be a whirlpool slowly circulating. Sarah covered her mouth and looked at this scene shockedly. She had lived in Lowland Country for so long and had seen this scene for the first time. I saw the Buddha sitting on the lotus with compassion with his hands folded and his face exuding solemn and majestic power, as if he was pitying the people of this world. This power is strong and powerful, just standing in front of it is like facing a sea, endless and endless. Fenjai smiled and said, Sure enough. The power contained in this seal pattern recombined into the Buddha statue is exactly the same as the power that blocked Zero on the Lost Tower, and at the same time contains vast Buddha power. Unexpectedly, this ninja world actually had Buddha power. Although this surprised Fenjai, what surprised Fenjai most was that this Buddha power could block his Shinigami power. At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sounded in my mind. Discover the inheritance left by the Tianhui Buddha, do you choose to accept it? Fenjai subconsciously chose to accept, and then a roar burst from his mind. Fenjai's consciousness instantly turned around. He saw that in the vast universe, the Buddha, who was born with a great sun, walked the universe with his feet on the stars. The planets he traveled were all enlightened and gifted by the Buddha, and all creatures evolved and recovered. However, when the Buddha passed a certain planet, a rice-word Byakugan the size of half a starfield appeared in the universe and blocked the Buddha. Even the Buddha in front of this Byakugan was nothing but a dust. Rice-word Byakugan blinked, and in an instant, the power of the universe was all in Byakugan. Half of the starfield was turned into nothingness, and the Buddha of the Great Sun was also missing. Chapter 113. As soon as I turned the picture in my mind, I saw a bald man wearing a white coat walking in the desert. Although the Lotus Buddha light was still shining step by step, it was obvious that there was an obvious difference with the Big Sun Buddha across the universe. Difference. The big day was gone behind him, seeming to be annihilated by the sudden appearance of Byakugan. Fengye frowned in consciousness. The huge rice character Byakugan, which spans half a star field, belonged to the Otsutsuki clan if he guessed correctly, but why did the Otsutsuki clan suddenly attack this Buddha? Leaving aside the mysterious Byakugan that suddenly appeared, the strength of the Buddha turned into a mortal in front of him was terrifying. Being able to travel freely in the universe to spot stars is already beyond the scope of this world. I am afraid that others will not believe it. I saw the Balin monk suddenly stopped, turning his head and looking in a certain direction. Fengye was stunned. The direction the Bayun monk was looking at was exactly what he was looking at, and it was as if he and the Bayun monk were looking at each other. Could it be that the Bayun monk noticed his own existence? It's not possible. This image is not known for thousands of years. It is only because of the ability of the system that he can see this scene again from the perspective of a bystander. The 100 monks slowly joined together and said 4 words silently. Fengye's hair was horrified for an instant, and his consciousness almost collapsed. He was extremely sure that these 4 words of the Bayun monk were speaking to himself. Those 4 words are, Senju Fengye. How is this possible? According to Fengye's calculations, the scene in front of us is less likely to be thousands of years ago, and it is even more distant. Why did the Bayun monks who were thousands of years ago know their names? However, before Fengye had time to think, he saw the white monk's right palm open. There was a rice character Byakugan in the palm of his hand, and he could feel the rice character Byakugan crazily trying to break free from the palm of the white monk, but there was always Buddha's light enveloped. The palm of the hand prevents Byakugan from breaking through. This rice character Byakugan is exactly the same as the huge Byakugan that appears in the universe, except that the rice character in Byakugan is a bit dim. The white monk smashed this Byakugan into the ground. Suddenly, the world changed color and the earth shook, as if countless dragons were tumbling underground. This is the violent chakra contained in Byakugan. The Bayun monk reciting the Buddha seal with his hands and chanting a Buddha horn resounded across the sky, and the Buddha's light soared into the sky. In an instant, a golden dragon broke through the sky and crashed into Byakugan's location. The vision that originally seemed like the end of the world also disappeared. When all the dust settled, Byakugan disappeared, and the white monk was nowhere to be seen. Only a tall tower stood between the sky and the earth. With a loud bang, Fengye's consciousness seemed to have returned from thousands of years ago to the present. Lying on the ground, Fengye suddenly got up and panted wildly, and clutched his head in pain. He could not tell whether the roar came from his head or from his ears. Fengye vaguely heard the roar mixed with the sound of the system without emotional fluctuations. Successfully received the inheritance of Buddhism 3,000 years ago. At present, the inheritance of Buddhism and Taoism has been unlocked 10%. The harsh sound rang in his mind again, as if he was about to cut Fengye's head in half, and there were golden lights and countless Byakugan flashes in his mind, which made Fengye's head a severe headache. Master! Master! Master Fengye! The call from the ear seemed to dilute the floating light and roar in Fengye's mind. Fengye slowly opened her red eyes and saw Sarah looking at herself nervously and concerned. Fengye shook his head and said softly, "I'm fine, don't worry. Also, don't call me a master, it sounds weird." Sarah breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Fengye seemed to be studying the seal on the dragon veins, but for some reason, he suddenly fell on the ground and couldn't wake up no matter what, and the expression of pain seemed to be a nightmare. This made Sarah anxious. "I just recognized a cheap master, won't it be over so soon?" Fengye still sat on the ground and quietly stared at the seal on the ground. The scene just now appeared in his mind. Thanks to the system, first of all, I have now obtained a few useful information. That is, the dragon veins did not exist in this world from the beginning, but were brought into this world by the Buddha from outside the sky, as if they were planted in seeds. The Buddha traveled across the outer space to illuminate the stars, and accidentally collided with the strong men of the Otsutsuki clan. As for the result of that battle, it is not yet known, but from the perspective of the day that disappeared behind the Buddha and Byakugan in his hand, it should be the result of losing both sides. In the end, the Buddha turned Byakugan into chakra and stayed in this world, and used the Dharma seal to turn it into a dragon vein, and finally left the Lost Tower. This can also explain that Otsutsuki Kagaya did not leave chakra here, but the dragon veins contain chakra that can easily overturn the earth. Fengye was a little puzzled as to why the Buddha knew his name. Fengye boldly guessed that the Buddha turned around and stared through thousands of years to see himself now, and used the supreme Dharma to calculate everything that would happen in the future. Buddhism pays attention to cause and effect. Baiun Buddha saw the effect thousands of years later, so he planted this cause of dragon veins. If this speculation is really true, doesn't it mean that the dragon veins here are left for oneself? Fengye's expression was a little weird. After all, this guess was too unbelievable, but he told him directly in his heart that this was the case. Walking across countless starfields in the universe, you can deduce what happened thousands of years ago at a glance, and leave the cause and effect. It turns out that there are really strong people of this level. Fengye couldn't help but sigh. He originally thought that he was already proud of himself, but after the scene in his mind, he realized that he was still small in the infinite universe. I don't know where the Balin Buddha went after leaving the dragon veins. Is he going to die in the end, or is he going to find the owner of Byakugan? Thinking of this, Fengye's expression was a bit solemn, and the word Byakugan came to mind involuntarily. Across half of the star field, those stars are as small as dust in front of this eye. It seems that in the blink of an eye by Byakugan, everything will annihilate nothingness and destroy the world. Is this the true strength of the Otsutsuki clan? If you insist on describing it, whether it is the White Buddha or Byakugan, only the power of the gods can match it. Moreover, the Otsutsuki clan seems to call themselves gods. Fengye raised his head and looked through the Lost Tower to the sky, as if to see the distant sky. God? I hit the gods. Chapter 114. Sarah obeyed Fengye's order to retreat from the Lost Tower, and evacuated the surrounding people hundreds of meters away. Of course, this is nothing more than self-comfort. If the dragon veins really break out of control, then they won't be able to escape. Sarah looked worriedly in the direction of the Lost Tower, her long and thick eyelashes trembling slightly. A little sister and a commoner next to her pulled Sarah's sleeve curiously and said, "Why didn't the big brother who saved my father come out?" Sarah tightly squeezed her little sister's hand, smiled barely and said, "It's okay, he will be out soon." However, Sarah's eyebrows were still full of worry and self-blame. Just in the Lost Tower, when she tried to communicate the dragon veins with the secret ninjutsu of the same line, the change suddenly happened. Sarah's power is like waking up a sleeping dragon vein, suddenly bursting out terrifying power. If it hadn't been for Fengye to block him in time, I am afraid it would have been swallowed by the power of the dragon vein. Why is this happening? Obviously, the communication is in accordance with the method taught by my mother. Why does this sudden change happen? Even when Lushan was studying dragon veins, nothing like this had ever happened. In the Lost Tower at this time, Fengye's black demon wings have already been deployed to resist the violent chakra around, and several barriers have been laid down here. The surrounding is colorful, and each level of barrier exudes terror. With the breath, these barriers are difficult to break even with power beyond cage level. But these are just solace. If even Fengye can't control the dragon veins riots, then these enchantments will be in vain. Sarah didn't know why Long Mai suddenly rioted, but Fengye had some guesses. If the dragon vein seal is compared to a solid gate, Sarah is the key to open the gate. Now that the key to open the gate is turned, the chakra inside naturally overflows. The most important thing is that the dragon vein is a seal. The chakra sealed by the dragon vein was transformed by Byakugan back then, and the chakra transformed by Byakugan seems to be self-conscious. Now that the seal is loose, Byakugan chakra naturally wants to rush out. The seal pattern of the dragon veins is full of golden light and flows continuously. The last second seems to be like mountains and rivers, and the next moment 10,000 Buddhas are sitting in the clouds. He could even faintly hear the beasts roaring under the dragon veins. At this time Fengye has directly liberated the second stage of the blade form. His eyes are left with black liquid, and the whites of his eyes have turned green. The pupils are similar to those of Hollow, and the whole body is covered by black feathers, as if wearing black armor. The big wing of the black devil behind him was more than several times larger than usual. The violent black light of Ryotsu soared into the sky, and in an instant it was between Byakugan chakra and the dragon vein. If Fenji's chakra under the dragon vein is an ancient behemoth with rage, then Fenji's Ryotsu is a piece of Wang Yang. Fenji looked down on Long Mai floating in the air and smiled and said, "It's uncomfortable to be suppressed for thousands of years. Do you really want to come out for revenge? Do you want to overturn this world to vent your anger? If I say, I can help you liberate, believe it or not." Chakra under the dragon vein seemed to be quiet a bit, like an ancient giant beast suspiciously looking down at the ant, seeming to want to see what the ant said. Fenji felt the disdain in the dragon vein chakra and chuckled, "I can let you out, but the condition is that you have to surrender to me, and the power will be used by me." There was a brief silence at first, and then Bailey Earth trembled like an earthquake crazily, and Byakugan chakra under the dragon vein vented his angry anger frantically. "Just relying on you ants, are you worthy of making me surrender? Back then, my master was the invincible Atsutsuki clan, and you were just an ant in the dust. After the uncle breaks through this stem seal, everyone on your planet will die." Fenji pulls his ears and suppresses the violent chakra leaked by Ryotsu. He has long guessed that Byakugan chakra has such an attitude. However, Byakugan's chakra is really magical. It has been self-evolved to give birth to wisdom in thousands of years. If Byakugan chakra is really allowed to come out, it may become a tail-like state. After all, the tail beast is just a condensate of chakra. Look, what is this? Fenji's original hollow pupils suddenly changed, and Byakugan appeared as two jewels. The violent chakra was taken aback for a moment, and then a voice rang in Fenji's heart. "Could it be that you are from the Hyuga clan?" Fenji sighed slightly. It seems that even if Byakugan chakra is sealed by dragon vein, there are still ways to perceive information from the outside world, but the information is obviously delayed, otherwise you should know who Fenji is. Fenji shook his head and said, "I am not the Hyuga clan, I am sent by the Atsutsuki clan to reclaim you. So as long as you surrender to me, I can bring you back to the Atsutsuki clan." However, the voice sneered and said, "Although I don't know where you got these Byakugans, you will definitely not belong to the Atsutsuki clan. Your Byakugan has the aura of a branch house. If the Atsutsuki clan knew of my existence, they would never send a branch house waste. Do you know who I originally belonged to? I belong to the highest and great Atsutsuki." The voice stopped abruptly, and seemed to realize that something that shouldn't be said was said. Fenji squinted his eyes. If he guessed right, the name that didn't say it should be the original owner of this Byakugan chakra, the person who shot the Buddha, no money, in the universe for thousands of years. Just pretending to be the Atsutsuki clan to take away the dragon veins effortlessly is impossible. Since you refuse to surrender obediently, then you can only be taken away forcibly according to the original plan. Rampant laughter sounded, and this time it did not appear in Fenji's heart, but throughout Lowland Kingdom. The people of Lowland Kingdom felt the terrifying pressure of Byakugan chakra. Although it is undeniable that your strength on this planet is pretty good, even if it is Sage of Six Paths on this planet, it may not be your opponent, but at best, your strength is just about the same as Atsutsuki Kagaya. And Atsutsuki Kagaya is just a branch house of the Atsutsuki clan. If my original strength wants to crush you to death, it would be easy to faint. But thank you very much. If it weren't for you, the seal left by that bald donkey would not loosen, and I would never have a chance to see the sun again. Chapter 115. The Atsutsuki clan is divided into heads, clan, and branch house. Even Atsutsuki Kagaya, known as the ancestor of chakra, is just the weakest and lowest branch house in the family. The Atsutsuki, who partnered with Kagaya to plant the sacred tree on the earth, belonged to the clan family. As for the family, Fenji has never seen it before. The reason why the Byakugan chakra suppressed by the dragon veins is so arrogant is because it originally belonged to a strong man in the Atsutsuki family. And the status of this strong man in Atsutsuki's family is definitely not low. It is precisely because of this that Fenji will never let it go. Maybe Chakra, who has absorbed the dragon veins, will get some information about the Atsutsuki clan far away. Fenji, who was holding the Ardouangui blade, lifted his index finger and lightly touched the void. Unempty. The void suddenly tore a small mouth, and then the red-purple violent chakra burst out like a tide, but it was all absorbed by Fenji's index finger. After only a short while, Fengye felt that the energy contained in his body had increased several times. At this time, a furious voice came from under the dragon vein. "How dare you? You are a thief and robber. Damn ants, I must crush you." The red-purple chakra gushing out of the void crack stopped abruptly. Fengye was a little regretful. Originally, he still wanted to use the void channel torn by the void to absorb the chakra of the dragon vein without breaking the seal. It's just that it is obvious that the existence under the dragon veins will not allow such a thing to happen, and directly cut off the void passage. Your power is a bit weird. In addition to chakra's power, there are other unknown and mysterious powers. Could it be that you also came to this world from outside the sky? If I swallow your power, I guess I will be able to get out of this ghost place completely. The voice said with a grinning grin. Suddenly a purple chakra condensed a big hand towards Fengye. Fengye was directly hit by the shot flying and crashed against the wall of the Lost Tower. However, the material of the Lost Tower seemed to be a bit special. If it was an ordinary building, it would have been destroyed under this destructive power. However, the Lost Tower only swayed twice, nothing happened. Speaking of which, I have to thank you ants. If it weren't for you to pry open the seal left by the bald donkey, I'm afraid I can't use my power until now. Sure enough, this long-lost power is fascinating. Once the stars were destroyed by this power, countless ants who claim to be strong have surrendered. This is the power of Itsutsuki. Even if your strength is a bit special, you are fragile in front of Itsutsuki. A huge monster that resembles a tiger but has steel wings and mighty imposing power appeared in front of you. This is the entity of the Byakugan chakra sealed by the dragon veins. Frightened by the momentum, the full-bodied and violent chakra spread on this alien beast. If it weren't for the suppression of the Lost Tower, the size of this alien beast would be far more than that. When the dust was gone, Fengye's black demon's wings opened, patted the dust on his body and smiled and said, "Really?" Then Fengye's figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he squatted on the head of the alien beast. He squinted and pointed the head of the alien beast with his index finger. The dazzling light of blue-green bloomed on the index finger, as if starlight condensed on the fingertips. Black Zero. The Black Zero directly exploded the head of the alien animal, and the scarlet-purple chakra ran turbulently. However, in the next scene, these chakras ran around once again condensed into the original head, opening the blood basin and swallowing Fengye in one mouthful. It's just a stupid guy, I'm just an agglomeration of chakra, as long as my chakra doesn't disappear, then I will never die, your attack is useless to me. You still digest in my stomach obediently, let your power be used by me. How about I show you the supreme glory that ants can't realize? A faint voice rang from the belly of the alien beast. It's just the noise. Anyway, you are just an energy body. What kind of shape changes at will? Can you change into a strange beast without a mouth? The gun of thunder. The belly of the alien beast suddenly shone with cross rays of light, and then the power of thunder comparable to the punishment of heaven spread across the whole body instantly, and there was a loud noise, and the huge body of the alien beast was shattered by the power of thunder. If these bursts of energy were enough to destroy several countries outside, but now they are suppressed here and do not affect the outside world. Except for the enchantment Fengye arranged in advance, the biggest reason is the Lost Tower. Fengye guessed that this Lost Tower was probably used by a certain magical instrument in the Buddha's hand to suppress the dragon veins, so it could withstand the energy impact of their collision. After taking away the power of the dragon veins, you must find a way to take away the Lost Tower. This is a very high-grade magic weapon. Fengye has always had no other powerful weapons other than Zanpakuto. This Lost Tower can suppress the dragon veins for thousands of years. If it can be used for it, it will be a miraculous effect when dealing with the Itsutsuki clan outside the sky in the future. Fengye, who appeared in shape, patted the remaining chakra on his body, and calmly watched the poor strange beast condensed in front of him unscathed again. Indeed, you are like those tail beasts, no matter how you fight, you will be immune to death. As long as your chakra is still there, you will not die, so you can only be sealed. The humanized orcs looked at Fengye with sarcasm, don't compare those trash with me. The tail beasts on this planet can be squeezed to death with just one finger. Your botched seals are not effective for me. Unless the old bald donkey can show up to help you, it's just a pity that he may turn into dust now. I really thought I was the adult's opponent, and let him run away in embarrassment in front of the adult with the unpredictable Dharma. In the end, he could only reluctantly seal me, but he could not destroy me. At this moment, Fenjai Yao Yao's hand slowly folded his head, the black liquid under his eyes turned gold, and the black wings behind him turned into large wings covered with Buddha's light. The golden lotus bloomed slowly under his feet, and the big sun gradually emerged behind him. In an instant, Fenjai turned from a demon to a Buddha, surrounded by golden light and a mighty sound of Buddha, and the entire lost tower was dazzling and solemn. It wasn't that he couldn't destroy you back then, he just gave you as a cause to me thousands of years later. Your ending was doomed thousands of years ago. You are destined to surrender to me and become the beast under this seat. Chapter 116. The beast transformed by Byakugan Chakra was full of horror, and he couldn't help but stepped back 2 steps. One can imagine how much fear this familiar Buddha light left it in front of him. How is it possible that even the Dharma of this world is connected to Chakra? Why do you have the same Dharma like a bald donkey? Fenjai's face was sullen, and he smiled and said, I have already said that your ending was set thousands of years ago. The Chakra, which was like a flame, floated and stood up like a wild cat with exploded hair, and even opened a mouth of a blood basin comparable to a body. The chaotic and violent Chakra condensed crazily in his mouth, and then launched like a tailed beast. Fenjai's face was compassionate and his right hand gestured forward with a twisting flower. The tail beast bullet that could destroy several mountains was silently annihilated in Fenjai's hand like a small splash. Although it is not clear what the reason is, it seems that the power of Buddhism is particularly restraining you at Satsuki. The ordinary eyes of the alien beast suddenly changed into Byakugan, and Chakra continued to condense in Byakugan, enough to make the entire country die instantly. The walls of the Lost Tower seemed to be slowly shaking due to the influence of this pressure. This is similar to the ability of its Satsuki Kagaya Byakugan, which can turn coercion into reality and cause terrible damage. However, Fenjai didn't seem to be affected at all. Instead, he jumped behind the alien beast, his right hand turned into a huge Buddha's palm and suddenly grabbed the alien beast's neck and smiled. Then at Satsuki Kagaya's means to deal with me, are you underestimating me? Now Fenjai knows at Satsuki Kagaya really well. It took an unknown number of nights to achieve success. How could this coercion be effective for Fenjai? The power of the Buddha's palm kept devouring the Chakra of the alien beast, and the alien beast quickly became smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. The strange beast seemed to perceive something wrong, suddenly collapsed itself, and gathered its body again a few meters away, with its body low and its 2 front paws clinging to the ground, panting and glaring at Fenjai like a tired tiger. Fenjai looked at the original right hand, feeling the energetic feeling in his body and muttering to himself, it seems that Satsuki is better than using Shinigami's power to deal with you with the Dharma. Previously, using Zero could only disperse the body of the alien beast, but the alien beast quickly reunited with Chakra, and there was not much wastage. Just now, Fenjai just used the Buddha's palm to pinch the alien beast's neck, and the Buddha's palm. Chakra that swallows this strange beast like a black hole. Dharma is like having a natural victory over its Satsuki's Chakra. When I think of the Baiun Buddha and the huge Byakugan who suddenly got in the way thousands of years ago, I can't help but think of the fact that there was an entanglement between the Buddha and its Satsuki. Suddenly, Fenjai keenly felt that the surrounding Chakra had changed. If the previous Chakra was like a raging sea, the current Chakra is a dead lake, seemingly calm, but under the calm there is an unfathomable abyss. I saw the alien beast's body also changed. The body changed from the original azure blue to lavender, and the 2 Byakugans of the alien beast gradually merged into one eye, and one lavender eye looked like a moon. Tensagan. Unlike the Tensagan that Fenjai destroyed on the moon last time, although the Tensagan in front of it is not that huge, there are countless streamers inside the Tensagan, as if it contains a small galaxy. Tensagan spins like a sun wheel, and huge suction suddenly erupts from within Tensagan. Fenjai frowned, her feet were still and the golden wings opened behind her, but she still slid forward slowly. One can imagine how terrifying this suction is. At the same time, dozens of purple truth-seeking balls appeared on the heads of the larger alien beasts, and dozens of truth-seeking balls slowly began to rotate, covering the surface with purple Chakra, forming a purple like a flying disc. Aperture. The rotation of the purple halo caused a hurricane in the Lost Tower, which made it more difficult for Fenjai to keep his body. Fenjai didn't mind that he was getting closer and closer to the oncoming animal, but he gazed at the purple halo. I am afraid that any truth-seeking ball can destroy a country. The Chakra you have kept for thousands of years is wasted like this. I look at it and feel it wasted. These are the keys for you to return to its Satsuki, Chakra. Although you know that your chakra should be more than you imagined, but watching your chances of revolving heaven decrease, you must be very uncomfortable. The strange beast did not speak, but stared at Fengye with resentment. If Fengye was just a ridiculous ant in front of it at the beginning, then Fengye of Master Buddhism is now the ant that must be pinched to death. Find flowers. The strange beast finally spoke again. If I can restore my peak strength, I can easily pinch you to death. Fengye raised his right foot and stomped on the ground. The surrounding Buddha's light was condensed with clouds and flames. The body was actually a golden body, and the golden wings behind him turned into two arm phantoms. Like a rock, neither Tensagen nor a hurricane can have any effect on Fengye. No, you won't. Even if you can regain your peak strength, you won't waste your strength on me, but just break through the sky and go to Otsutsuki outside the sky. The reason why you are willing to entangle with me now, except that you can't break the dragon vein seal temporarily, you still want to swallow me and strengthen yourself. It's just a pity. If you under the dragon vein can exert all your strength, maybe I will retreat, but now you don't have the qualifications. The strange beast seemed to be angered and roared to the sky, and its huge body suddenly grew bigger again. Even if I consume chakra, I will kill you ants to vent my hatred. It's a big deal to be sealed for another 1,000 years. Let you see the true power of Otsutsuki. The dozens of silver discs on the top of the alien beast's head are once again condensed with truth-seeking ball containing yin and yang technique, 10, 100, 1000. These powerful and terrifying truth-seeking balls exuding purple light condensed into a huge chakra lightsaber, and even caused the reaction of the Lost Tower. The surrounding walls were covered with Buddhist light scriptures, and the existing Great Sun actually floated on the top of the Lost Tower. Phantom. Golden Wheel reincarnation explodes. This force is enough to separate the earth in half, it is a power comparable to a god. Fear, surrender to the ants. This is the true power of Otsutsuki. You can't be the opponent of Otsutsuki. Only by surrendering to the strong can the ants have a chance to live. Fengye raised his head and looked at the chakra lightsaber. If it weren't for the suppression of the Lost Tower, this lightsaber containing thousands of truth-seeking balls would be at least 100 feet high. Loss. Chapter 117. In the face of this lightsaber, if Ulquiorra's power is used, even if he can resist it, he will suffer a lot of injuries. So Fengye only made one move, raising his right hand, pinching the magic seal with his left hand, and fearless seal with his right hand. In the Buddhism inheritance of the Lost Tower found systematically, it contains the complete inheritance of Buddhism, ranging from simple Buddhism to as large as saving sentient beings, and the method of creating the world. Although this set of Dharma inheritance only unlocked 10%, this 10% has already given Fengye a lot of insight. With a grinning face of the alien beast, the chakra lightsaber suddenly fell, as if to join Fengye with everything to split the earth in half. Fengye, who appeared in the big day behind him, faced the lightsaber with his hand pinching the mark of fearlessness. Although it was a physical body, he was completely fearless. Giving wuhao to all beings and all things, in the face of this seal, there is no resistance, all 93 are fearless, so that all beings are at ease, fearless, this is the seal of fearlessness. It was as if the big sun exploded, and there was a flash of light that seemed to be the beginning of the creation of the world, and the light burst from the collision of the fearless seal and the lightsaber actually drowned Fengye in the body of the alien beast. Thousands of miles of the earth cracked like a spider web, the sky was changing, and the clouds and mist gathered together to have the atmosphere of dark clouds and the city, and in the dark clouds and mist, you could vaguely see the emergence of dragon-like lightning. Moreover, there are strong and visible chakras in the cracks of the earth, which are like fountains overflowing, but it is strange that these overflowing chakras seem to contain the existence of golden unknown energy bodies. The people of Lowland Country curiously looked at the chakra fountain emerging from the ground in front of them, and then a man seemed to want to touch it with his hands. Sarah's face changed when she saw the man and said, "Don't move." Sarah carefully touched the chakra fountain with the knife given by Fengye. Hiss. The seemingly slow-flowing fountain turned the knife into nothingness in an instant, leaving only half of the hilt in Sarah's hands. The man who had just been drunk by Sarah had cold sweat on his forehead. If it weren't for the princess, he would have died even if he was not dead. Sarah retracted half of the hilt and looked at the people with a serious expression. Everyone is 10 meters away from the fountain. Don't come forward and touch it. Sarah looked worriedly in the direction of the Lost Tower. This vision of the world must have something to do with the Lost Tower. There will be no trouble with the cheap master she just recognized. In the Lost Tower, the scriptures on the original wall have disappeared, and if you look closely, you can find many new cracks appearing on the wall. Fenjai still stood on the ground quietly, no longer maintaining a golden body, and no trace of the sun behind him, just staring quietly at the palm of his hand. I saw a scar on his palm that seemed to be caused by a sword. This was the injury caused by the lightsaber just now. Although the fearless seal had resisted and absorbed most of the chakra, it was still caused by breaking Fenjai's golden body that could withstand the magic. It is worthy of the power of Otsutsuki. Even the seal that has gone through thousands of years is still so powerful, but I don't know how much chakra was used to condense the lightsaber just now, the existence under the dragon veins. Chakra surged in the Lost Tower again, and the strange beasts that were exactly the same but slightly different in size condensed in front of Fenjai again. The body of the alien beast that collided just now was naturally dissipated, but it had no effect. After all, it was always a condensed energy body. As long as the chakra under the dragon vein was still there, it would not die. It's just that the body it condensed this time is much smaller than just now. At most it's just a little bigger than the ordinary liger, and most importantly, there is no previous resentment and rage in the eyes of the alien beast at this time. It's just quiet. Staring at Fenjai quietly. Fenjai put down his right hand and looked at the alien beast with a smile and said, "Well, the power you are confident in is in front of me, but it can be blocked with one hand. Instead of being sealed under the dragon veins again, it's better to surrender to me. Maybe there is a chance to see the Otsutsuki people from the outside world again." The strange beast was silent for a while, then raised its claws and walked forward slowly and boldly approached Fenjai. "You shouldn't be able to use the power you just mentioned now, but I still have endless chakras. Who is it that surrenders to whom?" At the end, the strange beast opened its mouth and showed a fierce look. Fenjai shook his head and murmured, "Sure enough, a beast just can't fight without fighting." Then, without any breath, Fenjai raised the left hand that had never let go of his fingerprint. Dropping the mark of the devil, once there was a sky full of demons that printed ashes and disappeared, and once this mark was printed, the demons were scattered and the ghosts and gods were annihilated. The space seems to be static. The alien beast is completely stiff on the ground with chakra's condensed body, but the consciousness is still there. This drop of devil directly fixed the time and space and the chakra law in place. The strange beast could only watch Fenjai step by step as he came to him, and pinched the left hand of the demon falling mark on the strange beast's forehead. Fenjai smiled and picked up the void with his right hand. The lines on the ground were easily lifted into the air by Fenjai. The ground was empty and there was no seal. This action broke the seal of the dragon vein, which means that the Byakugan chakra sealed by the dragon vein is now in a liberated state. However, the alien beast still did not dare to move, and even did not dare to use the liberated chakra. Because behind Fenjai, the pattern that was originally a seal has now turned into a huge golden dragon entrenched in the air, looking straight down at the alien beast. This is not Fenjai's own Buddha power, but the golden dragon transformed by the sealing power left by the bald donkey. Although the strange beast does not want to admit it, but I have to say that the bald donkey was indeed very powerful, otherwise he would not be able to leave alive under his original owner, and even stripped off the original owner's chakra, which is now the strange beast's. "Yourself." Fenjai glanced at the golden dragon behind him, took his left hand from the forehead of the alien beast, but still hadn't let go of the demon casting mark, and then smiled at the alien beast and said, "Can you consider surrendering to me now?" The strange beast that looked strangely hesitated for a while, and then turned his eyebrows to open the purple Tensagen to illuminate Fenjai again. Fenjai did not respond this time because he knew that Tensagen was not attacking him this time. Tensagen contains the yin and yang escape technique that creates all things, and it can also see through the future. Of course, the future you see is limited. The strange beast snorted, and his body turned into nothingness on the spot. When the strange beast condensed his body again, he looked at Fenjai in disbelief. The strange beast hesitated and slowly lay down on the ground and lowered its head. Fenjai rode on the back of the alien animal, patted its head and said with a smile, "From then on, you have been called Kyunki. The light of the Buddha shines, and the seat is strange and strange, like an ancient Buddha in a book." Chapter 118. After regaining the strange beast, Fenjai named it Kyunki, but the subsequent storm did not directly and quietly resolve as Fenjai thought. At this moment, as if at the end of time and space, thousands of years away, a pair of eyes slowly opened, standing on the edge of the sky. the corner of the sea was so quiet, looking at Fenjai without saying a word. After crossing the vast starry sky and universe, it seems that an inexplicable thought force has directly descended on the entire Lowland ancient country. Fenjai felt it in an instant. He looked directly into the distance, and after feeling it quietly for a while, his eyes showed disdain. If you want to manifest your power at this moment and fight with me, I don't mind completely suppressing you in reincarnation. Fenjai's voice sounded like this slowly, also responding to that gaze. In his eyes, there is no doubt that there is a little hostility, but more is showing some confusion. He was also thinking about who Fenjai was, why the sudden appearance of 16 disrupted his plan. We must know that although this strange beast was forcibly stripped from the chakra on his body by the bald donkey, it was actually a crucial step in his big game. In order to play this big game well, he laid out for a long time, and even calculated the entire universe, countless forces. The dragon veins that existed in this ancient lowland country were only one of his paintings. But the sudden appearance of Fenjai at this moment has undoubtedly completely disrupted his inner plan. Young man, who are you? Do you know what you are doing? The eye blinked gently, and a message rang quietly on Fenjai's ear. In the entire lowland ancient country, none of the people heard this voice, only Fenjai himself heard it. At this time, Sarah was leading her people, slowly walking in the direction of dragon veins. She saw Fenjai and completely subdued the alien beast. At this moment, Fenjai sat on the back of the alien beast, looking so calm and stalwart. Her back looked very tall in Sarah. Sarah's eyes moistened slightly. Master, he is really too strong, such a terrifying beast is not his opponent, and can only be reduced to a pet. At this moment, Fenjai faced the question of those eyes, thought for a moment, and replied with a smile. Originally, you and I had no intersection, but since your presence has affected my plan, you can only make way for me. This sentence is neither light nor heavy, and it seems to be insignificant, but it is full of strong confidence and haki in it. The owner behind those eyes couldn't help being angry, and snorted coldly. Then the invisible breath turned into a belief and descended into Fenjai's mind. Young man, do you know what you are doing right now? The supreme glory of the Otsutsuki clan is not what you can imagine. Do you think you are really strong? After hearing these words, Fenjai's eyes flashed, his pupils contracted slightly, and he stood up directly from the back of the alien beast. I'm strong or not, you can come and try it, don't you know? At the same time, the immovable king's mark on his body reappeared on the top of his head, the magic pestle in his left hand and the treasure stick in his right hand. The boundless Dharma power quietly spread. With the entire ancient country of Lowland as the center, it continues to extend and expand into the vast universe. Deep down in Fenjai's heart, he knew very well that the power of Dharma was extremely restrained from the Otsutsuki clan. The owner of these eyes is undoubtedly a member of the Otsutsuki clan. No matter what position he is in this clan, he must be restrained in front of the Dharma. This law was vividly reflected in the battle just now. It is as strong as the master who has thousands of truth-seeking balls. In front of the mark of Dharma, it seems that ice and snow have met the sun and melted quietly. There is no explanation for this force, but it actually happened. The master behind those eyes, after feeling the boundless power of Dharma transmitted from Fenjai, couldn't help but change his face, and his breath fluctuated violently. After he felt it quietly for a while, the entire universe seemed to become quiet. The strong man from the Otsutsuki clan nodded and sighed. Unexpectedly, there will be an alternative like you among the cosmic races. At the same time, you have two completely different powers. It's respectable and sigh. The moment this voice appeared, those eyes slowly closed, no longer looking at the direction of the ancient lowland country. Fenjai also wanted to ask who was this person's last name and first name, and what status was he in the Otsutsuki clan. He even wanted to find out, in addition to the members of the Otsutsuki family on the moon, which other groups of people exist in the vast universe. Where is their base? What kind of purpose do you have? And what kind of grievances they have with the Buddhists, why they stripped the alien beasts out of the ancient kingdom of Lowland thousands of years ago and sealed them in the dragon veins. However, these problems are destined that no one can explain Fenjai. Fenjai felt that he had broken into a huge game, like a pebble falling on the surface of the originally calm lake, causing layers of ripples. But he was not afraid at all. Now that the power of Shinigami and the power of Dharma are held in his hands at the same time, whether on the earth or elsewhere, facing the Otsutsuki clan, he has no fear at all. This is the strong confidence brought about by strong strength. %*Z%. After all the breath disappeared, Fenjai was sitting on the strange animal Kyunki, and couldn't help raising his head to look at Fenjai. There was a huge wave in its heart. Unexpectedly, the master is still paying attention to this piece of land. Will he come again? When I thought that I had chosen to surrender this young human kid now, I even regretted it. But as such a powerful monster, once a decision is made, it cannot easily go back. The consequence of doing so is that it violates my original intention, and may even be condemned by heaven in the future. The stronger the person is, the more he believes this, and this is the case with this strange beast. At this point, I can only take one step at a time. I hope this kid won't let me down. As a powerful strange beast, Kyunki, his eyes are also unique, and he sees the extremely powerful potential of Fenjai. Even in the vast universe, Fenjai is also a top-notch existence. Fenjai patted Kyunki's head lightly and landed towards the ground. Chapter 119. At this time, Sarah led all the people of the ancient country of Lulin, and they had already approached. From the bottom of their hearts, they respectfully bowed deeply to Fenjai, who was not far away. Without Fenjai, the homeland they lived in would soon be reduced to rubble and dust, and even their own lives would be difficult to keep. In front of that incomparably powerful alien beast, who can pat his chest to guarantee that he will be able to escape? A strange beast can destroy this ancient country with just one truth-seeking ball, which is not alarmist. Had it not been for Fenjai to directly block the thousands of truth-seeking balls with his own power, I am afraid that this piece of land would have been destroyed countless times. Sarah couldn't help shed tears of excitement, and murmured, "Master, thank you. Sarah is here to thank you for saving lives for thousands of people, and save our homeland." As she said, she couldn't help but knelt on the ground again, kowtow respectfully. Fenjai waved his hand gently, then Kyunki jumped forward and landed in front of the people of Lulin country. Looking at the appearance of this strange beast at such a close distance, the hideous and astonished face made all the people of the ancient country of Lulin couldn't help backing out a few steps. There is no way, this strange beast is really terrifying, the aura surrounding it is so domineering and fierce. Moreover, the previous battle was also seen by these people. This strange beast instantly possessed the power of destroying the heavens and the earth. If it wants to, it can completely destroy this country directly. Thinking of the existence of such a terrifying alien beast under the dragon veins before, these people felt a little hairy in their hearts. If they knew this fact earlier, they might have left this country a long time ago. This is not because they are not loyal enough. People are selfish, everyone cherishes their lives very much, and companionship with such a strange beast is tantamount to seeking skin with a tiger. After Fenjai confessed a few words to Sarah, he didn't say anything more, just took a deep look at her, and then sat down with Kyung-chi and flew away. Sarah opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Fenjai's voice came in her ear. The dragon vein has been broken open, and there is a huge crystal ore underneath, which contains rich chakra. You can make good use of it. That's right, the dragon vein broke the seal in the battle just now, and Fenjai discovered the massive chakra crystal ore in it for the first time. There is a certain degree of chakra in this ore. If it is well developed, it will be of inconceivable help to the people of the ancient country of Lulin. Regarding the source of these chakra ore, Fenjai guessed that it was likely that it was gradually evolved from the influence of the Atsutsuki chakra on Kyunki's body for thousands of years. Master, thank you. Sarah was filled with emotion. The so-called cheap master, once again helped them fiercely. Faced with such a great favor, she could only face the direction in which Fenjai disappeared, leading thousands of people to kneel on the ground respectfully, without saying a word. Fenjai tore open the formation in one step and returned to the Suya Palace. At this time, the strange beast Kyunki was naturally taken into his storage bag. Under normal circumstances, Fenjai didn't need to use the strange beast Kyunki at all, so he had to hide it. At this moment, among the dungeons of the war, some clansmen came back one after another. After seeing Fenjai return to the Palace of the Night, they respectfully saw him the first time. Heitake Shigeru and Orochimaru also walked over, but they had some important things and wanted to report to Fenjai. Fenjai frowned and sat on the throne and said, "A long time ago, I felt there seemed to be a strange fluctuation there. Let's talk, what happened?" Orochimaru and Heitake Shigeru looked at each other, and Heitake Shigeru smiled bitterly and said, "Come on." Orochimaru nodded, and then said, "An unnamed strongman came on the top of the war and almost killed our people, but in the end we turned things around and stabilized the whole situation. Fengye slowly squinted his eyes. This top war is a copy brought by his system. The purpose is to experience the Senju clan people. But why in this copy, there is such a situation? It is simply unheard of, unseen. When I go and take a look in person, I will know what happened. Fengye thought, stepped out, and came to the top war copy. At this time, the naval headquarters was in chaos, and the fiery red fist in the midair was like a rain of meteors, wanting to destroy the world. Damn it! Those guys are here again. A hoarse voice sounded, and then crazy laughter, rising from the surface of the sea. The whole surface of the sea was completely boiling. About hundreds of purple figures rushed into the sky at the same time. They were surrounded by inexplicable and mysterious, but scared power in their hearts. Ha ha ha, you guys use this place as a slaughterhouse. Today, Douglas announced that you are the real pigs and dogs. This unusually arrogant voice sounded, and the expressions of the Senju clan members changed slightly. I saw an unusually tall purple figure stepping on the void and flying towards the Senju clan. At the same time, his body changed rapidly in an instant, quickly becoming taller. Twice, 10 times, 100 times. In just over 10 breaths, it stood like a towering giant on the surface of the sea. You only need to gently move the calf, like a pillar of heaven, stirring the sea water to form a huge uzumaki. No, it's, good promise, this trick again. The people of the Senju clan quickly approached, and various wood-style techniques were used together to form a solid wall to block in front. Ha ha ha, surrender. Humble ants, the power of my Douglas is not what you can imagine. The tall purple figure laughed wildly, showing his terrifying power. The purple sky formed a light of thunder and lightning, which quickly landed, chopped on the wooden shield, burning the wood altogether. Quick! Let's take a shot together and kill this guy. The devil fruit on him is so powerful. A member of the Senju clan couldn't help but speak through the voice. Suddenly, the next moment all the people of the tribe displayed wood style together, wanting to fight against the purple silhouette fox. But at this moment, above the head, a stalwart figure quietly landed, and the breath spread, which was awe-inspiring. Chapter 120. The moment Fengye descended on this sea area, all the Senju clan members were immediately excited. The haze that was suppressed by this tall purple figure before disappeared instantly. It's the patriarch came back, the patriarch is here, this guy can't run away, haha. Who is the opponent of the patriarch in this world? Let's wait to see how the patriarch sends out Kamui and put this guy into hell completely. Speaking of whether we are too incompetent, we have to rely on the patriarch for everything. It seems that we should also work hard. The people of the Senju clan talked a lot. The tall Douglas on the opposite side seemed to have realized something. He squinted his eyes and looked at Fengye who was flying over here. Boy, who are you on Earth? When he asked, Fengye did not respond to him. Fengye looked at this Douglas with a strange feeling in his heart. As far as he knows, this dungeon evolved from the system, in order to train the Senju clan and liberate the template progress for him. But at this time, I don't know why, such a change happened. This guy named Douglas possesses a special kind of fruit. His devil fruit seems to be different from the past, as if it only appeared recently. Fengye thought carefully, could it be a character not mentioned in the original work? But why did it happen out of thin air at this moment? Could it be said that the source of all this is due to a special silent change in your own system? Thinking of this, Fengye unfolded his jet black wings that are tens of meters long, which belongs to the special pressure of the great black wing demon, and descended on the world again. His eyes turned into green apertures, and he was surrounded by waves. King of Zero. When the light flickered, all the purple thunder and lightning collapsed one after another. When it comes to thunder and lightning, Douglas and Fengye are tens of thousands of miles apart. Douglas's eyes were round, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing for a moment. The fruit ability he was so proud of collapsed in an instant under Fengye's zero? What kind of power is this? There was a violent wave in Douglas's heart. His pupils shrank sharply, and his whole body released terrible hostility. Douglas knows very well that his devil fruit ability is very powerful. But since the opponent can restrain it to death in one move, it shows that this looks very young human being is extremely powerful and terrifying. And listen to these guys, call this person the patriarch. Is such a young person the leader of a family? It's ridiculous. Douglas waved his hand coldly, and hundreds of purple figures around him flew up instantly and rushed out towards Fengye. Fengye sneered, gently inciting a pair of wings. The golden rays of light intertwined in the air instantly, like two golden swords, which can smash the void and obliterate everything. The hundreds of purple figures were instantly fixed in the air by an inexplicable and strange power. In the next moment, their bodies were like tofu, falling down with a clatter, turning into masses of shattered flesh and blood in the air. This picture is really miserable. Douglas looked terrifying from a distance, with blood and tears oozing from his eyes. Ah! He let out an unwilling roar, his throat seemed to be blocked by something. You know, these tribesmen were nurtured by his hard work, and Douglas also hopes to lead these people to conquer the entire sea. Unexpectedly, the whole army would be wiped out here today. His hard work for so long, and a single move instantly vanished, how can he keep him from falling apart? Boy, I'm fighting with you. Douglas had gone mad at this time, and instantly lost his mind. He didn't even think about whether he was Fengye's opponent. Hundreds of tribesmen were defeated by Fengye in one move, and there was no one to survive. How could he fight against the powerful Fengye? But at this moment, Douglas can't take care of so much. It promotes Devil Fruit's ability, and his body quickly grows larger, turning the whole world into black. Immediately, the huge suction force wanted to envelop Fengye. In the past, Douglas used this trick to suck the enemy into his body, and the special space in the body would run an extremely psychedelic law, gradually obliterating the enemy's spirit. This move allowed him to defeat countless equal opponents, and Douglas felt that this time would be no exception. But he would never think of what kind of terrible opponent he encountered. The next moment, Fengye waved the sword of Final Yan in his hand and pierced it out. A chain-like trace was cracked in the air, ha. The crack spread quickly, like a small knife, splitting a piece of paper from it, and splitting it into two. Douglas' body began to explode countless bloodbaths, and he screamed and fell from the air. If it weren't for his strong strength, I'm afraid he would have already died at this moment. He dragged his extremely weak body, lying on the surface of the sea, the blood spread, turning the entire sea area into blood red. What are your moves? Why can you break my doubling? Douglas questioned unwillingly. Fengye nodded, just as he thought, this Douglas Devil Fruit ability is doubled. But his ability to multiply is different from other ordinary multiplying. Not only can he enlarge his body many times, but at the same time his own soul will also grow many times. Therefore, people can be sucked into it, and the opponent can be wiped out by the power of the soul. It can be said that if this ability weren't for Fengye, even someone who is stronger than Douglas would probably be caught. This Devil Fruit ability is so powerful that even Fengye couldn't help but be moved. At the same time, he already had an idea in his heart, and with a handy move, the force of nothingness forcibly tore out a Devil Fruit from Douglas's body. Douglas let out a terrible roar. No. That's mine. You robber, give it back to me soon. However, no matter how he shouted, he couldn't resist the powerful force, letting Devil Fruit fly towards Fengye's palm. This fruit fell in Fengye's palm, with a few traces of bloodline, gleaming with a cold green light. Unexpectedly, there will be such unexpected gains in this copy of the experience. Fengye sighed. Chapter 121. Douglas at this time can be said to be dying. Fengye only needs a single finger to take his life. But Fengye didn't immediately kill him. His people gradually gathered around and grabbed Douglas. Douglas's body became two sides, but he didn't die. Although the blood is constantly flowing out, there seems to be an inexplicable and strange power in his body, forcibly healing his wounds. A member of the tribe couldn't help but sighed, no? Can he change again? Can't he become two people? At this time, everyone thought of a heterogeneous creature, that is, an earthworm. It is said that no matter how many segments of an earthworm are chopped, each segment of it can regenerate a brand new earthworm. Does Douglas also possess this ability? If this is the case, then it is really a strange thing. Even Fengye couldn't help but look at it a few more times. If he really had this ability, there is no doubt that it would be the most pervert life-saving method in the world. It can be said that it is born in an immortal place. But he didn't believe that Douglas could really do it, turning into several different clones again. Humph, it's so easy to be immortal, see if you can take my sword. As he said, Fengye waved the sword of Final Yan in his hand, and the sword aura instantly penetrated Douglas's body, completely cutting off his invisibly entangled vitality. Douglas let out a muffled noise and died completely. After all this was over, Fengye returned to the Sui Palace with his gains, while the Senju clan members continued their experience. In Sui Palace, Fengye is studying this devil fruit. Fengye didn't have any interest in the ability to double the body countless times. This kind of ability is not surprising compared to Ino, Shika, Cho. It's just getting bigger, just like a tasteless one, and it's not very useful for real combat. Even, it is possible that because of this, the target becomes easier to gather fire, and the action is more inconvenient. But this devil fruit also has blessings for the soul, which is extremely attractive to Fengye. You know, Divine Soul is a very unique power, and there is no way to reach a special field even if you want to cultivate. Fengye faintly felt that perhaps by studying this devil fruit, more detailed and mysterious information about Divine Soul could be obtained. Soon after, Fengye finished his research on devil fruit, and the clansmen came to report on the ninja war. The Ninja World War is finally about to begin, and this time Fengye decides to rule the entire Naruto world. Then he further digs up the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan to prepare in advance for everything he encountered in the ancient lowland country. Today's 5 major nations in the ninja world are dead in name, and the power of Espada is shrouded in the hearts of all ninja villages, as if a shadow is lingering. Fengye even felt that he could easily settle this war and unify the entire world of ninja by relying on the power under his hands without having to do it himself. This time the world of ninja broke out in unprecedented turmoil. Due to Fengye's strong rise, the world of ninja, which had been calm for a long time before, could no longer stand it. Various forces jumped out one after another, uniting or strangling continuously, and many ninjas lost their lives every moment. The whole land was stained red with blood, and at this moment Espada shot. They walked out of the Suya Palace one by one, taking Fengye's orders to different forces. According to Fengye's estimation, this ninja war can be ended in about 10 days at most, and the development of the matter is exactly as Fengye expected. Soon after, all the forces gradually died down, because they found that if they did not choose to surrender, they would only end up being destroyed. Under this kind of choice, anyone can easily make a choice, and there is no doubt that they choose to surrender. And Fengye at this time is tantamount to pacifying this war of the ninja world, and then becoming the true god of ninja, even more awe-inspiring than First Hokage Senju Hashirama. Even in the world of ninjas, no one has ever been able to achieve a level like Fengye, to frighten the 5 great nations and unify the entire world of ninjas. Although in many specific details, the 5 powers of the entire ninja world have not been completely unified. But these things are gradually being perfected, and one day they will surely become a unified collective. Find flowers. There are common standards in every aspect. According to Fengye's mind, to construct a new blueprint for the future. At this time, his subordinates came to report and found Uchiha Madara's information. Fengye nodded and followed the information from the front. Half a day later, in a deep cave in a forest called the Sea of Green Fields, Fengye walked in and saw Uchiha Madara in the corner with a languid breath. Fengye said coldly, "Has the legendary existence that confronted the ninja god at the same time become an old-fashioned old man today?" Hearing Fengye's voice, Uchiha Madara seemed extremely unwilling, struggling to fight. However, the mysterious forces in his body are constantly fighting, making him unable to control his body. Boy of the Senju clan, things will never change so easily. You think you have unified the ninja world, but you don't know it's a disaster. Fengye smiled, and he didn't care about the threat Uchiha Madara said. But he is not that his heart is higher than the sky, but he knows the reason very well. Fengye said, "Do you think that you are controlled by the power of the Otsutsuki clan? Does it mean that other people will be controlled as well?" Uchiha Madara clutched her chest and said in pain, "No. You don't understand what kind of power it is. The so-called Rinnegan and even Tensegan are only the lowest level of existence." With this sentence, Fengye was indeed slightly shocked. Is it true that the Otsutsuki clan really has another base in the universe? And this extremely powerful pupil technique, is it true that, as Uchiha Madara said, it belongs to the lowest level pupil technique among the Otsutsuki clan? So what kind of power should the Otsutsuki clan have the true strongest pupil technique? Fengye suddenly laughed. Why did he become daunted? All that is just unknown. The so-called soldiers come to block, water comes to cover, nothing can stop his footsteps, nor can he really feel fear. Thinking of this, Fengye knew everything in his mind. Loss. Chapter 122. At this time, Uchiha Madara looks very old and does not have the peerless style of the original overlord. Fenjai couldn't help feeling a little when he saw it. He said to Uchiha Madara, "Do you have any last words to say?" After finishing all this, he intends to end Uchiha Madara's life. The times are different now. It is no longer the era when the two heroes of the ninja world stood side by side. He unified the entire ninja world, and veteran characters like Uchiha Madara who lived in the past are of course not allowed to continue to exist. Uchiha Madara's face was pale, with a bleak smile, and murmured, "Is this day finally here? I think Hashirama and I parted ways for our respective ideals. Now that the times change, we are all going to end in the end." Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara suddenly said thoughtfully, "Juvenile, do you know what is buried in the Valley of Endgame?" End Valley? Fenjai knew that that was the place where Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama once faced each other. There are two huge statues in that valley, and there are many legends left. It is said that Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna also fought secretly there, but not many people know it. The reason why the name of Endgame Valley spreads to the ninja world is more because of the existence of the two pinnacles of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Fenjai said, "What do you want to say?" He has a hunch that Uchiha Madara may have mastered a secret about Endgame, and now that people are about to die, they are also good at speaking, and may be willing to take the initiative to say it. Uchiha Madara said with some emotion, "The End Valley is just a valley in the eyes of the world, but no one knows that he has a close relationship with the Otsutsuki clan." Huh? Is it actually related to the Otsutsuki clan? Fenjai didn't expect that this End Valley actually had such a secret. He then asked, "Is the End Valley connected to the Otsutsuki clan, some secret base?" Uchiha Madara smiled and said, "Smart, you guessed the key in one go." Without waiting for Fenjai's response, he continued, "There is an entrance to the enchantment underground in the Valley of End, and at that end it leads to the underground world. There are remnants of the Otsutsuki clan in the underground world." Fenjai nodded. He decided to go to the End Valley to explore the underground world and see what the Otsutsuki clan still remained in it. Uchiha Madara added, "The power of those people is very powerful, close to their ancestors, even I dare not enter. In fact, Hashirama and I discovered this secret at the same time after the First World War, but we both chose to keep it tacitly, rather than rashly making it public." Fenjai said, "Once the secret is revealed, the people of the Otsutsuki clan might come out of the underground world to find your troubles, right?" Uchiha Madara nodded and smiled, "Yes, but this secret remains in our hearts, always like a thorn, and now it is left to someone like you to solve it." Fenjai left, and Uchiha Madara's body only began to fall apart shortly after he left. Rinnegan's power dissipated invisibly in the air, and the once pinnacle figure of the ninja world has now retired in despair, disappearing from history. Fenjai didn't have any expressions, and he went straight back to the country of fire, Konoha Shinobi Village. The Valley of End is located to the west of the village. This valley is still well preserved today. Although it has experienced several wars in the ninja world, almost no foreign forces can attack here. The two tall statues seem to still record the miserable appearance of the war that year, standing quietly on both sides of the hills. The valley in the middle is a huge lake, underneath the lake hides its calm appearance, but in fact it hides the top secret of the turbulent waves. Fenjai gently stepped on the ground, and an invisible wave spread. The lake in the End Valley splits to the sides, splashing. The water in this lake is very deep, but at this moment, under Fenjai's chakra power, all the water elements are controlled by him, and they are automatically separated to the sides like an obedient doll, revealing one of the dark and deep caves. This is the barrier. Fenjai stepped directly in. There was a hazy and transparent Uzumaki outside the barrier, which was a barrier to protect the barrier's entrance. Fenjai thoughtfully realized that this power is the unique aura of the Otsutsuki clan, and it can't be wrong. Once in the dungeon experience, there was a head-on confrontation with Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hage Oromo, and the breath of them is still vivid. But what makes him slightly strange is that this breath does seem to be different from Otsutsuki Kagaya's. Could there have been changes in the same race, divided into two different forces? Fenjai tapped his finger lightly and broke the Uzumaki in the air directly. The so-called seal was like a fragile sheet of paper under his hands, which was easily torn apart. When he reached the underground world, he was surprised to find that the world here was extremely vast and full of endless darkness. If he hadn't used chakra to probe into the distance, he would never know how huge the world was. After learning about the huge range here, Fengye chose to replace chakra induction with soul detection. At this time, no matter who appeared, they could not escape Fengye's perception in the first time. Because everyone has soul power, this cannot be constrained, unless it is a dead thing. The underground world is somewhat similar to the surface of the earth. It also has scenes like mountains and rivers. There is a low mountain in front of it, but there is nothing on it. Because it has not been affected by light all year round, it becomes bald. Fengye flew directly to the top of this mountain with a thought, overlooking the surroundings. In his soul perception, two faint fluctuating auras suddenly appeared. Not far away from him, two mysterious figures appeared quietly, one black and the other white. At this moment, the two figures frowned, and the black figure said to the white figure, "Did you feel it? It seems that an outsider rushed in." The white figure said angrily, "This is the top secret place of my clan. I didn't expect that among these ants, there are people with such courage, and I absolutely cannot spare them." The black figure nodded, "In that case, let's go and see among these ants, which one has such courage." The voice fell, and two figures walked over here. Chapter 123. Fengye naturally sensed that these two people were walking towards him. The black figure and the white figure are a little strange. Every time they take the next step in the air, they seem to be able to traverse an extremely long distance in an instant. It looked like it was chaotic in time and space, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Fengye's side 50 meters away. Both of them looked at Fengye quietly, without speaking. Fengye looked at these two people. Their eyes were the Byakugan unique to the Otsutsuki clan, except that the eyes of the black figure were black, and the eyes of the white figure were white. But the shape and breath revealed are indeed Byakugan, which is absolutely not wrong. The black figure asked coldly, "Who are you? Why can you find this place?" Fengye smiled and said, "The dignified Otsutsuki clan, after leaving the earth, they still left the clan without being known to the world. This method is really admirable." The black and white figures frowned slightly. 16 This is a secret belonging to their ethnic group. Now that they are discovered by outsiders, they are definitely not tolerated. In other words, this person must be silent, otherwise the methods left by the Otsutsuki clan will lose any meaning once they are made public. When their ancestors set up this game, they had a big conspiracy, and they must not be known to outsiders. Thinking of this, the black and white figures looked at each other, then nodded, and rushed towards Fengye without saying a word. Fengye sneered, "Do you do it directly? That's as you wish." A big battle unfolded quietly above the mountains and rivers. Byakugan's power enveloped Fengye's side 5 feet away, but when the golden light flashed, after zero, two black and white figures appeared crazily vomiting blood in the air, and then fell to the ground. "What kind of power is this? Why can you break my chakra?" The two black and white figures set off a monstrous wave in their hearts, and they couldn't imagine what kind of existence the kind of power was just now. It seemed extremely powerful and terrifying, making them completely unstoppable, and they were defeated with just one move. You must know that if these two people are randomly placed in the outside world, they are definitely the existence of the god of ninja, the kind that can look at the world. However, in front of this seemingly young guy, he couldn't even stop a single move. He was terrified of thinking carefully. Fengye sneered and said, "The Otsutsuki clan, to build a base here, must be a big plot, right?" Two figures in black and white, with a nervous expression on their faces, asked, "Who are you? How dare to hit my clan's idea?" In their view, the brilliance of the Otsutsuki clan is still shrouded in this planet, and no one dares to really provoke them. This has nothing to do with their own strength, but because the Otsutsuki clan has endless brilliance and glory in the vast universe. The race that remains on the earth today is just a very weak branch of the family. They think Fengye should also come from a certain force in the vast universe, and they have definitely heard of the supreme prestige of the Otsutsuki clan, and they must be a little jealous and dare not really fight. Unexpectedly, Fengye won't talk nonsense with them in the next moment, and gently stretched out a hand to hold it in the air. In the midair, an illusory palm image firmly grasped the waists of the two of them, and then gently pinched and lifted them up. The two of them instantly felt out of breath, and their bodies were quickly squeezed by the huge pressure, and the squeezing was about to deform and collapse. Finally both of them couldn't bear it, and they screamed frantically, "Don't kill us, we don't want to die." After a long period of time, the thirst for life of the two Otsutsuki clan can be said to have reached its culmination. They cherish their lives very much, hoping to return to their ancestor star one day, and don't want to just die on this indigenous planet. Fengye said coldly, if you want to survive, tell your secrets. The two black and white figures looked at each other, their complexions bleak, and they showed a sorrowful smile. By now, they knew that if they didn't tell their secrets, this person would definitely kill both of them. The white figure exhaled a deep breath, and then said, this is the base left by our clan on this indigenous planet in order to plunder your faith. Fengye frowned and said, should you plunder the power of faith, then why not initiate infinite Tsukuyomi? According to his thoughts, the Otsutsuki clan is fully capable of directly launching infinite Tsukuyomi, and then completely enslaving everyone on this planet, and then hunting for their power of faith. But this mysterious race did not directly do so. What is the reason behind it? The black figure shook his head, and said, you don't know. Our clan's status in the universe is extraordinary. It has received the attention of countless forces. For some reason, we cannot invade any indigenous people by simple and violent means. Planet. The white figure went on to say, so we can only temporarily lurch here, and in accordance with the instructions of our ancestors, we will plunder all the power of faith in 100 years, and then leave this indigenous planet. Fengye smiled coldly and said, then this planet completely became the Death Star, because of the selfishness of your ethnic group, all of this was wiped out, right? The black and white figures looked embarrassed, but after they swallowed their saliva, they continued to say, this is just an indigenous planet. What is worthy of nostalgia? My clan has a great plan to unify the universe and all races in the future. What is the small planet? Fengye released an extremely violent murderous aura at this time, and his voice became icy and bitter, then do you know that this planet is protected by me? What? At this time, the black and white figures showed shocked expressions, and couldn't help asking, aren't you from the universe? Could it be that you are a ninja from this planet? When asked about this, the faces of the two people were full of unbelievable colors. They originally thought that Fengye came from a very powerful race in the vast universe, just like their Otsutsuki clan. But didn't expect Fengye to be a native ninja on this native planet. We must know that there are countless planets like this in the universe, and their ultimate destiny is only to become slaves, and they can't escape this ending. But I didn't expect that such a powerful character was born on this planet, and they could easily defeat the two masters of the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 124. Fengye still wants to ask for more information, but these two guys seem to have discovered something, and they are unwilling to reveal any secrets anymore. They feel that they have said so much and have violated the bottom line of the clan. If the ancestors in the clan get into trouble with them, it will be over. At this moment, the two even regret that they should not tell Fengye these secrets. After all, he is an outsider, and the most terrible one is a primitive ninja born on this indigenous planet. It will be extremely difficult to gain the power of his faith. At this time Fengye said, how many people in your ethnic group stay in this base? The black and white figures showed bitter smiles, and they chose to shut up in a tacit understanding. Fengye's eyes gradually became cold, and a purple-green light appeared in his pupils, as if he had formed a substantive murderous intent. A ball of thunder and lightning appeared in the palm of his right palm. The moment this thunder and lightning was just born, the temperature in the space rose sharply, and there was a trace of destruction rapidly spreading to the surroundings. No one would doubt its power. In fact, Fengye only needs a single move to completely wipe out the two Otsutsuki clan members. It's just that he still wanted to figure out the secrets hidden in this underground base, so he didn't immediately kill him. If you don't say it again, the fate of the two of you will be nothing but physical and mental. As Fengye's icy voice fell, the black and white figures trembled with fright. The black figure man smiled bitterly, and then said, okay, I said. Don't kill us. He sorted his mind, and then slowly said, counting the two of us, there are a total of 19 members of the tribe here, but some members have already left this underground base. Fengye was puzzled, did the Otsutsuki clan walk out of this base and into the ninja world? But why I have never heard of these people before? Could it be that these guys are hiding in a certain ninja village, doing ghosts in secret, trying to plunder the faith of the ninjas? Fengye had already made up his mind at this time that this planet was protected by him, and all the power of faith here should belong to him. Any outsider who dares to make ideas is tantamount to opposing him, even the powerful Otsutsuki clan in the universe is no exception. Fengye said, take me to meet your people. The voice fell, and the black and white figures showed the extremely difficult choices at the same time. The white figure said, "Your Excellency, please don't embarrass us. If we take you to meet them, we will be a traitor." Fengye sneered and said, "But isn't your behavior now a traitor? If you don't take me to meet your people, you will die right now. The threat of death is always very great." In the face of this threat, the black and white figures finally chose to survive. After a difficult decision, they took Fengye and walked slowly into the darkness. It didn't take long before he came to a castle made of sand and stone. The scale of this castle was not large, but a gloomy atmosphere was shrouded in it all year round. There was a power of belief in this breath. Fengye only felt it for a while and knew that these breaths were contributed by the entire ninja world, and belonged to the power of belief of these ninjas. It seems that controlling 10 tails to issue infinite Tsukuyomi is not the work of Uchiha Madara himself. The real instigator behind it is the Otsutsuki family. Fengye knew it at this time. The so-called Uchiha Madara's plan to plot the entire ninja world was just being treated as a pawn. He couldn't think of it anyway. What he had worked hard for his entire life to achieve was nothing more than being used as a tool by others. Until the moment Uchiha Madara died, I would not understand what the truth is behind this. At this moment Fengye gently grabbed forward, and the invisible power in midair condensed into terrifying golden palm prints, blocking all the power of faith from the castle. At this time, Fengye's body showed a unique aura belonging to Buddhism, which made the black and white figures suddenly pale in shock, and their expressions were shocked. "What? This, what kind of power is this? Why are you able to master this ability?" The black figure blurted out, and there was already some tremor in his voice. The white figure also looked miserable, and he suddenly thought of some things that the ancestors of the ethnic group had explained. At this moment, thinking of some of Fengye's methods just now, he still didn't understand that this young man was the god killer predicted by the ancestors of the ethnic group. Unexpectedly, "There will be a god's lair now. He is a god's lair, he can't be wrong, only a god's lair can have such power." The white figure muttered to himself, seeming to be a little desolate. Hearing it in the ears of the companion next to him, it was like a bolt from the blue sky, making him completely stupid in place. Boom. At this time, the people in the castle also noticed that the movement outside had changed. Several auras rose up at the same time, breaking through the obstacles of the castle and into the air. At this time, the two black and white figures could not wait to shout out immediately, so that the people of the ethnic group would quickly evacuate the area. "This god's lair has come, no one can stop him." However, they had no time to make any response, because their fellow ethnic group discovered Fengye for the first time, and also discovered the two of them. Several figures in the air frowned at the same time. "Nawaki and Zhao, what? Someone forced Heiyun and Beito to come here, it's ridiculous." At this time, all the Otsutsuki clan members had murderous intentions in their hearts. Incomparably violent murderous intent appeared on them, forming a shadow that was as real as it was, and pressed it towards Fengye's head. This base is the last bottom line of the Otsutsuki clan. It is the ancestors of the ancestors. In order to control this aboriginal planet, it has set up the most important and mysterious stronghold. No outsider can step into this place. However, at this time Fengye, as an outsider, actually came here. It can be said that it is absolutely forbidden to happen. "You two rubbish, unexpectedly came here with an outsider, waiting to receive the penalty referee to play," a tall man said coldly. When the voice fell, the faces of the black and white people suddenly looked very ugly. Chapter 125. At this time, the two people had only one ridiculous idea, that is, when facing the god's lair, their companions still didn't know it, and still thinking about punishing them at this time. At this moment, the two of Heiyun and Beito couldn't bear it anymore, and they blurted out and shouted, "Be careful! This person is a god's lair." At the same time they closed their eyes and waited for death to come. Because Fengye was close to them, at this moment the two of them dared to openly call out his true identity. Presumably this god's lair would kill both of them on the spot. However, they were wrong. Fengye simply chose to ignore the two of them and flew directly towards the castle in front. And the group of people from the Otsutsuki clan above the castle was shocked when they heard the two companions say that Fengye's true identity was actually a god's lair. But it was too late to think about it, because Fengye had already arrived. King of Zero. The golden scissors crossed in midair, as if they had made a trial and a verdict on fate. This group of Otsutsuki people did not have time to think about it. They only felt as if they had been cursed in their bodies. They couldn't move anymore, and they could only stay in place stupidly. And the next moment, they looked at a handsome and evil man, waving a pair of terrible black wings, descending from the sky. Kun came to this land. His eyes were aquamarine with a cold light, and anyone who looked at him for a moment would feel a tremor in his soul. You. Who are you? One of the people couldn't help but shouted. Fengye smiled coldly and said, didn't your companions just say it? I may be the god killer in your mouth. It doesn't matter to Fengye whether it is a god's lair or not, but the fact that the Otsutsuki family plots such a big plan on the earth is absolutely intolerable to him. At this time, Fengye gently waved a palm. Wherever the wind went, a huge Buddha shadow fell from the sky, with a very strange force, suppressing all the Otsutsuki clan members to the ground, and could not move at all. The power from the Dharma is always so peculiar, so that the complexion of the Otsutsuki clan has become pale. This kind of power is exactly the same as the ancestors described. Is it true that the god's lair has come? At this time, the leader of this group of people, the tallest one, muttered to himself, his face pale. Immediately, an angry roar sounded in the air, and a hideous monster jumped out of Fengye's storage bag. This is the fierce beast that he has just subdued, Kyunki, who now appears in his true form and came to this group of Otsutsuki people. When Kyunki appeared at this time, these tribesmen trembled in terror and knelt down on the ground. Because from the fierce beast Kyunki, they felt a sacred breath from the blood of their ancestors. That kind of power only showed a little bit, so they couldn't bear it at all. They could only squat their heads on the ground. Fengye looked at Kyunki quietly, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He just wanted to test, so he called out Kyunki, and the situation is as he encountered. Kyunki's identity seems very mysterious and powerful. Think of it, in the ancient lowland country, Kyunki himself said that it was stripped of chakra from the ancestor of his ethnic group by the bald donkey. Now looking at the reaction of the Otsutsuki clan in front of him, Fengye can easily guess that the true identity of this Kyunki is likely to come from the Otsutsuki clan, a truly powerful man. Having achieved his goal, Fengye's heart moved. Although Kyunki was a little unwilling, there was a flicker of helplessness in his huge eyes, and he could only go back to Fengye's storage bag. After Fengye had done all this, he looked at the Otsutsuki people who were lying all over the floor in front of him. When the voice fell, the tall clan member said with a wry smile, Your Excellency, why did our ancestors change into a strange beast and still obey your orders? This is really absurd. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. The body of the strange beast did indeed reveal the unique aura of their ancestors. However, this strange beast surrendered to the person in front of him. It is simply unimaginable. Isn't this man a god's lair? Logically speaking, the ancestors and the ancestors of the ethnic group are deadly rivals. Why do the ones that are incompatible with each other depend on each other? Fengye smiled in his heart when seeing these guys showing a very puzzled look. His goal has been achieved, and the next step is to fool the group of people from the Otsutsuki clan. Fengye coughed, and then said, To be honest, I have lived on this planet for more than 10,000 years. When the voice fell, all the members of the Otsutsuki clan were shocked. Exceeded 10,000 years. Are you the legendary true god of 10,000 years? It is said that beyond the lifespan of 10,000 years, one can reach the realm of gods, and we can't imagine that such a character appeared before our eyes. Senior, we all have eyes and no beads, please forgive us for being disrespectful. At this moment, Fengye only revealed a little bit of this information. There is no need to say anything, these Otsutsuki clan members will make up for it by themselves. Think of Fengye as an old monster with great concentration in cultivation, and belong to the same level of existence as the ancestors of their ethnic group. In this way, everything can be explained. Fengye must have had some friendship with the ancestors of the Otsutsuki clan, so he will walk together at this time. Regardless of the facts, this group of people from the Otsutsuki clan is already preconceived and regards Fengye as the same existence as their ancestors. At the moment Fengye saw their expressions and words, he knew that these guys had been fooled. So he asked, In 100 years, how will you leave this indigenous planet? After asking, he added, I am very interested in space travel, and I hope you don't hide anything. After hearing Fengye's question, a group of Otsutsuki people nodded respectfully. Then the leader-like character introduced and said, Of course a world-class powerhouse like the predecessor does not need to use external means, but we can't, we must use the interstellar transfer array. Interstellar transfer formation. Fengye silently remembered the name in his heart. Chapter 126. This name is unfamiliar to Fengye. Although he had experienced some instances of traversing terrain in the system, and so on, if placed in the vast universe, he didn't know that there was such an array that could be used to traverse the starry sky. Fengye himself knows that the world like a ninja only exists on the Earth, and the Earth is too small for the starry sky of the universe. Tiny is like a grain of dust, it's not worth mentioning. If you want to go to more distant places to find races on other planets, it is very difficult to cross this long distance by relying on your own cultivation base alone. Fengye himself would not be able to find the ancestors of the Otsutsuki clan at will if he did not rely on the system copy. However, at this moment, in any case, he also knew a place like the Interstellar Transfer Formation, and immediately Fengye said to the tall Otsutsuki tribe, "Take me to see your formation." When the voice fell, these members of the Otsutsuki clan felt a little embarrassed. After all, although Fengye seemed to them to be the same characters as their ancestors, this interstellar transfer formation is very important to the people who stay on this planet. Yes, there is absolutely no room to lose. However, Fengye's majestic eyes fell in their eyes, as if the might of the sky was unpredictable, making them tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Naturally, he didn't dare to disobey Fengye's intentions, so he could only follow his wishes and lead the way to the place where the interstellar transfer array Dharma was located. Entering the castle, Fengye found that the power of belief here is getting stronger and stronger, and it seems to form an aura that is as substantial as it is, and has an unspeakable feeling for the enhancement of people. The Otsutsuki clan who stayed here have also benefited a lot. After such a long time, their cultivation is much stronger than when they first stayed here. But according to this tall Otsutsuki clan, although the power of faith here is very good, it is much weaker than the gain they received on the Ancestor Star. In this way, Fengye has a stronger interest in exploring the ancestors of the Otsutsuki clan in the vast universe. There is a small hoisting furnace in the center of the castle. This hoisting furnace is burning with a red transparent flame. In Fengye's eyes, this flame is different from all the fires in the ninja world. He couldn't help but remind him of the Amaterasu technique in Manjikyo Sharinan. Amaterasu flame, known as burning everything, will never go out unless it burns everything. It can be called the ultimate in the physical attack of the entire ninja world. However, the red and transparent flame in front of him revealed an uncompromising breath, which was frightening. Fengye asked, "Is this what you call the interstellar transfer formation?" In his opinion, can such a small flame be able to achieve interstellar crossing? It feels a little unreal, like a child's play. Unexpectedly, the tall Otsutsuki clan nodded and said respectfully, "My lord, our clan has a special way to shrink the body, blend into this flame, and then hide in this furnace. A road to the stars." Fengye nodded thoughtfully. "That's it." At this time, a bold idea arose in his mind, and after thinking it for a while, he said, "In this case, you guys will show me how to pass this interstellar transfer formation." As soon as I said this, all the faces of the Otsutsuki clan changed collectively and became a little embarrassed. In particular, this tall clan member even blurted out directly, "Sir, don't do it, behind this formation is our ancestor star. Once in, it is equivalent to returning to the ancestor star. That is to be punished." Fengye shook his head and said dismissively, "You were originally members of the Otsutsuki clan. Now you are back on the ancestor star, what's wrong with falling leaves?" As soon as the words fell, this tall clansman was hesitant to say something, but he took into account some secrets when he wanted to say it, so it was not easy to say it on the spot. Fengye said again, "Could it be that you still want to stay on this planet forever? To tell you the truth, it's less than 100 years, and now you all return to me." The tall Otsutsuki tribe directly said, "Don't be an adult, this 100 years is the final stage. We have been waiting for this moment for so long, how can we return without success? Find flowers." Their plan will not be completely completed until 100 years later. At that moment, all the power of faith will be plundered. It is now at a critical time. 100 years is not long or short, but for these people, they must complete the task. Otherwise, if you return to the clan early, you will be severely punished. Fengye knew what they meant, and didn't say anything, just raised his palm. The power from the Shinigami world forms a thread invisible, entwining the body of each tribe. Then, they flew into the air with them. "Since you don't want to, then I will send you back." For Fengye, in any case, these external forces will not be allowed to exist on the earth for a long time. Now that he has discovered this secret, these Otsutsuki clan members must go back to where they live. But why didn't Fenjai kill them directly? There is another mystery in this matter. At this moment, being threatened by Fenjai, all these Otsutsuki clan members shouted, "My lord is forgiving, my lord is forgiving." As Fenjai had expected before, these people have a long lifespan, and no one wants to die. At this time, under Fenjai's insistence, the tall clansman gritted his teeth, turned his heart and closed his eyes, and immediately began to shrink his body quickly. In front of Fenjai, his tall body turned into a small ball of flesh after more than 10 breathing periods. After a few bounces, he slammed into the flames on the hanging furnace without fail. The expected burning by the flame did not happen. After his body entered the flame, it seemed to be transferred by a strange spatial force, and gradually disappeared before everyone's eyes. And in the void outside the castle, Fenjai could vaguely see an avenue leading to the distant stars of the universe, hazy and unpredictable. At this time, since someone has taken the lead, although the remaining people are unwilling, they can only keep up with each other. Loss. Chapter 127. At this time, when all the members of the Otsutsuki clan returned to the interstellar formation, Fenjai carefully observed the castle. This castle is the base left by the ancestors of the Otsutsuki clan. Apart from this interstellar transfer formation, is there nothing else in this base? Fenjai was skeptical about this, and he looked around carefully. At this moment, he suddenly felt a violent beating in his heart, and there was an invisible air pulling him. Looking up in the darkness in the distance, there seemed to be a bright white light, gradually coming from far and near. After arriving in front of him, Fenjai was surprised to find that it was actually a human-shaped object. But he has no facial features, just a white light in the shape of a human, which looks like a group of things made up of chakra. 987. Fenjai asked coldly, "What are you?" At the same time, the wings of the great black-winged demon spread out on his body, and the bursting breath gradually rose up, his eyes turned green with a hint of golden light. This is because its template progress has been unlocked more, and the form has gradually undergone some greater changes. The white light did not answer Fenjai's question, but saw him stretch out a section of his torso that looked like an arm, and then formed a terrifying ice blade. Bai Guang chopped out the weapon in his hand forward, and the violent chakra collided in the air, forming a space crack, which quickly spread towards Fenjai's position. In the next moment, Fenjai disappeared in place, and the space where he had just stood was wiped out by the crack in space. If it's a ninja who is a little slower, I'm afraid the whole person will be destroyed by this blow. At this moment Fenjai appeared directly behind the opponent, and the sword of the end in his hand quickly pierced towards the white body. The speed of this sword was too fast, causing a blood-red flame to burst out in the air. This is a gas explosion caused by friction with the air in a state of extreme speed, combined with the strength of Uryuziola, causing a dark glow of blood. However, it is strange that this white light suddenly became torn apart. Before Fenjai's sword in his right hand could assassinate him, he actually disintegrated automatically and turned into several white air currents hovering in the air. After going around several times, it turned into a white light in the form of a human again in the distance. This picture looks really weird. Fenjai couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Such power has surpassed the ninja world. Is this the vast and magnificent power that belongs to the vast universe? Fenjai has never seen the power of the ancestors of the Otsutsuki clan, but these powers are completely different from the world of ninjas currently known. Next, golden rays of light crossed in the air, and after zero, the whole world seemed to be calm. After being baptized by a storm, the white light staggered and fell into the distance. Finally, the white light of this human form seemed to have the same feelings of human beings, and there was a hint of doubt. The emotional fluctuation was accurately captured by Fenjai, and Bai Guang seemed to say in disbelief, "Who are you? What kind of world does this power come from?" He was born on the ancestor star of the Otsutsuki clan, but he has never seen such a power as Fenjai exerted. This feeling made him feel a little uneasy. However, Fenjai did not answer his question. The sword of End Yan in his hand directly drew a beautiful outline in the air, splitting the white light body from the middle and splitting it in two. This time, without exception, Bai Guang used the same move as before, and the two rays of light recombined in the distance and became a whole. But the gaze he looked at Fenjai was full of incomparable weirdness, and there was even a hint of panic in it. Having chakra at the same time, and such inexplicable power, who are you? Bai Guang asked tremblingly. If this white light knows that Fengye still has a third power, that is the power of Dharma, I don't know how he will be shocked. Yes, Fengye has mastered the power of the three worlds at the same time. In the vast universe, this is also a unique existence. Fengye asked coldly, before I answer your question, tell me, who are you? Bai Guang shook his head and said, my identity is extremely mysterious, you'd better not ask, otherwise it will only harm you, not good. In this case, there is nothing to say. Fengye has made up his mind that no matter how old this white light is, he will keep it here today. When the voice fell, the power belonging to the Blackwing Great Demon Uruziola reappeared in this world. Bai Guang let out a scream, and he could see that he felt very afraid of such power. Although his background is great, he is insignificant in the face of the power of Shinigami's world and cannot be resisted. Finally, the white light gradually disappeared and began to collapse inch by inch. Up to this moment, he was unwilling to tell his true identity. Fengye keenly perceives that this white light does not seem to be life, it is most likely an object without any emotional thinking. Otherwise, based on his understanding of the Otsutsuki clan, these guys have a long life, and they cherish their own lives very much, and they definitely don't want to fall like this. After the white light was wiped out, the entire castle began to rumbling and shaking, and there seemed to be great changes under the ground, causing the entire terrain to begin to crack. The castle began to collapse, and Fengye at this time had also returned to the outside of the castle. Seeing this castle built by the ancestors of the Otsutsuki clan, it was destroyed, and the entire underground world was completely plunged into darkness. Immediately, Fengye left the underground world and returned to the End Valley. He stepped out and left End Valley. Although the Otsutsuki clan's base on the earth had been completely destroyed by Fengye, he did not feel that the matter was over in this way. The ancestor stars of the Otsutsuki clan in the vast universe are far away, and I don't know where they are located. However, there are still hidden Otsutsuki clan people on the earth. Just like the Gouda people said before, there are a total of 19 of their people on the earth, but a few of them have already left the underground world. Fengye also had his own guesses about where they went and what their purpose was. That is the plan of plundering about the power of faith. This plan is going on in secret, and may have gradually emerged. Chapter 128. Yueying village in the water country is filled with hazy drizzle all year round, and today is no exception. Among the ninja village castles made of metal, there are some guards in weird costumes guarding this place closely. They do not allow any foreign forces to enter, even the ninjas in Rain Shinobi village cannot set foot in this castle. In fact, these castles have long been abandoned. The original owner here was Hanzo of the Salamander, but now the owner has already changed. But no one knows who it is. At the center of the castle, a huge statue is dazzling and eye-catching. Its shape is very strange and does not belong to any object in this planet's ninja world. I saw this huge statue, with 8 arms, 4 pairs of wings, and a body like a long snake, standing proudly on the top of the entire Rain Shinobi ninja village, overlooking the surrounding land. There is an incomparable hazy breath in the air, like a silk thread pulling 16 and converging here. In one of the largest castles, there is a man in a white robe, holding a scepter in his hand, sitting on the throne with his eyes closed. Suddenly there was the sound of footsteps, and a white-robed man walked slowly from a distance, and there was a breath of emptiness around her body. As she walked by, the 4 spaces continued to decompose and overlap, which looked very strange. Drifting sand, the power of faith in this village has been almost deprived of you, why do you continue to stay here? The white-robed man's voice was crisp and sharp, and he seemed to be a woman. The white-robed man sitting on the throne suddenly opened his eyes, and then said with a sneer, "You don't know, the people in this village are very ignorant, and their power of faith is extremely pure and single, far away. Better than those ants in other places." As he said, he stood up from the king's throne, with the scepter in his hand facing the void, lightly. The power of countless beliefs all merged into his body, causing his breath to rise rapidly. The white-robed woman shook her head and sighed, and said, "So, do you want to stay here anymore? I think the 5 of us have been away for too long, and it's time to return to the base." The white-robed man on the throne said dismissively, "What are you anxious about in 100 years? We will return to the ancestor star together in 100 years. After listening to the man in the white robe, the woman finally felt a little more settled in her heart. But she remembered the message sent to her by the ancestor not long ago, and at this moment she said with some anxiety, The ethnic group is experiencing a great crisis. One of the 3 great ancestors was forcibly stripped of chakra. This incident has already shocked all the races in the universe. The white-robed man on the throne nodded and said, I know this too, but the confrontation that exists in the realm is far from what we can relate to. Let's do our own thing. At this moment, the rain in Yueying Ninja Village slowly stopped, and countless ninjas raised their heads and looked towards the sky in astonishment. You know, their ninja village rains lightly all year round, and it rarely rains. Such a scene looks a little weird in their eyes. At this time, outside the ninja village, a young man in a gorgeous robe slowly walked in. This person is not someone else, but Senju Fengye. Fengye looked thoughtfully at this ninja village and the rusty castle made of metal. He knows that according to the development of the original plot, this will be Pen's territory in the future, but now it has been taken first. The power of faith in the air cannot escape his keen capture. From the direction where these powers of faith converge, it is not difficult to see where the Otsutsuki people are hiding. At the same moment, 2 Otsutsuki people in the metal castle frowned at the same time. An outsider rushed in here, and the aura on him looked very strange. The 2 looked at each other and were about to act. The gate of the castle slowly opened, and Fengye's figure appeared at the door. Boom boom boom. Fengye stepped on the metal ground step by step and walked towards the 2 of them. Who are you? Why did you break into Rain Shinobi Ninja Village without permission? The white-robed man on the throne asked with an extremely majestic voice. In his opinion, Fengye's face is very unfamiliar. Perhaps you can use this method to bluff him first, and then test Fengye's origins. However, Fengye already knew that the real owner of Rain Shinobi Ninja Village was not the guy in front of him. Obviously he was a member of the Otsutsuki clan. There is also the woman in a white robe next to him, both of whom are like raccoon dogs. Fengye sneered and said, the 2 are too deeply involved in the play. Do you regard this place as the ancestor of the Otsutsuki clan? When the voice fell, the expressions of the 2 members of the Otsutsuki clan changed. The pupils of the man above the throne shrank sharply, and his voice was extremely cold and asked, who are you? In any case, he did not expect that the secret plan of their race on this indigenous planet would have been discovered by the people here. According to their thoughts, the ninjas on this indigenous planet are low-powered, just like a group of ants. How can they be able to discover their existence? Moreover, he directly screamed their origins, making him not shocked. From the expressions of these 2 people, Fengye can see many things. Although the 2 members of the Otsutsuki clan tried their best to pretend to be calm, the panic in the depths of their eyes betrayed their true thoughts. Fengye said, your people have returned to your own planet, and only a few of you are left. You don't have to roll back quickly. Faced with Fengye's scolding, the 2 members of the Otsutsuki clan looked even more ugly. They didn't expect that their people would be served by someone else on this planet, and they would have returned to the ancestor star early. Now that the plan has not been fully completed, it will inevitably be punished after returning to the main star, and all this is actually caused by the young man in front of him. Among the ninjas on this indigenous planet, there is actually a character like you. Interesting. The man above the throne, not talking nonsense, suddenly waved his scepter and waved down in Fengye's direction. The surrounding space chakra quickly gathered, turned into a black lightning, and fell on Fengye's head. At the same time, the woman in the white robe also quickly shot, cooperating with her companion, wanting to kill Fengye as soon as possible. Chapter 129. The 2 members of the Otsutsuki clan believed that their cultivation was high and strong, and their realm firmly suppressed any ninja on this indigenous planet. However, they would never think of what a terrible enemy they had encountered. The moment they both started, Fengye had already moved. He turned into an invisible blast and disappeared in place. The next moment his figure appeared on the throne, raising his palm and waving it towards the man. This palm was pressed down, and the terrible Shinigami power came, and a trace of it penetrated from the void of the surrounding air, and the Otsutsuki tribe on the throne was firmly fixed, making him immobile. The black lightning swayed from the scepter in his hand, formed a deep gully on the metal ground. At this time, the entire metal castle was faintly shaken. The white-robed woman secretly said a bad voice in her heart, and noticed a little bit of something wrong, because Fengye's body disappeared before her eyes. The strangest thing is that there is no chakra fluctuation in the air, so how did he do it? This young man, his methods are simply unheard of. You must know that even those of the Otsutsuki clan can't achieve this effect without using chakra. Unless it's illusion. But the scene before me is definitely not an illusion, but a real occurrence. The white-robed woman turned her head and saw that the scepter in the hands of the man above the throne had changed hands, and Fenjai gently pinched it in his hand, playing with it with interest. This scepter is made of a very strong material and can absorb chakra. After storing a certain level of chakra, it is released at once, causing extremely powerful damage. It is a very special artifact in the vast universe. However, at this moment this thing was easily taken by Fenjai, and the man above the throne could not move at all. This scene fell in the eyes of the white-robed woman, and her heart was shaken violently. This man's name is Atsutsuki Quicksand, and even if he is placed on top of their ancestor star, he is also a strong one. He is also the veritable strongest person among the 19 tribesmen this time, and is responsible for overseeing the entire plan to plunder the power of faith on the planet. However, I didn't expect that Atsutsuki Quicksand could not even hold up a trick in front of this young ninja. The most frightening thing is that I don't know what happened. The Atsutsuki Quicksand seemed to be unable to move without much resistance. The white-robed woman wanted to save him at this time, but she also deeply understood that even Atsutsuki Quicksand was not an enemy of the other party. Thinking of just now, she actually dared to become invisible and tried to assassinate Fenjai by hiding in the void. She couldn't help but sweat from behind. At this time, Fenjai sat on the throne, while the Atsutsuki Quicksand beside him stood blankly beside him, with a strange expression. There was a bit of sluggishness, a bit of fear, and more shocking. It was not that he didn't want to move, but could not move. He could only stand in front of Fenjai and waited for the dispatch. Fenjai looked at the scepter in his hand for a while, then the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and said, "After seeing this thing, I am more interested in seeing your ancestor star." The white-robed woman took the words and said, "If your excellency has the will, I can guide you to our ancestor star as a guest." The voice fell, but her eyes kept shining, as if she deliberately avoided Fenjai's gaze. Fenjai nodded and said with a smile, "But before then I would like to know, how will your plan end in 100 years? This is Fenjai's true purpose. After seeing the methods of these two clans, he seems to have a deeper insight into the true strength of the Atsutsuki clan. Facing the two teammates at that moment, if he hadn't displayed his full strength in the first time, he would most likely fall into a protracted and bitter battle. In other words, the strength of these two people is no less than that of Atsutsuki Rain Village and Atsutsuki Rain Coats, and they are just ordinary people of the Atsutsuki clan. If their ancestors arrived, how powerful they should be, could that power be gods? Faced with Fenjai's question, the white-robed woman evaded and dared not answer directly. However, Fenjai's fingers dropped gently into the air, and the quicksand Atsutsuki beside him looked painful. The skin on one of his arms was cracked, and purple blood was flowing down, dripping like crazy as if he didn't need money. And as his blood flowed out of the body, the breath of the whole person also fell rapidly, and chakra madly dissipated in the air. "No! No!" Atsutsuki Quicksand groaned and shouted with all his strength, as if all his strength had been emptied at this moment. The white-robed woman was extremely entangled, but seeing Atsutsuki Quicksand going on like this, she would die on the spot soon, and she couldn't bear it. He sighed leisurely and said, "Your Excellency, please keep him alive, I am willing to tell you everything." Fenjai smiled, "This is what is called a wise man." He snapped his fingers at random, and the Atsutsuki Quicksand fell to the ground, and then he entered a state where the six senses were blocked. Although consciousness still exists, he does not know anything about what is happening outside. "Okay, you can talk." Fenjai's voice sounded quietly among the broken metal castle. The white-robed woman closed her eyes and slowly said, "The purpose of our existence on your planet is to plunder the power of faith. Surely you already know this, right?" In her thoughts, other powerhouses like Fenjai, no-nos, should have found out everything clearly, otherwise they would not be able to find their tribe and base. Fenjai nodded and said, "Then 100 years from now, when you have collected all the power of faith, what will happen?" The white-robed woman's voice suddenly became extremely cold, and she said with some gloomy meaning, "In 100 years, we will all leave through the underground interstellar transfer formation and return to the ancestor star, and then the race will send a strong person." "Coming to the strong? What kind of strong?" Fenjai asked with interest, but his heart became very cautious. The white-robed woman exhaled and said cautiously, "That is a strong man in the clan who is close to the gods. He has the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. It can destroy and change your planet at will." When the voice fell, Fenjai couldn't help frowning deeply. Chapter 130. The words of this woman in white robe made Fenjai suddenly feel a sense of vigilance deep in her heart. You know, the mysterious powerhouse she mentioned, who came after 100 years, sounds terrifying in the woman's description. Can this planet be destroyed easily? This power is equivalent to the combined power of thousands of truth-seeking balls, which means that it is not inferior to the fierce beasts of the heyday. Kayunki, but it was separated from the chakra from the ancestor of the Otsutsuki clan. Now that Fenjai heard of such a character, he couldn't help but feel a little vigilant in his heart. Moreover, he sensed a sense of crisis, and eagerly wanted to increase the progress of the template and then increase his own strength. Only in this way can we protect ourselves in the coming troubled times and protect this planet. The white-robed man on the throne fell to the ground at this time, knowing nothing. His companion, the white-robed woman, had already told Fenjai this absolute secret. If you let him know, this kind of thing will definitely not be allowed to happen. To know this secret, it involves the absolute core privacy of their ethnic group. The coming powerhouse, even if placed on their ancestor star, is also a first-class master, only slightly inferior to the three great ancestors. For a master of this level, to travel through the vast universe and starry sky to come to such an indigenous planet is originally a top-secret matter and must not be spread. Because there are many forces in the vast universe, many forces, and the Otsutsuki clan are rivals. If you know such a key person and actually walk out of the race and come to an indigenous planet in the universe, you will inevitably set a dead end, and do everything possible to keep his life here. However, all of this has nothing to do with Fenjai. After he understood the secret, he asked many related things. The white-robed woman may also be helpless, but perhaps more is concerned about the life of the man on the throne, Otsutsuki Quicksand. As a result, once she opened her mouth, it was like a flood that had leaked the gate, and she uttered all these things endlessly. Fenjai got a lot of information about the origins of the Otsutsuki clan and their current situation on the main star. The only thing that cannot be figured out is where the Otsutsuki clan is located in the universe. But believe this, even this white-robed woman may not be able to make it clear. After all, the universe is really too big, there are countless planets, it is impossible to calculate, it is difficult to describe in words where their homes are. Unless they use the interstellar transfer method, if they are allowed to find the location of the ancestor star on their own, they will probably be lost in the vast universe. At this moment, Fenjai waved a big hand, and the white-robed woman's complexion changed slightly. She said with some worry, "Your Excellency, you promised me not to kill the two of us." At this moment, if Fenjai wants to cross the river and tear down the bridge, and after learning these secrets, he still wants to kill the two of them, then this white-robed woman has nothing to think of. But she thinks that a strong person like Fenjai should value commitment. Fenjai sneered coldly, "I don't even bother to kill you two, but this planet is not where your Otsutsuki clan can come whenever you want. Your Excellency, do you mean that we should return to the main star at once?" The white-robed woman asked worriedly. After all, she just learned from Fenjai that the other tribesmen were also forcibly sent back to the interstellar transfer formation. But instead of falling on this planet, she is more willing to choose to go back. After all, the people who have lived for a long time cherish their own lives, don't they? Fenjai knew that besides these two people, there were three other members of the Otsutsuki clan, lurking in a certain big country in the ninja world, plundering the power of faith. After thinking for a while, he asked, "What is your name?" The white-robed woman said respectfully, "In response to your Excellency, the little girl's name is Otsutsuki Zionjaya." Fenjai wrote down the name gently. In the future, he will go to the ancestor star of the Otsutsuki clan. Maybe one day he will use this white-robed woman again, maybe. At this time, the Otsutsuki Quicksand lying on the ground had woken up. Fenjai let him wake up and regained his six senses. Otsutsuki Quicksand glared at Fenjai with an expression of incomparable grief, but he did not dare to say a word. Because he knows the man in front of him very well, he has the power to kill him easily. From the expressions of the two people, it is not difficult for Otsutsuki Quicksand to get some information. He immediately forced the white-robed woman next to him, "What did you tell him?" The white-robed woman sighed deeply, exhaled and said, "I told him everything." As soon as this statement was made, the atmosphere immediately became very solidified, and the two eyes of Otsutsuki Quicksand were rounded, and there was a trace of severe murder in them. If it is not taken into account that Fenjai is also on the spot, I'm afraid he will punish the white-robed woman severely. It is not necessary to kill her on the spot, but some criminal laws in the clan will be used to deal with her. Otsutsuki's requirements for the clan members are very strict, and violations of the clan rules are absolutely not allowed. At this moment, the white-robed woman faces the enemy and reveals the secrets of her own clan. There is no doubt that it has violated the clan rules and belongs to the existence of traitors. Fengye smiled coldly, and dropped a sentence and said, "Within half a day, I will immediately transfer the formation from the interstellar to leave this planet, otherwise you will be at your own risk." When the voice fell, Fengye stepped out and left Rain Shinobi Ninja Village. The two of Otsutsuki Quicksand looked at each other and couldn't say a word for a long time. After Fengye left the ninja village at this time, he went to another place. He could easily see that there was a power of faith in midair, converging invisibly in one direction. From this point, he judged that the village ahead was Raikage. Fengye unfolded his black wing great demon's wings, flapped it lightly, and quickly came directly to Raikage village. However, what he didn't know at this time was that Raikage village had undergone a huge shock, and everyone in the entire village became confused. A red sun hung high above his head, releasing some vague and strange aura. And these breaths covered the entire Raikage ninja village, and even the contemporary Raikage was sitting in his mansion. His eyes were hollow and he didn't know what happened. Chapter 131. As a Raikage, strength is very good in the ninja world. However, he couldn't resist the intrusion of this hazy breath at this time. The chakra in the whole body seemed to have stopped circulating, sitting on the spot blankly. And there are more ninjas in Raikage village who kneel on the ground respectfully, facing a huge statue in midair, constantly worshipping, and contributing the power of their faith from the bottom of their hearts. The power of these beliefs is like a torrent, converging mightily towards the statue in the sky. Upon closer inspection, the statue actually looked like a living thing, as if it might come back to life at any moment in the next moment, and then spread its wings and fly high. This statue is exactly the same as the one in the metal castle, with 8 arms, 4 pairs of wings, a long snake-like body, and a hideous head with scarlet letters spitting out a gesture of incomparable anger towards Jushin. When Fengye came here, he also discovered the shock of Raikage village for the first time. He saw many of the villagers eyesightless, very hollow, and they looked like muddled corpses. But Fengye didn't know where the initiator of all this was hiding at the moment. The first moment he walked into the village, he saw that weird statue. What is the identity of this statue? Is he one of the 3 ancestors of the Otsutsuki clan? Fengye muttered to himself. At this time, he randomly recruited a ninja from Raikage village and wanted to ask him some information. However, the ninja ignored him, but walked slowly in one direction. Gradually, Fengye discovered that there were more and more ninjas, all of whom had come out from all directions. They had a common purpose, to go to a remote location at the east end of the village. These guys turned a deaf ear to Fengye in front of him, as if they couldn't see his existence, but walked in such a muddle-headed manner, like a numb machine, without any human emotions. At this moment, Fengye's heart suddenly moved, and he remembered something. Infinite Tsukuyomi? At this moment, Fengye felt that these villagers of Raikage village were very likely to have fallen into the Tsukuyomi technique. Moreover, the range of this technique can actually cover the entire Raikage village. It is very likely that the infinite Tsukuyomi technique has been activated. But why did the people of the Otsutsuki clan use this technology in advance? Shouldn't they cover the entire planet with infinite Tsukuyomi? Could this be a small version of infinite Tsukuyomi? Used to manipulate the beliefs of the entire village, causing them to lose their original sanity, only knowing that they ignorantly worship the ancestor of the Otsutsuki clan, and then they don't hesitate to contribute their very pious beliefs. This kind of pure power of faith holds greater benefits for the cultivation of the Otsutsuki clan, and Fengye also deeply understands this. Immediately, Fengye followed the footsteps of these people and followed them to the east of the village. His whole body converges, no one can see how deep his real cultivation base is at this time. In an ancestral hall in a remote corner of the east end of the village, there is a bald man sitting on the ground with his upper body naked and his hands folded. In his eyes, there is a hollow and snowy white, which is the Byakugan symbol of the Otsutsuki clan. At this time, many powers of faith merged into his body from midair, causing his cultivation to slowly grow. If you don't feel it with your heart, no one can even discover his existence, as if there is a dark black hole here and nothing. The villagers of Rakage village all made a pilgrimage, and walked towards this place, waving their numb steps, and came to the outside of the ancestral hall. Then he knelt down neatly and bowed his head respectfully. The bald man couldn't help but open his eyes. With a triumphant smile, he muttered to himself, "Infinite Tsukuyomi technique, let them fall into an unknowable state. The power of faith in this realm is really good for me. Great help." He gently waved his hands forward, and chakra flew out of his body like a wall, blocking the power of faith in midair. Immediately, he stood up and walked out to the outside of the ancestral hall. At this moment, there was a figure shrouded in thunder in the sky, slowly descending, and this was the arrival of Rakage himself. Rakage hammered his chest with one hand, then half-kneeled, lowering his head respectfully, and said, "Master Zeng, the subordinates are willing to look forward to the battlefield for the adults." Unexpectedly, even the dignified Rakage has become a machine that has lost its consciousness. At this moment, I just want to express my heartfelt desire to dedicate my life to the Atsutsuki people in front of me. Find flowers. However, this tribe named Atsutsuki Hoshikawa sneered and said, "You want to fight for me, do you have that qualification?" As soon as he said this, Rakage seemed to regain his consciousness in an instant, and a very frightened look appeared in his pupils, and then he was decadent and frustrated. This is a disappointing thing. It is true that he gave all of his heart to express his heartfelt heart. However, the superior Atsutsuki tribe told him that he was not even qualified to fight for himself. You know, he is Rakage. The existence of ruling a large ninja village, but actually not qualified to be a dog for others? 0. Rakage's consciousness was completely degraded again after just a breath. At this moment, there were footsteps outside the village again, and it was Fengye who came. Far away, Atsutsuki Zeng felt something was wrong, frowned, and looked at Fengye who was walking in the distance. Huh? I actually have my own consciousness, this fluctuation is not affected by infinite Tsukuyomi at all, what is going on? Atsutsuki Hoshikawa was deeply puzzled, and he was about to ask clearly. Suddenly Fengye's whole body state changed, and two huge wings spread out, his body exuded a terrible evil spirit, and his eyes were full of thick green light. The next moment his whole person passed through the sky, cutting through the space, and the whole world seemed to have turned into a beautiful starry sky in an instant. There was a crack in the starry sky, slowly spreading out, saying that the time is late and the time is fast, although it is only a moment, it seems that thousands of years have passed. When the storm passed, Atsutsuki Zeng discovered with horror that his cultivation was completely collapsed. At this moment, he seemed to be an immature child, unable to stand up to any resistance in front of a tall giant. "You, who are you?" Atsutsuki Hoshikawa's fearful voice sounded. He fell to the ground, panting violently, sweating profusely. However, there was an expression of extreme fear in his pupils, staring at the young man standing in front of him. Loss. Chapter 132. Fengye did not answer his question, but silently looked at the screen in the sky. These things are the influence brought by infinite Tsukuyomi, which can plunge people into a state of haze, pull their consciousness away from them, and then become a numb machine without feelings. But now that Fengye knew about it, of course he would not allow such things to happen under his nose. Fengye said coldly, "Untie the infinite Tsukuyomi technique, or die, you choose." The cold, emotionless words fell in Atsutsuki Hoshikawa's ears, causing him to fight a cold war. He could clearly feel the terrifying murderous aura coming from Fengye. The next moment he did not hesitate to cast the spell and instantly relieved the Tsukuyomi technique. At this moment, the villagers of the entire Rakage village immediately woke up. They looked at their surroundings in horror and inexplicably, as well as each other's situation. Where is this? Why are we kneeling here? Ah, that's Lord Rakage. Lord Rakage actually walked out of his mansion, my god. What happened? I actually seem to have amnesia, and I can't remember what happened before. The villagers of Rakage village one by one can't remember what they experienced before. They were all surprised to find that they actually kneeled on the ground respectfully, kowtowed to the ancestral hall in front of them. And looking around, there are hundreds of their villagers, all of them gathered here. It is simply an incredible thing. What shocked them the most was that Rakage also came, and also showed a half-kneeling posture. At this time, Rakage himself also set off a monstrous wave in his heart, his pupils contracted, looking at the young man in front of him, and the bald man. As Rakage, he deeply understands that he is probably hit by an illusion. However, he was not half-guarded, and was firmly controlled by this illusion. At this moment, a term flashed in his mind. Tsukuyomi. Except for this legendary super illusion, it is impossible for other illusions to directly control him to this point. However, in Raikage's heart, he felt that this matter was very absurd. Because he wanted to come, doesn't that kind of illusion exist in the Uchiha clan, the supreme Sharingan? Legend has it that only the power of 10 tails can produce such an effect, but why can the two people in front of them use the Tsukuyomi technique, thus quietly invading their village? At this moment Raikage was very puzzled, with a trace of hostility on him, and wanted to do something. However, the next moment, Fengye waved his hand gently, and the ground cracked directly, and a deep gully appeared in the center of the earth, separating him from everyone in Raikage village. This easy trick scared Raikage. If he uses a consistent hand, he can draw a deep trench on the ground, but if he wants to create a continuous gully that is hundreds of meters long so easily, he can't do it casually. However, the young man in front of him, he did. What kind of strength is he? At this moment, because Fengye was facing him, Raikage did not discover Fengye's true identity. On this side of the gully, the bald man swallowed his saliva. He tremblingly said to Fengye, "Your Excellency, are you from the starry sky of the universe? I am a member of the Otsutsuki clan, please be merciful." Now that he noticed a slight crisis, he immediately moved out of his ethnic identity without hesitation, and wanted to let this mysterious powerhouse be merciful. These members of the Otsutsuki clan only collected their own power of faith, and did not pay much attention to the ninja world. If they care a little bit, they can know Fengye's existence and origin. Fengye responded coldly, "Your people have passed the interstellar transfer formation and returned to the ancestor star. I will give you half a day to follow their footsteps and go back immediately." "Ah, what? This. Otsutsuki Hoshikawa is unbelievable. 100 years is the deadline." However, at this critical moment, their plan actually failed, and the people of the tribe were sent back by the mysterious young man in front of them. Otsutsuki Hoshikawa said embarrassingly, "Your Excellency, can you give me 100 years of grace? Then I will leave this planet immediately, how about?" In his heart, he thought to himself that this mysterious strong man from the universe must have taken a fancy to certain rights of this planet and wanted to forcibly occupy it. However, there are strict orders on the ethnic group. Infinite Tsukuyomi technique must be used to plunder all the power of faith on this planet. They are qualified to return. Otherwise, if you return to the clan early, you will be severely punished. However, Fengye didn't have so much patience, and directly issued an order to him. If he didn't leave the planet within half a day, the result would only be destruction. Otsutsuki Hoshikawa nodded again and again, never daring to say anything. In front of such a superpower, he knew that he had no resistance at all, so he could only choose to surrender. So this member of the Otsutsuki clan left Raikage village and took the statue away in front of Raikage. At this moment, Raikage vaguely knew what happened. Such a statue appeared inexplicably in their village, and all the villagers paid homage to the statue. Fengye slowly turned around, Raikage saw his face in an instant, and was shocked, and there was a violent shaking deep in his heart. "Master Fengye!" Raikage blurted out and shouted. Fengye nodded and walked over here. Raikage asked thoughtfully, "Do these outsiders want to gain our faith, which can increase their special abilities to some extent?" Raikage is worthy of being the ruler of a village, and he discovered the root of the problem in the first place. Fengye nodded and said, "This planet is not peaceful anymore, there are outsiders lurking in it, but they have all been sent away by me." Hearing this, Raikage finally relieved his heart and said respectfully, "Master Fengye's methods really reach the sky." At this moment, Fengye looked at the uprooted statue, thoughtfully. Suddenly he took the initiative to speak, "I want to build some statues, put one of them in your village, and accept the offerings of the villagers." Raikage's heart moved, he guessed Fengye's thoughts, but at this moment he didn't dare to say anything, he could only respectfully agree. In fact, no one can disobey Fengye's decision, and it's just a notification. Chapter 133. After leaving Raikage village, Fengye returned directly to the Sui Palace. He immediately called Orochimaru and Heitake Shigeru from the copy of the war at the top. When these two capable men appeared in front of Fengye, their faces were confused. I don't know why Fengye suddenly called them back from the top war. At the same time, There are several other capable men who also came here early. Fenjai gave them an order, but that was to build more than a dozen huge statues as soon as possible. These statues must be cast with stone as the cornerstone and poured with a variety of rare metals. They must look majestic. The shape of the statues was designed by Fenjai. These statues are huge, hundreds of meters high. Each statue has a pair of huge black wings, at the same time there are a pair of horns on the head, the pupils are dark green, and there is a little golden light in the cold pitch black. The whole statue looks very majestic and majestic. What Fenjai has to do is to put all these statues in all the ninja villages, let them worship, and then absorb the power of these people's beliefs. Now, after understanding the characteristics of the Otsutsuki family, Fenjai feels that he may also be able to gain greater improvement from the power of belief, and maybe he can open up a new world. The tribes who have been honed in the war at the top have now allowed Fenjai to further open up the progress of the template a lot, and his abilities are also increasing. Looking at his own Ryutsu, I was even more surprised. This power was vast and majestic, as if it were many times stronger than before. A few days later, Orochimaru brought many of his men and dragged a huge statue to the Sand Ninja village. Here, the statue was erected in the eye-catching corner of the village head. After the statue was erected, all the ninjas in the village looked up, and there was a sense of awe not confident in their hearts. Look! What kind of statue is that? It's so huge, it makes my heart tremble. The shape of this statue seems to be familiar, as if it has been seen in someone's body. Oh my god, I can't look at it anymore, the eyes of the statue are too terrifying, as if there is a mighty power in it, and I plunged deeply into it. At this time, the villagers of Sand Ninja Village were all talking. They have a common feeling, that is, when this statue is erected, everyone can't help but feel a sense of awe. The atmosphere at the scene was very solemn, and there were invisible powers in the air. As Fenjai had expected, these things were the power of faith of the villagers, and they all merged into the statue at this moment. Fenjai, who was in the Sui Palace, also got a feeling, and the power of faith in his body was quickly accumulating. At the same time, he felt his power quietly change, as if a little looseness had occurred. I didn't expect that I would be able to absorb the power of these beliefs. It was really an unexpected gain. Fenjai muttered to himself, and suddenly smiled. According to his plan, he was supposed to go to the ancestor star of the Otsutsuki clan to get a good experience, but at this time he was not in a hurry. The gain of the power of faith is an accident, but this may be a different path. Fenjai is by no means satisfied with the improvement of his own strength as the so-called skill is not overwhelming. At this moment, he is not in a hurry to leave this planet, because 100 years from now, that peerless and powerful person of the Otsutsuki clan will come. If Fenjai leaves, this indigenous planet will be vulnerable to the strong man and can only be destroyed in an instant. After all, a powerhouse of that level can be said to be almost equivalent to a god, possessing the ability to destroy the world with every gesture. Time flies quickly, now it has been decades since the Ninja World War, and Fenjai stayed in the Void Knight Palace and rarely went out. It is getting closer and closer to the day when the gods descend. The huge statues in each ninja village bring him more and more power of faith, making his cultivation even more unfathomable. Even the right-hand men under his command have been greatly improved one by one. For example, people like Orochimaru and Heitake Mishuo seem to be no weaker than the so-called Sage of Six Paths in Fenjai. Only one thing happened these days, that is, the beast Kyunki in the storage bag took the initiative to initiate a conversation with Fenjai. The content of the conversation was very secretive, but since that time, the beast Kyunki was completely liberated and no longer huddled in Fenjai's storage bag all day. Kyunchi wandered through the entire ninja world, and went to many places. After experiencing some experience, he was vaguely touched. Now it is not necessary for Fenjai to deliberately suppress Kyunki, it also chooses to follow Fenjai, this master, from the bottom of its heart. Fenjai quietly saw this change in his eyes, with a clear understanding in his heart. In these decades, Fenjai has been looking for the last Otsutsuki tribe. Except for him, all the other tribesmen have returned to their ancestor star through the interstellar transfer formation. However, what Fenjai didn't know was that the tribe had already secretly teleported back through the formation. After all, as the Otsutsuki clan, they have their own way of contacting each other. The only remaining tribe on this planet found that the breath of the other companions had disappeared. When he discovered this, he was shocked for the first time, and then quickly chose to leave the planet. Fengye was sitting quietly in the Sui Palace on this day, and suddenly felt, and looked up at the sky. The sky on the entire planet seemed to be dark in an instant, and the clouds were densely covered, and black lightning stretched out from the clouds. With a bang, the earth made a huge shaking sound, as if an earthquake was coming at this moment. All the people in the ninja villages of the 5 great nations were frightened, looking at the sky as if the end is coming. At this moment, they all hid in the village and did not dare to come out. Fengye saw this change in his eyes, and he smiled coldly. Is this moment finally here? Fengye stood up from his seat, stepped out, flapping the black wings behind him lightly, and flew into the sky in an instant. At this time, in the vast universe, about hundreds of miles away from the planet Earth, an old man in a black robe was flying fast. His eyes were cold and did not contain any human emotions, and the bursting breath seemed to crush the entire starry sky. Chapter 134. When this man descends on the earth, a bigger storm will be brewing, making everyone on this planet frightened. Even at this moment, although he has not yet fully arrived, he is only gradually approaching this planet, facing countless ninjas above. There is an urge to worship from the bottom of his heart. This is especially true for the ninjas in several villages among the 5 major countries. The higher the cultivation level, the more deeply the people who can feel the impulse from their bones. In Hokage village, Master Hokage looked up at the sky, watching the tiny thunder and lightning flashing out of the clouds, and felt a panic in his heart. As a contemporary Hokage, he practiced lightning ninjutsu, but at this time, in front of these lightnings above the sky, he felt that he was so small. Obviously, the power of both parties to control thunder and lightning is not in the same state at all. Hokage feels that he still has a lot of room for improvement. Fengye in the Sand Ninja village also felt the same way. He looked at the image above the sky as if the end is coming, and clenched his fists tightly. Ninjutsu, which he has studied for many years, feels like a little witch in front of this super image, and he can't raise the slightest resistance. He muttered to himself, what kind of power is this? Is it because the gods have descended? Yes, his guess was correct, but he did not expect that the purpose of this god was to come and destroy the entire planet. When this man descended outside the planet, he involuntarily squinted his eyes and looked carefully. He didn't communicate with other people in advance, and thought that those people had already plundered all the power of faith on this planet. However, when he opened his eyes wide, he released an inexplicable chakra that instantly enveloped the planet, only to find that countless ninjas in it actually enshrine a weird statue. And this statue obviously has nothing to do with their Otsutsuki clan. This statue has a pair of huge black wings, a ferocious head, and a pair of horns. The most conspicuous is the pair of eyes, accompanied by the dark green golden light, which seems to have an incomparable divine light. This super strong from the Otsutsuki clan suddenly became a lot more cautious. Although his cultivation is very advanced, he is also more cautious in dealing with people. At this moment, he doesn't know what kind of changes have taken place on this planet. At this time, he regretted it a little. When he rushed here from the group, he didn't inquire about the situation of the planet. So that I don't even understand what happened to the indigenous planet under this heavy curtain? Although all the practitioners on this aboriginal planet are of low strength, this tribe like a god is very clear that in the vast universe, there are countless strong ones. There are some alternative practices that can be easily killed. On the way here from the ancestor star of the Otsutsuki clan, this person is most afraid of encountering such a legendary boss. And his behavior is extremely dangerous. After all, the Otsutsuki clan also has many hidden enemies in the entire universe. Once those people know the news, they won't let go of any opportunity that can hit their ethnic group. At this time, this person was outside the atmosphere of the planet, and he thought about making a series of things in his heart, thinking about a lot of things. He decided to watch it quietly for a while to see what secrets were hidden on the planet. In the Sui Palace at this time, Fengye had already been sensed. He opened his eyes, smiled, and then moved, spread his wings and flew out toward the vast sky. Fengye's speed is very fast, belonging to the wings of the great black winged demon, flapping slowly, like a phantom, and instantly out of the atmosphere, confronting this man who resembles a god. When Fengye's figure quietly appeared out of the atmosphere, it was tens of millions of miles away from this man. However, with the two people's cultivation as the realm, speaking of this distance is equivalent to just a few minutes away. The strong from the Otsutsuki clan immediately shrank his eyes, and his pupils glowed with alertness. He asked coldly, what is your name for the people on the indigenous planet? Although he did not see Fengye's movements clearly, he also felt that this breath came from the planet in front of him. It is not difficult to see that this person was born on this aboriginal planet, but there is a slight shock deep in his heart. Can an aboriginal planet be able to give birth to such a strong person? Can you fight against yourself? That's right, at this time the strong man named Atsutsuki Iron City has already released his chakra, turning the thousands of miles around into a halo. This is his own unique domain. Within this domain, all his ninjutsu will be greatly increased while weakening the enemy's abilities. This kind of domain is extremely pervert. Even if it is placed in the vast universe and stars, it is also a very powerful special ability. However, what he didn't know was that Fengye was born with 3 master abilities, and this so-called domain could only restrain his chakra in front of him. But Fengye can still use his Ryutsu, and there is a power that belongs to the Dharma, which is a special exercise that specifically restrains the chakra clan. At this moment Fengye responded to him and said, "I am Senju Fengye, please report your name." Atsutsuki Taicheng narrowed his eyes when he heard Fengye's name revealing himself. Obviously Fengye's name did not leave any ripples in his impression. No knows, but I don't know why, but he has also heard Senju's name. The Senju clan is just a small race on this aboriginal planet. It is incredible to be able to give birth to a strong like you. Atsutsuki Taicheng said in surprise. Fengye didn't talk to him at this time, but cut directly into the subject, and said, "What is your purpose in coming to this planet?" Atsutsuki Taicheng smiled. He felt that this strongest man from the indigenous planet should also know what happened to him. He smiled coldly, and then said, "This seed came here to turn this planet into dust and disappear into the universe. But before that, this seed will use the strongest means to kill the strongest on this planet first." There is no doubt that he is referring to Fengye. Chapter 135. Atsutsuki Iron City wants to have a duel with Fengye. At this time all the ninjas on the entire planet are silently watching here. However, their cultivation is limited, and they can't see clearly what happened between these two peerless powerhouses outside the atmosphere. Suddenly they saw that the clouds in the sky began to stir slowly, as if a pair of invisible hands were forcibly moved, dividing the sky in two, and gradually pushing towards the two sides. The sky at this time turned into 2 colors. One side was gray and black, and the other side was dark green with a little golden light. It looked like a god had descended. Outside of the atmosphere at this time, Atsutsuki Taicheng launched his most powerful attack on Fengye. I saw that Atsutsuki Tetsuki released countless gray air currents all over his body, and these air currents seemed to be interspersed with one after another, and the breath of these eyes looked strange. Fengye quietly said, "Is this the real pupil technique of the Atsutsuki clan? I didn't expect such a spectacular sight to be formed." Yes, at this time, in the atmosphere outside the planet, it seems that thousands of eyes are constantly emerging, and this number is still increasing. With the appearance of these eyes, the entire starry sky seemed to faintly tremble. The so-called aboriginal planet in front of me is so fragile and insignificant in the face of such a mighty power. In the next moment, if these forces are all brought together, no one will doubt that it can completely shatter the planet. However, as the strongest person on this planet, Fengye decided to protect it. The power of Shinigami's world came quietly. Fengye opened his pair of terrible wings. Now his wings are fully extended for more than a few hundred meters, and his body is surrounded by a dark green air current, looking like a divine residence that has emerged from the myth. A golden light flashed in his eyes, extremely fast, and cut through the sky in an instant, like a bright and beautiful lightning passing through the body of Atsutsuki Iron City. However, the next moment, Atsutsuki Iron City turned into nothingness, and forcibly avoided this ultimate beautiful golden light. His body reappeared, and he was too surprised in the distance, because Fengye's attack had already arrived. A golden palm fell from the sky, chopped down and fell. This hand knife seemed to shake the entire starry sky, and dense and terrifying air currents appeared in the air. This is a manifestation of the ultimate space power. Atsutsuki Taicheng muttered to himself. This power seems to have reached the realm of pseudo-gods. I didn't expect such a strong person to be born among the natives. However, the next moment, all the eyes in front of him slowly moved, like a large army, covering Fengye in front of him. With so many eyes, each of them can burst out with terrible power. When they are stacked together, no one will doubt the terrifying lethality formed. At this time, these eyes were like a celestial eye isolating the entire starry sky, and they surrounded Fengye. In the next moment, a Tsutsuki Iron City will detonate them all. There was a loud bang, and a deafening explosion sounded in the starry sky. At this time, countless ninjas on the indigenous planet raised their heads and looked at the sky, and there was a terrible explosion in their ears. Hearing seemed to be lost for a short time at this moment, and everyone looked up at the sky with horror, not knowing what happened. Oh my god, there seems to be a terrible duel there. Some of the energy floating out of it makes the entire sky seem unbearable. Look. I seem to see a lot of eyes. Is this an illusion? It's not an illusion. I saw it too. It seems to be Byakugan from Konoha Shinobi Village, but why does it feel so much stronger than the real Byakugan? The old man with high morals is thinking more in his mind at this time. It's just that those surprising thoughts can't be said at will, otherwise the entire ninja world will be shaken like an earthquake. At this time, the explosion outside the starry sky had not ended, and Fengye's figure was completely submerged in it. The crazy Atsutsuki Tai-Cheng released his forbidden technique recklessly, only to hear a roar from his mouth. 10,000 lightning slash. As the voice fell, a terrifying green thunder and lightning slowly flew from the starry sky. Although it seems to be slow, it is actually very fast, passing through the distance of a starry sky in the blink of an eye and reaching the atmosphere outside the earth. Immediately this lightning, like a blade, aimed at Fengye in the smoke and whizzed down. Fengye, who was in the explosion at the moment, looked a little embarrassed, but in fact he was not really hurt. The pair of wings on his body has already surrounded him, firmly shielding him, like a shield. Although those explosions are very powerful, they cannot break through this layer of defense. After Fengye quietly felt the absolute power of the Atsutsuki clan for a while, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So this is the top power in the vast universe? It's amazing. After speaking, he slowly spread his wings and looked at the terrifying thunder and lightning in front of him, and proactively stretched out a hand to release the boundless power of Dharma. A huge Buddha mark slowly grew larger in his palm, and then formed a huge mark that was 10,000 meters in size. The moment this mark appeared, Atsutsuki Tai-Cheng felt as if hallucinations appeared in his ears, and countless sounds of chanting Buddhist scriptures slowly sounded. That voice seemed so vast and ancient, but it was full of some magical power. In front of this mark, the terrible green thunder and lightning broke off inch by inch, and then slowly turned into countless chakras, disappearing into the vast starry sky. What? Impossible! How could Wanlei heavenly prison / be broken like this? Atsutsuki Tai-Cheng was shocked. His ninjutsu was so easily broken by Fengye. You must know that even if this 10,000 thunder heavenly prison / is in the entire ethnic group, it is also a first-class absolute spell, only second to the power of the three great ancestors. But what I didn't expect was that the strongest person from the indigenous planet in front of him, he used that strange power to wipe out the thunder and lightning in this way. Moreover, Atsutsuki Tai-Cheng felt that under the imprint of the Dharma, his heart Chunin couldn't help but feel a trembling feeling. Chapter 136. But this is what happened in front of us. Although Atsutsuki Tai-Cheng was unwilling to believe it, he could not hide this fact. That was the ninjutsu he was so proud of, and he looked so fragile in front of Fengye's Dharma power. It was just a face-to-face, thunder and lightning collapsed, but this huge mark of Dharma still did not disappear. At this time, Fengye had a rough idea of his strength after a fight with this person. The opponent is definitely not a god. This fact, Fengye may already be certain at this time. The so-called power of the gods is difficult to figure out and erratic. Even Fengye himself does not understand what kind of classification is made in the ranks of vice-admiral practitioners in the vast universe. Are the so-called gods standing at the top of the food chain in the entire universe? Then there is no stronger existence above the gods? Fengye thought a lot at this time, but the Atsutsuki Tai-Cheng in front of him couldn't bear it anymore. Because this mark was obviously for his life, and the power of this attribute, he had never felt it before. It doesn't seem to contain any chakra, but why is it so powerful? Atsutsuki Tai-Cheng didn't have time to think about it, turned around and fled immediately, and flew out into the starry sky. As powerful as him, he came with the purpose of destroying this planet. At this time, he flees like a bereaved dog, which is really embarrassing. And all the ninjas on this planet were surprised to find that the gray-black airflow above the sky gradually faded, and the entire cloud was covered with golden light. In front of those golden lights, deep in their hearts they couldn't help but stretch out a thought of worship. Finally, some ninjas in the village couldn't hold on anymore and took the initiative to kneel down to the ground. Then more and more people also knelt down and worshipped the countless golden lights above their heads. After this phenomenon appeared, there seemed to be an invisible breath in the sky, forming a great belief, spreading towards the starry sky. Fengye, who was hunting down the iron city of Otsutsuki, suddenly felt a warm turbulence in his body. The moment these breaths entered his body, it seemed that his cultivation had been improved even more. Fengye thought about it for a moment, and knew that these vague auras should be the power of faith for everyone on the entire planet. Before, although he made some statues for the ninjas of the 5 great nations to worship him, and then dedicate his power of faith, all the creatures on this planet are not just the people of the 5 great nations. There are many people outside the ninja world who didn't know what happened before. However, at this time, 10,000 golden lights appeared in the starry sky, allowing all the creatures on this planet to see it. Not only humans, but also those animals, spirit beasts, and fierce beasts, all have felt. This scene seemed to them as if the might of heaven had come, and they couldn't help but want to worship. Therefore, the power of these beliefs formed today is vast, hundreds, thousands of times stronger than before, or even more than that. When these forces were all gathered together, they all poured into Fengye's body. His body gradually became transparent, his muscles and veins were extremely transparent, and the last trace of impurities in his body was forcibly driven out of the body. During the flight in the starry sky, the whole person looks like a dazzling sun. In the distance, Otsutsuki Tai-Cheng glanced back, and was trembling with fright. Impossible, it's not a false god, but a true god. His heart was as uncomfortable as a dead mouse. I thought this was a very easy task, just an indigenous planet. Didn't you just destroy it at will? But I didn't expect that there was a true god hidden on this indigenous planet. How can this make him accept this reality? At this moment, there is only one thought left in my mind, that is to run for your life, run away. In front of the true god, if you relax a little bit, you will only end up with death. Although Otsutsuki Tai-Cheng is a false god, the gap between the false god and the true god at this moment is irreparable, like a chasm. Fengye's speed was very fast, flapping his wings lightly. The transparent wings fell with each flap, making his body seem to have traveled through space, forming an illusion, and in a blink of an eye he caught up with the Otsutsuki ahead. Iron City. Find flowers. At this time, Otsutsuki Iron City trembled as if struck by lightning, and he felt the breath of death getting closer and closer to him. You must know that a strong man like him in the pseudo-god state, once, never thought that one day he would fall. But now he was really scared, and finally realized the feeling of being suppressed by someone stronger than himself. The sense of crisis that your life is controlled by others and may fall at any time. Boy, do you know who I am? Do you dare to kill me? Otsutsuki Tai-Cheng uttered harsh words and tried to threaten Fengye with words. But how could Fengye be frightened by his words? Since he has made up his mind to kill this person, he must be desperate to die even if he pays any price. Because this race has already discovered the Earth, and it is unexpectedly unpredictable, sending such a strong man to want to smash this planet. So from Fengye's standpoint, Otsutsuki Iron City must die. And after killing this person, Fengye will go to the vast universe and starry sky to find the ancestor star of the Otsutsuki clan, so as to completely remove this unknown hidden danger. Fengye was extremely fast at this time and directly surpassed Otsutsuki Iron City. Immediately, King Zero passed by in the vast starry sky like a crisp, brilliant firework. Otsutsuki Iron Castle unleashes the whole body of chakra, wanting to resist this force. His chakra power, which has the same origin as the strange beast Kyunki, is still no match for the power of the Shinigami world. And the most deadly thing is that Fengye's head is not moving. Ming Wang Yinji is slightly visible, full of majesty that cannot be told in words, as if it can suppress all demons and evil spirits in the world, making Otsutsuki Tai-Cheng completely desperate. Boom! With a loud noise, Otsutsuki's whole body was blown to pieces. However, at this moment, a small ball of light flew out of its shattered body. Don't kill me! Otsutsuki Tai-Cheng struggled. However, Fengye didn't do it right away. He asked coldly, I ask you something, and if you answer honestly, there may be a glimmer of life, otherwise it will be death. Do you understand? Chapter 137. Fengye's seemingly threatening words fell in the ears of Otsutsuki Tai-Cheng, but they were like the sound of a fairy from the sky. At this moment, as long as he can survive, he is willing to do anything, let alone just ask some words. The ball of light that Otsutsuki turned into Tai Cheng quickly said tremblingly in the air, "Good Lord, I must know that everything is endless." At this moment, in front of the absolutely powerful Fenjai, Otsutsuki Tai Cheng finally let go of his last trace of dignity, and respectfully calls Fenjai an adult. This appellation is the appellation of the weak to the strong in the starry sky of the universe. The so-called strong and weak are not absolute, but relative, like Otsutsuki Iron City in their ethnic group, belong to the absolute top strong figure, but in front of Fenjai, he is reduced to the weak. However, even if Fenjai is so powerful, in the starry sky of the universe, is there no stronger existence than him? The answer must be no. There are more than 10,000 races in the universe, and no one can even come to the edge of the universe. Who knows whether there are some terrifying unknown existence hidden in it? Facing the Iron City of Otsutsuki, Fenjai began to ask, "What's the matter with your current state?" Asking this question, Daitongmu Taicheng was a little bit dumbfounded. He thought that a strong man like Fenjai should be aware of his current state, but he didn't expect that the other party would not understand at all. Only then did he wake up. Although Fenjai is powerful, he was born on an aboriginal planet after all, and it is only reasonable that he doesn't know much about the system of cultivators in the universe. So Otsutsuki Taicheng began to introduce and said, "This is a life-saving method of our race, called Yuan Dan. Only by practicing above the realm of pseudo-god can we have this kind of Yuan Dan." Fenjai nodded, so that was the case. He asked again, "If the Yuan pill is broken, is it really dead?" After asking this sentence, Otsutsuki Taicheng felt terrified. He nodded quickly and said, "Yes, my lord is merciful, don't kill me, I promise never to come to this indigenous planet again." After speaking, there was a bit of horror on the face of the little man in the Yuan Dan, and he looked at Fenjai with a begging look. Fenjai was non-committal and didn't say whether he would spare his life, and then he asked, "Is there any existence in your race that is stronger than the true god?" Fenjai will go to the universe in the future to find the ancestors of the Otsutsuki clan. Of course, he must first find out the strength of the opponent. Otsutsuki Taicheng hesitated for a while, and then said, "As far as I know, the three ancestors of the clan are all strong in the realm of true gods, but they are beyond the existence of true gods." When he said this, he paused and didn't continue. After Fenjai's eyes gradually became cold and staring, he immediately woke up. Hastily continued, "There must be an existence beyond the true gods among the universe, but the true gods of our Otsutsuki clan are already the strongest." Having said that, he let out a long sigh. This is not wrong. The so-called realm of true gods is called the original ancestor in their clan. Although Otsutsuki Taicheng felt that there must be power beyond the true god in the vast universe, but the existence of this kind is only in the legend and is not known by the world. Fenjai knew at this time that the realm he has reached now is placed in the Otsutsuki clan. Can he be called the original ancestor? In this way, the crisis on the earth is temporarily relieved, because even if the ancestor of the Otsutsuki clan comes, he has enough strength to deal with it. However, Fenjai doesn't like to passively accept threats. He likes to take the initiative to resolve anything he encounters. At this moment, Fenjai learned what he wanted from the mouth of Otsutsuki Taicheng, and for more things, I believe that the other party must not understand it. After all, the universe is too big, and Otsutsuki Taicheng himself, as a powerhouse in the pseudo-god world, has limited knowledge. He didn't even know what kind of realm it would be after surpassing the true god. At this time, Otsutsuki Iron City faces Fenjai, neither is it to go, nor is it not to go. Although he is very proud of his speed, it has just been confirmed that Fenjai's speed is much faster than him. In front of Fenjai, the dignified pseudo-god realm powerhouse, even running away is a luxury. Finally Otsutsuki Taicheng couldn't help it anymore, and his voice trembling slightly asked, "My lord, can I go now?" Fenjai raised his eyelids lightly and asked with a smile, "Go, where do you want to go?" "Ah? What, you?" Otsutsuki Taicheng's complexion suddenly changed, and he didn't hesitate to turn into a stream of light flying towards the distance. He knew that Fenjai had a murderous intent on him, and he had already felt it. Fenjai's murderous aura was gradually condensing all over his body. The starry sky of the universe moved quickly behind Otsutsuki Iron Castle, and one after another was left behind by him. However, Fenjai's speed was even faster, turning into a golden light and passing through many planets in an instant. No matter what was in front of him along the way, it instantly fell apart and was blasted to pieces. This kind of power was finally achieved by Fengye through unlocking the template and absorbing the power of faith in the past 100 years, far exceeding his previous realm. Click. As if a piece of lens was broken, Otsutsuki Tai Cheng found in horror that the space around him was instantly sealed and solidified. Immediately, cracks spread rapidly on the top of his head, and then the world seemed to be completely shattered, and his body was completely submerged in it. As these shattered mirrors disappeared in the universe together, the iron body and soul of Otsutsuki shattered at the same time, and it was impossible to come back to life again. After Fengye killed Otsutsuki Iron City, he turned back and flew towards the Earth. Along the way, he saw that many planets looked very deserted. Some planets were filled with endless flames, and some planets were covered with a thick layer of ice all year round. Obviously, there can be no life on this extreme planet. However, in the endless universe, there are countless planets, even if it is calculated according to probability. Don't you know that there are as many as tens of millions of planets with life? Calculated in this way, there is definitely an existence beyond the true God. I don't know why Fengye suddenly felt a sense of urgency. With the tremendous improvement in his strength, he found that the situation now seems to be getting more and more difficult. But in any case, the first thing to do now is to completely resolve the threat of the Otsutsuki family thousands of miles away. Chapter 138. Fengye, after returning to the Earth, did not have the first time to go to the Suya Palace. Now that he has just solved the threat from the distant gods, everyone on this planet does not know what kind of huge danger they have experienced in the past half an hour. If one is not good, it is very likely that the entire planet will be destroyed by people, and every creature living on it will only end in destruction. After Fengye finished this thing, it can be said that he accumulated huge merits. He saved a planet alive and allowed it to continue to survive in the distant starry sky of the universe. At this moment, Fengye walked in the ninja village of the 5 big countries, and his heart was completely shaken. Looking at the cute appearance of every child in the villages of the 5 big countries, and the tireless struggle of the adults, they are all working hard for their own beautiful lives. Seeing these pictures in Fengye's eyes, he couldn't help being greatly touched. 16. From this moment, he swore from the bottom of his heart that he would use all his strength to protect this planet. At this moment, something happened in Konoha Shinobi village. A little girl from the Uzumaki clan suddenly fainted during training. And this matter was immediately taken seriously by the people in the village. The little girl from the Uzumaki family is called Uzumaki Zaiwei, which is a nice name. However, she was in a coma at this time, and there were inexplicable marks all over her body. These marks continued to extend on the surface of her skin, seeming to show a trend of expanding. When Fengye learned the news, he came to Konoha village for the first time. In the mansion of Lord Naruto, he saw this girl named Uzumaki Zaiwei. This girl is only about 11 or 12 years old. At this moment, her eyes are closed tightly, her expression is a little bit painful, but on the surface of her body there are strange pictures gradually forming. When Fengye saw this picture, his eyes contracted involuntarily. Because he discovered that these pictures are faint, showing the appearance of Byakugan like the Otsutsuki clan. That Byakugan is not an ordinary Byakugan, but is similar to a totem. In that powerful ethnic group, all people believe in this totem. But why does it appear on the little girl Uzumaki Zaiwei at this moment? At this time, a chakra in Fengye's body floated up and entered Uzumaki Zaiwei's body, and then probed the situation in the girl's body. Gradually, Fengye was surprised to find that all the chakras in Uzumaki's crepe myrtle's body were slowly rotating around a white shadow in the center. This white shadow looks very terrifying. It can actually control the massive chakra in the Uzumaki clan. And who exactly left this shadow, and what purpose does he have? There is no way to know all this. Fengye feels that the girl must be awakened before she knows what happened to her before she fell into a coma. After standing here for a while, Fengye was surprised to find that the white shadow in Uzumaki's crepe myrtle's body actually dared to reach out to him. An inexplicable force snatched a trace of chakra from him silently. After feeling this fact, the corners of Fengye's mouth turned up slightly, and a smile appeared. Unexpectedly, this being was so courageous that he dared to snatch his chakra in front of his face. Is it worth it? Fengye snorted coldly, then stretched out a palm and poured his Ryotsu directly into Uzumaki's body. Then he found the body of the white shadow along his meridian, and suppressed it strongly. It didn't take long for the white shadows to appear gradually wilting, shrunk into a ball, and turned into a pill. At this time, Uzumaki Zaiwei's eyebrows moved lightly, she felt a lot more comfortable, and she was about to wake up. Fenjai nodded, seeing this scene, he probably had some guesses in his mind. At this time Uzumaki Zaiwei finally opened her eyes. She looked at the ceiling of the room, and there was a trace of confusion in her eyes, as if she had not fully reacted. Immediately, she felt a little sore and weak all over. She used her arms to prop up the bed with difficulty, and then sat up. At this moment, Uzumaki Zaiwei immediately spotted Fenjai standing in the room, and suddenly said, a little surprised, "Who are you? Why are you in my room?" Uzumaki Zaiwei is an outstanding figure born in these years, but Fenjai has not come to Konoha Shinobi village for many years. It is normal that these younger children have not seen his face. At this moment, Uzumaki Zaiwei was a little scared and couldn't help treating Fenjai as a bad person. She secretly wanted to call the ninjas in the village to catch this bad person. This lovely appearance fell in Fenjai's eyes, and he couldn't help but smile. Uzumaki Crepe Myrtle, do you feel any strange feelings in your body now? Hearing Fenjai directly calling her name, Uzumaki Zaiwei was slightly surprised. I don't know why, when I heard Fenjai's voice, Uzumaki Zaiwei suddenly felt relieved. As if this voice was full of magic, it made her feel infinite kindness. Uzumaki Zaiwei nodded obediently, and then showed a thoughtful look, and then said, the chakra in my body is like being manipulated by someone before. Fenjai's heart moved, and he blurted out and asked, what happened to you before you fell unconscious? Uzumaki Zaiwei thought hard, feeling a little pain in her head, but she finally remembered some fragments, and then said, when I was training outside the village, I looked up at the sky and felt as if I had a pair of eyes watching me, and then I fell into a coma. Fenjai fell into a moment of silence after hearing her words. These eyes made him think of the huge eyes that once appeared at the end of the starry sky in the vast universe when the ancient lowland country faced off against Kyunki. After tens of thousands of miles of time and space, I looked at him, and there was a brief conversation between the two sides. Do those eyes and the eyes encountered by Uzumaki Crepe Myrtle come from the same person? If so, it means that the Otsutsuki clan is still unwilling to give up, trying to control and affect the younger generations on this planet through alternative means. And Fenjai is not sure if this situation is the only one. Is it possible that this happened in other villages in the 5 major countries? Chapter 139. At this time, Fenjai's heart is even more murderous. The Otsutsuki family dare to use such a trick in front of him. This is something he absolutely will not allow. It's just that Fenjai also has some fear in his heart at this time. Those eyes can project such power through the endless starry sky to remotely control a little girl's body. This method made him feel a bit weird. Could it be that this force has surpassed the true god? If the 3 ancestors of the Otsutsuki clan took action, their power should only be limited to the realm of the true gods. But as a true god, why can't he use such power? Could there be unknown forces in the vast universe still paying attention to this planet? Maybe those eyes have nothing to do with the Otsutsuki clan. At this time, there was also a young boy in Reikage village. He was only 10 years old. He was in the same situation as Uzumaki Crepe Myrtle. He had been in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights and had not awakened. When Fenjai came here, he saw the unconscious boy. He closed his eyes tightly and looked a little bit painful. Fenjai used his own Ryutsu to enter his body and suppressed the same white shadow forcibly. Under such circumstances, the boy slowly woke up. But after he woke up, he completely forgot what happened before. Unlike Uzumaki Zaiwei, he didn't have any impression of what happened before he fell into a coma. But Fenjai knew that he was very likely to be stared at by the strange eyes in the vast universe, and then projected into some means. Fenjai couldn't guess what he wanted behind those mysterious eyes. However, none of this matters anymore, because Fenjai returned to the Suya Palace at this time and began to explain everything. After doing these things, he will go to the starry sky to find the ancestor of the Otsutsuki clan. Both Orochimaru and Heitake Mishuo respectfully listened to Fenjai's instructions. At this time, the two knew that Fenjai was about to leave this planet and explore the stars in the universe. After learning of this news, a group of Fenjai's men were shocked. The tribesmen who had experienced the war dungeon on the top also returned to the palace one after another at this time. Fenjai also felt extremely gratified when he looked at these people whose strength is no longer what they used to be. He wants to come at least for a long period of time in the future, the glory of the Senju clan will envelope this planet, and no one can replace it. Unless there is another race in the universe invading this planet. Such a crisis has always existed. Even if Fengye is a true God realm powerhouse at this time, as the Atsutsuki Iron City said before, the universe is so vast, who knows if there is any strong person beyond the true God power. Once such an existence arrives, can Fengye fight against him in his current state? As the old saying goes, Fengye doesn't like to passively accept difficulties, he likes to take the initiative to resolve obstacles in front of him. At this moment Orochimaru suddenly said thoughtfully, Master Fengye, although you have unified the world of ninja now, the 5 nations have fallen apart for a long time, and the hearts of the people are not united. I am afraid that there will be a big chaos after you go away. Fengye glanced at him and said, no matter what kind of troubles occur, can't your current strength be resolved? Now not only Orochimaru and Hatake Shigeru, but even the ordinary people of the Senju clan, all of them have reached the so-called demigod state in the ninja world. Just pick an ordinary tribe to come out from the original Senju Hashirama, although there is a gap, but the distance is not very far. And this is just an ordinary tribe, and the strength of those elite children is even closer to First Hokage. People like Orochimaru have been on the same level as First Hokage. If placed 100 years ago, Orochimaru's strength can be called the god of the ninja world. Therefore, Fengye felt that if there were turmoil in the 5 major countries after he left, Orochimaru could put it down anyway. But Orochimaru still said worriedly, the day Fengye-sama has you, all the ninjas will feel very jealous and will not dare to mess up, but after you leave, once the prestige is lost for a long time, these people will have strange hearts in their hearts. Orochimaru considers the problem very thoughtfully and comprehensively, and these things he thinks concern people's hearts. After Fengye left, although these people under his command could still suppress everything by force, those people would surely refuse to accept it in secret. All kinds of troubles will be created by all means, and if things go on like this, the unity on this planet will be destroyed. And this is something that Orochimaru is deeply worried about, and he has to make it clear to Fengye. Because once Fengye goes to the vast universe and starry sky, he does not know how long will he be able to return. After all, the universe is so vast. Once you really embark on the journey, who can tell what will happen? Fengye nodded and said, in this case, before I leave, I will summon the leaders of all the 5 major countries and tell them something, so I believe that they will not dare to renounce their virtues. After Fengye finished speaking, Orochimaru and the rest of the people showed joy. Orochimaru directly said, if this is the case, I believe they will follow your orders from Master Fengye, and the future of the ninja world will continue to be peaceful. Fengye nodded, and then he ordered his people to go to the 5 great nations to gather everyone and rush to the Sui Palace. In the Sui Palace, the leaders of the ninja village of the 5 great nations were a little anxious. I don't know what the legendary Master Fengye has to order. Just as they felt restless, Fengye appeared on the upper throne. Next, he explained the fact that he was about to leave this planet to these people who ruled the 5 major countries. After knowing this, everyone felt very surprised. After all, over the past 100 years, everyone has accepted the fact that Fengye is the ruler of this world. But at this time the owner of this planet actually wants to leave the shop? Immediately, many people started to think carefully. However, Fengye seemed to see through their thoughts, and said with incomparable majesty in his voice, after I leave, everyone will listen to the Sui Palace. If I dare to make trouble, I will not be merciful after I return. Understand? Fengye's voice is not loud, but it is full of an inexplicable power that makes everyone tremble. Chapter 140. After Fengye's conversation, the leaders of the 5 ninjas in the Void Knight Palace, everyone returned with a complicated mood. From then on, they knew that the ruler of this planet was about to leave, but they couldn't make any moves either. Because the adult's words have been very clear, once they dare to do anything wrong, they will inevitably be severely punished when the adult returns in the future. No one doubts that this adult will not return to this planet. After all, they have all heard many legends about Fengye. The predecessors in their clan have seen Fengye make a shot with their own eyes. The power far surpasses the so-called god of ninjas, and is called the power that is truly close to the gods by the world. The mere spread of these legends made everyone in this world afraid to disobey Fengye's orders. After explaining everything, Fengye was ready to embark on the journey. This time is of great significance, and it is a step for the indigenous planet to truly embark on the starry sky of the universe. If Fenjai succeeds in the future, he can even move all the life on this planet into the universe, thus starting a new journey. Such a future is very exciting. After knowing this, the 5 great nations began to secretly order the people of the ethnic group to prepare. Perhaps in the future, the world will no longer be confined to this small planet, but will focus on the vast universe of stars. When I think of this, everyone's hearts are full of excitement. Fenjai came to the underground world at this time. Ending Valley was as calm as ever, and no one noticed that there was an entrance to this place. Passing through the enchantment, the dark underground world appeared in front of you. The castle here had already collapsed, but the small flame in the castle never extinguished like an ancient existence. Fenjai looked at the flames with a deep reminiscence in his eyes. Remembering that he has lived on this planet for so many years, and now he is finally leaving, naturally he is deeply moved in his heart. Suddenly he found that the flame began to vibrate violently, and the feeling of beating made people feel uncomfortable in his heart. Fenjai thought to himself, is there a strange change in this interstellar teleportation array? Is it about to collapse? Such suspicion is not unfounded, because behind this flame is the ancestor of the Otsutsuki clan. All the people of the Otsutsuki clan on the earth have now returned. In other words, this teleportation formation remains here and has no meaning. Maybe the Otsutsuki clan is trying to destroy this formation, so as to cut off the path of this planet to their race. Taking advantage of this crisis, Fenjai knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He stepped out in one step, and his whole body turned into a blue-black light, instantly submerged in that group of flames. After entering through the flames, Fenjai felt that the world in front of him suddenly became dark, an absolutely dark world, empty, with no fingers in sight. I even feel that my Ryotsu has lost its effect, and I don't know what is there around. Time and space are static, and the concept of time no longer exists here. He looked at the front with all his strength, and finally could feel a little bit that the world was moving slowly, and a certain peculiar law of power was quietly coming. Fenjai closed his eyes and didn't think about anything at all, quietly feeling the power of the law of the world. I don't know how long it took, he slowly opened his eyes, and found that the world in front of him had gradually become much clearer, and the starry sky appeared in front of him. The dazzling stars seemed to be beautiful gems, sliding quickly behind him. Fenjai didn't know where he was in the universe. He found that his body was out of control, being pushed by some mysterious force, and he moved quickly in one direction automatically. I don't know how long it took, Fenjai's speed gradually slowed down, and the power of the law that controlled his body gradually became much weaker. Fenjai squeezed his hands at this time and found that the control of the body had returned. So Ryotsu turned around on him, and he gradually controlled himself to stop moving. At this moment, Fenjai was alone in the starry sky of the dark universe, with emotion in her heart. Look at the countless stars around you slowly revolving. Some stars are very big, almost equivalent to 10 million times the size of the Earth, but some stars are very small as a piece of dust, aimlessly floating in the universe. Fenjai flew slowly. When passing by these stars, he even noticed the breath of life on some stars. This is a clue to the existence of many ethnic groups in the universe. Fenjai has just entered the universe and doesn't understand these ethnic groups, so he didn't set foot on the star rashly. His goal is still the ancestor star of the Otsutsuki clan, and according to the direction the flames are teleporting him, he knows that he should be the destination not far ahead. The law of the coming of flames changes from strong to weak, so Fenjai knows that the destination is getting closer. Finally, a few hours later, there was a huge star floating in the corner of the universe in front of him. It moved slowly, with a thick atmosphere on the outside, and even at such a distance, Fenjai could still clearly feel that the star was filled with a strong chakra atmosphere. What Fenjai didn't expect was that on a star so far away from the Earth, they were actually cultivating a substance like chakra. At the same time, he couldn't help thinking, in the vast universe, are there other cultivation systems besides chakra? Are there many different forces at the same time as oneself? However, Fenjai has no way of knowing these things at present, and he can only understand the complex mysteries when he truly integrates into the universe. Looking at the star in front of him, Fenjai knew that he was the base of the Otsutsuki family and their ancestor. There are countless powerhouses on this star, the strongest among them are the 3 great ancestors, all of whom are in the realm of true gods, and exist at the same level as their own. Thinking about it, Fenjai was already close to the atmosphere. At this moment, he didn't know the aura of his arrival, which had already alarmed the Otsutsuki clan on the star, and they all raised their heads and looked at the sky in surprise. Chapter 141. There is a vast valley above the planet, many buildings, like the most primitive fortress in the ancient century, standing here quietly. At this moment, in one of the castles, someone who had been sitting still for a long time slowly opened his eyes, and then looked towards the distant sky. At this time, a ripple appeared in his heart from Gujing Bubo's state. At the same time, his eyes became snow-white, and the halo slowly spread out, making the people in the other castles feel the movement here. What? The original ancestor has recovered. Oh my god, what happened to make Yuanzu automatically come out of the closed state? Since Yuanzu has now recovered, it seems that the matter must be processed early, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with it once it irritates his old man. At this time, there was a lot of discussion in many castles, and various voices sounded quietly. The old man who was sitting cross-legged slowly stood up, and an extremely vicissitudes of life and simplicity gradually emanated from him. Immediately ascended to the sky through the castle, without any reduction in castration, until it passed through the atmosphere. Fengye, who was outside the planet at the moment, also sensed this breath for the first time. This kind of power is exactly the same as the Otsutsuki Iron City he once encountered, with the same root. Fengye knew for the first time that this power belonged to the three ancestors of the Otsutsuki clan. Apart from this existence, who could find himself far beyond the atmosphere? True God realm, really amazing. Fengye nodded secretly. He knew that although he was also in this state, he still had some gaps in comparison with this old true God. After all, the three true gods on this planet reached this state long ago. After such a long period of time, they must have already accumulated something, and perhaps they have realized a stronger power, which is also unknown. So Fengye changed his original plan, and Ryotsu gathered all over his body instantly, no longer covering the planet. Immediately, the wings behind him gradually closed, and the light of the whole person shrank, and he looked like an ordinary person. When all this happened, the original ancestor true god in the valley was immediately surprised. In his reaction, the unknown strong man outside the atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Immediately from the entire valley, the voice of this true god, there are god-level powerhouses of all races in the vast universe, and all tribesmen immediately enter a state of guard. As the voice of the true god fell, all the people in the valley were shocked. It's actually a god from the outside world who descended. Oh my god, is this going to start a clan war? This god doesn't know which ethnic group or planet he is from, even the original ancestor has to take it seriously. Everyone, go all out, don't take it lightly, start the star protection array. A formation quietly opened, this is a defensive formation to defend this planet. As the formation unfolded, a azure film gradually appeared on the surface of the entire planet. As long as any external forces entered this layer of defensive enchantment, they would be hindered for the first time. At the same time, it will be forcibly marked. When breaking into this planet, no matter where he is, he can be tracked by the Otsutsuki clan. The entire planet has not known how long such a defense mechanism has not been activated. Now that it has been activated again, every member of the Otsutsuki clan feels uneasy. Unknown things always make people feel scared. An unnamed god-level powerhouse from the universe descends, what kind of impact will it bring? No one knew the answer, but the news spread quickly across the planet. Every Otsutsuki tribe knows that their tribe has a new challenge. However, deep down in their hearts, these tribes are also very convinced that even the arrival of a god-level powerhouse cannot completely shake the status of their tribe. After all, there are three ancestors in the clan. These three ancestors reached the realm of true gods long ago. They belong to the very powerful kind of gods, not the kind that the younger generation can easily catch up with. At this moment, Fengye easily broke through the blue film on the surface of the planet, and then truly set foot on this piece of land. When he landed on the ground, he found that his whole body seemed to have some strange feelings. He looked at the palm of his hand, and there was a blue spot of light flashing away, disappearing into the skin. At this moment Fengye knew that he should have been planted with some kind of ancient mark. Find flowers. It is not difficult to guess that this kind of mark can expose his position, so that it becomes inconvenient for him to do anything on this planet. However, Fengye had just descended on the planet at this time. I don't know where the three ancestors of the Otsutsuki clan are located, and where is the base of this clan. Everything seemed very passive. Fengye didn't want the opponent to find his place in advance. The Dharma mark on the top of his head quietly appeared, and the treasure stick appeared in Fenjai's palm. Under the powerful force of the imprint of Buddhism, the blue light spot that sneaked into the body was forced to hide, then quietly shattered and turned into a cloud of flying smoke. Fenjai sneered in his heart. Although this kind of power is very good, it is still not enough in front of the Dharma. At the moment his mark was lifted, all the Otsutsuki clan members in the valley were immediately surprised. What? The defense mechanism was reversed by him. How did this happen? Oh my god, this god must be extremely powerful, and can actually dissolve the mark of my clan. No, this alien god must have already sneaked into our planet. Hurry up and pass the order on, let the people everywhere deal with it cautiously. In the base of the Otsutsuki clan, orders were continuously issued, and the entire planet seemed to be brewing a huge storm. At this moment, every member of the tribe was terrified and uneasy. A god broke through their defensive formations, released their tracking and lock-in, and may appear in front of everyone at any time. How can this make them feel at ease? At this time, Fenjai stepped on the planet and walked toward an ancient country ahead. When he entered this country, he saw a stone stele located here. Ruksha country. It turns out that this country has a name similar to that of a certain civilization on the earth. Fenjai took a look, and then took the breath of his body back into his body again, and walked towards the city in front. But when he was just about to approach the city, he was attracted by another thing. On a mound not far away, there was a little boy with short red hair. His face was covered with ashes. However, he was very persistent in fighting with the two men in front of him. Loss. Chapter 142. At this moment, Fenjai glanced a few more times and then smiled, and then walked over there with interest. The reason why he wanted to take care of these nosy matters was not because of other reasons, but because he discovered that there was a special smell in this little boy. The smell made him feel very interested. So when Fenjai came in front of him, the two men who wanted to bully the red-haired boy suddenly frowned, slightly displeased. One of the tall, bald-headed men said in a cold voice, "Who are you? Leave quickly and don't be nosy." The other man waved the knife in his hand, looking fiercely at Fenjai, showing scarlet teeth. Fenjai only knew at this time that there were ordinary nations on this planet. Among these mortal nations, there were also behaviors of bullying the weak like this in 1997. It can be seen that the so-called rivers and lakes exist everywhere, even in the vast universe. Such a clan star from the Otsutsuki clan also has such things happening. Fenjai just sighed and said, "You two will leave on the spot, I don't want to kill." Now since practicing Buddhism, Fenjai's heart has become more and more calm and profound. If it weren't for the unavoidable circumstances, Fenjai really didn't want to kill creatures at will. Although doing so will not affect him, but since he was influenced by the Dharma, he was unwilling to commit more crimes from the bottom of his heart. This may also be a consequence of the power of the Dharma. However, after Fenjai said this deep-seated piece of advice, the two men were stunned, and then a deep sense of shame arose in their hearts. The two of them have extraordinary identities in this Ruksha nation, and they have very powerful forces behind them. This time I came to hunt down the red-haired boy for some special reason, and he was about to be caught back to the city, but I didn't expect to run into such a fool. He even dared to speak out, let them go on their own, and said that they did not want to kill. This person's tone is really too arrogant, right? At this moment, the man with the knife coldly threatened, "Since you want to live and die, then this uncle will do you well." He has decided to give Fenjai a little bit of color to see, although he may not really kill him. After all, the city guards in the distance do not allow this kind of fighting to happen. But he can take off Fenjai's arm or even a leg, so that even the city guards will not take care of this. Then the two tall men let go of the little red-haired boy and walked directly towards Fenjai. They were full of murderous aura, releasing endless fierce light. But they couldn't imagine where the person in front of them came from, and what a terrifying existence they were. "Boy, pay attention to reincarnation in your next life, don't just be nosy, you know," said that the man with the knife waved the shiny steel knife in his hand and slashed directly at Fenjai's head with a volley. With this knife, he had made up his mind that he would not directly kill Fenjai. Instead, he would lean from the side at a critical juncture and slash his shoulder to make him suffer. However, after this knife was cut down, his knife could not be cut down anyway when it was in the air. As if there was an invisible aura tightly wrapping this knife, preventing it from being chopped off, the two men's expressions suddenly changed. The man with the knife was even more sweaty on his forehead, and he grasped the handle of the knife tightly with both hands and pressed it down forcefully. However, in any case, it seemed that a mighty force was blocking him, making him gritted his teeth and was unable to cut down the knife in his hand. The companion next to him was shocked when he saw this scene. However, he had some doubts in his heart. At this time, he couldn't help but said, "You cut it, why don't you cut it?" But the man with the knife was anxious. He yelled hysterically, "You think I don't want to chop, but you have to try it. This man can do sorcery." Hearing what he said at this time, the companion snorted coldly, "I don't believe in evil anymore. Where is there sorcery in this world?" He took out a short sword hidden beside him, directly played a trick, and stabbed Fengye in the waist. However, Fengye might be offended by this action. After the knife was stabbed, a flower suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, the sole of a foot was enlarged in front of his pupils. Plop! The next moment, the man was kicked heavily on his chest by Fengye, and then he flew upside down, like a broken kite, falling far away. Fengye brought some strength, and after kicking it out, the man couldn't bear it, and did not stand up for a long time after the fall. Although it didn't seem to have suffered much injury, Fengye knew that this guy had to lie in bed for at least 3 months before he could get up. Although he didn't have any wounds on the surface, his internal organs suffered huge internal injuries and shocks. At this moment, the man with the knife suddenly looked at Fengye in horror as if he had seen a ghost. However, Fengye just smiled at him and didn't say much. His eyes seemed to tell the man, "You see, I told you just now, but you didn't listen." This man suddenly realized something. Suddenly he tied his hands, turned and fled madly into the distance, while screaming in horror, as if he was crying. Fengye is a little speechless now. He didn't expect that someone who was so fierce and wicked just now, after seeing someone more fierce than him, turned out to be like a fragile woman, and the line of defense was completely collapsed. At this time, Fengye beckoned to the red-haired boy in the distance. The boy hesitated for a moment and then decided to walk over. When he came to Fengye, he was a little bit cautious, touched the back of his head, and did not dare to speak. Fengye took the initiative to ask, "What is your name?" The red-haired boy was dull, and then replied, in response to an adult, "My name is Tanaka Little Bear." Little Bear Tanaka? It's really a funny name. Looking at the red-haired boy in front of him and feeling the familiar breath in him, Fengye made a decision in his heart. Immediately he stretched out a hand and touched Tanaka's forehead. This gesture made the little boy feel warm. Fengye's voice sounded in the ears of the little boy, "Little Bear Tanaka, you will be my big apprentice from now on." Chapter 143. What? Your big apprentice? The boy named Tanaka Cubs was a little stunned. He has never worshipped Master, nor has he ever thought about worshipping Master. But the mysterious and powerful adult in front of him directly asked to accept him as a disciple? Deep down in his heart, Xiaoxiang Tanaka did not resist being an apprentice of such a powerful figure, but his heart was filled with hatred, and he had never thought of such a thing as a teacher. Suddenly encountering this kind of thing at this moment, I felt a little panicked, not knowing how to make a decision. Fengye looked at Xiaoxiang Tanaka's immature expression, and knew what he was thinking at a glance. The so-called apprenticeship is not anxious for a while, it must be accepted from the bottom of his heart. Fengye thought in his heart, then waved his hand, and said to Xiaoxiang Tanaka, "Are you going into the city?" Tanaka nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, my lord, my mother is still in the city. I'm going to see her for the last time." Fengye frowned, for 2 reasons. First, it seems that Tanaka is difficult to change for a while, and he still wants to call himself an adult, not a master. And the second reason is because this Tanaka bear's mother is dying, and this poor little boy just wants to see him for the last time. But what kind of power and character is it that actually wants to attack such a helpless little boy, not even letting him see his mother's last side? Fengye sighed, and then said, "In that case, you can join me in the city." He turned around and walked towards the city in front of him. And Xiaoxiang Tanaka is also a little cautious, following closely behind Fengye. After arriving at the gate of the city, several city guards in armor came to inquire as usual. To enter this place called the Stone City, you need to show your identity certificate, which is also a consistent rule on the planet. The Atsutsuki clan exercised strict management on this planet, especially at this special stage, when foreign gods infiltrated the planet, so this is even more so. However, when Fengye arrived for the first time, he did not have the so-called identity certificate on this planet. But at this juncture, Cubs Tanaka took the initiative to show his identity certificate, and then said, "Several adults, this is my uncle, please help me." It turned out that as long as someone provided a guarantee, they could enter the Stone City with the guarantor's identity certificate. Thus, Fengye followed Tanaka into the city. The city is very prosperous, and it looks completely different from the ninja village on Earth, only the scale is much larger. A wide avenue stretches across the entire main city, and on both sides are various vendors, yelling vigorously. Everyone here looks almost the same as the ninjas of the 5 great nations on the planet. The only difference is that the costumes they wear are somewhat different. After entering the city, Xiaoxiang Tanaka didn't say a word, but walked in one direction with his head down, while Fengye quietly followed behind him. Little Bear Tanaka came to the door of a deep house compound, and then stopped. Fengye was a little surprised to find that the expression of Tanaka Bear at this time turned out to be very sad, and 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Fengye asked, "Why didn't you go in?" Xiaoxi Tanaka wiped his tears, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Sir, you don't know, this is actually my home, but now I hate this place to death, I just want to take my mother out." Fengye sighed. Sure enough, there are hard-to-read scriptures in his family. He didn't fully understand what happened to Cubs Tanaka, but it can be seen that he was extremely unfortunate. Fengye said, "If this is the case, then you can go in and get your mother out." Little Bear Tanaka suddenly thought of something and smiled at Fengye, "Master, I didn't dare to go home, but now that you are here, I am not afraid of those guys." Fengye smiled. This little bear finally took the initiative to call his master. Since he is a master, of course he has to give his apprentice a meeting gift, and this meeting gift is to escort him so that he can do what he wants to do smoothly. So Tanaka directly knocked on the door, and after a while, the door slowly opened. A man with the appearance of a housekeeper showed his head. After seeing that it was Tanaka, he immediately frowned and said coldly, "What are you doing here? You are not welcome here." Tanaka Xiaoxiang was also very persistent and said, "I don't want to come to this ghost place, I want to get my mother back." The housekeeper said in a gloomy tone, "Your mother is dying, it doesn't make any sense if you can answer it." Hearing the unfortunate news of his mother, Tanaka's tears flowed down again. He rushed up directly, forcibly pushed the door open, and shouted, "No! Let me see my mother one last time." At this moment, the movement made by Little Bear Tanaka immediately alarmed the other people in this house. Soon from every corner, more and more people dressed like Ding rushed out with sticks in their hands. Who? It's so bold to dare to break into the Tanaka mansion. A group of housekeepers immediately surrounded the little bear and Tanaka, looking at the boy who was once the son here fiercely. It's just that his former incomparably noble status has now been completely lifted, and there is no difference between him and civilians. The steward said with a sneer, "You thought you were the young master here, but you dare to come back without shame. When the master knows, you will not be let go." Tanaka's expression was immediately filled with incomparable hatred, and when he mentioned his nominal father, his eyes could not wait to explode with anger. Little Bear Tanaka gritted his teeth and said, "In any case, I must take my mother back today. No one can stop me, even him." As the voice fell, there was a sound of applause in the corner, and only saw a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe slowly walked out of the darkness. His appearance is somewhat similar to Tanaka Bear. Fengye thought that this should be the owner of this house and Tanaka Bear's father. The middle-aged man couldn't see any of his father's loving tone on his face, and said indifferently, "You rebellious son, you dared to defect back then, why do you want to come back now?" Tanaka Xiaoxiang looked at his father full of hatred, and then said in a cold voice, "I have nothing to do with you when I come back, I just want to get my mother back." Hearing this, Tanaka's father looked even more indifferent. Chapter 144. Fengye didn't know what happened between the father and son, but after all, they are close relatives who have blood relationship, and now they have fallen to such a hostile level, people can't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, his position would definitely be on Tanaka's side. This respectful father does not seem to have any kindness on the surface, and treats his son like a weed, not paying attention to it at all. At this moment, Tanaka's emotions began to explode. He roared hysterically, "Return my mother to me, I must take her out of this place." But his father said with a sneer on his face, "Your rebellious son is so disrespectful to me, come here. Take him down to me and lock him in the little black room." The so-called Little Black Room is a secret dark room in this deep house compound, in which there are many punishments used to deal with the traitors in the family. Unexpectedly, a dignified father would actually use such a method to deal with his son. Fengye, who was watching all this, finally couldn't help but sighed softly. At this time, no one paid attention to the young strange man. The family members rushed up with clubs under the orders of the owner of the house, and wanted to take Tanaka bare. Fengye didn't do it right away, because he also wanted to see if Xiaoxiang Tanaka had practiced martial arts. However, in the face of so many people, Tanaka cubs can also make some resistance, but he is very young after all, and his strength is very limited, so he quickly defeated, and it is not the strong family opponent. At this time, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the courtyard. The wind was so strong that everyone was swaying around. The flying sand and rocks in the courtyard were blurred. Even Tanaka's father felt surprised. With his intermediate martial artist's cultivation base, he felt that he could not stabilize his body at this moment, and staggered to the side to fall down. He held onto the pillar on the side with difficulty, and then stabilized. Then his eyes were frightened, and he shouted aimlessly, "Who is doing the ghost here?" At this moment Fengye walked over and sighed, "Your son just wants to take his mother away. Since the relationship between your father and son is broken, you can fulfill his wish." Seeing that Fengye took the initiative to speak, the middle-aged man couldn't help but look at him carefully, and then asked, "Did you just do it?" Fengye was non-committal, but from his expression, the middle-aged man could also tell that the gust of wind just came out of this mysterious man. Thinking of his mysterious and terrifying means, he could create such a violent wind between his gestures, which made him totally unable to resist. One can imagine how terrifying this person's cultivation is. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank sharply, and he quickly thought of many things in his mind. Little Bear Tanaka laughed wildly, tears in his eyes, "Haha, with my master here, see how you can treat me." With that said, he directly pushed away the house next to him, and then rushed towards a courtyard to the west. Fengye stepped behind him, and those family members were afraid to move when they saw this scene. Because they all know that this young man possesses very terrifying strength, and they can kill them with just a gesture. And seeing the look of the patriarch so fearful, these servants also understand that this man is a person who must not be provoked. "Patriarch, what shall we do?" the butler asked aloud at this moment. The middle-aged man looked cold and waved his hand and said, "Go and invite Shangguan Keqing to come over." Hearing Shangguan's name, the butler suddenly showed joy on his face, nodded quickly, and ran out all the way. In a dim courtyard to the west, Tanaka opened the door and walked into a dilapidated house. All the facilities in this house are very old, even spider webs have formed in the corners of the walls, and the tables are covered with dust. Obviously, they have not been cleaned for a while. Inside the room is a dilapidated wooden bed, on which a woman is lying quietly, coughing from time to time. When Tanaka Xiaoxiang saw this middle-aged woman, he couldn't bear it immediately, and shouted, "Mother, the child is here." Hearing the voice of Tanaka cubs, the middle-aged woman immediately glared round her eyes, and then struggling with great difficulty, half leaning against the bed. However, when she saw Tanaka cubs, her eyes were filled with relief, and she couldn't see any pain at all. "My boy, you are finally here, I thought I would never see you." At this moment, the meeting between mother and son was very touching, and Fengye stood quietly at the door without speaking. Tanaka and his mother talked for a long time. At this moment, a sad mood spread in the room. Tanaka understands that his mother's illness is already dying, and there is no way to cure it, it's just a matter of time. At this moment, the middle-aged woman confessed something to Tanaka Xiaoxiang. What she said was nothing more than that she was about to die soon, and wanted to let him, the only child, live well, and asked him not to avenge herself. Tanaka cub cried and said, "Mother, my child must avenge you." However, the middle-aged woman shook her head heavily, then touched Tanaka's face, and said in a very deep tone, "You don't know the child. The power behind that woman is very powerful. You are not an opponent at all. Just listen to me and hurry up. Leave Stone Town." Tanaka cubs shook his head while crying. The two of them were speechless for a long while, only that they hugged each other tightly. I don't know how long, long, the movement in the room gradually disappeared, and the body of the middle-aged woman gradually became cold. Tanaka Xiaoxiang trembled suddenly, then looked at his mother in disbelief, bleeding and tears in his eyes. "Mother, A hysterical sound rang from the room, and Fengye at the door couldn't help but shook his head, letting out a slight sigh of zero. The so-called suffering in the world is nothing more than this. The tree wants to be quiet but the wind keeps on, and the sun wants to support but does not wait for the relatives. This kind of tragedy is once again staged in front of Fengye. However, at this moment, there was a slender man at the door of this house, holding a long sword in his hand. His eyes were extremely cold, and he walked in slowly. When he appeared, Tanaka's father said respectfully, "My lord, you are here." The man named Shangguan nodded lightly, and then said, "Where is that person?" Chapter 145. Facing Shangguan's question at this time, Tanaka Xiaoxiang's father pointed to the yard to the west with some caution, and then said, "That person is there, you must be careful, my lord, his strength is very terrifying." After hearing these words, this Kaching named Shangguan suddenly became a little unhappy. He asked coldly, "Is he strong? How strong is he?" Seeing that the adult was unhappy, the middle-aged man realized that he had said something wrong, and then nodded and said, "If there is an adult, that person must not be an opponent." Hearing the compliment of the middle-aged man, Shangguan's face looked better. Then he smiled coldly and walked out in that direction. The middle-aged man watched this scene behind him, and said bitterly, "You little BD dare to bring outsiders to threaten me? This time I must take your skin off." At this moment, a Jiading ran over and said a few words in his ear. The middle-aged man was a little surprised at once, and immediately trotted to a yard to the east. In the courtyard to the west, at the door of this dilapidated house, Fengye's eyes seemed to travel through the void, and he directly saw a slender man in the distance, walking towards him with a long sword in his hand. At the same time, Fengye's Ryotsu instantly permeated the entire courtyard, and every hidden powerhouse in this deep house compound, with 000 and their aura, all felt clearly. However, no one found out that all their secrets had been exposed under Fengye's Ryotsu. At this time, Shangguan held a long sword and walked to the courtyard imposingly. At the same time, he turned chakra in his body and shouted, "Hu Feng Xiao Xiao is haunting here, won't you get out of here?" His voice was loud, like a thunder, causing the tiles on the roof of this dilapidated house to break. Fengye shook his head, then snapped his fingers lightly, and immediately formed a barrier in the air, surrounding the house. When Shangguan walked into this house, he saw Fengye who was half leaning against the door not far away, and he smiled coldly. Immediately, he brandished a long sword and stabbed it out. The sword light flew, like a long snake, with a scarlet letter, rushing towards Fengye. It's just that when this sword light passed through midair, it seemed to be blocked by a diaphragm, and then quickly melted away. What is this? Shangguan was shocked. He couldn't see that there was a transparent barrier in this place. And the power of this enchantment seems to be extremely powerful. Even the sword aura he thinks is very strong can't break through. Humph. I don't believe it anymore. Shangguan did not believe in evil, and once again swung the long sword in his hand. This time the sword light was even stronger. Numerous white long snakes gathered from all directions, and then gathered into a huge sword energy, which slammed into the barrier. "Come here." But this time, because its power was stronger than before, it received a more violent rebound from the enchantment and ejected the sky full of sword air. Not good. Shangguan suddenly felt a bad sound in his heart. Those sword auras seemed to be spiritual and had betrayed him. They all reversed their direction and shot back towards him. The Shangguan was so frightened that he hurriedly waved the long sword in his hand and ran his sword skills to smash the sword aura into the air. If he was accidentally hit by a sword gas, even he would be seriously injured. At this moment, seeing the power of this air enchantment, Shangguan didn't dare to ask for it anymore. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Fengye not far away carefully, and suddenly felt that the young stranger looked calm and graceful, without any difference. But his body seems to be quiet and terrible, with an inexplicable temperament. The more he savored, the stronger he felt this feeling. In the past, only in the body of his master did he experience some of this kind of temperament. At this moment, Fengye's image in Shangguan's mind became even taller. He turned his mind, and took the long sword back, and then said respectfully, "Xia Shangguan, disciple of the Sword Palace, I don't know who your excellency is." After saying this, he quietly waited for Fengye's answer. However, Fengye didn't pay any attention. He just glanced at the grief-stricken Tanaka cub in the room. Little bear Tanaka lost his mother forever, his shoulders trembling lightly, holding his mother's body. His throat seemed to cry hoarse, No sound was heard, tears kept streaming down. I don't know how long it took, and the outside of the room was quiet. Shangguan stood motionless and didn't say anything. Tanaka finally stood up. He picked up his mother's body and walked outside step by step. At this moment, Fengye waved his hand gently, the barrier was automatically unlocked, and he walked out with Tanaka. The moment he saw Fengye, Shangguan's heart was shaken, and he was even more sure that this strange young man must be a hidden super strong. Just the inadvertent aura of gestures made people frightened. At this time, Shangguan honestly followed behind him, his eyes gleaming with complicated light. But at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in front of him, and Xiaoxiang Tanaka's father followed a middle-aged woman who was gorgeously dressed and glamorously dressed, and ran over fiercely. This glamorous middle-aged woman is the mistress of this house today, and also the wife of Tanaka's father's remarried. When this woman saw Tanaka bare, her eyes suddenly showed hatred. But then saw that Tanaka's mother was dead, and couldn't help but laugh happily, haha, that BCH is finally dead, huh, what's the end of fighting against me? When Tanaka heard this, he raised his head slightly, his eyes had become cold and numb, without any human emotions. He slowly opened his lips and said, Master. Can I ask you something? Hearing Xiaoxiang Tanaka's words, Fengye seemed to know what he was going to say, and sighed slightly and said, let's talk about it. Little Bear Tanaka said coldly, I want this woman's life. When the voice fell, the coquettish woman suddenly screamed, you don't know how to live or die, kill him. A group of fierce family members rushed up immediately, but at this moment, the Shangguan behind him suddenly stood in front of him.